Lonks down to 50, spots one on the bomb side floor, the flashbangs are perfect, Nitro in a lot of trouble here, but does... What?
Maybe they've overcooked this one. High ground as well. Jukes goes down. Lonks trying to recover it here. Symmetry, he comes in with a deagle. Bro just showing his back, unfortunately. Only 10 seconds left. He's got the bomb and he's got the shots as well.
Yeah, there's a chance he's going to recover that M4. Nice shot from Yabi. Continues that strong form. Making sure he doesn't get taken down here as he gets himself a lovely hat-trick here. Make it a quad kill.
And they're pushing them. I do love this from the T side, but it almost backfires. I like the idea of catching the CTs before they can even set up the retake here. A lot of damage. It's not over yet. Stair gets the headshot on the second player as well. A triple.
They go up, no one moves in. Finally, over the top, through the window. Belchanok getting traded. Volt on a double. A triple kill from Volt. And it's all on no terms. They're going to try and deny them, but he's out of bullets. And Volt comes in with a 4K on the retake. But a 3-0 lead for FOKUS. It's a fantastic start. And, you know, it comes back to that conversation you had yesterday. You know, if PARIVISION goes... Oh my god! Okay, Belchanok. Getting alerted to it, PARIVISION just in time. Noda hoping the utility from his teammate can help. Okay, Belchanok batters them. Rolf walking out. AK is already deep towards the side of Zinyo's deagle. Okay, little taste of the Mongolian deagle. It's oh my god. Okay, collateral for 9-10. It's done, really. Oh my god, what a round from 9-10 and no reaction from anyone.
Ball attempted. There's Maka that cleans up the mess. He shows us the speed. Maka, this is the next. A swing from Reggie gets him across. Needs to be planting that bomb now. Maka goes, and Maka connects. Jumping no scope.
It shows up on the screen. Oh, we got a fight.
Okay, big fight. Sweet from Snap. Gets them both. Swings on in. Flashed in for number 3. Chase it down.
Snap with the ace.
You see that?
Yeah, it's perfect. This round's over, everybody. B-bomb site is not fortified at all. They are in B, the bomb will go down, but the P250 from downtown.
Fast flank from Electronic. You think he should have their backs turned here. Catches the planner exposed. Very good timing on that flank. A nice activation from Electronic. Now Clem with a quick spin. This can go wrong. They could lose another one. They could lose another one to Simple. So now 3v1.
We've seen him clutch before.
Maybe do it again. Oh, Electronic. He's got 3. Thumbs up clutch. Whoa.
Now he's going to deny said plant, find the second kill on Zero Fix. Lotto, yeah, he's going to close this. So yeah, that's enough to kill a piece from each of the pistols. Lotto can't collect a second one, so Nissim in a 1 versus 2 with a duel.
Greetings, Counter-Strike fans, and welcome back to PGL Bucharest. It's day 3. We're going to have some amazing storylines unfolding here. There might even be teams, well, not might, there will be teams going home. Heartbreak. And there's going to be teams going through to the playoffs. And joining me, Richard Lewis, on the desk, 2 analysts that are so in sync. They have dressed as the negative inverse version of each other. And even one is small, one is tall. Dark shirt, white tee, black tee. It's great. Did you plan this?
No, we didn't.
not at all.
But I mean, Richard, deep down inside, I am brown inside. So yeah.
That's what I like to hear, brother.
Thanks.
So we've got to talk about the important thing: an exciting VRS season for a change.
Yeah,
and it's culminated last night. We were up late last night at the bar watching these results come in, and I guess the big story, obviously, is FaZe, who we've talked about more than any other team, despite having not even turned up into the building yet. They have fallen at the last hurdle. They are not going to be at the major in Cologne.
Yeah, you were talking about teams who are about to go home. There are teams who are also about to only come in.
Yes.
This is obviously FaZe. Yeah, that's look, that's obviously the highlight of the whole major qualification run that we've had over the past month. It is crazy that it came down to the last match for the last spot to be decided again, as we saw last season, with Fnatic effectively, making the massive run in America to do the other side of it, out of the side of the coin. Where do we even start with FaZe?
Well,
We've been talking about it already.
Look, I've just said now, I know they've got to come here. They are coming here, by the way, if you're at home. FaZe have said they will turn up and honor their appearance. They're going to take on Inner Circle a little bit later on today.
Respect for that.
And it must be very tough circumstances for them, although I would say, suck it up. It's sports. I don't really care about your feelings.
You're a professional team.
Exactly.
You just have to do it. And I actually respect them for showing up.
No, that's fair.
And also
They haven't yet. Let's give them a shot.
I think they're going to be showing up. I mean, that's what PGL has told us so far. But I want to give more plaudits to Big. Right?
Correct.
They made it through. I want to just touch upon that very quickly. I think Blame F. This one narrative I don't enjoy is everyone's like, oh, all the teams that kicked Blame F, you were all wrong. No, they weren't wrong. Blame F wasn't the player he is right now. He has grown, he's changed, he's evolved, he's gotten better, and I think we should all acknowledge his personal growth as well. Also, they qualified for the major after winning the semis. They didn't have to even try in the final map against FaZe, but they still tried, and they knocked FaZe out. I mean, I got to give a shout out to Berlin International Gaming. It's been a while.
No, I mean, I'll say this. Respectfully, I disagree with your opinion. I think Blame F has always been that guy, and I think the narratives about him have been absolutely whack.
Okay.
Bait F, that was stupid. That's Reddit not really understanding things. You look at a few clips out of context where he's doing a deep lurk, and, you've got guys like Gowles saying, oh, look, he's selling his team down. Nonsense. The stats don't tell the same story. I also think he started, when he was an in-game leader at, organizations like Complexity, you wouldn't find anyone in that org or anyone on that team to say anything bad about his leadership qualities. That's a fact. So I think, hopefully, this is the start of him getting the respect he deserves. He should be on a better team than Big, but he has got such broad shoulders, literally and metaphorically, that he can carry a team like Big back in, attending majors. The guy's great. And I also want to give a shout out to Grix. Grix did a lot of heavy lifting in that Big team after being cast off. So congratulations to both of them and to Big. Welcome back to the majors.
Also, a final shout out to Passion UA for allowing Liquid to qualify into the America's Major and putting the biggest smile I've seen on Moses' face all week.
Yeah, Jason had a little bit of a different opinion to us, Striker, in the sense that the community were like, oh, going back to the Americas is a cop-out, which I agree with. I really didn't want them to qualify for the major. Right. I thought it was a little bit cynical. Jason's just like, what do you want? Like, do you want the jewel of NA to come back and, win or not? And so I think it's cynical. Jason's a big lover of Team Liquid.
Look, it is cynical, but that doesn't necessarily make it wrong, for them to try that because, what else can they do effectively? Because they didn't really have a choice. Either you miss the major or you try something different, right? For me, I obviously understand all of that and understand the reasoning behind it. And I was even kind of on Liquid's side when the whole of North America, it felt like, rose up against them when they made this move, because some of the orgs were even saying, why are you taking the spot from us? I'm like, so just be better than them. Like, it's not that, honestly, it's not that hard. It's really not that hard.
I 100% agree with you on that. I feel this entire BS narrative about, oh no, now you come back. just be better, beat them. Everyone's beating, they're beating themselves as well, right?
True.
So like just put up and shut up. But look, end of the day, they make it through. It's been kind of rough for them as well. So no matter how they made it, they made it. That's about it.
And that's enough of that. Why don't we talk about this tournament? Let's take a look at the results that we had yesterday. I did say in the intro, we've had some crazy, exciting results and some very interesting storylines emerging. Where do I want to start? Let's do Simple Watch. The BC.Game losing to MIBR. I couldn't believe this one. I thought they would win easily. What also is tragic about it, Electronic actually rolled back the years in this series, played as well as he has in 2026.
He's had more of these moments in this team, at least. I'll give him that.
That's fair.
It hasn't happened for a long time.
That's because he's not calling anymore.
That's true.
And ultimately, it wasn't enough to beat MIBR, and there was a lot of elementary mistakes. I mean, they should have lost 2-0. What MIBR did on Overpass was absolutely criminal. And then you have, this is the Anubis highlights in air quotes.
There were moments in this game I just watched. I wasn't hate watching. I was cynical watching. I'm like, all right, see how bad they are. Jesus Christ, Rich.
At 6-1, I was like, they've done it. At 8-2, I was like, there's no way they can lose.
Yeah.
And I went away. I was like, oh, I'll have a beer. Came back, and it's like they were up against it. It was crazy.
And that's when the whiskey came out, because it was rough to watch. Like, there's one round which is like, on Twitter feed and everything, but it was like basically Simple planting the bomb. I'm sure everyone's seen who's watching this right now. He planted the bomb at A, it's a 2v2, and Crazy's team, it's all the way in B when the bomb is planted from main, and he's still just lurking around it. Like, so there's a complete, I wouldn't necessarily blame Crazy, maybe Simple didn't tell him where the bomb is planted, the comms weren't happening. If that's the case, something's fundamentally broken and wrong in this team. And they've been around for too long for me to be like, oh, it's, beginning jitters or whatnot. No, I feel personally, Richard, this team is a dead team walking at the moment.
It feels that way.
I just wanted to give some props to Klim. We saw several highlights from him, and over the whole series, he was delivering. He was obviously one of the players that we had as players to watch. Or I'm not saying me, because I didn't actually end up putting him in, but I had him somewhere up there as well for players that I was curious to see whether he would have what it takes to play on this level, because we hadn't seen MIBR play in Europe the entire season so far, So it's nice to see him have a game that to pull them over the line in what was a very messy one, at least.
And it's also because on that particular team, the entire narrative is save Insani, and I mean
it still is.
Justifiably so. He's still very good, but right now Klim. He's, obviously no one can be Insani, but with the AWP, he's more than just dependable. He is a second pillar of the fragging output on that team. Kind of impressive, honestly.
Do you want to talk about the most embarrassing game yesterday? Should we do it?
Let's get into it.
Oh, my word. Right, so 3D Max, I feel like, when was it? Was it like November, December? I feel like it might not even be that long ago, We were sat here in this very studio talking about, 3D Max, a team that might be in decline, but, they were up there. They were still pushing these other teams deep. They had that tag of being the gatekeepers of Tier 1. If you beat 3D Max, you're a legit Tier 1 team. If you don't, you're in Tier 2. But
there were a few too many teams that beat 3D Max.
Yeah.
To be the case,
they were Cerberus, guarding the gates to hell. But then that is old news. And yesterday they took on Voca. Remember, Voca are a team with a stand-in that hasn't played competitively for 5 years. Won't get into why. The reality is there is no way on God's green earth that should have been a competitive game. And yet, Voca could have beat 3D Max. And I don't know. I don't know where 3D Max kind of go from here.
Not even could have beat it. Literally came down to a clutch in double overtime on Ancient, for Maka to save them and then for them to win the second overtime. You were kind of referencing the last PGL Bucharest, that's where they were. That actually, to me, was kind of the beginning of the downfall, because that was just fresh off Gravity taking over in game leadership.
Yes.
Maka obviously went off of it. Now he's back on it. In the meanwhile, they've removed Body, who I feel has been a bit shafted by this team. In this transition, it feels like we just had an interview with Maka where he was talking about that it was more the organization decision. I'm not so sure, because it felt like the relationships in that team were a bit rocky for quite a while, for that to be just cut down to the organization. But overall, obviously, you know, you do have to kind of put it in contrast or against the backdrop of their current situation, which is they've just missed the major as well. They've just been on this run of a couple of open lands where they failed. Obviously, you know, could have done better, but, you know, coming into this tournament, the mental's got to be pretty damn low.
I mean, sure, it might be low. I completely agree with every point he made right there. But also, again, at the same time, no team in this tournament should be losing to Voca. Again, not because I don't think they're necessarily bad, but it's that in situation coming in. Like, you should not be losing it, especially considering it was a very last-minute replacement as well. They haven't really prepped at all. You should not be dropping even a map if you're a team like 3D Max, despite the struggles you've had so far, despite your mental being in the dumpster right now. So I feel changes have to happen immediately after this event. I still feel there's some couple of really good pieces over here, but at this moment, again, I'm going to repeat what I said about BC.Game. This is a dead team walking, because just looking at the body language, Richard, holy hell, I'm getting PTSD.
Yeah, it's like we said, you know, Masuta coming in might have been a good idea, but body going out, definitely not.
Get out gravity, get body back in if you can. That's what I'm going to say.
I agree with that. Why don't we take a look at the schedule? Because it is a PGL event, and therefore we have 2 streams, and that means you can choose what you want to watch over the course of the day. This is going to be the secondary stream. We got BC.Game taking on Voca. How bad can it get for Simple? How bad can it get? Can it be that bad? I don't know, but you might want to watch that one to find out. Inner Circle versus FaZe Clan. Look, there isn't a 2-0 there. It's incredible. They're going to play a game of Counter-Strike. Can't wait. Let's see how that one pans out. NRG versus Eyeballers. Got to say, we didn't really have time to talk about it at the pre-show. I will just say, JW back, gave a very good account of himself yesterday. Super. I love that. I love that for the scene. And then, of course, Legacy versus MIBR, a Brazilian derby match. So lots of interesting games there, guys.
Yeah, I feel for, obviously the Brazilian derby should be quite fiery, right? But I've been pleasantly surprised with NRG. I've been, even since, you know, the last event they played in Blast, where, you know, we did Grim just coming in, the fact that they're able to hit the ground running, so to speak. And so far, they've been kind of impressive as well. For J-Dubs and his Merrimendo, yesterday was their first game. It was their first game, obviously, right? True. Even though they beat FaZe. So he did say in an interview, it's a little bit of, you know, coming into a LAN like this, first time for a team like theirs in a very, very long time, in forever for a couple of these players. It was a little bit of a rough outing, but I agree with you. I think he put a pretty good showing. So that matchup would be low-key, could be a banger.
Yeah, but I don't think people realize how long he's been around. Like, because he's only like 31, 32, something like that now. And he's played all these matches. And all of these.
He played won the first major.
First major. Even
he won the first CSGO major. That is ages.
He was the MVP of the first major.
Yes, he was the major MVP. So it's great to still see the old heads still around, you know, like people that know who I am, for instance. That's always nice. Right, this is the mainstream. This is what we got coming for you. This is what we'll be talking about over the course of the day on the desk. Again, working our way backwards. PARIVISION versus FUT. That is a banger. That is an absolute
That's going to be great.
That is the Time Lord and the economics master going up against the raw aim heads that don't care about any of those things. So that's going to be incredible. Astralis versus MongolZ. Actually can't wait for that one as well. Bait versus 3D Max. This is where Bait have just got to put these guys to bed, put them out of their misery.
I don't know, man. They've already played twice, and it was pretty close both times.
Yeah, I know. Bait haven't looked at their best so far. And then, of course, we can turn our attentions to the first game, which is going to be FOKUS versus Wildcard.
Yeah, these two guys are actually teams that have pretty much a common thread in that they're effectively a month or two old. In that, you know, they've just come together with their new cores. Nemanja came into Wildcard last month. Cuban put this new international team together effectively 2 months ago, and within something like 2 weeks of their existence, they qualified for this. And that tells you a lot about FOKUS and their quick trajectory, because right after that, they go to this, I think it was Parking Challenger LAN, where they didn't do so hot. They even lost to teams like Voca, you know, that are coming in and obviously much less experienced from some of their pieces. But then they go to the next open LAN, to Urban Riga, and they just win the whole thing to effectively get in within like a top 30, top 40 of the ranking. In 2 months of a team's existence, you know, we've seen it from 100 Thieves. It is possible, but it is very difficult.
Sure. You got to go the scenic route. So over to you, Blair. Let's meet the fuckers, right? Who's on this team and why do we like them?
I Jorko and my Banjo until I ZTR, I guess,
exactly.
right? Look, I like Banjo is the player to watch, at least from the past results we've seen so far. It's been very, very impressive. But overall, they're a team where even when it comes to the fragging department, things are kind of very democratic, so to speak, right? Everyone chips in when they had to. Yesterday against PARIVISION, one of the favorite of this tournament, it was a pretty close affair. It was actually Volt, a player who's way more tenured than almost anyone in the team, apart from ZTR, of course, who was the one doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He was finding so much impact as well. So it's really cool for me that even apart from these young pieces like the Mateos, shout out Prof one time, apart from Banjo and Jorko, who are kind of like these new pieces coming in, it's also people like Volt and of course the calling by ZTR, which is enabling them to work together, which is why this amalgamation of just random talent seemed to somehow work.
I just want to say, low key, there is now the potential for a Finnish super team out there, I believe. You've got Exkapersky, you've got Banjo, Alexi B's in the house.
Kaz is Polish, though.
Yeah. Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Right, well, there you go.
There he is.
We're claiming him in Finland. But no, you got Jimmy, you got Banjo, you got Alexi.
There's pretty good.
Give me another one.
I mean, yeah.
Not two.
No, we're not
Potty.
picking him.
That's Potty. Potty is.
Oh, there you go. That's what I'm thinking of.
yeah.
Potty. There you go. So
That's
you've
the
got
one you were
Potty.
thinking about.
There you are.
Yeah,
it's not so bad. Finland's back.
a pretty solid. That's a pretty solid shout, to be honest. Yeah. Problem is Jimmy and Banjo kind of the same player. That would be a bit of a problem.
Also, why would Alexi ever leave Blade?
Well,
or maybe Navi.
Maybe
Well, I
he
mean,
will not-
listen,
maybe he
you
won't
never
have a
know what's
choice.
going to happen
Yeah.
over there. Yeah, Blade makes those decisions. And then obviously we can talk about Wildcard some more. The big storyline is Nemanja coming over and essentially just breaking this team into pieces.
Yeah, look, we had this conversation earlier as well, right? Where you got him for a reason, right? The org has picked him up as Nigel for a reason because they want his system to be kind of integrated into the team. However, Peeping has been struggling quite a bit because, again, as you pointed out, a lot of the roles have been changed, right? It's been Nemanja doing a lot of the entries now. Even when it comes to most of the maps, his positions, he's being the more active roles. And Peeping had a 0.6 rating in the game they had against Bait. Sure, Bait are a reasonably tough opponent, but he'd been struggling quite a bit. But I will say, though, my boy Hext, the quiet pillar of this team,
I told you.
He popped off.
I might not know what nationality players are, but I told you this. Hext is definitely in his career best form right now, and got cut. We were a little bit surprised by that when it happened. He got picked up by Wildcard. We were like, well, can he maintain it? He's been the one putting up the solid, consistent numbers for this team.
Yeah, I was just looking at the veto. Very, very different from the last time that these two guys played, where they Wildcard took it to Dust 2, FOKUS took it to Inferno. So this time it's Nuke for Wildcard, of course, and then there comes the Mirage Decider as last time. So yeah, not a massive surprise because obviously Wildcard's map pool is kind of all over the place, and they might just feel like a Nuke might be a better choice compared to last time where they got kind of destroyed in a one-sided game in Urban Riga, I think it was. So yeah, no big surprise there. I just wanted to say, that it's interesting that the trajectory of Nemanja and how he was kind of given the reins and came to break up the roles on the team, just take over completely, and this is about me now. That comes against the contrast of FOKUS, who kind of went the other way because they really built a very solid team role-wise that works together from the get-go, and they somehow managed to build a system that works in such a short period of time. So I do feel that for Wildcard it's going to be a bit of a difficult day in the office because of the differences in systems.
And I can throw this over to you, Blair. Obviously, I know you were on Peeping Watch. You've been peeping. And so because we talked a lot on day 1, day 2 about how he's been essentially moved into a different position. He's learning a new position. Nemanja has deemed him to have to play in these spots. And the numbers haven't been so great in your observations, right?
Yeah, but again, it's such a small sample size as well, right? We just saw a couple of maps being played in Nuke. This is the thing. This seems like desperation to me, Striker. The fact that Nuke is coming in, because yesterday against Bait, they showed us nothing.
Yeah.
And Bait are a better team, right?
Yeah.
Compared to FOKUS, right? And still, just the fact that I think what was it, 7-13, and you picked this against them. Instead, I thought they might even just go back to the Dust 2, right? Dust 2, sure, you lost to FOKUS against them recently, but FOKUS have lost both the Dust 2s at this event. It's been the one map where I feel like any decent team would be abusing them on. So Nuke coming in, I think they're nuking themselves.
Well, we'll find out. I'll bring in our commentators. They always know better than us.
Oh, you don't want to do that, Richard.
We don't want to do that. He's mumbling already. There he is. It's Henry G and Anders. So how do you see this one going? Wildcard getting battered again?
We've got the FOKUS fan club over here with Anders Blue.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yes, I think this is a really exciting team. I look forward to it. You know, like they're pretty much covering everything, but yeah, they've made such a great run in such a short time. It's a great project. Shows you don't have to have all the money or all the superstars. You can still do some work.
And got Gamer Legion DNA built in there with
true.
Volts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy. He is in this spot right now because I mean I remember everyone raving about him. That when that Gamer Legion team got like dismantled after Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of like everyone was.
He was calling himself a boomer in this team, which is funny,
right?
24, he's not even that old.
The only one thing I want to see from Wildcard today is keep your weapons in your hands, lads. If you're holding an angle, don't pull out a Molotov.
Henry knows all about that.
Yeah. Keep it in your hands, and that could be maybe the key to success here. It was very unfortunate against Bay. It looked like a game they could actually win.
Yeah.
At one moment, they pulled out the grenade. Everything fell apart for them. So if they keep the AKs in their hands, maybe they got a chance today. But I think FOKUS definitely are the favorites.
Yeah, you agree with that, Anders?
Yeah, I've got them to make the playoffs. I think
that's crazy.
Yeah,
let's
I
go.
think they're going to make it through. I actually think they've got what it takes.
All right, well, it's time to find out. Do or die, boys.
All right, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, FOKUS taking on Wildcard. We're still on camera. We'll do a bit of a dance, Anders, as we get ready to move on. Here we go.
It's been a minute, Henry.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah, I think this could be a really, really fun game. There might be some really chaotic Counter-Strike. There might be more mistakes than we're used to because Wildcard really just haven't played that many games with this team. But let's see how this one plays out. It's an early split. Let's see how this is. 4-1. So right now we've got Romania. It's making its way outside while the rest of the team are going to be weighing their way towards the ramp room. And nobody is currently there. I think FOKUS was stuck in the ramp room right at the beginning, and then when they realized no one showed up, they've now walked away, and now they're hearing the footsteps, and now they're coming back. But this could be dangerous. You're walking in to a bunch of Glocks here on the ramp position, and they're actually going to let it go. I think they don't really want to fight for it. Nemanja, how does he get it? He spins around again.
Guys?
A second P250 kill.
Sometimes the USP in the back, it can let you down, Anders. It can happen. It's a real shame. And now we've got a 5 versus 3. Wildcard in a prime position. The in-game leader, Nemanja, setting them up for success here as now Volts will have to lead the charge, making his way down towards his lower bomb site. It's going to be Mateus to open things up. And maybe they've got a slight chance here. 4 versus 3. But time is running thin, and they are running out of players as well. Mateus and Banjo taken care of. Volt, as we mentioned, that Gamer Legion DNA is showing through, but it's going to be peeping to close things out there. Bit of a weird one. They had all the advantages there on the CT side. A missed shot on the back. There's Nemanja get a double kill and a Wildcard pistol in the bag.
If you want to say something positive about that round, is they actually identified perfectly what was going on. They knew when there were 4 people in the ramp that there had to be someone lurking outside, so they actually went to find Nemanja to isolate him. Like tactically, the play for FOKUS makes a lot of sense because they had read the incoming T-push perfectly. They just didn't find the kills. That is an important part of the game, many people have said.
It's one of the parts of the game.
Definitely one of the parts of the game.
So we've got a force buy. We love these on Nuke.
Why, Henry, though?
Because with Nuke, you have so many tight choke points. If you don't go outside, you choose to go towards Squeaky, Hut, or Ramp, things can get very uncomfortable. And we are setting ourselves up to maybe go towards the aforementioned Ramp. A boost is coming in here as well.
You warned about this yesterday. You say you do this in these kind of rounds, it's a bit more obvious. People might check it.
These sort of rounds, yes, but it's all about the chaos that Volt can present. If he's able to find a couple of kills, they will overlook it.
Yeah, well, they're throwing a lot of grenades at him. He's trying to get around the corner. That's chaos. He's found the kills. He's done some damage. Jorko's been revealed, but still not bad. Like, it's a force-up. You trade 2 for 2, and now CTR comes in. Vets under the kill. They keep trading back and forth, and suddenly we're in a 1 versus 2. MHL low enough that he could die very fast here, but he's going to get the kill. And now we got 50 seconds left for this 1v1. Mateus, he's down to the B bomb site, but the problem here is MHL has no idea what's happening. He doesn't know where he is at all.
Well, he can pump the brakes, slow things right down. 52 HP. Mateus, bear in mind, Anders, just with the Deagle, no utility.
Yeah. Does have body armor and helmet.
He does have Kevlar.
Which, against the Galil, you never know, could be that crucial difference.
It depends. Does he dare go down the vents, or does he maintain his focus towards his upper bomb site? So we'll be going towards the latter. Bomb to be planted, that's for sure. He throws a Molotov. Starts sneaking up the vents. There we go. Advantage Mateus.
Yeah, but he had to throw the Molotov. There was no other way out. He's crept around. He's just dodged around.
Nice positioning, though. MHL's done very well here. I think he wins.
Yeah, Mateus could think that he's gone into HUT as well. Like,
Yeah,
snuck out
exactly.
the other way. Yeah, he
I
might
don't-
just be... Oh, he's actually going to check it. That's
Oh.
crazy.
Wow.
Very nice work. That's an easy position to overlook.
Yeah, I don't think you check that in a million years, but he gets away with it, and it will be Mateus coming out on top. Very patient there towards events. A chaotic round, but it will be FOKUS bouncing back there on the second round, forced by... We talked about the ramp, Anders, the tightest choke point on the map.
Yeah.
Chaos always ensues when you head towards that position. Volt did more than enough to do enough damage. They set up a couple of kills. They've got a 3 versus 3 at this stage. You can see that's the chaos we're talking about. Setting up that 5-7 does a bit more damage, and then that's when the lobby crunch comes through as well.
Yeah.
ZTR managed to get one. MHL fighting for his life, but yeah, Mateus well read. I didn't think he'd ever check that. You would assume he's gone towards the hub. And now it's forced by in response. Wildcard, what have you got for us? Apparently an opening kill. It's going to be Romania, in-game leader. Finding that opener.
Spray on through the smoke as well. So a fair bit of damage to CTR. You're going to be careful. He's back inside of the bomb site now.
Bear in mind, it's in-game leader with the AK as well.
Yeah, he's taking it on his own shoulders to try and do some
After
work
that P250 sequence, I don't mind it.
Yeah, he looked hot out the gate, didn't he?
Oh,
Unfortunately,
that's-
no one's checking that. Nemanja gone down. Banyo, one of the players, probably the player to watch on this FOKUS team. Keep your eyes on him. And he is for real from Finland, by the way.
Part of the Finnish super team, perhaps? With extra person.
Although I've said for many years, Poland kind of is the Finland of Central Europe.
Okay,
So
yeah, that's fair.
I'll give that one to Richard. I think it's fine.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, there we have it. FOKUS will find the 2-1. It was an open kill from Nemanja, but not quite enough there. ZTR steps up for FOKUS. Should be 3-1 all day long. Oh. Kind of
I heard low HP, bro.
negative vibes
Yeah.
for Wildcard.
Wait, how's he done that? It's like a bottle flip, but with a flashbang. Didn't even know that was possible.
I did know it was possible, but I am still impressed. But yeah.
It's the most exciting thing that's happened to me today, Henry. I'll tell you that much.
Well, it's early in the morning. Maybe the day will get better, Anders. Who knows?
Yeah, well,
But he was low HP, guys.
he was.
I don't know if that's useful information. Getting into that after the round's already over.
Would have been good information before in the round.
Sure.
Earlier.
I feel
right.
like bringing that up is not going to create a positive environment.
Yeah, I understand what you. I
Like we talk about that post game.
Yeah, we'll bring it up later. Shadow showing, CTR, he's registered in his mind, he's not really too worried about it. They are going to be jumping around from every angle. Okay, he's jumping in return. Got some nice kills coming out with the MP9. And the round is over very quickly. We'll take it. We don't want, we want to go back to the AKs, which we're going to get right now from Wildcard. Again, I think it's worth pointing out this team has played so few games with Nemanja. Currently, their most played map is Nuke, which they played 4 times, 75% win rate. That's really good. Their second most played map is Inferno, which they played 3 times, and they've won it 0 times. So just in general, their map pool is almost non-existent. It is a really tough break here for Wildcard. And they didn't know they were going to be at the tournament either, right? They only got in...
They were the wild card.
They were the Wildcard, yeah.
That was your joke yesterday. I didn't even get it.
I'm glad we've arrived now, Henry. It's because it was such a intelligent joke that it just takes a while. Like,
It was layered.
it's a real slow burner.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the best I could cook up, tragically. So
Well, let's see whether Wildcard can start to cook here as well. After winning the pistol, it's not been too good for them. We are going to see full buy, though. I say full buy. Nemanja actually got the MAC-10 by virtue of him purchasing that Hero AK previously. We've got some Molotovs being delivered towards upper. ZTRs look pretty solid in this bomb site. And oh my god, through they go. And it has not gone well at all. This upper execution, sure. You might have given it a good go, but you've not even made a dent, really.
it was cool, the idea of Molotoving the rafters and the hut, but when no CTs are playing there, they don't have to move. Like the benefit of throwing those Molotovs is if the CTs are running out of the fire while you're running in with flashbangs, it's a pretty good bet that you can win some fights there. But if they're not actually in those positions, yes, the flashbangs will work, but as we can tell, not enough to shut down Banyo. He is back. 6-2 right now. He is definitely their highest rated player. Quite an exciting character. We're getting a lot of them these days that are coming up from the from the lower levels.
We might need a few of them, considering how some of the top teams are unraveling at the seams.
Anyone in particular you're thinking about?
No, no one in particular,
Okay.
but
All right.
you can have a think about it.
All right. I might piece it together myself,
Yeah.
actually.
It feels like some of the teams at the very top might have to be reconsidering their lineups. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's very diplomatic of you, Henry, not
Yeah.
to be shaming anybody. I appreciate that. You know,
No shame.
You are a gentleman, if nothing else, you know.
Thank you so much. Timeout, though. A much-needed one. Things aren't looking too great here. Wildcard, after winning like a pistol they probably shouldn't have won. I say that with bated breath. Like, it was a very nice sequence from Romania, but it was a player who was shooting him in the back. He got a 180 P50 kill.
Yeah.
180 again, got another one. Really impressive stuff. But, like, in the grand scheme of things, you shouldn't be winning that round.
I think, unfortunately, that's actually a really good point, right?
Yeah.
That they have one round that's based off that play. It really does boil down.
It was a
to
great
that.
play,
It was
but like you can't really sustain that level. Like those 180 kills aren't going to keep coming. So
No.
Wildcard picked Nuke, and they are being outclassed.
They did.
In every single facet of the game so far. I've not seen much to convince me otherwise, but we're at very early stages here. Have they gone for a force buy?
Yes, they have.
They've gone for, okay, so this will be some sort of crazy set piece. Romania, we set the vibes, didn't look great over there. So this will be like an upper rush, and it looks to be the case. Let's hope they can make a bit of a dent here.
Banyo on top of the hut.
Okay, that's the kill they needed.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Wreck goes down, but CTR was hiding in the smoke the whole time, and now spraying through from Mini.
Getting somewhere here.
It's a little bit dangerous, but at least they're on the sites trying to pick up the bomb here. CTR comes back for it.
Hell.
Now it's on the ground again. Nemani and Wreck kind of boxed in here. CTR's just doing so much work. He's found 3 kills in the round. How's he done this? Back for a 4th. He's relentless.
Yeah, he's looking very comfortable out there. Rolling back the years, Anders.
I think CTR is a bit of an underrated figure in the Swedish scene.
Okay.
I don't know why he's...
Or the Finnish scene?
Or the Finnish scene.
Yeah, whatever. Whichever one.
But they do have Finland and Sweden. They do have this weird crossover at the border. Like
Okay.
up north, you go up, you can't tell who's who. Like
I didn't know that.
they all speak both Swedish and Finnish. It's crazy up there.
I'm sorry. This is like quite nice from ZTR, but Wildcard look lost. They look lost. I'm sorry.
didn't want to be the one to say it.
They have no idea like where they're being pushed from, why they're forced buying that round. I couldn't really tell you. Wasn't worth it. Like, we're round 7. We've barely even had a full gun round yet. Like, there's been Mac 10s and Galils in every gun round they brought out. Force buys where you're just rushing up, where you haven't really found any sort of weakness there. If anything, it's been very strong for FOKUS. We're going towards a ramp. Don't mind this. It's a partial buy now. We've got a Mac 10. Nemani, the in-game leader. AK again. Hero just taken down. Volt, sorry, can just drop down, confirm they've got ramp. Yep, like we always say, it's not a bomb site. Doesn't really do too much for you, I'm afraid. And now you've got no grenades, so that was your play. That Hero AK into ramp.
That was it. No plan B, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You have to try and find some
He's going to
crazy
slow it
spots.
down and hope that someone can get a pick.
Yeah. Hasn't happened yet. Peeping is there on the other side. Desk talking about how he's playing some different roles. Maybe less of a star position for him at the moment. See how that affects his mental.
Yeah, I guess Hexed coming in. You'd assume he's like the star player of this squad at this point. Okay, Volt, a little bit over-ambitious with that play. Unnecessary, I would say, considering you had the opening kill, and now you've let them in.
That's a great shot from Rick. Credit where it's due. That was really cool. Just pre-aiming that one before he even turns the corner.
Might have a round here.
They might, in fact, have a round. I wonder if we can get the replay from Rek's point of view. I'd love to see that. Hext, waiting. Oh, Mateo shows up. He got both the headshots. Don't let it fall away now. Wildcard, this is your chance to really build something. Jorko's going to land that. Little flick onto Rek. And now it's MHL already taking a little bit of something here. Grenades landing on top of him, and he's forced out. Banyo to find him. And the defuse is going to be in.
Okay, well, that was their best chance. Yeah, I have to say, Volt trying to hunt for a bit of information there, made things a bit uncomfortable. He did very well on the first kill, but posting himself up to try and get some information almost gave the round over. But generally speaking, very nice retake. FOKUS goes 6-1 here on their opponent's map pick. Wildcard seem a bit frustrated. They have got a full buy, though. I can confirm that after the partial. This was a lovely shot from Volt.
Yeah.
When you know, though, when you've got that sort of advantage. Yeah, that sort of reposition.
Yeah.
The re-aggro of the ramp.
It's
very
risky.
difficult to do. Like if it's clear, great information. If you go down though, you can see that was almost a bit of a disaster, but generally speaking, they're okay. Got the AWP from HL now.
Oh, we've seen some grenade tech here. Double nade on top of the silo.
No one home.
And even one inside of the bomb site. 3 grenades. No one was there. That undercuts the excitement by a little bit, but
Sure.
nonetheless. Hex has taken damage early on, though. He's already down to 13 health. They set up another smoke wall. This particular wall, Henry, this double wall in front of Mini, up until recently, the only team in the world I could find doing this particular lineup was FaZe. And I think I even had some tweets about it. I was asking, like, how come nobody else is doing this? But for a good, like, couple of months, FaZe was the only team that did this. And now other teams are picking it up. It's kind of interesting.
It's very interesting. FaZe might be here today. Might being the operative word. We're not sure if they're going to turn up.
Yeah, we heard there's a lot of rumors going around all the time now. I can't tell what's what anymore, so I just try not to start.
I don't
myself.
have any inside info. All
right.
I know is they might be here.
I heard there were rented bicycles,
There's like,
and that's how they would get here.
I guess like there is a way they get here. Whether they make it is yet to be seen. That's exciting though. Well, that's going to be on the B stream, so we'll have to keep track of that. For now though, FOKUS looking comfortable once again. We've got Hex, very low HP. Nice work from MHL, but takes a lot of damage en route. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. Advantage FOKUS though, and it's all about this heaven backstab.
Oh,
And Hex has got it.
he's holding 3 positions at once. That seems very chaotic. There's still very little help on that T side, though. You've got to be careful here. Jorko lands the shot of the Hex.
There's no time.
Oh, he found it. You're absolutely right, Henry. Time was running out. He couldn't have planted the bomb there. He finds the headshot instead.
God. It doesn't get closer than that. Unlucky for FOKUS, I suppose. Nice backstab coming in from Hex towards the heavens. Definitely not a comfortable round. So the 2 rounds they've won is that crazy pistol from Romania with the kind of a 180 flicks, and then the spray through the smoke when you had 0 chance to plant the bomb. Wildcard are on borrowed time right now. Outside smoke's being deployed early.
Oh,
Missed Molotov from someone.
more fireworks than anything else.
Yeah, nice to look at.
Celebrating early, perhaps, as we're still only in the first half of the series. I would really like to see Wildcard as a missed smoke as well. It's a good catch from the observers here. That's in fact completely right. You want to see that drop down and waterfall off the side. I'd love to see Wildcard pick up another round here. Like, try and make it more competitive game. This is the map that if they're going to do anything in the series, it'll be on this map.
You did say that.
That's important. Great grenade tech, that Molotov falling back down, but CTR, he's hanging on the door to dodge the Molotov of the hut. It's a very cheeky way to play it. Banjo is ready. See if he can get one more kill.
Nice wallbang.
Wall banged out. Wreck, he showed up. He's had some really cool kills in this series so far. Got the opening earlier down below.
2 players have gone down towards lower, which is great, but it's the bomb that needs to join them. But we do have Volt here. Well read, the ramp player.
Yeah.
We're going to shut this one down. There's the first, and now repositioning. Here come his teammates. It's MHL, the worst weapon for the job, really. 2 versus 1. Needs to try and plant that bomb. AWP in hand, and Volt just plays it perfectly. A very capable player. Good to see him back on his feet in a decent team.
Pretty rough.
And that was looking good. That was Wildcard, another upper execution. A little bit sloppy, a little bit 1-by-1-ish, and then they had to make the mid-round call to get down the vents, and there's the bomb that had to go down last, and yeah.
Probably the kind of round that builds some frustration too, because Rek does get 3 kills to open the round with. Like, you'd think, that's it, we're pretty much home safe. But no. Instead, Volt, like you said, rotating down below, read it quite a bit ahead of time, and they just weren't prepared for him being there. Cuban, what a legend. He's been around for a very long time. He's doing talking in the background.
Had some good runs. Even as of late, taking some young teams all the way to quarterfinals or majors. Paris 2023, most notably.
Yeah, you know, he's dedicated himself to the craft of coaching.
Yeah, and at this point, this is a great lineup for him.
I think it is, yeah.
See whether he can get the most out of this plucky squad. And they're looking quite good right now. Wildcard, you can see that they've definitely got their struggles. Nemania's having to do a lot. He's always one with the hero rifles, and maybe for good reason, gets that nice opener, but they keep trying to do this upper bomb side of thing over and over. Trying to execute into this area. We've got 3 CTs coming in from the heavens. Looking to cause a ruckus here. They're not going to even allow them to try and plant. This is a great retake. Really nice counter-strike. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Stifle them.
Tell you this about FOKUS, right? They lost to PARIVISION in this tournament.
But it was an overtime, right?
It was on overtime on Inferno. That was 16-14. More importantly, on Dust 2, which is FOKUS' worst map that they actually play. They don't play Anubis.
Yep.
It was still 13-9. They got close. But overtime on Inferno, and I'll tell you what. PARIVISION almost beat Vitality on Inferno recently.
Yeah. Yep.
So by extension, by logic, FOKUS almost beat Vitality.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree.
Logic, you know.
The money, though, for Wildcard, the economy management has been pretty woeful. The amount of rounds now...
That's fair.
We've seen with hero AKs that have not really paid off, and then you have to come in with Galils across the board. You're just desperate now. This is your pick.
It's a desperate team, Henry.
It's quite desperate right now. They are getting schooled by FOKUS. They look way too comfortable defending that upper bomb. So that's all they really seem to be bringing to the table is the upper execution time and time again, which is fine if you're pulling it off and you're finding the wins and you're got momentum on your side of the server. Sure. Mateus playing in front of the. Yeah, but you think he'd fall back off it. That's the problem. He's actually done very well to play in front of it. I don't think they'll assume he's actually at the top of Secret. Aggro being taken towards the garage side as well, and that's what I mean.
Right. But that's a great detail. I think you're absolutely right. Like, yeah, they probably thought he fell back, even if they did hear it. Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, we got a nice little jumping Mac 10 kill there. A chance, I suppose.
They'd love to pick up that AWP instead, especially when keeping low on health. But
nice work from ZTR. Just falling back there, not getting too greedy, getting the kill. Guaranteeing the round. If he goes down there, a 3v1, it's possible for MHL, right? A 4v1, though,
sure.
30 seconds, you ain't winning this. Let's look at the loss bonus situation. Now, as they get $3,400 into the next round, it'll be Galils again. Galils, AKs, and Tech 9.
That's so many rounds, though.
Yeah, they've had like maybe 1 or 2 gun rounds here. They are out of their depth.
Which, coming in on a wild card.
And they won the pistol, by the way.
And they won the pistol, that's a good point. Like, coming into the tournament that they did, surely the point here is to get some real LAN experience and to kind of like, but that's also why it's a little bit annoying to see them be so frustrated, because in a way, this is just like the best kind of practice you can get for Wildcard to kind of test everything out. Nobody really expects anything of you.
That's fair.
Like, they should be playing much more relaxed in some sense. Like, I don't want to see them bickering at all.
Another round, we have Galils.
It's another round, yes.
I think we've had maybe 2 gun rounds, and I think I'm being generous there for Wildcard here in this first half. Depends what your definition is of a full buy, but I would say we've had 2.
We said some part of the game is about shooting field. The other part is about economy to some extent.
Upper execution again. Is it going to work out this time, Anders? I don't think so.
CTR's been a demon defending this bomb site, along with Banjo, of course.
It's been just the same thing. Just get to lobby, set up the upper execution, and hopefully make it through. It just hasn't really looked like it's ever going to work. And that's half.
Wow.
10-2. And this is one of the maps you just want to forget, unfortunately. You win the pistol and you win 1 scrappy follow-up round. FOKUS, let's look at the positives. They look very good. Honestly,
yes.
Like good Counter-Strike, good fundamentals, individuals looking very strong. Shout out to ZTR as well, in-game leader, 15-8, top fragging. Great to see him bouncing back as well. Like we said, Gamer Legion DNA here with him and Volt in the team. Yeah, this is looking too comfortable, though. We heard some of the comms from Wildcard. They're frustrated. I don't think they're prepared for this level of competition.
No.
Understandably so.
That's the thing. Like, we can understand why that's the case.
Yep. Not trying to give them a hard time or beat them up or anything, but the proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Yeah, FOKUS are already beating them up, so we don't need don't need that. Don't need that. The good news, Henry, is Inferno as a second map is the second most played map for Wildcard.
Okay.
They haven't won it yet, but they play it.
Caveat: they haven't won it yet.
But they do play it.
Okay, let's be open-minded for the second half. Let's see whether they can win another pistol here, get both in the bag. They will be on the CT side. If ever there was a map for a comeback, it would be nuke, CT side, and we'll see whether they can pick this one up. 10-2 though, doesn't feel great.
It really
just the way it went down as well. Like every single facet of the game, specifically the economy management, was not looking good.
But it's a good catch-up with those of us who maybe haven't seen too much of FOKUS sort of, in person, haven't got the chance to really, see them play a lot, here and there. But again, they're a brand new team. Okay, Banjo and Mateos, they open up the bidding on the second half pistol.
Hang on, peeping.
Got the dualies.
There is a chance. He only gets one though.
Oh, yeah.
Now they'll be aware.
He wanted to... Oh, that's the bomb as well, slipping away. There's nobody on the
three
bomb side.
CTs lower.
That's a crazy call.
Really good call though.
That's not bad at all. I said I thought they would make the playoffs, Henry.
Who FOKUS?
Yes.
And after seeing this, I've never watched them before, to be honest. And yeah, they look like a well-rounded squad. Like, in terms of star power, not many names that are leaping off the page, but I've heard a lot about Banjo, for example. Yeah. I know ZTR and Volt are a safe pair of hands. Mateus seems to be very good at 16-5. See if Hex can do anything on this retake. They've got a lot of work to do and not much HP to do it with. Convincing victory, and there we have it. That's going to be pretty much GG, ladies and gentlemen.
I didn't really follow their trajectory from the start. I had people telling me about them, and I thought, well, I just haven't seen anything yet. But I went and did somewhat of a deep dive before this tournament, because there were like a couple of teams that I felt like I didn't know a lot about. Voca was one of them. FOKUS was another one that I just felt like I didn't really sort of have any grasp of. And when I went to look at FOKUS and I spent like 3 or 4 hours looking into some of their games and whatever else you do to prepare for a game. And I must say, I was very convinced when I saw that. Like just before the tournament started, I thought, you know what, I actually think they can do it.
Well, let's see how good they are handling these 4 spies. These are some of the hardest rounds to win in CS2. It takes a lot of discipline, takes good teamwork. You have to treat it like a gun round. You can't give too much away. You can't be lackadaisical in your approach. And I'm not seeing any of that. I'm seeing very efficient, very disciplined play.
Yeah.
Using this wall of smokes to get 3 players down towards Secret. Nice area to go. It's very unlikely they stack the lower bomb site. As I say that though, Anders, we do have 2 players down towards lower bomb site.
There are a couple of people here, you're right.
But as long as you trade out effectively and provide correct fundamentals, you should be okay.
I like this setup from Hexton peeping. I mean, the idea is there for it. You do need to stay alive here, X. He's going to do it down so quickly.
Thing is, okay, really perfect play.
Yeah.
You get that first kill, you send the MAC-10 in next as the cannon fodder, the sacrificial lamb, and it's honestly perfect.
Would it be fair to say that the difficulty of keeping focus in these kind of rounds when you're up against is compounded by the fact that you're winning so much? Like, surely the temptation
Absolutely,
there, like...
and they play this round to perfection.
Yeah.
And I don't use that word often.
You really don't.
Normally quite critical, as we all know. But that is exactly how you play against this sort of round. And even though we walked into the stack down towards lower, you clear those choke points very, very effectively. In terms of the Counter-Strike fundamentals that we discussed before, doesn't get much better than that. Get the first kill. You don't just assume it's clear. You send the MAC-10 round first, and then you set it yourself up. Even if he goes down, there's a perfect trade. And him jumping around the corner as well guarantees that CT player that could be there only gets 1 kill.
Yeah. That's very cool. I guess for those of us who aren't part of the, we're not part of the FOKUS team meetings, we don't know. We can only derive what the culture might be like from watching them play. This is the kind of round where you say, well, the culture looks like a team that understands these fundamentals.
Yeah, and this is up against a pretty weak wild card from what we've seen. But they're not giving anything away. They are not disrespecting their opponent.
Yeah.
They're playing every round, fully locked in, and that's what I want to focus on right now. Like Wildcard, new roster. Like we said yesterday, Romania hadn't even played Mirage with them when they played against Bait. It was the first showing. So not trying to beat up on them too bad.
Well, the
FOKUS, I'm excited about. You told me coming in here today that this was a team to be interested in, look out for. They're going to make the playoffs. I wasn't really buying it when I saw the lineup on paper, but watching this,
more convincing.
This is looking very impressive.
The thing about having that kind of discipline too, right? Like almost by the definition of the word, you can't really just have like selective discipline. It doesn't work like that. So if you're going to be a focused team that doesn't throw away rounds, that stays, on point, you got to do it all the time.
And it's FOKUS calling a timeout now as well, because as Henry G always says, round number 13, the hardest round in the world to pick up. This is where the FOKUS, for lack of a better word, could drop off.
Nice. Yeah, reminding everybody.
bringing in the coach, making sure everyone's on board. Like, we haven't won this game yet.
Yeah.
Let's make this one easy. Let's not let them back into it. We always talk about the idea of us getting, let's get up to 5 or 6 rounds. Even though the game's over, let's get warmed up and brush this one off. No, leave them stewing. Let's close it out now. Let's bring the best strategy we have to close out this game right here.
It's a good mentality. I like it. Let's see if they actually can do it. They got the MAC 10 and the UMP, so kind of still a bonus situation for them in many ways. But yeah, taking the time out, checking the ramp early. They were going to get countered with smokes there again. We've got a double setup down below from Wildcard, who honestly, in terms of the weapons, everything else, kind of a desperate situation. I don't mind that they're trying to do something like this. Double push with the MP9, and they've got Nemanja in the garage as well. Oh, they do this as well? I think we saw this earlier as well, maybe yesterday. Set up here. Could be very hard to read. See if it pays off. For now,
this is going to be the lowest split from what I can see. We're heading towards the ramp.
Okay.
We've got 2 players towards outside. They've already presented a wall of smokes, trying to bait out any potential grenades and anyone spamming through. But here comes a response. Okay, quite a nasty one. But like we said, this is all a bit of a ruse. They can call in towards upper if they want to. Knowing there's players towards Secret now, you can just go in towards the upper bomb side. Wow. Exactly what they've done. This is really nice, Anders. Loving this. Nice shot from Nemanja. He's actually been one of the only players that's really turned up today, but no helmet. And that should be GG. Should be.
I like the fact you said that, like they change it from the lower split into an upper in no time flat. That also says something about the calling on FOKUS, right?
Well, we've already seen them stack lower a couple of times. The fact there was 2 players towards Secret, it suggests that there's some antics going on down there. Let's get in towards upper. It won't be a usual setup.
Just a clinical performance from this FOKUS team.
Really nice. Yeah.
1 kill away
I
now.
want that to be the focus again.
That's
pardon the pun of this game. That this team is actually looking rock solid.
Yeah. If Big ever play FOKUS, we're going to be in trouble.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point.
Going to get completely wrecked. Just like Wreck, he goes down. It's a 13-2 victory. FOKUS looking very sharp.
Yes, less forward focus and more high-performance sports vehicle. Wildcard just never at the races in that one.
I mean, I said it earlier, Rich. The fact that Nuke was picked by them looked like a desperation play. And if you look at that map, it was desperation play indeed. That T side seemed to consist of one idea and one idea only. We're going to hit it up a bomb set. This is execute. I saw on TikTok. And we're going to work with this. And if it doesn't work, well, we're screwed. That's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get away with picking Nuke twice and then end up having 3 rounds in total across 2 T-halves. That's combined with the bait game that we saw yesterday, right? So it's, or on day 1 it was, I think. It just felt very flat. We saw kind of several rounds where even they team flashed, they couldn't really get through to the A-bomb.
Oh, we have those rounds.
On there. Ah, you have it. Okay, yeah. I didn't know that. Then it's kind of obvious that they don't have the playtime, that they don't have everything drilled in it completely. And that's, you know, Henry was right. It's kind of understandable. For me, I just wanted to give more props to FOKUS for actually having really solid basics. You know, this is a team that's been together for 2 months, and yet a lot of these retakes that we saw when they were in 3v3 situations, they put them together so fast. Everybody knew, okay, we are throwing flashes, then we were just pushing together. Everything was super solid in terms of stopping Wildcard completely in their tracks whenever they had the opportunity to. So I just, I wanted to shift focus away more on the on the positive.
Look, we're all just gonna have to get over that. They're called a common word that we use in sports vernacular. So
indeed, yeah.
We're just gonna have to get over.
So I just wanted to give them credit as opposed to bashing on Wildcard too much for having some mistakes, silly mistakes when it's a team that exists for a month.
I 100% agree. It's also for FOKUS. It's easy, right? When you're going up against Wildcard, you're one of the kind of like the favorites to at least maybe make it to the playoffs, have a good time over there. It's so easy to just get a little lackadaisical, be a little bit of lift the foot off your forward focus, accelerate a little bit, but no, you're really, really locked in. You're really not allowing Wildcard even a sniff of a chance to come back into this game, right? Apart from maybe perhaps the final round where they just had the SMGs just running on in. Even then, it was still very cohesive. There was no individual plays overall. So again, FOKUS continuing to impress, considering, as we said, man, what a young team.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this as well. You saw Mathios jumping off there. Not even one of the names we've talked about a lot. And look, the one thing I would expect Wildcard to be able to do, like a lot of these teams, like NRG, you know, are they going to make it to the playoffs? Like, probably not. But
I think it's
yeah, you know, like, but it's like
jury is in on that one. I think
you've got experienced players. You can all aim. You're still in the top percentile of pros to even be here in the first place. So why not just simplify it and out-aim people? They couldn't even really do that. That's the worrying thing.
I don't think they even defaulted even like, you know, maybe 1 or 2 rounds here and there. And it's so weird because, again, this is your map pick. Right? In a game you really must win. You're like, all right, Dustin didn't work out against them. Mirage didn't work out. Let's try Nuke. And then I take a look at this round. And this is something they've tried a couple of times, right? Trying to go for this upper hit on what is basically a buy round. What they're going to do here, standard stuff. By the way, failed Molotov from FOKUS when help that matters. Smokes outside. They don't even try to sell. And then one failed smoke over there, right? They don't even try to sell this fake. There's no one pushing out and making any noise. And then a hit comes in, exec comes in. But a CT's molly off hot, and they don't have even one singular smoke to extinguish the Molotov. So instead, what happens is the player comes out, he's taking damage. The incendiary prevents the remaining teams from coming out. Sure, they're able to get a couple of kills here, and then it becomes a little awkward. They have control of this bomb site. They head down towards the lower bomb site where, by the way, he was all by his lonesome with a bomb when his teammates went down. So there's a lot of disconnects happening here. I don't think the round necessarily played out that terribly for Wildcard over here. It was a very well played round from FOKUS instead. But it's the fact that the utility usage is all over the place. Look at this. Look at the POV of the T's. Actually, you can't see the POV of the T's over here, but you see the flashes coming out, and it is actually going to be them just getting completely blinded by their own team flashes, right? So just super uncomfortable rounds from them, and just the fact that when you're going to be hitting the bomb site, especially in a map like Nuke, when you're going for a full exec, one would assume that you know where the flashes are coming in from, which flashes are being thrown in, what the pathing needs to be, where your entry needs to be looking towards. And they were doing the complete opposite. So I'm like, okay, fine, you picked the map, you had a couple of ideas, but clearly, I don't even think you drill those ideas in, which is worrying for me.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you'd expect maybe to try for them to go back to a just 2 pick. Obviously, they tried it the first time, didn't necessarily work against FOKUS in the previous LAN, right? But it is a map that's just easier to play, even if it is more tactical, you know, than a lot of people make out to be. Oh, just 2 is such an easy map. There's still so much more space that you have to work with if you can just default out and let your players, you know, come up with some individual plays. You know, you have some little moves that you can use. Nuke is such a heavily tactical map. You have to know your rotations perfectly, all the strats you have to have perfectly drilled for them to work as intended. Otherwise, you know, end up in situations that you just pointed out, right?
Just to highlight a couple of small examples, whenever you see an upper Nuke head, there's so many variations of flashes and Molotovs and smokes which you can use, right? And you need to drill the players where to look at, where to go, where to path out. Does too. You try, you know, you smoke off, you know, the cross towards long, couple of, hey, I'm flashing behind you, just look the other way, boom, 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 let your players pop off, because they do have some decent aimers. Hex is a solid aimer, Peeping's a solid aimer as well, and you know, and they can potentially make them sweat a little bit. Instead, you go for such a high tactical map where you showed nothing yesterday, and you continue to show nothing today.
I mean, I just think in general, the top tier teams, what they do with utility, like it's no coincidence. Sorry to just bring FaZe to the table again for a few seconds, but it's no coincidence that if you look at the people that are attending, you know, this tier of events, they're the ones with the worst utility stats right now in terms of it dropping down. I think they got the worst like ADR from nades and stuff like this, and it's like, look, the top teams will kill you. You're blind. You're in a smoke. You know, they push you, pull you around the map. They save nades so they can break up your tactics. Like, I saw none of that from Wildcard, and you can't really bring that to the table here, you know?
Yeah, and it's also because, like, FOKUS weren't playing anything special, right? They're just playing very default. There was no aggression coming. There was no, like, lobby crunches, you know, fighting for outside. They're like, all right, we're just going to have this crossfire up top. And they were just sitting in pretty much the same positions, playing towards Mustang, playing towards, you know, Heaven, one playing towards the CT vent side, like the second vent side. And it was the same setup almost seemingly every time. And yet, they just shut it down again and again and again. So it's not like they were trying anything crazy. So, yeah, I feel for Wildcard, I don't think they're ready quite yet. I think this still far, far away from being a team who can make things a little bit interesting.
Let's quickly set up Inferno. I think, obviously, based on what we've seen, you know, we kind of feel that the writing's on the wall. But we did that the other day with Astralis, if you remember. So, you know, anything can happen. But, I mean, I really do feel the gulf between these two teams. Remember, this is FOKUS's pick, so...
Richard, it's going to end here. I'm putting it on the line. It is going to end here. Yesterday, FOKUS on Inferno, they almost took down PARIVISION, almost took down a Time Lord, and it came down to some classic game calls at the very end to sneak it through overtime and get the win. But it's been very impressive. I really enjoyed watching Volt, especially alongside ZTR in the banana position. Just, man, duking out banana against a team like PARIVISION, it's not easy. And I think he did a fantastic job, especially, on the CD side, on the T side as well. It's kind of his the king of banana for this team, so to speak. So yeah, for Wildcard, after what we saw in Nuke, I didn't fancy any chance for them.
And that map actually went back to what I was talking about with FOKUS having surprisingly good basics. Especially on the B-bomb side you were talking about, Volt seemed to always have the smoke for blocking like last 30 seconds because they exactly knew what was coming from PARIVISION, the type of style that they have. You can sometimes save up a couple more grenades to try to combat that slow style. And like he always seemed to be able to disrupt anything that was coming to the B-bomb side. Obviously, in the end went the other way, but taking PARIVISION to overtime is no small task these days for sure. And it was just they didn't do anything crazy over that map. It was just very strong basics from top to bottom.
All right, guys, great talking to you. We must take a break now. After that break, we're going to find out if Wildcard can crawl their way out of their own personal hell on Inferno.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with Hexed of Wildcard? Hexed, let's jump into a hot topic. So the signing of Nemanja was sort of a wild card in itself. How did it happen?
I mean, we knew we needed some change. There were some issues within the team that we needed to fix. I mean, I joined not too long ago, so I don't know if these were lingering before, but yeah, some issues were happening. So we knew we needed an IGL, and then we got him. I mean, I've heard of him from a long time ago, and I know he's been frying recently as well. So I think it was a bit of a no-brainer pick when we saw we had the chance, and yeah.
Yeah, he's been killing it, but as an IGL, what are you hoping he brings to the team? Or yeah, let's start with that. What are you hoping he brings to the team?
Well, there's obviously different calling styles. There's more like strat heavy, where you don't really get much freedom, and then there's the opposite, where you get a lot of freedom and there's not too many strats. And I think he's more into that category, and I like that because he wants people to take initiative and take space whenever they want, whatever they think is right, and he doesn't really punish. Like, he doesn't get mad if you make a mistake. He's honestly, it's the opposite. Like, he's happy if you're actually making mistakes. So that means you're trying new things and you're wanting to learn. And I think it's a great thing to have in IGL.
Hext, as you mentioned yourself, Nemanja relatively new to the team. What's it been like integrating into Wildcard?
Yeah, so for me, it's like, I mean, I know of these guys already on the team. So it's like, it was more so just getting to know their personality. But like my personality, I feel like I'm pretty easy to get along with. And I'm a little outgoing now than I was before, more now than I was before. So I think it's easy for me to get along with kind of anybody. So it really wasn't that hard for me to fit in within the team.
Okay, and now let's talk about the event itself. So PGL Bucharest, what are your general expectations going into the event, Hext?
Honestly, it's more so like there's no pressure, you know, because we shouldn't even be here. So it's kind of just like trying to see who we can upset, because I think everybody were an upset pretty much here. So if we can do that, you know, the future's bright, but, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, in that sense, do you and the guys see it as sort of a big opportunity that's fallen into your laps?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, like I said, we weren't supposed to be here, so the fact we are here is like, we have so much to gain and so little to lose, so.
Yeah, so even considering that you're feeling less pressure given the circumstance of how you got here, how motivated are you guys with the opportunity?
Yeah, me personally, I'm very motivated because, I mean, just being back to these tournaments, like, you kind of miss how everything is, you know, like there's a strict schedule, everybody like treats you very nicely, you know, like everything is so nice about it, and I think just me personally, like I miss that, like going to the smaller tournaments of like Urban Riga or Roman Imperium, like they're both good tournaments, but nothing is like a tier 1 tournament. It's completely different.
Yeah, so in that sense, very excited to be here.
Very excited.
Wicked. Well, Hext, I think, actually, no, one more thing. So lack of pressure aside, very, very motivated. What would be a good result for Wildcard?
I mean, a good result for Wildcard, genuinely, would be, I would say, like, at least 3 wins.
Okay, cool.
If we can get 3 wins, I feel like that'd be a really, really good result, because there's teams here that aren't playing very well right now, and I feel like them thinking like they're the top, like, you know, they should beat us for sure. It's like that puts way more pressure on them than to us. So them not playing well combined with, you know, the pressure that they have, it's like I feel like we can easily take some wins from them.
All right, well, Hext, wishing you the best of luck. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to everybody watching at home before I let you go?
I mean, I would say thank you for supporting, but I don't feel like not a lot of people are supporting Wildcard. So, I mean, if you become new supporters from this tournament, then I appreciate it. And yeah, follow me on Twitter.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready with the second map here, and we're watching FOKUS and Wildcard, who are coming hot off their victory against FaZe. Unfortunately, things have not really worked out so well for them here, Henry.
Not so much, not so much. Wildcard right now, I don't know. It feels like they're not ready for this level of competition, which is understandable. New roster. We heard in the interview there.
Yes.
Hexted is trying to get some experience. We're not trying to beat up on them too bad, but that first showing, their map pick, it was pretty woeful. In terms of head-to-head combat, it felt like FOKUS had them beat in every single round. We now move on to Inferno. Picked by FOKUS. I would expect more of the same, but I'm hoping for at least a more competitive game. It looks like 2-0 all day long. FOKUS look very well drilled. They look hungry,
yes,
and they look very skilled as well. But the individuals of Wildcard, they can still show up here. They said in the interview they're looking for 3 wins. Not sure that's going to be happening, I'll be honest with you. But let's hope for a good game, Anders.
Well, honestly, you brought up some good points on Nuke, right? The economy for the T side there was really bad. If they can just have a couple, like, if you win the pistol round and the following 2 rounds, you're already in a more interesting position. Like it could,
Well, you'll have the same amount of rounds you got in the first one.
Exactly. So just get there. Rek was shooting really hard. Nemanja had some good rounds. Like they had a couple of players that were doing some work. So I'm not going to rule it out here. Rek is back. He's getting that opening onto Jocko. He wants a bit more. He doesn't realize someone's in the smoke to his right. So that's dangerous. And he doesn't have a teammate there actually either. So yeah, Mateos has walked through. Tactically, a massive advantage right now for FOKUS. You would probably, we definitely would exchange losing a player early on for this kind of an advantage. Look at the positions. Now, Nemanja, he's actually watching for it. Or he was. I think he might have been asleep watching that. It's so funny. It looked like he was covering that angle, but he obviously wasn't. Not at all. MHL, he's at the back now going down, and even if they lose the opening, they bring it back, they get the bomb planted, and now they're a man up in the after plant, so everything is worked out. Great work for Mateos. He has shown up in a massive way here today. Rek and Hext, they're going to try and see if they could do this retake, which doesn't look like it'll be easy. Dooley's coming for it. He's found 2 kills so far. They don't have a kit either. And I don't see one on the bomb site. Volt will get the headshot. Rek's going to go down to Banjo. And in spite of the opening, it wasn't enough. I'd love to see Nemanja. So it looks so funny. He's at the fountain, dipping his toes in.
Oh, it's a bit of a shame. It looked so good there for a second. Rek, like you said, opening kill. 3 in total there. We know this team likes a force buy, but we'll see if FOKUS and their great fundamentals on these sort of anti-ecos will prevail.
Do you think for Nemanja, when he sees this peak coming, he just thinks it's a CT? Like he just know what he's just...
It's really unfortunate. Like you said, the fact that Rek got that first kill and a player already snuck through the smoke, that is unlucky. Like it's just very unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
It's not like they did anything fundamentally wrong there.
No,
but,
not
they just got a bit unfortunate. But let's see if they can bounce back. As mentioned, it is going to be the force buy here in the second round. Inferno, this can always be difficult to handle. That's 1-for-1 duel, though, doesn't really do too much for the CT side. They have got a bit of a B stack going on with 3 remaining players on this side of the map. We have Hext patrolling, flashed over, and yeah, 1 by 1. Flashbang was good. Good enough, though. It's going to be Nemanja, who always seems to have the rifles here. You don't see that too often as the in-game leader. But now he's given up the fact he's got the M4. That's your cue, Anders. You just disappear. You get the hell out of there. But that's maybe what they want you to think.
Yeah, he's sticking around. Backup not really there. He's coming back for more. So dangerous. You don't have the head armor. He's going to go down. Honestly, I don't really hate this round from Wildcard. I don't even hate the fact that they were flashing their way for the smoke. I think it's very... Oh, Rek! Giving us a taste of the real old times. I don't know where Happy is these days, but, you know... Got a little throwback there for a minute. Banjo's going to find it, though I don't know what's happening any longer.
Okay, nice positioning from Hex, though, but the problem is getting into that smoke, getting in towards the coffins. He knows exactly where he is, but when the smoke dissipates, all of a sudden things get a little bit weird.
No helmet for Hex.
He knows he hasn't got a kit. He doesn't need to panic yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. He even has the grenade to really check it. If he was panicking, he won't be any longer. Has to go for the full 10-second defuse. So unlikely this is going to work out. But honestly, Banjo taking his sweet time with this one, trying to get through it. Oh, he came off it. I don't think there's going to be enough time, is there? Maybe?
Just about.
Oh, if he can. That'd be such a gift to Wildcard. They're getting close with it. Okay, that is about as close as you can get.
Yeah, they managed to get it. It's not a clean, comfortable round, but it comes down to milliseconds there. Yeah, just about picking it up. It is going to be Wildcard winning the round. Fair play to him. It took a ridiculous sequence from that Desert Eagle. Didn't look like they were going to win that round at all. Rek with the Eagle, though, sets him up. There were a couple of disgusting kills in that round. Even the MAC-10 through the smoke as well. Rek, though, again, whether this is sustainable, I'm not so sure. Wasn't even aiming at him. That's what I'm talking about.
That was the recoil.
Yeah. And then Hex gets away with it. Milliseconds to spare, but not out of the woods by a long shot. Okay. Aggressive towards Banana, but that's just what they needed. A bit of luck, you know? Up against a force themselves. A couple of AKs here. Wildcard have to convert this if we get a stand a chance. They did not look ready for this level of competition in the previous map. Now on their opponent's map pick, but we'll see what kind of setup we're looking at here. Full banana control for Wildcard.
They're quite good focus on the T side of this map. They actually win most of the rounds on the T side these days. So don't underestimate them here, even with low economy. They've got a 4 versus 5 conversion rate of about 46%.
Okay.
Even if they lose the opening pick here, FOKUS, they still play really well on the T side. Like, they know what they're doing. Oops. Failed grenade into a perfect headshot.
Not the star they were looking for, but still with somewhat of an advantage in terms of the firepower overall. We are going to be setting up flashes here, courtesy of Jorko. It's all down to P-Bang.
Oh, they don't know that he's there. He's got a chance here. No one's looking for him. That's awesome. And Nemanja coming in from the other side. The timing could not have been better.
Oh, the one position they don't check, and it costs them the round. That is the first real fumble we've seen from FOKUS. They've looked so clean, so concise, but
don't lose it now.
All of a sudden, there is a chance. He's got to smoke for spawn as well. 2 versus 1. He can isolate these duels, Anders. There is a real world he picks this one up. This kill decides the round.
You're absolutely right. Oh, Hexed.
Well read.
Waiting, so patient. Yeah, that actually is really well read. Okay. Yeah, you said it. One mistake, and that's all it takes. And credit to Wildcard. Not just the double kill with the MP9, but the fact that Nemanja was ready from the other side, because that's the follow-up that kills the whole round.
Oh, it's looking so good there. That's a lesson learned there for FOKUS. A mistake they probably won't make again. Overlooking a key area. You get the 5-on-4 advantage. You go towards Banana. And I guess because your teammate ran in there, you assume it's all clear, and then, all hell breaks loose. The fact it even came down to a winnable scenario after that was still impressive, but there's definitely a case to be made you could force buy this again, considering the bomb was planted and he brought it down to a 2v1. They're just going to bring out the Banjo AK-47. He's 4-2 right now, so...
Does that have been Jorko dropping it to Banjo, I guess?
By the looks of things, yes.
Okay. Very kind of him. Also shows you how much they believe in Banjo's abilities.
Sure.
I don't think that trust is misplaced, so we'll see. But that's what they have for this round. So a couple of flashbangs maybe to set him off. MHL, though, is a perfect counter for this kind of a play. He's just at the corner. Wreck, though, moves forward into it. So that kind of defeats the AWP on the other side. They still have a 3-man setup at the A-bomb site. They're walking past Nemanja, but they are really checking the corners now. Like you said, they're probably not going to make a mistake like that again. It's on MHL and Hexed inside of the bomb site with a stolen AK. Very fine work for the defense. That puts it back into a 3 versus 3. And they still have about a minute on the clock. So let's see what the mid-rounding is going to be like here for FOKUS. As they start to make their way to Arch, they can go anywhere. Peeping could be tested here. He started to feel that too. Whoa, he's not even looking as he crosses the road. That's what you're supposed to do, Henrik.
You've got to look both ways, Anders, famously.
They do say that.
And what was looking like another promising round here for Wildcard has unraveled at the seams. Oh, okay. The round is back on, though. That's a nice pickup, but MHL needs to make a decision here. 14 HP, AWP on the retake. Hex will have to do the heavy lifting here. Up in the 2 versus 2. Nice position from Banjo, looking to get at least one. Should secure the round if he does so. Flashbang's very good. It's going to make a lot of noise, though. Unable to actually punish the flash. Good kill from Hex.
Wow. Well, yeah, it wasn't even the
They've got kits.
They did. Yeah, they do have kits, you're right. Importantly, Volts. Very common position right here. Low HP on the bomb, and he's going to go down. Hexed with another good headshot. Can he get the defuse this time? That's crazy. That's very, very close defuses coming in from Hexed on both times. But Wildcard are answering back. The thing is, though, with that many kills, Henry, surely they're going to force again.
Oh, that wasn't even the force. That was like that was just one AK and a couple of pistols. So yeah, they definitely will have more than enough to purchase here. Wildcard hanging on by a thread. And still commend them for the individual skill there. That was a difficult retake. Low HP, taking down the diffuser, but Hex is stepping up. I consider him to be the star player of this squad, and he is 5-1 right now. This is looking much better. They've already got one more round total than they got on you. Yep. So, promising scenes here.
Some tricky rounds to win as well, but doing good work. Aggressive on the MP9. Does actually make sense, and he got the dink onto Volts. Would have been really cool if David had some follow-up HEs or something to really get rid of him. Nice find from Hexed. You said he might be the star. He's pushed through the smoke to find Banjo, who is definitely the star of FOKUS. So that's good news. Back to a 4v4 we go. And MHL back here. Might miss the timing against Mateos, who's coming right through. That's a good spray down, but I don't think he even registered. There was a second play. He thought that was it. Hex started the round. We're back in the 3v3 now. Rek going to go down, and Nemanja, USP out. If he ends that shot, the round is secured, but now it's a tough retake. MHL, he keeps the AK here. Almost surprised. He probably could have found, he definitely could have found another weapon over by the bomb site.
USP, he knows he's low.
There's a Molotov on Joko. Saying it now because there are many ways to Molotov this after plant, even from inside of the church now. He's walked around. Does he know the lineup? It is a bit of a rare thing to do, but you can throw it from inside of here with relative ease now. They open up the window, if you remember, not that long ago. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's going to find him.
You're so right there. If you had that lineup, that's the time to use it.
I'm very angry myself, Henry, that they open up the windows.
Why is that?
Because I had spent countless hours figuring out how to Molotov it from the church without the windows. You could do it even before.
Right.
But then they open it, now everyone can do it.
That would have been a perfect time to deploy that.
Yes.
1v1, you're low HP. You've managed to slip the net, get in towards the ruins. The bomb's down in the default spot. But yeah, I guess just didn't have the lineup to hand.
I guess at a professional level, there are so many much more important lineups to learn.
Yeah.
That the more mad kind of setups you just don't always have time for.
Yeah, here's the defuse. When you're low HP as well, you kind of just have to hope it's not the full commitment.
Yeah.
And yeah, that would have been a really nice time to drop that one in, but not going to be the case. Again, though, another 1v1 with the bombs planted. It's like unreal that they are holding on, and it's Hex delivering the goods time and time again. MHL steps up here with the AWP as well. Comes down to that tight 1v1. FOKUS will be getting a little bit frustrated now, but each and every time, Wildcard coming out on top in these clutches. They just need one. FOKUS, that is, and they will break through.
That is probably the conversation they've had on the team right now, isn't it? It's just one round, we're back on top. But you got to give a lot of credit to Wildcard. Like I was memeing a little bit. I've said they've played this map 3 times. They've won it 0. Again, they're a brand new team, so we're not trying to be unfair to them. They're playing like a team that's putting up some good numbers, some good clutches. Hexed in some of those 1v1 defuse situations. MHL in the last one. Yeah, they're close rounds. But you're getting rounds on the board. Smoke goes up. Going to be a flash out to try and take a bit of a peek here. Nemanja doesn't commit to it. I don't really hate that at all. I think it's fine.
Well, FOKUS, what have you got for us this time? Tantalizingly close each and every round.
Yeah.
Frustrating start here on the T side. But as I mentioned, just one round would do it. If you can break through, the money is completely ruined. Smoke's going down towards the library. And indeed the arch.
It's a FAMAS for Hexed as well towards that pit position. It could be done, but last time he had an AK here and it was a little bit more interesting perhaps. See what he could do. Rek trying to get there in time. They know now it's coming. Reinforcements should be going in, but at that range you can see the FAMAS. He just can't really get the job done. MHL, I guess fair play to get the kill, but...
You have to save now.
Yes.
Recover that M4, which he has done. And get the hell out of there. The money is going to be completely busted now. They will be entering with 0 loss bonus. That's $1,400. So FOKUS finally on the board after winning the pistol. Has been 4 diffusers since. Every single round has come down to a clutch.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Which, like you pointed out, in FOKUS' mind, they're thinking, well, we just keep doing this. Eventually we'll win one of these.
We will break through. They recover the AWP on the T side as well, worth noting, but there it is. It's going to be 4-2. FOKUS should still be comfortable here. I still think they're playing the better brand of CS. It's just coming down to Hexed and the individual clutches coming through. Still, don't take anything away from him in that department. Like, still very impressive what they've done in those 1v1s, 1v2s. But they don't feel like the better team here on Inferno, even though they're up 4-2.
I would agree with that. I like the realism in the pre-game interview. You know, Hex kind of, just basically saying we weren't supposed to be here. Nobody expects anything. If we beat, I think he even said if we beat anyone, it's an upset. Like any match we win is going to be an upset. So they're not delusional in that sense. They kind of know that this was short warning, but also potentially very rare experience, right, for a team like Wildcard to be able to get here.
Yeah. they're coming to a tier 1 environment and getting to play on these world-class setups and get everyone some experience. Yeah, absolutely.
Want that. Some teams have to play months and months and months online to sort of grind through to be able to do this.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can take this opportunity and run with it, Anders. It's 4-2 right now. We'll see if they can bounce back, as it were, with the force buy on their side of the server. It's going to be those saved M4s, a couple of MP9s, 1 pistol for MHL. Lose this round, you're going to lose a few more. They've got a reservoir of utility over there toward that B-bomb site, but not many players. Going to be the one-man hole, but a great grenade there from CT Spawn. Does a ton of damage, might dissuade them. Nemanja doing the heavy lifting, is continuing to find grenades here. He's got another HE available to him as well. So the idea is, like, that suggests there's multiple players there, of course.
Yeah. Gotta be careful because the frequency of those grenades is almost a little bit too readable. Oh, like this Hex taking it on himself. Mateos getting pushed from every angle. He's going to go down as well. And
nice shot.
Stolen the Galil. He couldn't quite reload it in time. I think he was in the middle of that. Unfortunately, didn't have it out quite. So Nemanja, the one-man grenadier over there.
He was doing great work.
Arms probably hurting at the end of it.
But he will have to make do with the little they have left. $1,900 into the next round. He's got all that util still. Incendiary, HE, M4.
Yeah.
Kevlar.
How do you feel about the idea that when they got the 4-man stack, they decide to push, like they're actually aggressive? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Right.
You hear them deploying that Molotov from the from the boiler room. As soon as you hear that sound cue, you've got an SMG up close, of course you get stuck in. That's the time to strike. They got the opening kill. It was just some incredible shots coming in from Volt especially. They hit that shot towards the quad side. Not really much you can do about that. You're trying to catch them off guard, and that's the best time to do it. And they're juggling grenades, trying to get that mid control. It was just a really nice sequence from FOKUS in terms of individual mechanical skill. Like, you're not supposed to hit those shots.
All right, well...
Actually thought it was actually quite well done from Wildcard.
Yeah, because they're not playing scared either. I do appreciate that. I guess even on Nuke, it was miserable T-side for them, but they kept trying to do these executes. Like, they never really gave up in that sense. They just got shot down, but they kept coming up with ideas.
The hero rifle once again in the hands of Nemanja, in-game leader. This time he did save it, to be fair to him.
Sure.
Double stacking towards the apartments. Not a foregone conclusion that you win this round. 1 M4 and a few upgraded pistols could be enough. In this case, though, it's P250s. 3 of them residing towards the apartments.
That's interesting. I feel like it's more rare on Inferno to see P250s than 5.7s.
I mean, the financial situation is just so bad right now.
Okay.
That's the difference. Like, you do need to save the extra $200. P250s 300, 5.7, $500. And they've actually managed to get an opening kill. Banjo goes down. But he does spot a few players there, so next move will be very important. They've got an AK-47 now as well.
They've once again opened up this arch position, and if they can keep going in here...
Should be a B split by the looks of things here.
Yeah, just got to watch their back, I think. They've almost left Joko alone. Yeah, get with the rest of the... Okay, never mind. He's doing fine on his own. I was going to say, it looks like they've abandoned him for a second. The AK is walking away. Looks like he was getting caught there. But everything is fine. Now they've decided to bail on the B-split. Mateos.
Drive-by.
He's back.
Yeah.
He was, I think he ended up top fragging on Nuke, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff. Well, Nemanja is here again. They're kind of bored.
Gonna have to do more of the same here. Volt's on the hunt, though. An electrifying shot to close things down. As we tie things up, we go 4-4. And money will be stabilizing here. That was the full eco, as we mentioned. A couple of P250s in the mix. And the reason they don't get the 5.7 Anders, because even still, they have to work with FAMASes now.
Yeah.
Forward.
Says something about how tight the economy is. I'm glad you bring it up. I quite like a P250. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing more precise work.
Yeah, no, it's still a very good. That's why you see it in pistol rounds on the T side so often. It's still a very good pistol. But here we go then, round number 9. A great start Wildcard had after losing the pistol. They're up 4-1. We now go 4-3. And it was all because of the clutches. It wasn't because they were winning convincing rounds. They were getting away with murder in the defuse department. Milliseconds to spare. But this is promising. Mateus goes down early.
How did Peeping burn that low? Maybe my brain just skipped a beat there, but it felt like he was running away pretty quickly and he's down to 3 health. Trying to get out of the fire. Maybe there was an HE that landed. Either way, they get the opening on Mateus. That's good news. Wildcard, they've kind of let FOKUS back into the game. Now would be a good time to see if you could throw them out before things get too rowdy on the first half of Inferno. MHL is here. They've got Hex to cover the middle. So trying to sort of do both at the same time. And they've got Rek on the other side. So potentially quite a good crossfire.
Very
swings
good.
Right afterwards. That's a great protocol. He doesn't even think about it.
Okay.
Love to see that.
That's the best round Wildcard have put down so far in this series. Very nice. Good crossfires. Got the opening kill. Hit their shots. Good swings coming through. They take the lead once again, 5-4. Money should be pretty decent, though, for FOKUS. You can see the rebuys coming through. They did purchase an AWP there for a second, changed their mind, and went for the full AK spread. So we'll see whether they want to change up the pace a little bit, Anders. Maybe they want to drop a bit more of a pocket strat here on Inferno. Deep smoke from the CTs towards Banana.
Going second mid quite a bit, so that's all.
Yeah, so this looks like a Palace pop. Palace pop, I keep doing that for Mirage. Apartments pop. You're sending 3 players here, so this was a call out of spawn. Just you can just make that read. But if they buy the AWP at the start, they're planning a default. Go for the AKs, means they've got something up their sleeve, and it's going to be this apartments pop.
There we go. Hex trying to spray them down. That's actually really cool. He does get the shot on the Banyu. He knew what was coming. He's seen the utility. He can put together the rest of the round. He needs some backup, though, more than anything else. They're in the pits. They're up on the railing right now, trying to step close to that closed off graveyard. Hex. Can he actually hold on to it here? He hasn't reloaded yet. He's got 13 bullets, but now he's got Rek behind him, and the lack of a reload doesn't even hurt him at all. He's still getting the kills. Mateus playing a giant off angle. Nobody's thinking about this anymore because they think of graveyard's closed, but not quite. Can still stand on those steps. Bolt trying to get closer.
Nice.
Hex, what a champion.
Yeah.
Shutting it down. So what, 4 kills for him?
That's all about Hex all day long. Gets an opening kill, reads it well. Like we said, it was a set piece out of spawn. FOKUS trying to attack those apartments. It's a very common strategy, normally utilized when you have the Tech 9s.
Yeah.
But I don't mind the change of pace there. But Hex getting that fortunate kill, calculated shot through the smoke. Knew what he was up against there, gets a clean headshot. Repositions, doesn't give too much away, finds a gap. Plays for self-preservation there as well. And yeah, it's getting frustrating for FOKUS because I would say I think they're playing the better CS, but they are getting unfortunate. And a lot of these tense and close rounds, especially the clutches. Wildcard now getting online, getting some confidence on the server. Last couple of rounds here. And the money running a bit thin for FOKUS. This is the opening kill. Like I said, that's not lucky. That's like calculated. He knows what he's up against there.
Yeah, it's just displaying a skill of a different kind, which is the skill of reading what's actually happening.
Absolutely true. Hex is playing very well here on Inferno. 15-5.
I'm actually really happy for Wildcard because we were laughing a little bit earlier, but this is a moment in time where they can actually do something in this tournament and kind of walk away and say, you know what, we showed up and we played some of the Counter-Strike that we want to play, which I think was one of the goals for them, is to try to put something together here. And this is the first time that we're seeing that, so...
Yeah, and FOKUS looking a bit rattled now. 3 Galils. Decent map control, early boiler room clear. Confirming there's no stack there. Smoke down towards the end of the apartments. It's going to be MHL. Easy first kill, no problem there.
Yeah, they've been doing good work of defending, especially that first corner towards the boiler. All kinds of setup here for the CT side. Is exposed if Hex goes down early. But that smoke is up, and they're going to recommit that smoke again. Again, these are some of the basic protocols you want to be doing when defending the A-bomb site. MHL, he does miss the shot, but FOKUS have had enough here. Started to fall back. They feel like it's too risky. Maybe it's taken too long, and they worry that there's a bit of reinforcement, which there is. Peeping has walked over since this lurk-in towards the A-bomb site started. Once again, Nemanja is alone. This time he's got no utility on this position, though, Henry. Could be some behind him, but he doesn't have it.
Oh.
And he's dead.
Well, very nice shot, but MHL will make up for it. AWP firing on all cylinders right now, and Hex has been strong throughout this CT campaign. Finds himself his 16th kill, 4-on-2, should be a done deal here. No chance for Banjo. Hex just mowing them down. Clean round, great crossfire.
Yeah, we could put some more praise on Hext, right? When MHL misses the second kill that he had the opportunity for, Hext actually repositions to take... He knew that there was going to be a T chasing down MHL as he's reloading the AWP. So again, just great intuition for Hext, or great read, or whatever you want to call it, but he was holding... Because he was holding the apartments, and as soon as that missed shot happens, he's like, all right, I'll just take a couple of steps to the right and help you out. 17-5. Very cool.
Absolutely killing it. And they've killed their economy as well. You can see the desperation. Even the decoy's been brought out for Jorko, trying to spend every last dollar, and we're picking up the pace. Smokes down quickly. It's going to be another opening kill. Should be able to get the double as well with that 5-7. We are all done here. 4 is all they get. Wow. Wildcard bouncing back. After losing the pistol as well, they get 4 rounds in a row, all of which were clutches. And then towards the end of the game, they really locked in. Hex especially, he finishes the half on 19 kills. MHL Resorb as well, really got going, 13 for him. It's not a done deal they win this map.
Definitely
Their
not.
T-sides were not looking great on Nuke especially. If they win the pistol though, and get a good start, get the conversion, I would say third map's very likely. But there's still a lot of work to be done.
There's a lot of work to be done. You're right. I think the pistol round is going to be critical here to kind of see where this is going. But 19 kills in 12 rounds. We'll take that all day if we're on the wildcard side.
At least like you're believing at this point, right?
Yeah.
You're feeling like we can actually do something with this.
Yeah, I'm really happy for them. It was a bit rough. Like, all we could do on Nuke was just kind of enjoy FOKUS playing well on that map, and that's what we did. But for this one, it's a little bit more exciting. There's something more to fight for. And like I pointed out, FOKUS, they actually win more of their rounds on the T side on this map. So now they're switching essentially to their weaker side FOKUS. It's a map they play quite a bit in fact. They've played it 9 times the last 3 months. 206 rounds of Inferno is what they've clocked in so far.
Wow.
That's something.
Well, here we go then. The all-important pistol, and it's going to be something quick here from both teams. Aggressive, of course.
My God.
Opening kill from Banjo.
Or they could circumvent.
Everyone's in towards the apartment. That's crazy work with the dualies. Right now, you're just thinking, right, this is good. This bomb planted. They've gone aggressive. Let's see if the bomb site's open towards A. It's actually completely locked down. It will be FOKUS to pick up a very convincing pistol round there. Nice idea, trying to go for the full apartments rush, I assume, but with the aggression of the CTs, shuts down their intentions, and that's a big, big round to pick up, especially with no plan coming through Anders. I would not recommend a force buy here. You've already got a nice collection of rounds to work with. I don't think you have to force and try and win this one. Stay on the Glocks, buy up into the next, and try and shut down the little guns, because you know there's going to be MP9s here. Famous. You bring out the AKs in the next, that's where you have the best chance of winning.
I think that's reasonable. And that's pretty much what they're doing here. FOKUS happy to be a bit aggressive at the start. I guess another stat to bring up here, Henry.
Oh, I like Anders' stats.
We do like some stats.
Yeah.
Said FOKUS had about a close to a 50% win rate when they lose the opening fight on the T side.
Okay.
But Wildcard, that win rate when they lose the opening fight is about 25%.
So it's not as good.
No, so they lose. They lose 3 and 4 rounds where they lose a player early on. That's tough on the T side, because think about what a banana is. Like, that's where you go to send on T's to die early.
Well, they probably won't be winning this round after losing the first player.
True.
It's going to be that eco on the T side. Objective for FOKUS, keep it as clean as possible. Ideally, 5 alive. At most, 1 going down is okay. Towards the apartments we go again. This area's had a lot of action this map so far. Don't need to go overcommit, Mateus. Keep it calm, keep it chill, and there it is. 5 alive. And now this is where things get interesting. The full eco will lead us to AKs in the next. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout here. It's a very important round, especially for Wildcard. And you're up against, like we said, 2 MP9s or 2 SMGs. There's an MP9 and an MP7. Banjo on the FAMUS. You've got the advantage with the firepower, but you do need grenades, so can't get AKs across the board here. A couple of Galils will be required on a map like Inferno. Oh, I say a couple, 3 Galils. So not as potent, but it suggests they're going to be going for something quite slow and tactical here. Trying to execute onto a bomb site rather than brute force their way in.
Yeah, because of how they got here as well, FOKUS have helmets on everybody. It's not one of those rounds where the CTs are lacking that.
Yep, good point. So the Galils not as deadly.
Not quite. But I guess, just to add to what you were saying, it does show their emphasis on the grenades for Wildcard. They really needed that. So I appreciate it.
Let's move down towards Arch. Retake utility being set up here for FOKUS. When I say retake utility, it enables you to look towards top of Banana, exactly like Volt is doing, just because he has that lesser weapon. Trying to get up close and personal, lock them out as long as possible. Oh, this grenade could do a lot of damage. If he times it well. Not quite. Lands in the middle of all of them. Does damage to none.
That's the only place you could have landed.
Yeah, right. It's unfortunate.
Okay, smoke up. They're going to come right through anyway. Volt here under some pressure. He'll get traded out. CTR, though, very accurate.
Done pretty well.
He goes down afterwards, but nicely done. They'll still find MHL on the other side.
Yeah, that luck doesn't do too much for you if everyone gets mowed down. And they're still comfortable on the CT side towards Banana. Great patience, great read, very common. There'll be one player lurking around Boiler towards middle, going for that backstab, and you kind of have to activate when 3 deaths coming in your team. And yeah, the round falls apart, comes into a 1-round game. That was the very important one. We call that a bonus round for a reason. If you win that round, you get a huge injection of cash. You recover their rifles. In this case, it's 2 AK-47s and a Galil. And now you have rifles across the board, and they have to take a partial buy. That's why it's called the bonus round. And Anders, that is a term I came up with 10 years ago.
You know, you stole that. I was going to bring it up. I was going to say it. I was just about to say it.
So we were talking about name plating and Chad.
Yes.
That's Chad's thing. Bonus round is 100% my thing.
There are some terms like that I think are very important, right? Because they just convey a lot.
Yeah.
One of my favorite terms as well is an old one. It's brought in by Jordan Nothing Gilbert.
Okay.
It's the idea of peeking a corner with intention.
Yeah, okay.
The difference between that and just kind of, I'll take a look in that direction, or
Sure.
I'm committed to this fight. I think it's very important. Term.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. Let's see what the intention is here for Wildcard. As we mentioned, the apartments, normally very common approach in these sort of rounds. You want to keep it up close and personal with these Tech 9s. Some basic utility, brute force your way in, power in numbers, and unfortunately it's Banjo who's looking very sharp today. And they've got great crossfires. No one's over-peaking. They're getting the information, getting a kill, and then ducking and weaving. Playing for their life, and the timing for the smokes will elude them. But still, there's protocols in place. It's really nice little sequence there. And all of a sudden, that big lead that Wildcard found has dissipated.
It has.
Volt's loving it.
He is cracked right now, Mateos. I don't know what he's doing, but he's just spinning all over the bomb site with that round. It's a nice attempt at the walkthrough. I like it.
8-8 from 8-4. Now, you really do need to lock in if you're going to have a stand a chance here.
Yeah. I think Richard was saying on the desk that Blair was going to be peeping, I think was the term deployed. He's at the 3 and 11 right now.
Okay. Not his best work.
Definitely not his best work.
If you're not aware as well, we're in the Swiss system here. This is the 1-1 game.
Yes.
So you're not eliminated. You're not going through. It's not the end of the world if you give this one up. It's certainly not ideal. There's that. Once again, FOKUS just looking like the better team overall. That was an opportunity. There's a second kill available here, but Banjo, my God. Playing them like a fiddle, Anders.
Yeah, he is. He could do it all. Many instruments all at once.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it seems like. I like it. It's good. It's great work, Henry, honestly.
Thank you very much.
But yeah.
Yeah, this might be done. Like we said, I've said it throughout. Even when they were 4-1 up Wildcard, I was saying FOKUS was still playing the better CS. It was just the clutches and the millisecond defusers coming through.
Also, look at the timeline here, right? In the beginning of the first half, we had so many defusers, which means many bomb plants. Here, it's all like, no, not a single bomb plant.
Very good point. Very different story.
And it adds up, right? You're missing the extra money. You're not doing the same kind of damage. FOKUS are going to be disgustingly rich. They already are. Volts just shutting it down. Shut it down.
Volt's always been a very safe pair of hands.
I don't know why he was so overlooked. I really enjoy him as a player. Like after Gamer Legion, what happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but this is a great project. I've again never spectated a FOKUS game before, and I'm impressed. Like you can tell that they've been working hard.
Yeah.
Like a small budget, and the players they have, not necessarily household names, but this is looking very cool. Like I'm enjoying this.
A lot of teams this season at Counter-Strike has really proven that sometimes those small budgets, you can go really far with them.
Absolutely true.
Shout out the PARIVISION.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be the meta going forward now. I think the FaZe collapse is going to open up a new chapter in Counter-Strike, realizing that these huge salaried players and veterans and experience isn't necessarily going to win you, or win you trophies, necessarily even get you out of group stages.
It's true. I think Astralis another maybe slightly bigger budget, but still not compared to what it was.
True.
Bomb is planted. What a great turnaround. Wildcard. I'm really impressed. They found the kill that they needed. It was a bit awkward because they were bumping into each other in the smoke, but CTR went down. Now the bomb is going to be planted. This is Mania here holding the church. Very good work. And they're going to get Jorko as well. Banjo, how much could you do? He's got the AK. If they give him the fights, this is where you wanted to see discipline. Don't give him the fights. It's not worth it.
Well, this is the round they entered with pistols, and they've actually got away with this one. They lost the first frag as well, so one of those 4 and 5 rounds they actually get away with. Does everyone go down, though? That's what Banjo is trying to work out. So it makes it costly for them. They don't get out with a lot, but still the finances will be absolutely fine. Hex will save the AWP as well as we take a tactical timeout. I'm sure it's called by FOKUS here to try and slow down that momentum before it even gets going.
Yes.
9-9. So a bit of a lifeline here for Wildcard. Keeping their head above water.
There's a B stream, Henry. That's happening. We got wonderful colleagues. We've got Chad and Alex.
They're doing the morning shift with us. Yep. What's going on with the B stream right now?
Well, I was just about to say we've got Legacy MIBR playing over there. They're on the second map.
The Brazilian derby.
The Brazilian derby. It was,
although MIBR now with 2 Europeans now as well, I believe.
That's
right?
true.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're trying to do the Furia, but it's not really going as well. They had Kicker in that roster, and he lasted about 2 months.
It slightly is the Timu Fury.
Yes,
in some sense.
I think they were trying to replicate that, and I think it's by necessity. I think the Brazilian scene is so broken with the contract and buyouts and stuff. Like it's not even worth trying to build a Brazilian team right now.
Which is such a shame because they've got a plethora of great players. They're just all on different weird teams.
But it is a good way of putting the team.
But they've won against Legacy in the first map.
Okay, that's massive. Legacy are very good right now.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, all right. Good update, Anders. Enjoyed that.
Working a bit of overtime, keeping up with both games at the same time.
Very important round. Cannot stress this enough. Wildcard have yet to win a gun round. They are down 5-1 in this second half. They won with the Tech 9s towards B after going down to a 5-4. Great work. Nice to bring it back to a even keel. But yeah, can't stress enough the FOKUS are playing much better Team CS right now. Good flashbang. Gets Jorko off the Ango, and it's going to be now banana control gifted over.
Keeping is here. Mateos might not realize that Rek is already at that first corner. In fact, if Rek realizes that that smoke goes there, there is an opportunity for him to move. It's a risk, no doubt. Ooh.
Not a great smoke, not the end of the world.
Would love to have seen Rek take the opportunity, but now Mateos is back inside of the smoke with him. It's become very intimate here in the middle. Spray down is amazing. Mateos doing all the work. Rek is already, he's walking on the other side. He's picking up the AK. He's found a third kill. 19-3 at the moment. He's 4 away from catching Hexed.
A sick play there, punishing that, like I said, pretty shit smoke, let's be honest. And that's the problem with it. It's not deep enough, so it allowed you to get so close to them, no one can really watch it, and gets himself a plethora of kills on the other side. That is no good from Wildcard, I'm afraid. You can see like when he comes out of smoke, how close he's basically top of middle when he comes out of smoke. That's why it's no good. It's that deep, or that shallow, I should say. Gives him grounds to actually go for that sort of maneuver. And there we have it. MHL will have the AWP. Gonna have to be a hero here. The only round they've picked up is with these Tech 9s, and it's another 5-4, but bear in mind they won the 5-4 previously with the lesser weapons, so maybe they can replicate that again.
Mateos, a Croatian player.
Yep.
I think adding to the story of kind of like a rebirth of what I would say broadly Balkan Counter-Strike.
Sure.
It's become so much better. Like, I think in 25 it was already happening. Like, if people were paying attention, they could have seen it coming. But going into this year, like, there are a lot more interesting players coming out of the region. Again, a lot of them end up playing in these teams where maybe you don't see them at the bigger tournaments, so they go under the radar a bit. But there's a lot of them.
Oh yeah, well, Nemanja, he's from Serbia as well, right?
True.
So yeah,
yes.
Good point.
Yeah, they're really putting something together. I mean, it's always obviously, I guess, Nico has been the inspiration for like 5 generations of Counter-Strike players, and for good reason, I think. But yeah, they're actually putting together really good talent.
A chance here, I suppose. Chance being the operative word, not a good one. You have to play in front of that smoke. We've got the orb. You really going to push through? Oh my God, what a maneuver that is.
Why the hell not? You have to try, right? There's no other way.
They can get a bomb planted here. Like, with the orb up, the round's still not necessarily over. There we go.
Actually done. A second kill would have been a bit of a godsend, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. Rek goes down, and Nemanja is so low that he just has to.
There is still a world they win this.
Okay, well let's give them the benefit of the doubt. You got Peeping. He needs to do some action here with the Tech-9, obviously. He's in yellow. And Nemanja, I think he'd love to fall back, but he has to kind of stick around and help Peeping out just a bit. And unfortunately, Banjo walking in at the perfect time. That was the moment.
Yeah.
It's a shame because this might be one of the few opportunities they have here to stop FOKUS.
You hear that in the background? I think it was Cuban just saying that, yeah, let's go. Let's take our time. Let's not rush these retakes.
Okay.
Let's make sure, like, even though it's a 4-on-2, we make sure until we're ready to pincer, we're ready to come in at all angles, drop our flashbangs, make them uncomfortable, take them off their angles, then we strike. Sure, like the bomb's ticking at some pace there, but a professional team holds it together and they don't panic. And FOKUS, yeah, recovering this 8-4 deficit. Only giving up 1 round, and that was to Tech-9s. So, again, FOKUS looked like a well-drilled team. I would like to see them go to the playoffs here.
Yeah.
You've convinced me.
Okay, we're getting more people on board. I'm happy with that. I think they deserve it, though. Credit goes to the team because they're playing super well right now. And they do, to the extent that people are being, you know, more excited, people are starting to wake up. I think it's well deserved. Volts will be taking down Peeping. He's trying to be ahead of that smoke that they've thrown down.
Peeping's 3-16 right now.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal at all. But we do pull one back. The Joker goes down.
I guess, again, I think the desk were saying, I think his roles have been essentially completely revamped for this team. And they've had so few maps together that maybe he's just feeling very out of his depth.
These are the library and arch smokes you throw from the bottom and middle.
Nice. Cinematic view. Good smokes to know. And that isolates Banjo over here.
But he has been very comfortable.
Yes.
On this side of the map, I will say.
If he gets a double, they probably go for the retake. If he dies, you gotta wonder if they want to risk it.
He probably gets the double, though. The way he's been playing right now.
Very well.
Oh, there it is. Okay, that's round over. You can't go for it. So there it is. We're going to go 10 rounds on the board. As they said, though, they're going to take their time. It's a bit of a gamble stack. So it's 10 rounds on the board for Wildcard. Good recovery. Lost that first pick again, but the AWP came through. MHL brought them back to around 4-4. They stack B, hoping Banjo could find that double, but unable to hold on.
That's really good. Good mid-rounding. Isolating that fight against Banjo with the smokes, which they, I think, thought were a bit of a fake to go for a B-pop. But it wasn't. Yeah, they're going to be...
What are your thoughts on Bait versus 3D Max? That's our next game here on the A-Stream.
I mean, if this was last year, I would have said 3D Max...
All day long.
All day long. But now... I think Beta are going to win that game.
I think 3D Max have a bit of an identity crisis right now.
They do.
They've changed the in-game leader multiple times. They've got rid of Body, who felt like the vibes guy, felt like the guy who was kind of holding the team together, bringing an old face of Misuta, and sure, we're going to say the thing. They need more time, but they're just looking very weak right now.
If you're a student of history, Henry, you would know you can only keep a French team together for so long before things go off the rails.
Okay.
Just doesn't work.
This is new information. All right.
There's always some kind of mutiny. There's always some crazy stuff that happens. Every French
Very
lineup
passionate
ever.
people, I believe.
Yes, that's true.
And we're rushing middle. This is some passion to it as well. Let's go.
I like it. Mateo's going to be put to the test here. The two best players right now for FOKUS, they're on the right position, but the backup needs to be there. Slowly, Volt is starting to get a bit closer. He's wallbanged him in the pit. He doesn't get the kill for it, but that takes away all the attention. I've never seen anything like it. That's just so crazy. Why would you do that? I guess he's got his teammates on the other side, so no one's going to shut him down from library. Like, he just feels like that's a safe thing to try and engage in.
Well, Wildcard are on their feet.
I love it.
One of the first real convincing gun rounds they've had here. Changing things up, thick and fast, round towards that arch side, pincering the bomb side from the apartments as well.
I'll tell you another reason why I think Bait have what it takes. Just from what I've seen, NPL is playing like a man possessed so far in some of these games.
Sure.
Like, even when he has a slow start, I feel like he's determined not to lose to any team right now. So I've got some faith in him. I think they're going to win, but I think it'll be an interesting game.
I hope so. Yeah, I definitely got Bait taking that one as well. But 3D Max, yeah, definitely a lot to prove, considering how highly regarded they were last year especially.
Yes.
And that's another 1-1 game that'll be coming up. Similar to this one, if you're just joining us here at PGL Bucharest 2026.
I'm so shocked that this is a tied game in 11-11. In my mind, I thought this was actually going to be worse than Nuke.
Sure.
For Wildcard, which obviously was hard to get much worse, but they definitely have played way above that level. Grenades landing at the top here, decimating FOKUS. Look at the damage. CTR and Volt at 11 and 16 health. So they have to pack up all their gear and escape that top banana position.
At least I suppose it's unconfirmed damage.
Yeah.
So you can't necessarily let's go B. We've done over
that's true
180 damage right now. Let's get in there. Yeah, so I think this is the good call. Bring the AWP over, set up the turrets, and maybe stack the A bombs at this time.
And that's exactly what they're doing. Joko, he's got no grenades either, so he keep flashbang, sure, but he can't really throw an incendiary to keep them back. 3 peaks,
really nice
one
play.
at a time. I guess they don't know how many people are here, so they don't feel comfortable just rushing it, but the fact that they're walking in like this is very scary.
Good
MHL,
response.
he does get one, but Hex dies on the other side. Now the question is...
Very winnable round, though, for Wildcard.
Yes, because it's a 2-on-4, but only really, strictly speaking, CTR and Bolt.
Oh, there's Muto.
There we go. That's what they needed earlier.
We got some lineups. All right.
That's very cool.
He's low HP. Couldn't actually do much about the bomb going down, but definitely softens up Rek, who now will be cowering towards Banana. This kill could decide it. Bomb taking at some pace already. Oh, dear. 4-on-2 into a 4-on-3.
Got one player with a little bit of health left in Banyo, and everyone else is just whistle away from dying here.
Oh, no.
Bolt's going to get the headshot. Unbelievable
Crazy.
retake. How does it happen so quickly? They just needed a bullet on either one of these players practically, and that would have been it.
I guess, like I said, unconfirmed damage. You're going for headshots, but if you just spray them in the kneecaps, both of them dead. Super unfortunate. Like I said, that 4-on-2, very winnable there, especially with that kill coming in towards Banana, and you'd think there was a double kill, but Jorky, you have to say, great work here. The fact he gets a double kill, like we said, 2 low HP rifles, we're never going to be able to hold on. Rek, though, with this kill, and this moment here, MHL, yeah, he's got to get at least one.
The bullet, I think, threw right past, like, in between the two players.
It's so unfortunate. Now playing for overtime. Let's see if they can get it, but, oh, that's very unlucky, I suppose. Looking so promising for a glorious round there. 3 AKs now in the CT ranks.
They've put their heart and soul in this map here, Wildcard. A lot of credit to them. Hext, obviously, he was leading the charge at the beginning, but now the rest of the team are showing up. He had 19 kills at the end of the first half, and now he's gone down here, unfortunately. Joko.
That's your star player.
That's your star player. Is a very ratty position.
Yeah.
Can't really see anything through there.
And now a 4-on-5, which famously, I think he told us, they're not great at converting.
Historically, so far, it's a very low percentage for them.
So, mid-util again. Smoke coming down towards the arch side. Trying to focus on Jorko. You feel like he's going to get at least one here, though. It's kind of the timing. Nice shot from the in-game leader. Very capable rifler, it seems, and they'll be making their way towards CT spawn. Step to ZTR to try and defend here. Nice position. Rek reads it well, though.
His crossfire placement's almost perfect there. Definitely had the opportunity. Look at this. Nemanja has walked through. It's only because Matea's so quick to react that he doesn't die as well, and in fact gets the kill. 3 versus 3. Bombs on the site. It's going to be planted right now. Inside of the bomb site plant here. Rek. Timing could not have been better. They have a chance for overtime. They need 2 more kills. Volt, he wants to get rid of this position so he can actually start to retake the bomb site. As long as Rek is there, this retake is almost impossible. Oh, Mateus goes down, so now it definitely is Volt. There's just so much. Flash out. They don't have to fight him. They can just stay hidden here. Great headshot to begin with, but again, so much time is off the clock already. He's trying to run under the side. He gets 1 more kill. There should be no way Peeping. You just need this one. He's only got 3 so far. No more bullets, and Peeping will get his 4th and send this game to overtime.
Peeping gets his 4th kill. He goes 4 and 17, but God, not a comfortable way to get to overtime, but we'll take it. It's a very scrappy round. 12-12, they'll remain on the T side here. They get away with one. Lovely shot from Nemanja, has to be said. Taking down the AWP up. Rek getting himself in towards the library. And then Peeping, yeah, he hasn't had a kill in about 12 rounds or so, but we'll take that one.
Yeah. He was up against an opponent who had just emptied his entire rifle.
He had no bullets and no time to defuse the bomb, but we'll take it.
Still, it all counts, I suppose. Overtime. Again, gotta say, very cool for Wildcard to be doing this. What a great HE to blow open the smoke in front of Hex. Banyo, can he make it back? No, he cannot. That's very cool. Simple trick to blow open that mid smoke on the T side and then take the fight. Jorko, there's about 3 targets there. Didn't hit any of them.
Bomb and T spawn for now. Peeping will be responsible for that. Coordinating themselves towards second middle, but going to be a problem here. Hex deals with it, no worries at all. It's going to be Mateus going down. Should be the round here for Wildcard. Can't imagine a world where they give this one up. It's just 1 AWP they have to deal with on the A-bomb side.
Oh, you hear the scope on the other side there for sure. Nemanja will know that there's an AWP somewhere in here. He's checked every corner, so he could probably even guess, yeah, look at how smart he is. This is just a great work from him. He doesn't know if it's gone back to Arch, but he knows that it was here. Actually, someone slipped the net. Regardless, like you said, the round should be theirs. Jorko's walked in. I suppose if he somehow found a lineup to kill 2 in 1 shot, his teammates are far away.
I think he's trying to go for a ninja here somehow.
There's no way. You can't.
There's no way he's going to get 1 kill. Yeah, he's going for it.
Oh my god. They don't deserve this, Henry. They really don't.
This could be everything.
Oh, he slipped on through. Oh, more people are exiting this way. 2 for 1. Is he going to line them up? There's the first shot.
He has a rifle there.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a world.
The closest player, apart from Rek, would have been Hexed in the middle. I don't think he can get there to stop the defuse because it's so deep in the site.
There was a world. Yeah, he definitely dodged you. He let you run right by him.
Oh.
Only play he could make. Exciting stuff there.
Even tried for the 2 for 1 shot for just a second there. And they heard the scope the first time around in the middle. They knew that he was there. They think, all right, he's probably just slipped past.
Oh, man.
Can
you imagine? Only play he could make, and he went for it.
That is such a cool attempt.
Well, we got a game in our hands here.
Yeah,
Wildcard.
It's a Bulgarian player.
Yeah,
we're adding to the mix.
Yeah.
Bulgaria mentioned. People are going to be excited.
Beautiful place.
It is. I was in Sofia last year.
Yeah, really nice part of the world.
Yeah. Oh, you were there too. I was just remember. Sorry about that, Henry.
It's okay.
But we're moving into round number 16 here. Very standard defense. 3 at A, 2 at the top of banana here. FOKUS running into much more trouble than I had anticipated. Maybe if they had 2. Peeping still not really having a fun time whatsoever. Crashing off the wall as
Yeah,
bolts.
didn't really want to dismount that way. I don't think ZTR long for this world as well. Yep, spotted and will be taken care of momentarily. If he gets one, I'll be impressed.
No way, he got
He's
two.
actually done damage there as well. That's kind of crazy.
How does he get 2 headshots from that position?
Don't know. I have actually no idea, and that's not the play we're looking for, MHL, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Throwing the Molotov and jumping with your knife out essentially into the open. When your teammate's not even there, you didn't have to make that play, but either way, it's going to be a 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Hex, though, known for his clutches, Anders. We'll give him that.
Yes, he's had quite a few in the series.
They're so far removed. Okay, now the rotations will have to come through. And, well, yeah, wow. Hex probably wins this now.
He didn't even really have his crosshair in the perfect position there. He's just lightning fast. Up to 27. That's another footstep. Fortunately, Banyo was already at the corner there.
Sigh of relief.
Yeah, I think so. That's a very teachable moment, though, for Wildcard. Like, that's one of those things you're going to go over and practice later. Let's take a look at this round where we are top mid against CTR, who's on 6 health by the sandbags.
Yeah.
And we somehow don't remember the protocol to make sure that we can trade him out. Like, at a minimum, trade him out.
Yeah, some sloppy play there, unfortunately, from Wildcard. In the 2-on-2 situation, just dropping that Molotov and then jumping around the corner. Like, I couldn't even really tell you why. Like, at least have your gun out. But the fact CTR gets 2 there is unreal. That moment there, I can't tell you what he's hoping for. Maybe he assumed that there was an AWP on the other side or something, and he was going to jump past the bullet, but even then he had his knife out.
Yeah. It's stuff that really cost you, right? We had FOKUS.
Especially when you got Hexed in tow as well. Wait for Hex to arrive. Like, let's slow it down. Let's take a breath.
Yeah, they could have done that too. Yeah, it's a mistake that could haunt them. Remember, FOKUS had that one mistake at the bottom of Banana in the regulation.
And Hex does not deserve to be on the losing team right now. 27 and 16, keeping. I hear so much about this guy. You lot mention him all the bloody time. He's 4 and 19 right now.
Right now we're blaming Dust for it.
Right, it's all I can ever hear about when he comes to a tournament. Like, watch out for peeping. So I'm trying to.
Yeah. We were taking a close look. So far, it's been, at least on this match, it's been very, very hard for him to get going. So I like to say, Henry, whenever I see a play like this, I'm always curious, can they bounce back at all? I feel like if you have a bad start, it's going to happen sometimes, but I want to see the return.
Well, we are in overtime.
Yeah.
There might not be many chances to bounce back. They give this map up, and it will be 2-0.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just have 2 good rounds here, and everything's forgiven. Like, we can bring it back.
Just have 2 good rounds.
Have 2 good rounds.
All right, let's see if you can recover a 5-on-3 then.
Yeah.
Come on, peeping. That was your chance.
Yeah, missed flick. Jorko now on fire at the back. They just waited out and barbecue him. 3 versus 4. Bomb is there. About to be planted. MHL pretty serviceable here. Another good flick. Possibly saving his teammate, I think. And now, oh my god, he's quick. All right, MHL. That's 4 kills. 1 away from the AWP ace. We'll see if Banyo is going to give him the opportunity. Peeping, playing out the bomb site. Here's the ball. Yeah, okay, there's a headshot.
There's our boy.
Gets the last one. Wildcard pick up another round here. Important, needed.
Yeah, that was looking like a round they had no business winning whatsoever. 5-on-3, I think, at one point. Coming in with the AWP, stepping up massively, getting himself almost the ace, and there we have it, swapping over now. Wildcard have the lead. It was looking so promising. It was looking like a done deal. FOKUS, after that first map, you'd think there'd be no way they give up Inferno. Their pick, but here we are in overtime, 2-1 down, looking for the 3-0 themselves. A few more twists and turns here. Wildcard, got to commend them for their tenacity. This was the moment it all started to go wrong, though. Like we said, a 5-on-3. MHL stepping up. AWP, this shot, real nice.
That's what you love to see. If not for Hex, this map has already been won by FOKUS quite a while ago, I think.
Oh, for sure.
But somehow he's managed to keep them in it.
MHL's up there as well now, 23 kills, right?
That's true.
And that's a very, very important one in overtime to pick up.
Oh, Wildcard taking a page out of the FOKUS playbook here, pushing down towards middle. Flash set up from the other side, deep enough that it flashes the T-ramp. And then they got MHL flipping them in the secondary mid position. CTR, oh, he comes out swinging from the low ground. He actually gets 2, but they'd already thrown the grenade in, and he dies after the fact.
Okay, well, there's a slither of hope for Volt. Low HP. He's going to have to wait for the reaction. He has to wait for the spam to come through. See what's on the other side. Nice grenade. Oh, my days. He's on to something now, Anders. Hex, though, the master of the clutch.
Oh, he's going to push for the smoke.
Well, Volt has to position himself, into somewhere a very ratty position.
Oh, I wish he'd go by the tree. Now he's going to be found instead. He's just running and gunning Hexed. That's ridiculous. I thought he'd push and just hide by the tree position.
That's what I thought as well.
But fair enough. Wild card.
Oh, he's giving them hell. He's just shooting bodies out there right now as well.
What a player.
That's going to be map point.
It will be. I haven't even given any thought to the third map, but it is Mirage if we get there.
Oh, I think we're getting there. I think FOKUS choking a little bit now. The aggression from Wildcard, very nice call. Pushing down towards T steps. ZTR almost saves the day here. It looked like it might be enough. Like I said, they threw the grenade, goes down after the fact. Speaking of HEs, a chance there, but what a shot from Hex. Holy moly. Yeah, it did shoot the body.
Do you know how many rounds of Mirage this Wildcard lineup has played?
I guess like 20 or something.
23.
Yeah. Because it was the first showing yesterday with Nemanja, right?
Yeah, that's it. So not a lot of data.
No.
It'll be a real adventure for all of us.
Well, they've warmed up now. You've let them back into this series.
This is amazing to watch.
Oh, not the flash he was looking for. You got to jump, I guess.
Comedic timing with my line, though. Gotta appreciate that.
There we go.
Two opportunities. Closing it now. Definitely the way to go if you're a wild card. You never know what could happen if it keeps going.
I will say, again, reiterate this. FOKUS have looked like the much better team, but the individuals really have stepped up a wild card here.
Yeah.
Hexed, MHL, the individual sequences they've had, the clutches they've pulled off, miraculous rounds they've recovered. Not to take anything away from them. Still have to win the rounds. But, yeah, this is a frustrating loss for FOKUS if they give this round up.
They finally take care of MHL. He's been one of the big problems. Now they're pushing towards Nemanja. Peeping is over here too. They've got a bit of a crossfire, but it's a disjointed one. Still kind of works out. They trade favorably. Rek goes
peeping
down on the other side. They know that he's here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's got 12 bullets, didn't reload yet. Oh, they made the way across. That's dangerous. Oh, he comes back, Jocko. Does he read it? Had a good idea. Yeah, he knew that he was going to be peeking that one.
Yeah.
And now it's Hexed. How much can you
He can't
one
win
man?
This. Yeah. This is too much.
Well, let's see.
You can't expect them to win this, lads.
I don't know. They've been putting a lot on his shoulders, and he's kind of stepped up. So try it again. He shoulder peaks that one.
Exactly where he is. He's got no util. He's smoked off. Should be a 0% chance.
Yeah, he's vandalizing the church instead. Smoke goes up, flash goes through. He's not quite there. He's hoping to maybe find one, but yeah, time is up. So I guess the AK
Oh
on
yeah,
the CT side.
Save the AK for sure.
I wanted to believe. I wanted to be convinced. He's done so much. But yeah, you're probably right. Bit of a step too far. One chance now, wild card, or we're in double OT.
We certainly will be. So many clutches, so many crazy rounds here in Inferno. We didn't think they'd stand a chance on the wildcard side after their map of Nuke with a completely blown out the water. Tactical timeout though for wildcard at this point. Feeling the pressure, feeling the burn on the FOKUS side here. They know they should have probably put this one to bed already, but so many rounds, so many advantageous positions given away due to the heroics of Hexed, the precision of the AWP of MHL. First to 16, wildcard 1 round away.
It's the risky position to be in is if one of those players goes down early as well, it has a big impact on the team. As long as they're alive, seems like really anything could happen. We're back now after a bit of a timeout. Let's see what we get. AWP on Jocko. MHL has got his as well. And And it's an early three-man setup, but it's very, very quickly broken apart as Rek will start to fall back. He's left a lot of his utility over there, so they can keep on throwing in nades. Super common stuff. Banyo in the middle. Big attempt to make a play, gets absolutely nothing for it. Rek. He did some good work on Nuke. Not that it really mattered, but started to help out now too as well.
Here we go then into the three-man stack and towards B. Man advantage for Wildcard. This round would do it. They're going to be boosting up in spawn, cancelling it now. A lot of pressure to deal with, Anders. Can they step up? Can they deliver? It's going to be a couple of kills. I think they've done enough here. We might be on our way to Sunny Mirage, unless Vitesse can do something unbelievably good here. 3 versus 1, 27 kills to his name, half HP. They know exactly where he is, and the bomb is down.
Yes, on the inside, peeping, finding a triple at the end, Henry, and Wildcard end up taking it, sending us on to a third map.
And I'm going to just say, the only reason we're going to a third map is Hexed. You know, we highlighted, we were a little bit perplexed about why he was kicked from an M80. You know, you look at the stats, he was one of the best players on that roster. He was surprised. He said he didn't see it coming. He ends up joining this wildcard roster. No one's really talking about him. People are talking about, you know, the P-Pins, MHLs, all of these other players. Hext literally subverted this game. In the first half, back-to-back rounds, and otherwise it would have been a stomp, 100%.
I think there are two things to consider here, right? Firstly, yes, Hex, hell of a game. 4 clutches, by the way, and especially the beginning of that game. You know, if he didn't get his clutches, this easily could have been the game for FOKUS. But we have to also point out the fact that what we saw from FOKUS and Nuke was clean, concise, respectful, solid Counter-Strike. And I think, Rich, they got a little carried away early on. Some of those clutches, some of those man advantage situations, they were playing a little too lazy, a little too lackadaisical, and throwing away rounds, so to speak. They were able to tighten the ship up a little bit later on. However, at the very end, I got to give credit where it's due. I think Wildcard, they called some very solid rounds, and also individually, everyone's stepping up.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the basics slip up all throughout the first maybe 5 or 6 rounds that kind of got away from FOKUS. It was some of the clutches that, you know, Hext effectively wasn't even supposed to be in a clutch by that point. I think like a lot of those rounds should have ended before it ever even got there. And then we saw Cuban, you know, kind of steer the ship. It was calming things down. Everything was fine for a bit. And then Hext took over for the rest of the half. And from there, you know, it just became kind of a bit of a bloodbath, you know, in terms of how it went back and forth.
And even in overtime, you saw one round where I believe it was a 3 versus 5 or something, and a 3 versus 4, if I'm not mistaken. And again, the retake, we saw shades of what we saw early in the game. We're just peeking in one by one, not, you know, swinging together, not waiting for the teammates to rotate in. So it felt like FOKUS they focused up in the middle of the game, and at the very end, they let it slip away. But I can't take it away from Hex. And also, MHL, man, he was taking the fight.
They're the 2 pieces on this roster, really, that are worth talking about. Because, like, look, we can talk about Nemanja coming in, IGL, everything he's doing. What he's killed Peeping's career. Like, I don't even know what's going on. Like, look, I mean, I get it, bro. You still got to hit your shots. Terrible stat line for Peeping, but ultimately, you know, it's this guy. Like I say, in the first half, it's not on your screen right now, but in the first half, he had back-to-back, I think it was one-on-one clutches, and that totally changes the CT economy. Otherwise, it probably would have been 6-0, and, you know, we're not going to Mirage.
Yeah, and I mean, I was looking after that even despite that 4-8 first half from FOKUS, where, you know, they let it slip, they start the second half really strong, they go 5 in a row, but then they throw away 5v3 at 9-8, yeah. And that from there it falls apart again. You know, it's just, yeah, I think it is, you hit it exactly on the head. I do think that after Nuke, after something went so straightforward, you're just a little bit looser, you feel like you can get away with a few more plays, but, you know, in MR12, like, things can go the wrong way very, very quickly.
Yeah, there's no room for mistakes, you know, it's a much tighter game. We can take a look at some of these rounds we're kind of alluding to now. I think we've got round 4.
Yes, I'm trying to remember which one round 4 is now.
We can just take a look at
all that time ago, because we went through overtime.
Oh, this was okay. Yeah. So this is the round that starts out with a 5v3 where Benjo gets the first openings in middle, and then we already see a couple of mistakes come through where Mateus and Jorko, you know, they obviously overpeak a little bit. This is the 3v3 in the end. They catch off Peeping here to get an obvious advantage. You know, they have the B bomb site at this point.
3v2 bomb down.
3v2 bomb down. First mistake is here. ZTR just decides to stay behind, play the hero, right? You might as well just go to the bomb site. It's a B bomb site on Inferno, very difficult to retake at a disadvantage. And then they're not even playing off of each other in this last 2v2, where they know they're both coming from the bomb site. Why is there one guy just hiding in the banana the whole time while the other one is trying to take a fight in ruins? You know, it's just really unnecessary. Group up. Play the crossfires. They probably wouldn't have even gone for it if they didn't get the kill on ZTR.
And the thing with ZTR is he heard both the CTs, by the way. He knew where the Opera was, but because the Opera started walking, he's always spawned all the way towards Banana, which is a massive assumption to make over there. And so just take the fight. Fine, he dies. Now you know where both the CT players are coming in from. Why aren't you playing together? You have time to rotate, work together, play towards dark, make a CT player, you know, watch a cross coming in. Like, make them spend time figuring it out where your post plans are. Huge misplay. And later on, we're going to see, I think later on around, this is a good, well-called round by Wildcard. I think it was late in the second half right there, where they've been pressuring towards Banana so much that they're going to force Wildcard to play aggro towards B, right? And then they go for the super fast A take. I believe we have the round, but even if you don't, just like such beautiful calling coming out from Nemanja right there. And I do believe we have the round here.
Yeah, well, we'll just
that's the one.
And look at this, right? They're going to start at 3 towards B, which is what FOKUS is doing right now early on, and it's a perfect read. Fast wrap towards Arch. They don't get cowed with the flashes. Bit of a lucky kill there, but despite that, they continue to just crush, kind of like, you know, just collapse onto this bomb site, pushing into the smoke, everyone in sync. Great round being called by Wildcard, and despite the criticisms we had on Nuke on the T side, this felt like a whole different ball game, which is funny because this is their opponent's map pick.
Yeah. And before that, we had round 10, right? Just to underline how it was the Hexed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, round 10, I don't know if we've got it up. Yeah. Really strong round from Hexed, where he puts together an ace. Obviously, yeah, again, a bit more of a lucky shot than
his positioning
through the smoke. But this is where I wanted to point out the positioning. He's got the smoke down, you know, to play around of. There's nobody with him right now. There's nobody who can help him. There's a guy rotating in through library, but he's smoked off, so he's here alone effectively, and he's just waiting out the smokes. He's not trying to make a big play. He's just waiting for FOKUS to become unraveled on their own, right? And then he's in the corner of the bomb site and picks off the last couple of kills as his team finally comes through to help and play the crossfire. It's really nice transition towards the end. And as you said at the beginning, you know, this was all the Hex.
I mean, he
decided
was in a flow state in this game. You could even see it. Yes. You know, he was getting hyped, shooting bodies. You know, it's FOKUS versus Wildcard at the start of day 3. You know, PGL Bucharest, and he was just in the zone right from the get-go. And like I say, he's dragged his team kicking and screaming with a little help from MHL, to be fair.
And a really cool thing about if you look at his frag highlight for this entire game, so I think 28 kills at the end of that, the map right there, you barely will see any crazy spray downs. Even that ace, not a flashy ace. It's just, he's such a smart player. His crosshair placement is perfect. He knows when to slow things down. Even in that ace he got right there, he could have jumped on top of the barrel, try to peek over. He's like, nope. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient, wait for my opponents to make mistakes. And he's just such a smart, solid player. That's why for me, like, you know, everyone's talking about peeping and everyone else, but I'm like, Hex is the rock and the foundation of this team.
Well, Nemanja has seen with that the peeping hype is.
I feel bad for peeping because if you look at the scoreline, you're like, oh, you know, he completely shit the bed. He's terrible, but no. It just feels like so many situations where he's being sent in and there's not enough support being dealt by his teammates. It's going up towards Banana and just maybe one flash for him to try and peek, you know, the half wall and get a kill. Meanwhile, Volt and ZT are just dumping utility, double peeking him, and he has no chance in a lot of these fights to be taken. So I know it's been rough for him. I'm not going to be too critical, but I would like to see him get a little bit more help. And even if they switch up the roles, I don't think this role switch-up's really working out, honestly. You have really good pieces. If you give Peeping some of his older positions and roles, and Nemanja plays more of the, you know, the standard support IGL role, I feel this team could really kick some ass.
Well, again, I won't go that far. But
we'll wait and see.
Well, let's set up Mirage first, because I think it was Anders pulled out a really interesting stat there, which was they've only played 23 rounds together as a team on this map, and here we are in a decider. And
it's here, by the way. That's from the game against Bait that we saw on day 1, you know, where they obviously took it quite close.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, it's they're an unknown quantity.
Yeah, very much so. The previous version of Wildcard was very heavily leaning towards Mirage as their pick, but obviously since Nemanja has come in, they didn't even get to play it until they arrived at this tournament. Yeah, we still saw some good things from them when they were facing off against the Bait squad, but realistically, not a lot of playtime. For me, I am more looking at whether FOKUS are going to have that team talk in the background because I know what the team talk is going to be. I know what Cuban's going to tell them.
Yeah, just
it's going to be like locking the fuck up because they are.
Absolutely.
They threw away so many rounds. There were so many situations where I'm going to call it brain rot in ZTR's words because he was the one who was talking in the pre-interview before the tournament where he's like. When Paula asked him to describe the team, it was like brain rot. And the reason he said that was because not Banjo and Jorko, Mateos and Jorko are two guys who, get a little over exuberant. They go get a little bit ahead of themselves. And we saw a lot of that on Inferno, where that inexperience was showing through and they were just getting carried away playing this NA team, that is coming in month old, and all that sort of stuff. So I think that's going to be the talk for FOKUS, for them to focus up and get it done.
Yeah, enough TikTok, right? You just lock in and just try to be aware of what's happening in the situation in the round. Don't get carried away. I will say this though, for Peeping, this is a good opportunity for him to kind of forget about what happened on this map for him. We saw him yesterday. We were questioning: is he still going to be playing like an anchor position? No, he was still playing towards connector. He was still an active part of all those mid duels and whatnot, which is something where he was playing in the past and where he should be comfortable playing on. So hopefully he has more opportunity to make Dust happy and be like, I told you so, guys.
All right. Well, we'll see if Wildcard's wild ride continues when we go to Mirage after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. Join us for the third and final map between Wildcard and FOKUS. Wildcard, the surprise package of Inferno, taking the map in overtime. I will stand by my point though, Anders. I feel like FOKUS were playing better Team CS, but they couldn't shut down the deadly force that is Hexed.
He just had such a mad impact on that map. It was, I think, 19 kills in the first half for him, starting off, and then it kind of, he had a little bit of a break, but then he picked it right back up again at a bunch of clutches. He kept them alive long enough for MHL to get activated, and between the two of them, they pretty much, that was it. They couldn't actually hold on the FOKUS side. I'm impressed. I didn't think we were going to be here at all. I would have said it. I didn't think they could have got 10 rounds on Inferno. Never mind winning in overtime. I think it's super impressive. So a lot of credit to Wildcard.
Moving on to the map of Mirage, a mechanical player's dream. Players like Hex, players like MHL, and hopefully Peeping can step up here and give us a real game. FOKUS should be worried, because the way they battered and bruised their opponent on their pick of nuke, they made it look amateur. They made it look foolish.
Well, also, Wildcard did lose this map to Bait, but it was a 13-10 loss against Bait. So
Baits are very good at Mirage.
Baits are, that's their map. That's their home pick, pretty much. So I think there's something to be said about this. Let's find out right now as we head into the action. It'll be FOKUS starting on the CT side, and already Wildcard looking to attack the A-bomb site. CTR has already been damaged. They find Jorko peeping with the first kill of the map, Henry.
He is off to a flyer. Very difficult retake. Those Julies not known for their range, and they've got a couple of pairs of those. Man advantage for Wildcard. Bomb already ticking at some pace here as well. Not seeing any kits in play. ZTR's low, and Wildcard are giving nothing away. But here come the CTs and the retake attempt.
Gonna go for it right now. Bullets kind of running out as well. Wreck will get a headshot in the middle of the madness. Banjo, the last one left, and he goes down. So it's Wildcard to pick up the pistol. That's the start they were hoping for. And they kept it simple, right? Nothing fancy.
Nothing too flashy there. FOKUS will have to lock in. At this stage now, will they be force buying in the second round? Time will tell. But Wildcard, a bit of momentum on their side of the server for once. I'm seeing MP7s, MP9s coming in quite late, so it's a last-second decision to force buy here. See if it's one that prevails. You can still see them juggling some guns around at spawn, but here we go. Thick and fast. It's going to be Peeping up towards short. Can he find that form? Oh, he's by himself. Bit of a shame he goes down there with almost nothing. Does 30 damage towards Mateus, I suppose.
Especially because there's nobody else on the map that could do anything about it. It's not like they were ready to jump somewhere else. Like, even if he had found 3 people for some reason in the ladder room, there was nobody else that could have jumped on the A-bomb site. Not yet.
Well, it's a little bit silly. It doesn't look great unless he finds that kill. And now executing in towards A. Still giving them the advantage, Wildcard that is, but let's see if FOKUS can hold the wolf in the door. It's up to MHL, long-range spray, spots 2 towards connector, that's the cue to go.
That kills, they don't have the HE. Mateos had the HE to blow open the smoke, so that means bomb's going to be planted here in relative safety. Jorko, though, he's found a kill and a follow-up. Nemanja goes down next. I hate everything about this. It's just wrecking. He even loses. How does he get all the kills? Jorko, 3 kills with the MP9. He cleans up like it was nothing.
Quite a disappointing follow-up round there, I'm afraid, from Wildcard.
Okay, join a bit of personality. I like that. Just, we're talking about the inexperience for Wildcard of the 23 rounds, with this lineup. Just to say, for FOKUS, it's about 207 rounds in the last 3 months of this match.
Right.
There's different kind of team that we're dealing with.
Jorko having a lot of fun here. Long-range MP9 tapping away at the end there as well. And after such a successful pistol, for it to go down like that in the second round.
They actually stole an AK and a Galil, or 2 Galils. So huge conversion on the money as well.
Yep, nice injection of cash. See if Wildcard have a response. In terms of that previous round, at least got the bomb planted, so not always lost. You'll have some util, bit of firepower. The MHL scout, 2 players making their way towards the underpass right now. It's Nemanja and Wreck. Nemanja, in-game leader, but always seems to have the hero rifle him. Fair enough, he seems very capable in terms of the fragging department. Not a criticism, more of an observation.
Yeah, going off of Inferno, you'd love to have seen Hex play with it.
That is also fair.
But yeah, I don't think you're wrong though. He's been pretty sharp with some of these shots. Some good incendiary, and they push him behind it. Couldn't really be any better. They're cleaning up everything in the middle. CTR. He was a menace on the A-bomb side of Nuke.
Oh, absolutely.
They just couldn't really shut him down. And now a triple in this one, Hex. Any damage will count. Take away some more weapons here to build something for later. That's not going to happen. Single casualty on the side of FOKUS in this one. And they're more fired up now.
Well, after losing the pistol, this is looking very promising here. FOKUS will be going up 3-1. Nothing you can really do with round number 4 here. Wildcard will have to make do with the Glocks. Normally these sort of rounds we talk about, you just slow things right down, try and bleed out util on the CT side, try and get a bomb plant if possible, but all of that, very unlikely. One of these gimme rounds.
He's taking the bomb in the Palace. It is a Palace this time. And
it is a Palace this time, you're right.
I was going to say, you know, one man's apartment's another man's palace. That
True,
kind of, you know,
true.
It's all relative like that. But yeah, they want to make the jump out.
It's not bad flash. There's the bomb attempt.
Yeah. I don't know what else they're supposed to do.
No, exactly. We kind of outlined that. That's all you can really try. Set up the human shield around the planter.
Yeah, could have worked. Definitely could have worked. But it's a fairly quick round. We appreciate that. Don't want to be wasting our time with that stuff. We want the rifles back out. We're going to get those. Let's see if Wildcard can find a way to shock like they did on map number 2. CTR's working on a bit of a scoreline, 7-1. Still early days. Wreck in the middle, ignoring the flashes. Just wanted to see if he could find someone early on while the smoke was still going up. Oh, counter flash comes out. Hex can't see a thing. But they traded back very well. MHL and Romania a kill each. Bomb now on the bomb side, in fact. That's so fast. The pace in this round is mad, and maybe too quick, because that's the problem. Like, there are 2 people in the middle.
Where's everyone else?
Yeah, they're not even close to it. Somehow he got the bomb planted anyway. But now, smoke is up. Oh, no.
Well, that's round. The bomb will be defused, and yeah, a little bit too crazy there. It was nice to get all that space. Yeah, they don't even know where the last player is. MHL so far removed from it. That's a messy one. It was cool to find the A-bomb side, I suppose, but you had no real cover towards CT spawn, and 2 players get mowed down. Where are the other 2?
I guess in a normal round, what would happen is the other 2 people in middle would be pushing connector, so they would be reinforcing the plant pretty quickly, but they were falling back as this is happening, and they're falling back through T-spawn. They're so far away. What a grenade as well.
Well, bomb was planted, lost bonus accumulating. Still a chance here. Those hero rifles in the hands of MHL and Romania. MHL saving his, of course. Sendry top and middle. Have to utilize the smoke to extinguish the flames. Minimal nade damage, but that's max.
Not a great amount of fun to start the round like that. Down to 29. We'll see if he could find some kind of a lurk position. I think they might just leave him at top mid and kind of hope that no one, you know, remembers. Okay, he is actually going to be falling back with the rest of the team. They're pushing B hallways, Henry.
Yeah, Jorko with the AWP leading the way.
They find nobody.
And that enables them to peel off and stack say bomb site. And as they're doing that, that's when they drop the incendiary to buy some time.
Yeah, that's very nice. A lot of damage though. CTR practically
got some space
dead.
here, a lot of space.
Yeah, they can put the bomb down. There's a flank coming in from Banyo eventually as well. Grenade, that's huge on top. Mateos has another one. CTR, he goes down, but he was always going to die. Volt gets a kill in the meantime. They're still battling it out. The bomb is planted here. Nemanja through the smoke. He's found Volt. And now that AWP is a very crazy call for Jorko to try and go for that one. 1 versus 2. Banyo. Can he find them? They've got the perfect crossfire here. I don't think he could break it open. No matter what he does, he's going to expose his back to somebody. Rek will be the one to take him down, and good work for Wildcard.
Wildcard are back.
They're doing it again.
4-2, not letting this one get out of hand. A bomb site cracked open this time.
Just so I'm sure I'm understanding it correctly, Henry, the incendiary they throw on the A ramp, that's based off the timing in the B hallways?
Sure, exactly.
Okay.
So they know they've got the information. Okay, they're definitely going to an A side attack. We need to kind of bolster the defense. So we drop the incendiary, try and buy ourselves that extra 5 seconds to rotate over. But obviously still weren't there in time. Overwhelmed, they got so much space in towards the A side. That was the idea. Whether it actually worked out is another kind of thing altogether.
Just the fact that we could see the communication, I think is kind of cool, you know? Don't always get a chance. We can't obviously listen in all the time.
For that information and utilizing the information, drop the incendiary and hope you can get back in time. But for now, they have the man advantage on the CT side. FOKUS will open things up. Nice little shot there from short. Mateus will find the open up. And they've got a 5-on-4 scenario. It's going to be Jorko. It's going to be Coming. They're up towards shore.
Yeah.
In the ladder room, peeping. Thinks he's there undetected, but he's certainly not.
Quick reaction it was from Jorko, or from Mateus as well at the start. I don't think he was aiming in the right position, but he just flicked on over with the M4. Yeah, you're right. They know. So they've got the read. He gets the shot anyway, but MHL, important return. If they want a chance here, Wildcard, they have to get onto the site and get at least one good entry. Otherwise, this is going to be shut down rather quickly. Mateus in an unreadable position. I don't think you're ever going to expect that once you're already this deep on the site. They're looking for Volt at the back. He's going to come out of the market and find the kill. MHL, he's thrown away the AWP, picked it up for an AK instead, but CTR will be there to shut it down. So the victory is short-lived for Wildcard. They would love to have gained more rounds and cut down the CT economy. It's not going to be the case here.
No, certainly not. Can't string anything together so far. Bear in mind, they've won the pistol, won the 5th round, and then since then, it's in one-way traffic. FOKUS locked in. Money is pretty decent for them. It's a little bit fragile. Haven't exactly established their economy as of yet, but getting to round number 8 here, we'll have a look at the wildcard situation. They will be buying into the following round here. 1-1 game here at PGL Bucharest. Go down to that scary 1-2 bracket if you give this map up.
Yes, that's a potential, isn't it? I think for Wildcard, sort of expect them to go there, FOKUS. I feel like they could defeat stronger teams than this, but again, I mean, I'm blown away by Wildcard winning that second map. Just didn't anticipate it. Happy to say I underestimated them. It's a good time to be wrong.
2 players towards Palace. Volts getting ahead of himself. Nemanja there to punish.
Okay, they're going to walk out with no warning here. Not checking the corner either. Oof. They don't want to throw the flashes because they wanted to be super secret about it, which I think is a really cool idea. They're still in a good position, 4 versus 3. They're in the middle with the bomb, and they know that there's at least one player by CT's bomb because he just threw an incendiary towards the apartments. CTR sneaking in front of it now, peeping, ready for it. Jorko is dead every single time. Peeping was working on a 1-7 from getting that opening kill of the pistol, by the way. He's up to 2 now.
He has had a rough one.
Yeah.
This series. Can they convert this round, though, off that kill, off that nice read of the B apartments push? They'll make their way back to the aforementioned B. Peeping with the bomb on his back. Time running a little bit low, but it looks like we'll be going towards the underpass, back in towards A.
Oh, this is the perfect call. They've dodged everything. CTR, he's in T-spawn. He thinks he's flanking a B push, but he's not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. Oh, footsteps. Okay.
No, I don't think he was heard. So there's a kill here for CTR.
Not peeping. Okay, no. It's MHL that's in there.
Yeah, won't be going for this one. 3B.
3 AWP.
See if we get a couple.
Is he going to knife him? He absolutely will. That's making it personal, isn't it?
Well, gives him an extra $1,500.
Yeah, now...
Jump scare for him.
Just saving for the rest of it. So, veteran professional like yourself, Henry, from back in the day, of Four Kings legend.
Oh yeah, go on.
What would you do in peeping situation? Like you're having a game like this. Oh, it's going to happen in your career at some point, right?
So of course, yeah, it happens to even the top tier players.
Yeah.
At this point, you're just making sure you're not sulking. You're not bringing the vibes down. You're not going quiet. You're calming, you're bringing ideas to the table. You know you're not fragging well. You're playing for your one and done positions. You're trying to just you're going in as the cannon fodder. When we're going in on the pistols, I'll leap in first, guys. You're dropping guns when we need to. You're dropping the hero AK.
Okay.
Though you're trying to be a resource for your team.
As you can.
You try and keep your mental strong. If you start like just getting depressed and like quiet, that's the absolute worst thing
You're on
you
the
can do.
chopping block for the transfer much sooner than you want to be.
So yeah, these games happen, and we're not judging his whole career based on this one series, of course.
Not.
So yes, to answer your question, those are the things you can do.
Yeah.
Making sure that you're still contributing in other ways, and yeah, being a nuisance and not like being foolish and going for picks and trying to play for your stats. Holding the extremities, making sure that you're getting good information, like he was watching that B apartment push. Those sort of plays.
Okay.
Not going for the crazy shots or the big confidence kills. You're just holding and staying alive. More importantly.
I like that. That's a good summary. Contributing some sort of value, even if it's not going to be on the scoreboard.
You just have to accept it. Like you're not playing your A game, your B game. I wouldn't say this is even a C game. Like this is as bad as it gets probably for peeping, and he knows it. And yeah, you just got to keep your head in the game.
Right now, he's looking to see if he can pave the way for the team, looking to see if they can enter onto the A-bomb side. He's in front of the pack right now. Getting close. Nemanja will find that opening. A sick shot across the bomb site. Smoke wall is up. MHL will burn alive somewhere in the back. I'm not sure how, but they've taken over CT spawn as well. That's actually pretty good work. Speaking of peeping, he's the one that's kind of leading it here. MongolZ is down, so he's keeping the CTs back. It's uncomfortable. They have to use flashes to even get to the corner here, which they almost do. Peeping is not quite going to get the shot, but Rek will. AWP. And they keep on going. Volt to go down next. 2 versus 2. Flank is coming in. It's a free kill for CTR, and now they want to see if they can get this on. Oh! The kid pick up at the moment. What a headshot from Rek. I think he's bought enough time here. Dancing around. Didn't even need the time. He needed the headshot. A quad kill for Rek.
The individuals have been shining bright here. They haven't played the best team CS necessarily, but in terms of their individual skill, you really can't poke holes in it whatsoever. That was a beautiful little 2v1 there coming in from Rek. Goes 5-4. Thankfully, ZTR get in at knife earlier. They do have some residual cash going forward. 1-round game here, and it's wide open. Good showing here on the T side so far. It's going to be focused to call a tactical timeout, adjust their funds, work out what they can do. They definitely can justify a couple of investments here, but what shot from Nemanja, the in-game lead, you can see why they give him that hero rifle sometimes.
Yeah.
Very confident. Good crosshair placement. Volt fighting back admirably, but fantastic clutch here overall from Rek. Disappointing finish. Yeah, you can see the frustration coming through.
Yeah, because once they had the CTR backstab, they felt like they had the round. That was it.
So what are the concessions they had to make here? So they still get 4 rifles. It's going to be Jorko on the Deagle instead. So looks like it would be a bit of aggression here for the CTs. Try and find an opening advantage if possible. Target has been chosen towards the underpass. Great reaction though, MHL. I didn't think he had any business hitting that shot. I think he was watching the B apartments. We're going to have to see that flick on the replay if possible. That was crazy work.
That is a hard one to hit. Peeping. Let's see. All we're asking is a couple of rounds. There's the headshot to bring down Volts. And he knows.
Stay alive now.
He knows CTR is in connector.
Yeah. It's a huge round. If he can just stay alive, he's got his 1 kill.
Yeah.
Maintain the advantage. Patrol middle, make sure they can't backstab. You've done enough here. Could be boosting up in towards window.
CT actually read that somehow. I think he thought they were already there. Now they're bumping into each other. Oh.
Having a cuddle. ZTR knows it.
Yeah, I think he does. Rex walked through. He's now in the market, but yeah, the information's there. That's such great communication here for FOKUS. See if they can win the round behind it. Almost shooting him in the back here. Rek, does he even realize that there's someone running up? I don't think he does, yeah. He's going to die as a result. 3 versus 3, but they've made a late round call.
Very good call there. You've spotted one in towards B at least, and you know who's got killed by ZTR backstabbing you. So you got to take an educated guess. The A-bomb side is open here, and they are absolutely right. Advantage wildcard. Difficult retake. I'm not seeing any kits in play right now.
Yeah, they have the smoke, but a 10-second defuse, even inside of the smoke, is very hard to come by. I think the lack of kits just might be what gets them this time.
Damn,
Nice
Hex.
shot. There's Hex. Saw him on Inferno doing unbelievable work. See if he can keep it going. Banyo has found 2. Peeping now in a 1 versus 2. Don't have a kits. Oh, that's a wild shot at the end.
Gonna be close, but they've got a...
Banyo showing us why he's been talked about so much here. 10-second defuse down to the absolute wire, but you're right, Henry. They pick it up.
Oh, not a comfortable one, but FOKUS do manage to steal it away there. One more kill would have guaranteed the round, but Wildcard can't quite find it. Huge advantage there as well, Anders. Walking into an open A bomb time, the 3 versus 3. That's the replay I was looking for. So it was a crazy flick from the B apartments right to the face. Thank you very much, production. That's not a normal setup. Having 2 players watching underpass. He must have been watching the apartment itself. So yeah, great work from him. But unfortunately, not enough to win that round. It is FOKUS now in full control. Penultimate round here, the first half of our 3rd map. Second went to overtime. After the first, we thought Wildcard were done. They've kept their head above water. Weren't even supposed to be at this tournament. Trying to make a name for themselves, get some reps in, some experience. And Nemanja, once again, the hero AK, Anders.
Yep.
He gets himself a double, justifying it now.
I think that catches them completely off guard. I don't think they were ready for that. Mateos re-peaked once he saw the Glock run boost. I think he stuck around. He wanted to keep fighting, and I think the AK surprised him a bit on that one. That's very interesting. CTR. He goes down. Nemanja. 3 kills off of 1 AK. It's completely rocked FOKUS in this round. Hex has stolen an M4, and he'll bring down Jorko. Leaving a single player at the B bomb site. They kind of know that he's going to be over here. Bomb goes down. We often see the hero AK tried. And I think it's always fun to kind of see it brought out. Rarely did this effect. 3 kills, stealing an M4. Hex gets the 4th. Round is over and done with. Wildcard. They had no business winning this round.
Oh, absolutely not. But they've got Nemanja to thank for it. 3 kills, the hat trick for the captain. Gets himself the quad kill.
Let's go. That's the attitude that I want, Henry. That's the kind of Counter-Strike that I feel like we grew up with.
Oh, yeah, that takes me way back to the LAN halls of 2007.
That's crazy. That's an immediate classic, an immediate legendary call.
Nice work. In-game leader, like we said, getting that quad kill. Final round. Final chance of FOKUS with no money whatsoever. Mateos will have to be the hero this time. Take a leaf out of Nemanja's book. I don't think they can do it, though. 3 pistols, an MP9, a single M4. Wildcard have brought this half back to life. Looking to tie things up at 6-6.
So smoking up jungle from the middle there was MHL throwing this one. Volt doing the best work that he can, and it's quite good. 2 MP9 kills. Soften the attack a bit, slow them down perhaps. Hexed a long spray, but he does get it done. More MP9s fighting from the window this time. Rek and Hex, they are so low on health here. So the 2v2, got to be very careful. There's a Molotov as well, so if you stand in the corner, possibility that Hex could get burned out if he's just a little bit unfortunate. Flash doesn't quite do it. See if they even want to throw it. They're not going to do it. They're just going to run onto the site, see if they get the job done. Hex with a headshot. Oh, and he gets that one onto Banjo. Wildcard. They've got some excitement around them now. They actually end up getting that last round. They tie the half at 6-6.
Well, there we have it. After getting absolutely walloped on the first map, 13-2. They looked lost on the server. They looked like they weren't going to turn up to the series whatsoever. Inferno arrives, and so does Hex. He gets them into the series at least. He finds multiple clutches. He recovers a huge deficit and finds them some unbelievable rounds. And now here we are in the 3rd and final map, and they've actually pulled it all the way back. They were 5-2 down. And they lock in. Yes. Nemanja especially, with the hero AK, goes supersonic with the rifle each and every time, finding those openers, breaking the money, breaking the backs of FOKUS, and now they have a real chance of taking the series here on Mirage.
That is such an unexpected development from how we got into today.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying, well, that bait 3D Max game could be interesting. This first one, much less so. Just didn't seem like it
I don't think anyone was super excited for FOKUS Wildcard, but honestly, what we're seeing today, there's a lot of drama on this server, a lot of individual skill. We're getting some shit talk out there now as well.
Yeah. That's probably the best thing for me, honestly, for this game so far. I'm so excited. I just love that drama. I can't help it. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, second half is coming up. It's the final map of this series. If you're just tuning in, still early in the day. There's a lot of Counter-Strike. There's a whole B stream happening at the same time. Let's see if Wildcard can do some more here. They're on the CT side now. They do not have the defuse kit, even if they have the smoke. They've got a flashbang on the Mania as well. Bit of a setup over at the bomb site. They're going to smoke up the hallway there on the CT side, so they're pushing the T's back.
I don't like these sort of pistols. You really, what are you up to, lads? They like you've missed the jump twice. Maybe it all works out. Maybe it's all fine. It's a very gimmicky pistol, but it seems to be working okay, even with the fumbled boosts. All good. Still looks a bit messy, but they have got the man advantage here.
They were playing Lemmings in the middle. For anyone that's...
anyone born in the 1980s will know that reference.
That's exactly right. Zoomers are confused. They're like, what is he talking about? Does he have dementia already? What's going on? 4 versus 5 now. They're taking on MHL, Nemanja. Okay, that could bring them back. That's the kind of shot you need. The bomb is in connector. 30 seconds.
I don't think they know what they're doing at this round.
I
It's been
really
a mess
don't
from
think
start
so.
to finish.
Yeah, we've been praising FOKUS for their focus, but unfortunately, this is not one of those rounds we're really excited about at CTR. I can't believe they might bring it back. Oh, Hex goes down. How did they recover the round?
I don't know.
One of the ugliest pistol rounds in a while.
Yeah, that really is. Like, Cuban, like, thinking, God, what are we up to? What was that? But you get away with it. You take it all day long. I don't like those sort of pistols at all. I don't think anyone should be running those sort of ideas.
If ever there was a person who was going to be battle-hardened by Counter-Strike, it would be Cuban.
Yeah.
He was part of that original Golden 5 lineup with Lord and all the rest of them. And that Polish team, like, they would fight each other at events practically. It's not even a joke to say.
It was a different time.
They would have, you know, sort of close to fist fights eternally. It's crazy times. Much more civilized now.
Of course. He's a lovely man.
Yeah, he's you know, he's come out stronger for it on the other side, I suppose.
Yeah. But what looked to be an absolute disaster of a pistol round is converted some way, somehow, and we will take a pause. Looks to be technical here. So no chatting. Keep stum.
Would you have liked that pistol round, Henry, if they didn't mess around with the jumping, or is it just the idea in general?
The idea in general, I don't love, but the fact you fumbled it twice, then you're so locked in because like now we've made these footsteps and we've got 4 people here. We've already expended a smoke. We've got nowhere to go with it really. Yeah. It's just like there's a reason none of the top teams are doing that. Like a double boost up into the window, trying to get 3 players up there. It works out. Like it's fine. It doesn't really matter. It's just like it's a gimmicky pistol round that is. Unless you pull off perfectly, going to look a little bit silly. They managed to pull it off to some extent and win the round. Doesn't matter too much. We'll move on.
Well, I don't think we could credit the initial setup with them winning the round necessarily. But they did win it. Keeping, that's an important kill.
He just needs to get his 1. Yeah. 4 and 12 right now. Having another stinker, unfortunately, but that will do, as long as he gets his 1.
Yeah. Stay in the game. Wait for that round. Nemanja is here. He's expecting that they will come back. He's trying to read the game, and honestly, he might be doing a very good job at that. They did escape the ramp. Now they're starting to see if they could get a bit closer here. Banyos on the other side. Smoke up. Yeah, he saw that. Got to buy a little bit more time. In the back, he's got MHL with a scout. They don't have any more grenades here on the site, but they are rotating over. If they get a bit closer to middle on this catwalk play, they're going to have 4 people at this bomb site. This could be a very, very good call right now for Wildcard. Checking out this top position, Hex is saying there's no one here either. And now the smokes are coming in. Okay, he's going to turn that into a flank as well. Nice little leg shot onto Jorko. Do it again. This time it's a headshot on CTR. Great impact from the scout. He gets another one on Mateos. That's outrageous. How has he done all of this?
It's all falling apart. They got away with the pistol, but the second round might elude them here. And there it is. The backstab will come through. That's a massive round to win, especially with no bomb plant going in. It is going to be 7-7. The war of attrition begins now, and we'll see what they can scrape together on the FOKUS side. That is an absolute disaster, giving that round up. You are nowhere near winning it either. So I can see they've dropped an AK-47 over to Mateus. He's currently 10-10. Tech 9s and P250s otherwise. You only get $1,400 at the bottom of the barrel loss bonus. Wildcard in a prime position now. They've got an AK within their ranks. Could be an A execution, Anders. It's a very, very common approach in these sort of rounds.
Hey, if they do it right now, like if they're fast with it, it'll only be wreck here. The rest of the wildcard are checking middle. A lot of CT sides start like this. There's like an investigation in the middle. If they don't find anything, they probably come back to the bomb site.
So we have 2 players without Kevlar, 1 player without a helmet. So
true.
The MP9 should be able to mow through them. That's the problem.
Yeah. Especially when he's a little bit further back like this.
They've got decent space, though.
Let's see. Okay, they sacrificed Jorko. They said just find out what's on the site. Now they know. And he finds one of the few players with a helmet. Volt doesn't go down to the MP9. So now at least they're on the site. That's a start.
Nice idea not to plant default. You know that nade's coming in, you're low HP. They won't be winning this round, but okay, maybe I've spoken too soon. Should be no way they win this round.
Yeah. 3-man retake from CT Spawn with flashes and everything else. Pretty serviceable stuff. Volt back here is going to be found. Hext starting to get warmed up. That's a scary idea. Imagine if Hext gets himself into this game the way that he was on Inferno.
Oh, yeah. That might well be happening. He's going to be a Mirage specialist for sure, as we see them take the lead here, 8-7. FOKUS end up losing this series. I think they'll be kicking themselves. The amount of advantages and clutches that they lost in Inferno after winning 13-2. Like you said, your opponent's map pick, and you made them look like they didn't know how to even approach the map. Like, you were owning them that badly. Like, they looked lost.
They really did.
And you go on to, like, fair enough, like, it happens on Inferno, like, one player, a couple players really stepped up, but you had all the advantages. Like, you were playing better Team CS. You go on to lose this now, you're going to be so disappointed in yourselves, because, like I said, if you're the team more experience, you've been working so hard, we can see that. If it comes down to a few individuals just shutting you down, that's going to be really difficult for the mental going forward in this tournament, especially to a team that wasn't even supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Like, this is the second time they've even played Mirage with their in-game lead-up.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, this is one of those losses that if it happens, at least you, from FOKUS, you maybe even in a win now, you would say this is a serious conversation to have afterwards. Say, how did it get this far, you know?
Well, they do take down the aforementioned in-game lead-up.
Yeah, it's a good shot for Mateos. He's still one of the interesting players here. Hext gets one. He's just barely going to live through that one. Now they go for it, peeping there to back it up. A couple of headshots.
There's our boy.
That's all we needed. Sticks around for a third
Confidence
one.
frags here. Get them a third. Okay, 2 will do.
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, he did get 3.
He got 3.
Okay, we'll take that.
He was
nice.
assisted on the last one as well.
Okay, brilliant. That's what. Like, if Peeping wakes up now,
it's
good
all
lord,
over.
FOKUS are in trouble.
Yeah.
So, opening kill. It was FOKUS with the Hero AK themselves there. Managed to go to 5-on-4, but Hext with some fancy footwork got one in the B apartments. Just about gets away with his life. Out of the window, backup arrives in time, even with the missed orb shot, but it's Peeping that saves the day. What have you got, FOKUS? What's up next here? A splits looking very likely, the bomb on this side of the map. Actually, he's making his way back towards T-spawn. This could be some sort of fake, Anders. I think he's maybe just dropping off util.
Okay.
So we'll see what kind of plays ETR is cooking up here. Smokes down towards the jungle and steps position.
Even the more advanced version, when you got a wall falling off the top, they peek middle instead. Peeping does get the first with the AK, but he's traded out.
Yeah, so that's why I think it's all a bit of a ruse.
Yeah.
But Hex is using that intel. They drop a CT smoke deep in the apartments, and he actually goes to the push as well. He's got the AK in hand. He's feeding himself today.
Yeah. And you're hoping that there's a T on the other side hearing that. Like, you want them
exactly,
to hear the
right? That's exactly, yeah. And that's beautiful from Hext.
Yeah.
Can't stress that enough. What a great play. You've got the AK in hand. You're feeling confident. You know that they've presented a pretty weak fake. They're going to have to explore their options elsewhere. You get yourself a really cheeky angle toward the B apartments. One tap headshot. Don't get greedy. Fall back. And it's a guaranteed round. Nemanja confirms it.
A lot of cool little small details here for Wildcard in some of these moments. Jorko sneaking in. He's got the bomb.
Got the bomb, yeah. This is, I was about to say, not necessarily over, but with 3 players remaining and you haven't got some open runway for the plant, you've got another kill.
Yeah, big mistake there. They were anticipating him already running onto the site because that's pretty much what he was trying to do, but
with Molly.
He backstepped. Now looking to see if he could find anyone there. Hext is coming in from that catwalk position and he will win that fight. Safe pair of hands right now for this team.
Got a bit messy. A couple of mistakes. Overcooked a bit in the 4 versus 1, but they got the round on the board. That's all that really matters. They are touching distance now of sending FOKUS down to the 1-2 bracket where no one wants to be. Can you give us a B-stream update with that word said?
Yes, Henry, I can in fact do that. Obviously, the other is Legacy and MIBR. On to 3rd map now. It's very even 9-10 on that 3rd map. So they're still battling it out over there on the old
good stuff. Brazilian derby.
Brazilian lineup, yeah.
Yeah, true. What have we got? We have partial investment and a couple, one hero rifle, a hero Galil for Jorko. Things getting desperate out there now. Full A execution. We're scraping the barrel, see what they can do with it.
Do they have the Molotov here for the firebox? No, they don't at the moment, or if they do, they haven't thrown it yet. So Rek, he can stick around, very quiet. They didn't see him coming. He gets 2 big kills. That's very nice. It's a patient play for Rek to not show himself early. There's no Molotov in his position. I think they actually had another Molotov on CTR here, but they never threw it, so they don't clear out that one. Bombs planted. I don't think it matters. Wildcard, they should be able to retake this every single time. Hext finding his 18th kill.
Look at his position. Just smoked off 4 players around him. They're coming for you, kid. Done well to get 1, but yeah, not going to be enough here.
I'm going to need a translation.
Well, I think I heard too easy at the end, but 10-second defuse comes in. 3 players survive. And FOKUS after that first map, boys. 13-2. You were dancing around them on the server. You were having fun. It was looking like such a comprehensive victory. We weren't even thinking about a 3rd map.
No.
It was their opponent's pick as well, and now you're floundering. Now you're getting outclassed in the mechanical department, which is what Mirage is all about. And all you can really bring to the table are these A executions that aren't doing too much.
Maybe not to throw too much copium into the machine, but it's also impossible for FOKUS to really anti-strat anything that's going on here, right?
Yeah, there's no
just
data.
Don't know anything about them. Nuke was the most played map for Wildcard, right? At 4, now up to 5 maps played on that one with this lineup. So maybe they had a little bit of a chance to not to say that they was all anti-stratting either, but I'm just saying that on some of these maps they just don't really know much of anything. So maybe that's something to think about too. But mostly, Hext has got 19 kills. Rek is up to 13. Nemanja with 16. Some of the individuals here for Wildcard are really stepping up, and they're making some very smart choices as well. I do like the leadership as well from Wildcard at the moment. Hext, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Gets 2 big kills to try and shut down this A push.
And does some damage to the 3rd as well, meaning just 1 tap headshot required. Not going to be happening, but then Sentry makes things very uncomfortable, burns away. And we've got a 2-on-1. ZTR. Captain making a lot of noise. I think he's been heard. Not the cleanest kill with Nemanja, but we'll take it.
I'm in their fucking head! This is great. My whole morning's been rescued by this, Henry.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to make of this game coming into the studio today. I wasn't really looking forward to it. I was like, you know what? Like, you were telling me on the walk here. You were telling me FOKUS is going to be the team to watch. They're the team of the playoffs. And after the first map, I was with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I really sold it.
But now Wildcard, they're definitely the more exciting team. In terms of entertainment value.
Yes.
In terms of this sort of bullshit. They're definitely the more exciting team. Anders, we might be done here.
That can't be real. Those are two random headshots to the smoke.
It might not be enough, though.
It might not be enough anyway, but Rek, he's trying to make sure that it is that kind of an opening for Nemanja. You think that's it? It's already won. They send FOKUS down into the lower brackets.
Oh!
He goes down. MHL, another good shot. He's been very good with the AWP. And now Jorko, sure he's got the bomb.
He's been in so many 3v1s. Can he convert this one?
But they already know that he's here, right? He's already thrown in the smoke.
Be careful, lads. Go together.
Next, he doesn't respect it at all. A little bit of damage with a grenade on top now. Swings back towards the window. Hex to get the final kill, and Wildcard. A big upset, I would say, for this one. I am very impressed.
Well, yes, impressed if you're a Wildcard fan, for sure. Disappointed if you are FOKUS, and particularly their coach, Cuban, who had his head in his hands for most of the past 2 maps. And it's understandable because realistically, you could see they got flustered.
They just took down the number 49 ranked team in the world, and all we can say is that FOKUS didn't show up, or rather they weren't focused. And I 100% agree with you. This was sloppy Counter-Strike from FOKUS, and this is a team that we've been praising. They play clean CS, they hit hard, they work together as a unit, but that was just some unforgivable rounds coming out. And I agree with you, Rich. Cuban's going to be making them here, and like everything he's been waiting to yell at them after this map. But I gotta say, man, Hex is just a real deal, just insane.
Oh, I mean, you know, look, considering where NA is relative to the rest of the world, a lot, you know, everyone's clamoring. We're all trying to find, like, who are the NA players right now? You know, who are they? And we're talking about Lake, and we're talking about Peeping, and we're talking, you know, and ultimately, like, Hex has just sort of been there the whole time, slowly, steadily getting better. I thought he was hot garbage when he was an evil genius, frankly. I said it all the time. You know, the stats bear me out, and yet in M80 last year, he was really good, gets dropped, that's crazy, comes into Wildcard, just continues where he left off, and ultimately, you know, I agree. I think he's the best piece on this roster right now.
To be fair, it was hard to stand out on the AG team, no matter what you were doing. So
no, and he was also part of that. What was it? The blueprint,
yes,
whatever. So
yes.
it was like half the time
the
you're
infamous
on EG,
blueprint.
The other time you're on the EG seconds.
Black.
Yeah, right.
It was.
EG black.
But EG black, EG white, wherever he was at
all
the time.
The colors.
Yeah.
But it was also, I was just going to point out, Nemanja also had a really good game. Obviously, you know, he was constantly working around middle, getting a lot of openings, you know, catching a lot of the FOKUS guys off guard. So like a lot of credit goes to him as well. He got off with one of the rounds that I think we're going to bring up later that, you know, yeah, there was definitely a lot of mistakes coming from the other side that he was just there to punish effectively. But yeah, I do like to watch him play when it works, like, because Nemanja, a lot of the time you'll have ideas that are kind of out there in terms of, you know, catching the right timings, and sometimes it looks a little bit ratty, you know, but in a good way, where like he's just going to get boosted into window, you know, flank the B-bomb side, these type of plays that are very aggressive and then just playing off of timings. And when it works, it looks great. When it doesn't work, it looks a little bit silly occasionally, but this time it was definitely working for him.
And again, going back all the way to the veto, I was actually surprised. Wildcard, why didn't you just go with a Duster and Mirage, right? Like, allow some of your players to just pop off instead of going for nuke. And you can see how much more comfortable they feel here. It wasn't anything highly tactical coming out from the side of Wildcard. It was just the individuals playing the roles perfectly and just shutting it down, getting multi-kills after multi-kills. And again, really cool to see, you know, not just Hex, but also Rek had his moments, MHL had his moments, even Peeping, a couple of rounds, he popped off a little bit here and there. So, yeah, well done from him. This is, so far, I think this is the upset of the tournament.
Yeah, it might well be, especially
kind of funny to say.
Yeah, especially within the context of that now puts Wildcard in the 2-1s, right? So they're one series away from, you know, getting through to the playoffs. So that's kind of wild. I think you had a round you wanted to.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
When I was talking about Nemanja, just taking advantage of some of the mistakes on FOKUS side. This is at 6-4, and FOKUS have the money up, right? And Matheus realizes that there's a Glock on the other side, and so he for a moment he believes it's a full eco, but Nemanja has this hero AK working with. But then Matheus peeks into him solo, then Volt was spamming this smoke in the window, and Nemanja just punishes him for that. And then ZTR tries to do the same thing where it's a 3v4, he's trying to turn it back around, right? And this is just how they effectively peek him one by one and die to him. Literally, that was a hero AK. Like everybody else only had upgraded pistols. It was effectively an eco on Wildcard side.
I mean, Mateos dying there, it's kind of forgivable, I guess. He's like, oh, it's just Glocks. But hey, buddy, wait for a second, ask for a flash or ask your teammate to peek with you and mow them down instead of just getting too over-eager and trying to mop up all the kills. He gets taken down. Fine, fair enough, but it's everyone else, right? Volt as well. Why are you sticking around the smoke? Why are you giving an opportunity for a stray bullet to land in at you and the ZTR as well? These small little mistakes. And by the way, after that, they didn't have any money the next round. 2 rounds just lost for free, just like that.
I'll tell you when I knew FOKUS were cooked. It was that T-side pistol.
Oh yeah.
What was that? Like you boost 3 people through window. You miss the jump twice, so they know it's coming. Even though it's telegraphed, you get a kill. Then you stand there, you jump 2 people across murder hole, taking damage. You send one of them back. Then you don't push. Then you sit there. Then there's a guy fighting by himself in connector, and they still won that round. And it's one of the worst pistol rounds I've seen.
They won the round where Counter-Strike lost. That was such a terrible round.
No, but that was it. They won the round, and that was when Cuban was bro, I'm right.
Bro, I'm telling you, the Kuros are coming out right now. That's all they're going to be hearing right behind the arena here. But yeah, just a very, very bad game, honestly, from FOKUS, considering they're the favorites. But yeah, Wildcard, a bit of a surprise there. And I feel like this might give them a little bit of win in the sales. Remember, they have that the default win they had over FaZe.
Yes.
The loss against Bait. Now they're 2-1 up, something no one really expected. Sure, they got lucky with the FaZe draw, but this is a well-earned victory.
Yes, and obviously they now have the opportunity to, like sit back, see who their likely opponents are, get prepared. They've got 2 more attempts to get through to the playoffs, which would be a really big story for them if they got there.
Yeah, for sure. It's obviously going to be an uphill battle no matter what. I mean, at this point, they're going to get into the better teams. The teams that lose the 2-0 games is probably going to be their first matchup. That's the top 4 teams we have at the tournament. That's all the top 10 teams, in the world. So it's effectively for a wildcard team that barely has any playbook is going to be an uphill battle regardless. And then whoever ends up in that 2-2 game probably going to be a pretty heavy underdog in that one as well. So from here, I'm just looking for them to get a little bit more playtime, a bit more experience, maybe take a map off one of these better teams because that's what they're looking for. I don't think they're coming into this tournament expecting to make playoffs. So whatever they get from past this is a bonus, really.
And it's also like for peeping, and hopefully they have a chat with him and just maybe trying to figure out why he's struggling quite a bit, because this is a rough performance. I know they got the win. You're allowed to have a bad map. You're allowed to have 2 bad maps with 3 atrocious maps right there. Clearly, I wouldn't put the blame purely on him, but surely his confidence is shook. So, maybe talk it out, figure out why he's struggling quite a bit over here. And if he's able to pop off, who knows? Might be able to pull off another upset coming tomorrow.
All right, well, we'll see. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back after the break, Bait will be in the building and we'll be talking about them. So, we'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
All right, guys, if you thought the first series was carnage and chaotic, get ready, because we've got Bait taking on 3D Max, and we've got lots to say about both of these teams. We've already talked a bit about Bait, so I guess we'll start with 3D Max. And I'm just going to repeat the narrative that I've been putting out there. This is not the 3D Max you remember from even, I don't know, 4 months ago.
Yep.
This is a very different 3D Max. They are in free fall. They look terrible and nearly lost to Voca the other day. So I am totally out on 3D Max.
Rich, I'm sure you're aware of how the French Counter-Strike fans on Twitter can be, shall we say, very vocal when they're critical of French players, right? It's
right? I have noticed that.
Yeah, you've noticed that. I've noticed that as well. And yesterday I put out a tweet saying, you know, this is embarrassing to watch. Well, what is going on? And guess what? I saw a bunch of Frenchmen replying to me. I'm like, oh no, what are they saying? Clicked on the translate button. Everyone's like, oui. I agree with you. Yeah. That's how bad it's gone for 3D Max.
Yeah, 3D Max have lost the dimension. They're down to 2D Max now, I think. Good one? Good?
Banger.
Okay, nice.
Not bad. It's out of that one.
They've obviously struggled through these last couple of months and this tournament specifically. I mean, obviously first losing to FOKUS, which is, yes, one of the teams we did have on our eyes as a team that could pull up some upsets. But yesterday's game against Voca, man, that was a rough watch. I'm not gonna lie. And after that, you know, HLTV spoke to Maka, and even there he was talking about how it's a shame that they're playing that close against that kind of team. You know, and he's catching strays left and right at this tournament.
No,
you know, we had FUT testing their map pool against NRG, being like, yeah, we're gonna play our lowest played map against.
But guess what? Wildcard just been focused. You know, what's up now? Yes. EU4s.
Yeah, but listen, I don't even think they're catching strays. I think everybody knows NA is dead in the conventional sense. It's not really a competitive region anymore. And for 3D Max to take a team that isn't even a team, remember, like Voca are just like, we got to stand in. Maybe this is a guy that's going to be on the team, you know, blah, blah.
I think a standing situation, that's the one, right? Like if there was Voca playing with a full lineup, we can be like, all right, you know, they've actually taken a couple of maps off on LAN recently as well in the EU. But the fact that you have a stand-in coming in who hasn't played for 5 years, not a single official in 5 years, Rich, and you barely scrape a win. If Maka hadn't pulled off that clutch on Ancient, this would have been actually, 3D Max in 0-2, in 0-2 bracket. Embarrassing, honestly.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this used to be a team. The one thing you used to say about 3D Max is they don't have any star players, but they have really good fundamentals, really good protocols. We went through, you know, this change in IGL, where we ended up with, you know, the Gravity era. It was a little bit different, but we were still kind of hopeful. And it's just been swirling down the drain.
I don't know if I agree with the strong fundamentals. I mean, they definitely have that at points. But
okay, they had fundamentals.
They had fundamentals.
They had some fundamentals.
But then those fundamentals sometimes just get thrown out of the window, and then they were just like running a lot of crazy stuff all over the place. You know, so they just had that little bit of a flair. That they brought out every now and again for like crazy rounds to pull out, but it was working for them. You know, when they were playing some of the better teams, occasionally they would take a big win. Obviously, it hasn't really happened this year. They've only been tumbling further and further down the rankings ever since that move you were talking about came about. Really,
I mean, we can obviously contextualize why they are. You know, I'm sure, like struggling here. They did not qualify for the major, right? That is something that's going to be in the back of their minds, the biggest event of the season. They don't qualify, they come in, they've looked glum, but the question has to be raised, right? So you're not playing the major, still a couple more months remaining for the season. Where do you go from here? Because clearly this isn't it. This, you know, the entire Gravity Maka dynamic. Well, sure, but at some point you want to course correct, but this Maka Gravity dynamic just hasn't clicked.
You might say the trajectory they're on makes them a victim of gravity. But anyway, we can now talk about Bait, their opponent. Similar story, if we're just being real about it. I mean, I had a lot more kind of a respect for and faith in this lineup when they first started coming through. They were well drilled, forged in the fires of online Counter-Strike. They were the team that had played the most maps on a monthly basis, and it really showed. And then since then, you know, you had the drop-off of, you know, Head Trick, and they made like a roster change. They found this young kid, Sissy. They're still trying to make him, you know, kind of fit the mold and get the best out of him. And honestly, they're very flat right now.
I still think that they are still the same team to me. They just kind of came on the wrong end of a couple of losses that ended up tanking their confidence. If you look at them, they are still playing a very solid brand of CS. They were just hoping to get out of Sizzy that kind of X factor that would get them to the next level. Obviously, you know, a lot of pressure to put on a 16-year-old guy that effectively has no experience, and it's been a struggle for him to keep up the consistency. We do see flares every now and again of his individual brilliance. He's very sharp when he's feeling it, but then he has games where he just completely disappears, doesn't really have any impact. And that's what we even saw yesterday when they were playing Astralis, right? He gets off to the wrong foot, then you know, they end up losing the first map, and then he comes back for Nuke and actually provides a big performance, you know. So yeah, this is also the third time that we're going to see these couple of teams play against one another, even in the last, I think it's 2 weeks, because at Parkin they played even twice. They exchanged series, and then Bait actually ended up winning the one that mattered the most, that actually put them through to the major effectively.
Which is kind of like, yeah, absolutely. Again, like as we juxtapose the two teams and their race to the major, this matchup is the one which knocked out 3D Max and Bait qualifying for the major. So Bait coming to this event with a lot more confidence, which they had lost early in the season.
Look at the nature of the win, though. That's what concerns me for 3D Max. That, like, oh, when the pressure was off a little bit, they could sort of grind and get a few rounds.
That was a must-win game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
so completely crushed.
They got completely crushed when it mattered.
And
they go to pieces.
And I feel like for Bait, that particular matchup was the turning point, the stop, so to speak, of their downfall, right? Ever since then, you know, they qualify, they come on in, they make reasonably quick work of Wildcard. Against Astralis, dude, that could have been a 2-0. And Astralis, for me, are one of the dark horses coming to this event. So I feel like for Bait, we might be now witnessing the resurgence coming back to the form of old. Sure, it might not be the same because Sezzy's still struggling a little bit, but it doesn't really matter as long as the team is playing what they want to play.
I'm going to just be real. If Bait can't absolutely batter 3D Max the way they've been playing of late, that is bad news.
Yes, indeed. I do think that that's where it's headed. It could kind of go down to the same kind of sloppy CS that we saw at Parkin, where they were just kind of trading big blows back and forth. And I do think that the veto is probably going to go that way. Bait picking Ancient is absolutely no surprise. That was both times that they won, they just slammed them on Ancient. Nuke or Inferno was the last 2 times that they played, so there's the Inferno pick. Again, both times 3D Max won that map, and it would ended up going down to Dust 2 for the decider both cases. They traded Dust 2 twice, so I wouldn't be surprised if that... Never mind, okay, that's... I guess it's Bait. No, it is 3D Max. It is 3D Max removing Dust 2. It was the map that they got slammed on last time, but then won the previous. So
be a strong.
So we are down to Nuke. Nuke decider.
I'm a little surprised here. I mean, the Ancient pick is no surprise, obviously, from Bait. But the thing for Inferno is, you remember, like day one, 3D Max got absolutely slammed by FOKUS on Inferno. So you're going for that. Again, this is a map that historically like to play, right? So hopefully they have something in store for us here. But Nuke coming up, dude, like even though Bait might be kind of iffy on this map, they did beat Astralis. They destroyed them yesterday.
And remember, it was
so comfortably. Pick. Yes, and it's a map that Astralis are very comfortable on. Astralis, when they played that map, I even fear for some of the bigger names out there. And the fact that they're allowing this map through, if I'm Bait, I'm grinning year to year.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think the problem that this current iteration of 3D Max has is it doesn't have the ability to find 2 really good maps for itself. I think just naturally the way Avito is going to play out, they don't seem to have 2 maps where they can feel confident that if we go to a handshake, we're in with a shout.
And even the map that they do like to play, Anubis, obviously it's permaban for Bait.
Yes,
but even yesterday, they barely, I mean, they did manage to beat Voca pretty convincingly on that. So I agree with you 100%. You need to at least have 2 maps. And if your opponent's just going to permaban it out, what are you left with?
Yes, yeah, well, we are left with going to Ancient. And I do have to say, I like Bait on this map. I think in the past, historically, this, even with this lineup, they've had some big wins on Ancient. They look good. They're happy to tear it up. They'll use it as a handshake. They'll pick it if it's there. For 3D Max, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm slightly worried about Ancient just after seeing Bait got kind of battered yesterday by Astralis.
I think it's a bit of an anomaly, honestly. Okay. Yeah, a bit of a hiccup because Astralis were playing super confident, super in your face, and I don't think Bait were really ready for it. But if you look at the previous games they've had, it is very comfortably the best map, right? So I think it's not going to happen again.
I mean, in the matchup, they have gotten a couple of very convincing wins, and at the Barkentard tournament that we were talking about
13-8 and 13-3 back to back. So they're confident here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I'm again super worried about what the key to victory for 3D Max might be. I'll check in with our casters to see if they've got any ideas. Can 3D Max win this? Let's just even bring it down to Ancient. Can they win Ancient?
What have you got, Anders? Come on.
Man, I just don't trust this team any longer. I mean, they can. That's obviously the right answer, but I don't think they will.
I feel like, yeah, they've got a bit of an identity crisis right now. Moving the in-game leader position around, removing Body. It seems like Gravity's performance has got worse since he's not the in-game leader anymore.
Yeah.
But I agree. I feel like the Sizzy conversation is the most important one here. Him against Maka, I think, is going to be the most influential battle here. Maka is a very powerful AWP if he's in the zone. Sizzy can be world-class, but we very rarely see that sort of form. That, for me, is the most exciting battle, but I have got Bait taking this all day long. I think 2-0.
Yeah, not a bad pick. I'm tempted to say this. I think both teams have this thing in common, though, that they don't really have a superstar. Like, none of these teams, that's just a feature.
What about NPL?
Maybe NPL.
The most auraless player I've ever seen, by the way. But anyway,
NPL.
We'll talk about that later. We'll get into the game.
All right, lads. Thanks very much. Let's get into it. It's going to be Bait taking on 3D Max, and we'll see Bait starting on the T side here. And it's going to be a B attack. All 5 players here. Smoke's going in early towards Cave and towards Short. It's going to be all-out warfare here as Maka goes down quickly. And it will be Kenzizor helping himself to a couple of kills there, Anders.
Don't you love to see it? No breaks, no slow poking at the start. They just go for the bomb site and run it over. Kenzizor's going to go down and return. XC, he'll take down MPL. So actually a pretty good start to the retake. They do have a kit as well, so this is still doable somehow. Essential turning the wrong way. Shot in the back of the head by Lucky. Sizzy playing around here towards the cave position, and he's going to go down as well. Misuta, 3 kills, and they've, they've got it even without the kits. Could be a faster defuse. That is somewhat unacceptable, I think, on the side of Bait. You get 2 opening kills in the bomb plant in the first 3 seconds of the round, and then you still lose it.
I don't know how you lose that round.
I don't know either. I don't want to know.
That is crazy work. These kind of openers, this is a godsend. That should be the round's over.
That's it, yeah.
How do you give this one up? Why are we challenging so much toward the backlines? Why are we not playing the bomb? It's only round 1. It's already a disaster.
Yeah. Both these teams finding themselves in a weird state lately. You mentioned NPL, and I think I said earlier, he's playing like a man possessed to try and make this lineup work. I think if you said him as a potential superstar, I think he's more as a case of circumstance. Like, he has to. It's out of necessity, that he's just playing this way. Maybe he could do it again today. They might need him. But good work. Bomb plant is there. In spite of the bomb plant, we're seeing 2 MP9s on the 3D Max side. Is that the map that sort of they don't want the extra M4 or the extra FAMAS or whatever?
Well, time will tell. They've definitely got a plan up their sleeve here, pushing in towards A main. Gravity. Not going to send them packing here. Get the information. Lucky trying to take the aggro. That will do nicely, as actually this is looking quite promising now. 3D Max, after recovering that 5-on-3 deficit in the pistol, they've got a clean sweep here. As we go into the 5-on-1, a single kill for Sizzy will be picked up, but he should be dealt with in due course, and there we go.
I do like that variation. If you're going to buy...
Let's go!
Okay. Well, this is one of the reasons why this team can be fun. It's more fun when Apex is on the other side receiving the banter from Gravity, but I still like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the double push with the MP9s. Like you said, trick up their sleeve.
Yeah, no, it was quite good. I like the little detail there as well of just peeking from the cave position just to take the aggro away, keep them on high alert as the backstab came through. And we go into what should be a very clean and simple procedure for 3D Max, looking for 3-0 here. Bear in mind, if you're just joining us today, we are at the 1-1 games, and I'll talk over this for now as we'll look back at the previous results of these teams. So Bates have taken down Wildcard, but lost to Astralis. 3D Max lost to FOKUS, we just saw, 2-1, and they beat Voca 2-1. Bear in mind, Voca was a stand-in as well, so the fact they only just get that over the line, a little bit alarming.
That goes a long way to explain why the desk and everybody else has been really worried about this team. Because these are teams that they would normally run over without even thinking about it. But you know what? This start is pretty hot right now. I must say, they got the kill last round with the MP9. One of them died, so then they picked up a Galil. So now they have a lot of money to work with on the CT side very early on. So far, no casualties here. Sizzy hoping to land a headshot. Doesn't seem to be an easy job at the moment. He's boxed in. It's just, still got 40 seconds.
It's another 5-on-1. It's Sizzy again, same position. Will he get a kill this time? Can't have 2 clean sweeps in a row, surely. Well, he definitely can. Money is going to be out of control for the CT side. 3D Max look locked in, fired up, and ready to go today. Bates, an uphill battle. Got to rebuild the morale. Giving up that pistol is criminal. Got no one to blame but yourself. You overpeaked, but overconfident. You thought the round was done. You let them back in.
You're making that kind of a mistake very early in a series. It doesn't have to destroy the whole series, obviously, but it just it's a
certainly
weird
doesn't
feeling.
help. Yeah.
It's just like, why are we doing that to ourselves?
So first gun round to be indicative as to where we're going with this one. For now, it's towards middle, smokes down towards Donuts and the red room. Boosted up though, nice idea. Lucky looking to find one, vaulting up towards the heavens. They've got no idea. There was a chance for double kill there, but doesn't push his luck. Doesn't take any damage, gets the opening frag. But speaking of frags, MPL, the star player,
wow,
will be pulling one back. That's Masuta dropped.
I love this part of Ancient when the T's get into the red room and they split the map in half like this. It's where it gets real chaotic. XC's hoping that he could wrap around. MPL was there, ready. He did go very low on health, but again, they've cut the map in half here. So the B defense got 2 people. We got Lucky on the other side playing that donut position. He's alone. They can't really help each other out. And there's still a minute left for Bait to do something. So this, much like the pistol round, is an extremely winnable round for them. Not to say that it's completely locked in, but it is looking pretty good. Forward position, Maka and Gravity. This could be an insane move. Galil on the one side, Famasa on the other. What a flashbang. Sent him straight.
Yeah, the flashbang is everything there. Good protocols from Bait. Their first round's on the board here. Lucky, after getting the opening kill, nothing he can do about it. They know he's on the other side of the map as well.
I don't know if we can catch it, Henry, in one of the upcoming rounds, but in this round in the middle, you see Bait, obviously 3D Max, they throw an incendiary into the middle, they throw double HE.
Yep.
Bait themselves throw a counter incendiary or a Molotov to that elbow position. What's that doing for them? Why are they
close by?
Yeah. Like
stopping the CTs being able to do things like getting super close up and spamming the corner allows you actually to tuck yourself in by the elbow, like in the right angle.
Okay.
So yeah, like CTs, it's very common for them. Yeah, exactly. That Molotov right there,
yeah.
Stopping the CTs getting close and being able to take that space away from you. So even when all the flashbangs are going off and you are blind, you can sit in that corner without CTs being able to swing cleanly around.
Nice.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it means that you have to take a wider pathing, aka they will get blind as they're trying to swing around and then peek that angle.
It's quite a chaotic part of the map because when you just watch in the middle of a fight, there's just fire everywhere.
Because otherwise, you could think about you could just be looking at that wall, hugging it, and then peeking the angle, avoiding all the flashbangs.
Well, good. Good protocols. They took mid control. They took red room.
You will see every team throwing that Molotov.
Well, I like it. Well, now we know we're going into round number 5. And what do we have? 3D Max losing a round finally. Probably should have lost the pistol round, but yeah, getting something on the board here for Bait. It's got to be important, surely. So much of this map, if you have the right mid opener for it, if you've got a player that feels comfortable in there, really on both sides of the map, it can make a big difference. Is that Elysian Art? Some signatures?
Maybe. I missed it.
Art was top fragging yesterday.
True. Oh, we've got the 4-man, or the 4 flash set up towards middle. 2 players in spawn.
There's that
bombarding the mid area with flashes. We'll see them actually pick up this space, no problem.
Dangerous Maka. Goes straight down. KenZysor ran there to crouch and just put his crosshair in the perfect position. Maybe even 10 seconds before anyone showed up. Gonna pick up the AWP and try to walk back. But again, Bait looking at this tactical position. They want to open up the red room so that they can really make any rotations very difficult. In any position that you think you're holding with safety, normally at the back of this B bomb site, you can just focus on the ramp, but once you lose the red room, that's not the case anymore. And they're going to find their way towards XSCs. I can't imagine a world in which he is going to be able to stay alive back here for more than a kill.
Oh, he's in trouble. He's about to go down.
No kills.
That's round 3 players in towards B. Bait starting to come to life. Definitely the favored team, considering the downfall of 3D Max in recent months.
So, when they lose Maka at the start, the rest of 3D Max just freeze and do nothing. I feel like the mid-rounding for Bait is so good.
Yeah, you're right. There was no real reaction there. They kind of stayed posted up, knowing they had the AWP over towards the A site and hoping he would just be able to find one towards A main, playing at that defensive position. But obviously lots of gaps in the map to exploit, and that's exactly what Bait did. Once again, going through that red room CT spawn and just taking him down, no problem. Bit of a gamble stack, I suppose, hoping that the orb would be able to survive. But looks like no one will.
Yeah, they're getting found out even after they've already given up on the round. That's brutal.
Would have liked to have seen a bit more in terms of the teamwork there. Maka taking that peek from Donut, like we saw the crosshair placement there and ready for him. Just a flashbang from a teammate from Red just before he peeks. That would have been nice. You know what I mean? Like get him off the angle, give him the advantage on the fight. He just dry peeks up and gets taken down by an AK.
I agree. It's very risky, unfortunately. Plenty of time for KenZysor to sit there. I feel like as well, once they lose him and they stack 3 at the B bomb site, the old original heroic lineup, they would have pushed out, right? I don't know. That's my only reference. I guess they're not the only team to do it anymore. It's probably a bit dated at this point in time. But I'm just saying, if you're going to stack 3 and you're down a man...
like I said, I think it was more of like a gamble stack at that stage. We've recovered the orb. It's in the hands of XCs. If he can do something with it, great. Oh my god. If they come towards B, you've got that stack going on. But yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made that you could have gone for more active play. And speaking of which, we're getting plenty of that in this particular round. Some fantastic shots being exchanged here, but it will be advantage towards Bait still in the 3-on-3. All 3 members once again towards a B bomb side, and Alex will be going for the long con through Red.
There's another movement here. Very, very smart, I think, for Bait to wait. They don't know how many people are on the bomb site, so they let Alex do a little bit of an investigation. He's going to find out every single one is here.
Ooh,
he dies, but now they know at least where both of them are. It's a very good shot from Maka, I must admit.
Well, they're vacating the premises, and Bait are helping themselves. And they're thinking exactly what you are, Anders. They've seen both of us. They must be going towards A, but that Molotov pretty much secures the round.
There is an HE on Lucky. I suppose MBL could be killed if you have the perfect
grenade. It would have to be a hell of a grenade.
It'd have to be. Probably had to hit him first and then, bounce on him. Sizzy, that's a pretty close shot. No kit.
So you shouldn't be taking the bait. You know he's got no kit at this point.
Yeah.
You don't even need to check it. Nice work. All good, all comfortable.
Yeah. Got a bit close. First kill was very smooth. I don't know how those 2 people on the B-bomb site managed to get a kill each, but they did.
Yeah, towards that K position,
I guess the
range.
Mac 10 spray was bad.
Yeah, but there we go, round 7. And we'll be Bates now finding 3 in a row since losing what looked to be an absolutely locked-in pistol. Still reeling from the fact they lost that one, but could be a very different scoreline had they picked it up. They're looking very confident ever since. Wow. A lot of grenades, a lot of util over towards middle. Lucky looking to get stuck in here over towards the B lane. Nice movement to get up there.
Yeah, interesting that they have so many people in the middle and still have Maka here with the AWP. I think they were probably hoping, that someone from Bait would peek this, because normally when you hear that much, you're going to have nobody on the A-bomb site. This is a fun position, I guess, in the middle when you have 3 people, but man, it leaves the extremities very weak. Gravity's got no more grenades, so he can't re-smoke the ramp. Presumably this mid position, either they push in and help out, or they can't stay. Okay, there we go, flashbang on over. Just to take a look, he does see someone at the bottom. Yeah, they have to give up this mid control at some point.
Yeah, all their util has been bled out. They were hoping for fights and duels here. They've been given nothing on the CT side, so they know eventually they will lose that space. They're going to have to relinquish control, go back to a more default setup here. Very patient, very slow here from Bates. Execute coming in, just a few flashbangs. I think they're just trying to provoke utility out of the CT side. We'll see if they want to commit off the back of these smokes. Down to Maka. Oh, he just walks away as he's coming through. That's so unlucky. Speaking of lucky, he's rotating in.
Well, hold the phone. There's 20 seconds. I was going to say, if the bomb dies here, it's picked up again. But there was a world that that cave push could have ended Bait in this round. Now, it's a lot more likely, unless lucky. Win this fight? No. If he had, he could have put some pressure on the plant itself.
Maybe, yeah. It was still such a difficult duel.
Yeah, I was trying to weave.
Yeah.
Just have one.
Well, that's 4 in a row. Very passive here. Bates letting 3D Max play themselves. They dumped around $2,000 worth of utility at the start of middle, thinking it'd be that mid play. And Bait just did nothing. They just held outside the double doors. They had one lurker in towards A main, one watching elbow for a backstab, 3 holding the double doors. Waited till they got quiet. They kept just flashing over, having a couple of jiggle peeks there, here and there, making sure no one had B lane control. Then they throw in the utility. There's not much resistance at all. And as soon as that util is deployed as well, that's the moment the backstab comes in towards A.
Yeah.
And very fortunate timing. Like, it's all by design. That's what they're trying to do. But it's the moment Maka lets control of the angle. That's when he comes through. That's so frustrating. And he was very patient there. They weren't giving much away there on the CT side either. Back in towards A we go. Really nice mid-rounding. This very patient, disciplined round from Bates.
I think that's
a good one to talk about on the desk. That's some really impressive CS there.
Yeah, I feel like that's been the theme for a lot of these rounds for Bait. Like, they're very patient.
Yeah.
The mid-rounding is really good.
Yeah, you get them second-guessing themselves. They're desperate for information. They've dumped all their util. And the moment you put your quote-unquote execute in towards B, that's when your lurker is activated as well. And you're not even going in towards a B site. Like, it's a really nice round.
Man, this paints such a different picture. Because, again, we're insisting on the idea that Bait should have won the pistol.
Sure.
If they had... They've just won 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not going to say it would have been a 7-0 lead, but I'm looking at this.
And now, like, you've shown, like, the fact that you're willing to just have these slow rounds. There's always no utility being deployed towards middle. It's one of these partial buys for sure, but now you're willing to take that space, smoke down towards Donuts, and wow, the flashbang. They flashed themselves, unfortunately. Gravity, that was a team flash.
Yeah.
They were trying to set him up, and unfortunately knocked him down. He came through the smoke, ready and waiting. I think he had a kill there, but his teammates flashed him.
Yeah, you might be onto something. MPL does get 3 kills. You have to appreciate how he is shrinking into the angle every time they peek him. So they can't just fight him like he narrows the angle against them. They have to take another bad fight against him every time. It's really cool. Markers here. NPL finds 4. He's up to 8 in total. And here's the potential bad news for 3D Max fans out there.
Go on.
This is the weaker side of the map for Bait. Normally they win about 47% of their rounds on the T side, but it's up to something like 73% on the CT side. It's crazy how much work they do over there. Very good on it.
Since losing the pistol could be the perfect game since then, but we have got 5 in a row. What's the next play coming out of the strap hook here? Dumping that util towards middle once more. And you can see that's what we're talking about, Anders. You don't get to go close to the wall, dodge the flashes. You have to negate the flames.
I like that. It's very practical. We get to see it demonstrated couple of rounds later. This time there were no T's actually trying to fight too much. Lucky, smooth headshot. He wants to disengage, but he has to be careful. He can't just run back. And now he's actually recommitting a little bit to it. Sticking around for a lot longer than was maybe comfortable, but he got out alive. That's all that matters. We need 3D Max to do something more here.
Well, this is going to be a smoke push, I reckon, from KenZor. Lucky seems to be aware of it, and even so, can't find the kill. Back to a 4-on-4. That's a big, big kill to pick up here. Mac up, AWP in towards red. Some difficult shots ahead of him. And we're going to be slowing it right down. This is like how they prefer to play.
It's a cool smoke that KenZor lands. that kind of blocks off CT spawn from that back B lane. Doesn't put too much pressure on Maka. He's still sticking around, but...
So what's the next move here? 3 outside B. We've got MongolZ showing maybe a bit of presence in towards the A side of the map. He will be going for a lurk once again. Trying to catch one out. He's low HP. He'll be going for like the long backstab, I suppose. There's not really much presence he can show. Let's have a look what he's up to, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what he wants.
So there it is.
They threw the flash on B, so they're hoping they think this is a bit of a fate. They have rotated one player over, but Exorcise is here. There's only 12 seconds on the clock, so this could be a bit of a nightmare. The bomb's trying to make it onto the B bomb site. Gravity goes down. Essential bursts onto the site and kills them. Makes a 180-degree turn to get the second shot now. Maka, he goes down next. 3D Max, this one was locked in. Essential to the rescue. 3 kills, the second of which was disgusting.
Oh, they took the bait, for lack of a better word, in towards the A bomb side there.
Very true.
Ecstasy thought, like, okay, I've called him towards Donor. We found one A main. That's it. Call the rotations over.
Yeah.
The moment they do it, it's where it all started. MongolZ actually bringing it back to a 5-on-4. But this is where it really matters. Oh, those 2 kills. They were somewhat ready for that as well. And it's no good for 3D Max. Their woes continue here at PGL Bucharest. Back towards middle we go. Opening kill though for Gravity.
Doesn't work out this time. Alex is there, and they've got MPL.
He's locked into a corner.
So crisp. He's just got the mechanics on lockdown right now. 10 and 6 on him individually. They've got the B-bomb site. They're going to plant the bomb. Just a formality at this stage here. See if Misuta and Ecstasy could find a weapon. I think it's the best we could do. You get an AK into the next round. At least that would be something. But this is 3D Max going to be losing 7 rounds in a row after winning a strange pistol round and winning the follow-up 2 rounds. That's good. That's a start. But now when you look back on what's happened since, you can't help but wonder, was that actually all they had for this? 7 in a row, Henry.
7 in a row. You don't love to see it. Doesn't make for the most compelling game.
No.
But it is Bates' pick.
That's also true.
But Inferno coming up next. But yeah, if you win the pistol, you probably shouldn't have won.
There we go.
That kind of rallies the troops, I suppose, and will inspire some hope. Nice little double kill, recovering an AK-47. Not all is lost. That was just a little partial investment of the MP9s. Got the opening frag there, courtesy of Gravity, but couldn't necessarily hold on to him. See whether they can get these last couple of rounds. 7-3.
If you get the last 2 at least, you feel a little bit better.
I mean, sure. But that's if you get them.
Big.
I was going to say, we haven't really said Maka's name at all. He's 4 and 8. Ecstasy's 4 and 7. Misuta, after getting those 2 deagle kills, up to 11. But let's see where the battle will take place here. Yeah, maybe showing a bit more pressure towards A this time. We've got 2 in towards main. Molotovs. Smokes being exchanged over to the side of the map. Middle control granted. Very defensive and Lucky. Playing for 1 and done here. Get that 1 kill, stay alive now.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping for. He's got the smoke as well. They're going to Molotov him out. That's why you want the smoke in that position. Still playing around here. Oh, he's going to touch it. If they hear that on the other side, because otherwise he might have fallen back for all they know. I think they've got a very good read on it. Sentiel takes him down. Ecstasy's the last defender here at the site. Oh, and he gets the kill. If that had been NPL instead getting killed, he would have known that Sentiel was still there. But because he kills Sentiel, he's got no idea that there's still a player towards that position.
Nice work.
Misuta, he's trying to bring them back. Sizzy will drop him, and the bomb is going to be planted here. At least there's a chance. They've got the kits.
A chance. Sizzy, though, looks like he's destined to get this kill. Oh, he's waiting for a Maka. Nice work.
Oh.
Comes down to this. It's a 2v1, but if Alex can cut it down to size, they can maybe pick the round up. But it is going to be the first real gun round now for 3D Max, breaking the streak of 7 rounds in a row. Ooh. We find 4 on the board. Pretty comfortable in the end for Maka. Gravity was there to pick up the pieces if it did go wrong, but yeah, looks like more sighs of relief more than celebrations there for the French.
It's probably true. Yeah, 1 more round.
But Lucky did well there, I have to say. Like you said, it's such a difficult position just to get that one kill. Then you're trying to stay alive as long as possible when you're feeling that pressure come through. Sure, he only gets one, but he did set up his teammates in the rotations. Maka able to close things out, and finally an opportunity to get a couple of rounds on the board here.
Setting fire to the middle once again, but in fact rotating back immediately. So not so much wanting to control middle. I think they want to signal that there's a lot of people in middle and hoping that there's going to be a B push. They've got 4 people on this side, and it will be a B push. I think 3D Max designed this. Very cool idea, showing all this stuff in the middle and then showing up for the B bomb side for the big fight that's about to happen. Gravity with the headshot. And now Sizzy on the ramp with the bomb alone at the AK. Alex is here. Ecstasy's had the right idea. Don't give this one up. It's a 2v2. They had it perfectly lined up. They threw 2 incendiaries, a smoke, a lot of HEs in the middle. Then they immediately rotated B to catch the incoming push. It's a great idea.
And now the A-bomb side is wide open. Can't stress that enough. And they are locking off the points of access as well. The Molotov towards Elba to try and slow them down. That's exactly where we'll be heading. I think they might have heard that as well. Alex is in Donut. Almost certainly heard it. Let's have a look whether Sizzy's ready for this flank maneuver. Yeah, like I said, he heard it.
Yeah.
And it's a clean finish. There we have it. Bates, after losing the pistol, going down 0-3, will close things out on their T-side campaign 8-4. Very convincing stuff. Definitely the favorites coming into this one. But yeah, pretty flat overall from 3D Max. They were getting absolutely ruined out there tactically, pulled around the map. And yeah, doesn't look great over on the 3D Max side.
It really doesn't, unfortunately, because for the first 3 rounds, it was looking pretty exciting. You thought, all right, they get the firepower. This looks like they're shutting them down pretty hard.
Yeah, recovering a 3-on-5.
Yeah. But since then, it's been a little bit lackluster. Going into the second half now, like I said, Beta very good on the CT side. They got some stats with them, 73% win rate. Their 4-on-5 conversion, that is when they lose the opening kill, they still win about 48% of the rounds. So that's, on the CT side, that's kind of crazy.
Oh, that's a great
that they're able to turn that around.
Masuta, the only one with double digits. We move over to the T side now for the French. They will need both pistols here, I think, from what they've put down so far. We'll have a look at the buy and see if we can work out where they might be heading. It's 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, and a couple of flashes. Do we have a P250 in the mix? We don't. We have 2 smokes now as well. So a lot of teams just like to be execute on these sort of rounds, and Molotov the pillar, smoke towards long and short, double flash in, and off you go. We'll see if that's what they've got up their sleeve.
Going to be playing retake, right? Like Bates, they've got a smoke kit, they've got 1 person here. Presumably they're not going to fight it if they show up. Just let them plant the bomb and hope you can do the retake.
Let's have a look.
I think, yeah, stay away from it. Don't get run down. That's how you can stop the retake from even happening, but they're not going to get a chance. That is so aggressive from 3D Max.
Okay, nice little strat, though. Fast through cave, using the Molotov to deny cave entrance from the CTs there. It goes down just as they're coming through. They've got a smoke down towards the long side, and then they smoke deep towards CT spawn as well, so they can just really force the issue and smother, as we saw. Very, very, very quick. Very effective, hitting their shots. Lots of drive-bys there. Beautiful strat there from 3D Max. That's a pistol round you like to see.
Yeah, I mean...
Compared to what we saw on Mirage earlier, with the 4-man boost into towards the window, that's a pistol round.
That's a pistol round, yeah. Almost with a bit of irony as well, because Bait were trying to do something somewhat similar in their own pistol round. Like they got the kills, they got the bomb plant, they wanted to push behind and stop the CTs.
Yeah. But the key detail there was the deep smoke in CT spawn. CT spawn side. So
it's a good detail. Sometimes it comes down to that. Really important here. I doubt if 3D Max can bring this back. I just feel like it isn't their map pick. I feel like Bates are very strong on this one, but winning the pistol at least opens up the conversation once again. If Masuta can keep playing the way that he is, the rest of the team, they're not that far behind. They're all playing as a bit of a squad there, so I don't want to count them out at all.
Oh, definitely not. Let's have a look. Force buy in response here. Bates will have the pistols, the SMGs. 3D Max back on their feet. That sort of pistol will inspire hope. Perfectly executed in towards the B-bomb site. Gonna focus their efforts there once again. No one home. Just Alex alone. Teammates stacked in towards that A-bomb site here. Play execute coming through. We've got the smokes down towards long and short. Rotations will arrive, but as we mentioned, locked out by utility. Not necessarily committing off this. It's confirming they've got Cave into their remit, but there is a sneaky little move here from Alex.
Okay, Masuta is aware that it could be happening. He's definitely watching the edges, so it won't be complete surprise. But this has gone from a one-man stack to a five-man stack, basically.
Molotov for the pillar here. Flashbang to go in.
That's a dink. Even better return, though. Gravity will knock at least one defender out with the MAC-10. And now it's a 3-on-5. They pretty much blocked it off. The utility paving the way for everything else. Gravity is what you want to be doing here. MAC-10 doesn't even bother reload it. Comes in with a Glock instead. Quite the round for him. 3 kills. I guess that's a lesson in how to avoid dying to stacks. You just use so much utility that they just can't do anything.
Yeah, overwhelm them. Even with the double pump mid towards B.
He's got no more bullets. 3 bullets left. No magazines. Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Don't need it.
So still is yet to be a problem, this new update.
No, it's not a problem for MPL. He's got 1 bullet. Get the headshot. Ah, that would have been very cool.
Okay, 3D Max are feeling it now. Some very nice rounds, to be fair to them. First half really wasn't looking too good for them, but winning the pistol again, getting that 2-0 on the board. Should be 3 and a 1-round game after this one. Nothing they can do on the bait side to really purchase into this. They were ready for these sort of maneuvers. They knew they were going to be trying to push into the cave and trying to reclaim territory. They were in anti-flash positions, taking them down comfortably. A couple of nice deagle shots, sure, but you can't really justify any investment here. What a shot that is. Maka will pluck KenZor out of the air.
Yeah, that's what they need more of. Down to the deagle for Alex. Would love an opportunity, but 3D Max looks like they're a little bit more locked in once again. Does get the kill on the marker. Gravity could have gone down there as well. MPL, scary stuff. He's hunting for him. Gets the shot off. The MAC-10 is gone. That's a wall bang if I've seen one. Alex cease, and then MPL going down next. And with Alex being low from the start of the round, don't think he can hold on here. CZ's in the middle with the other deagle. They've done some great damage. Got to give them some credit here. Taking those 2 kills, that's pretty nice. But 3D Max answer back. Okay, they'll lose another one. They're making some of these rounds very expensive. The last one was down to a single person as well, or maybe 2 on the 3D Max side, but this time it's a 1 versus 2. Again, no body armor here for Sizzy, so it's all headshots. Any extended fight, he's going to lose every time. Has to be very clean. And he can't spend all day, and he might say, you know what? This AK is pretty valuable. Definitely. He's not sticking around. Can't get a 10-second fusion here. So there we go. Found, trying to escape.
1-round game now. 8-7, 3D Max. With the vibe shift, you can see body language looking a lot more comfortable, a lot happier. As we enter round number 16, the 1-round game, and they have got a nice amount of residual cash as well. So we've got the AWP for Sizzy. 8-8 currently right now. Important round here as 3D Max climbing back into their opponent's map pick.
Rifles back out again. See what they could build. Sizzy. AWP, a lot of grenades in the middle. They're listening in. Now the flashes come over. 3, I think, in total over the wall from the T side to try and take this mid control. They're getting close to Sizzy now. He's just holding back here. Sees the shadow. Easy timing for him. And if you try and hunt him down, then KenZor's going to be there as well. Takes a bit of a peek. Masuta knows. He sees the shadow. He's heard it. He still can't find the kill. Hungry. He thought he had him locked in the corner.
Yeah, you've got to go for those sort of plays, though. If you've lost the first pick, get some information as to where one of the CTs are. Try and play in front of the smoke. Unfortunately, though, doesn't work out, and it's going to be pretty much a locked-in round here. It'll take something unbelievable for 3D Max to bring this one back to life. 5-on-3, but plenty of time. You can't really suggest you're doing the save just yet. Gravity showing us some tech here. Sneaking up the wall. Tucking himself in.
Okay. Sliding.
How high does it go? There we go.
Wow. Camouflage now. I've
filthy.
never seen anything like it.
Filthy. Off he comes.
Well, listen, the fact that MPL is playing this well, and the fact that he switched to the CT side, Henry, playing this, he's sort of a rotating player on this map. This is best position on any map. This CT side of Ancient. So he's going to be feeling very comfortable on this one. Probably going to get better from here on out. 3 versus 5. They're waiting out the clock. I guess that makes sense. They have stolen 2 AKs on the CT side, so they're actually happy to wait it out as well. They got the AK, or the AWP as well on Sizzy. So everyone deciding it's better just to be peaceful. 9-7.
It's quite peaceful for a moment there. A long save. But the first on the board for Bait in the second half here. They will extend that lead to 2 rounds. So bear in mind, that's both pistols and conversions going in favor of 3D Max to bring them to 7 rounds, which suggests they've only really got 1 proper gun round in the mix so far. But the round they presented on the T side was very good. Can't take that away from them.
Yeah.
Got a bit of a fake coming in here, courtesy of Lucky. Be smoking up towards Shaw, Molotoving the bomb site itself. It's all a ruse, though, Anders, as we are getting ready to pop in towards the A site. It's down to MongolZ to defend. Classic position, classic angle. Making the call now. Here they come. You can hear them. Dodging the flash is nice. Even calm recover. And honestly, that might be enough to win. If they smoke CT spawn, it's so difficult to recover this one. There's the smoke. You can pop it open, sure. Hope for the best, but I think you're considering the save already.
Just might not be worth it there. A lot of pressure on MongolZ, and he's taking that fight straight to them. Is he supposed to be doing that? Would it be better if he fell back in Donut and kind of stayed alive back there? Or is it favorable for him to try and spray them down? I felt like he was... I guess he could have been a hero. Looked like he was risking a lot there. Bomb goes up. Yeah, they don't even want to look for exit kills. That's how far back they are.
Well, still looking quite good. That's 1 round you just have to let slip by the wayside. You managed to hold onto your AWP, your AKs, and M4s on the CT side. You just have to accept that they played a good round there. Lucky with the fake over towards B, and just meant there was 1 player ready and waiting. It was MongolZ, and he called for the backup, but the flashes were very good from 3D Max. Made him have an uncomfortable angle, couldn't hit the first headshot. If he goes down with 1, they give that retake a go. If he goes down with nothing, it's just not worth it.
Okay. Well, listen, even if some of these rounds are as a result of 3D Max winning the pistols, it's bought them more time to actually start to win some rifle rounds, I suppose.
Yes,
so
definitely.
That's good news.
Tactical timeout from the CT side here. 3D Max. Somehow, some way, bringing this one back to a 1-round game after the first half. It looked like they had no chance. Picked up 1 single gun round, and now there's their second. Round 18.
Yeah.
Some good ideas. They'll smoke off towards the K position. And B lane.
All going B, 3D Max.
Interesting what they've done. Both of those smokes. See whether it works out for him. It's going to be Gravity to open things up. Cynthia will go down quickly. Molotov towards long, courtesy of Lucky. Seems to be the utility man. And what a great flashbang it is next to C's as well. Sizzy, sure, he gets 1, but he's been isolated by the Molotov, and now they're going to smoke him off as well. This is looking very promising. Great initiative as well. Another flashbang goes over, the double swing. Knowing if the AWP even hits 1 shot, you got to take him down.
And Lucky saw the last 2 players coming in from middle, so they know what they need to know. There's no questions any longer.
Well, they're not rushing things either. They're making sure they just pump the brakes for a second, not rushing the plan. You got a 4-on-2. Maybe just get grouped up, waiting for those CT reactions to come through. Is there a possible flank? Plant, even a fake on this one as well, seeing whether MongolZ will bite down on it. Here comes the commitment. He's hoping this corner is overlooked.
Yeah.
And he can cause a ruckus.
But even funnier with the ninja defuse. We had an attempt, or at least a sneaky defuse on Inferno. Maybe not exactly a ninja, but it's close. Could have been fun with the AWP, if you remember. MongolZ
No,
Let's see what the
they're on high alert right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, they don't just
Okay.
run away and...
No mistakes?
No.
No? Oh. They're getting far away, Henry.
Ecstasy's on up.
Okay. You might be onto something. He's keeping an eye, yeah. They're being very careful. I love it. You're exactly right. Gravity with 3 kills in this round.
Like, they were so tentative and worried, like, it was too quiet. Like, there's no way they're not going to check the bomb. If you don't have the information as to where they are whatsoever, someone stay with the bomb for sure, even if it costs you a couple of players going down.
Well, I was trying to manifest, Henry. Still don't know if that's a real thing.
I don't think it is, but I like the idea.
Have you tried it, though?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, then.
You just did, and it didn't work, so... Yeah. Based on the data.
Another win for science, I suppose. We're tied up. The game is, in fact, tied. 3D Max have come alive. They look better on the T side somehow. NPL running through that Molotov.
That's what the Molotov is trying to stop you doing. And he actually just tanked the damage, and that's why it's considered such a powerful molly to try and stop that sort of play.
That's really awesome. We have all the illustrations. Why the grenade is thrown, what happens when you throw it, what happens if they, make their way through anyway. It's been a very educational day. Bomb is in middle. It's a 3v3 now. Health roughly equivalent.
And that's why you see some teams do a run boost here. So you jump over the Molotov and get into that position.
Yes.
You've seen that before, right?
Yes.
And that's why. So you can jump over and get to that very powerful position and try and avoid the damage of the Molotov.
And I suppose the counter to the run boost now is a double HEs that the T's throw?
Yes, exactly, right? So there's always constantly developing.
It's so... I do love it, though. I think it's one of the reasons why Ancient is so much fun, is that there's always something.
Well, I think everyone loves to play it at home. Everyone likes to kind of pug it. Everyone likes to watch it. No teams really have it as their permaban, I would say. Like, it's just a nice, good old-fashioned Counter-Strike map.
Just need Vitality to get on here and everyone's happy. We're under 30 seconds. They're close to the B-bomb site, but they're not there yet. Alex, NPL. Did say this is his best position on any map, playing the middle of this one and rotating around. But Alex is here where the bomb is going to be planted. NPL started to show up. Alex is close to catching the bomb. Exercise, he wants to do some pressure, but he's so low on health. Bomb gets planted, but I doubt it's going to be more than that for Marcus. A very nice flick. That might change my mind a little bit. It's NPL instead. 4 kills. He's up to 18. Once again, playing like the main character here on the bait side that's trying to force his team forward and get them the wins that they need. It's very admirable. I don't really see him celebrating, like Richard said. Maybe not the most aura, but he's putting all this effort into the server.
10-9, and really quite impressive there from Bait to recover it. But that's only their second round of this half so far. 3D Max have definitely given them a run for their money here on Ancient.
Yeah, NPL number 6 in the world in the position that he's playing on this map.
Who's number 1?
In the top 20, Basali, it's Wowzopeak.
Wowzopeak, okay.
Insertion, Dukes, Donk, Messinio, NPL.
Okay.
So he's got really good company.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Round 20 then. Important one. Finances on both sides not really established. Had some close rounds here. 3D Max changing up the pace. We're going fast. Buckle your seatbelts. Smokes set from spawn on the run. Sizzy to defend here. He'll be in front of the utility. Hits the first shot. MongolZ to back it up though. NPL somehow goes down. It's down to Kenzie Zorp. He's been bested a few times here. And in all the fire and flames, he does manage to get a couple of kills, or at least one in a dink.
Yeah, stuck around to take the battle. Essential through the smoke. I don't even know if you could see that. I don't know if he even blew it open. Tell me that wasn't just a random timing. Maka finds himself alone against 3, and it's Essential to get the last kill. Couldn't help but laugh because Sizzy got the kill, and then NPL stepped in. It almost looked like he was taking a fight against somebody else there, and just got caught in the crossfire. But still, in spite of NPL dying, it works out fine. Bait get up to 11. They did need this. I think they were starting to fall a little bit behind, a little bit flat on the CT side. Yeah, Kansas, so you're right. Okay, he did blow it open. That's good.
Well, there we have it. Bait That's a huge one to win. I'm pretty sure that guarantees map points here. The money, as we mentioned, is broken.
Oh, wow, yeah.
They only had second stage loss bonus after their found success here in the second half. So, yeah, you have to take a full eco. You can't even really justify P250 as much as you love them, Anders.
Tech 9B rush, Henry.
No.
I mean, that's obviously...
Yeah, you would be throwing the game, but it would be fun. You're right.
And that's what's more important at the end of the day?
The fun, I suppose.
It's a very leading question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean... Bizarrely, it's still the fact that it's got such a close game. I still really can't believe it. I feel like Bates have shown a lot more on this map. 3D Max have won some critical rounds in the.
Oh yeah, I don't overall. Even though like the first half was pretty woeful from 3D Max, they had that nice 3-0 start. The second half has been much better. They've shown some good initiative. They had some decent fakes. That A rush though could have gone either way. To be fair, unfortunately, it was such an important round. We are going to see a good old-fashioned French eco here. Everyone just using this as a tactical timeout. Nothing you can do. Just have a chat about the follow-up round here. You know it's going to map points, and you're going to have to find 3 in a row on the T side of your opponent's pick. 3D Max, maybe last year, early 2026, you'd be saying, yeah, this is the sort of team that can pull this one off. But this current iteration where changing the in-game leader every other month, our body's being removed, we seem to be like one of the backbone of the team, like one of the key players, in my opinion.
Did feel that way.
To be fair, though, Masuta is 16 and 13. He's top fragging, so...
I think Striker had Masuta as one of the players to watch for the tournament.
Yeah.
People were frowning at that a little bit. Why is that?
Let's see, he's doing very well here. It might all be in vain at this point, considering they need 3 in a row. So they'll get $2,400 on top of what they have now. So you get a glass cannon AWP out, I suppose.
Well... They've got a boost with the Deagle.
Exorcist is good with it.
Okay. Naded. Put on notice. NPL collecting more for the stats. Long wait. No bomb plants. Not even a kill. As Bait get a bit closer now. Almost winning their own map pick, which is good news.
It will be Inferno coming up next. Let's reiterate one more time. It's the 1-1 game. You get down to 1-2. Not where you want to be. That is the last chance saloon. I don't think many people have got 3D Max making it to the playoffs considering their recent form. Feels like they are in a bit of a rebuild period right now, trying to work out how they're going to operate going forward. Let's get into it then. Could be the final round of play. Lucky trying to do his best to get that mid control now. He's taken quite a lot of damage on roof. Flashbang delivered by Kenzie Zor. What is that?
So
it's not what you want at this stage of the game.
Probably not.
You wanted to cross over and go towards red with 3 players. Now you've got to think on your feet.
Okay, smoke goes up. They're trying to run through. That's a very good read from Kenzisor, but unfortunately the spray doesn't do what he wanted there.
Oh,
they're going to keep on going. Misuta,
the blessing
what
in
an
disguise,
opening.
perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's true. They're like, you know what? Maybe it's a sign. Sign that we need to go to Donut right now. It's worked out in spite of what they try to do.
Yeah, that's nice calling from Maka, I suppose. Like, the idea that the intention, you can see they were creeping up. The smoke was supposed to go on Donut. They wanted to get 3 players in towards Red Room. That wasn't an option anymore. So let's just run in towards Donut and hope for the best, boys. And yeah, Masuto delivering the goods. He gets a double kill.
Honestly,
I mean, yeah, you'll take it. You'll be like,
yeah. It's good to say as well. You know, they get to save some rifles here, but there is a chance that we could end up playing the last round of regulation with less cash on Bates if they lose too many rifles here. Maybe not a problem now that they save 3, but 10-12. Timeout's been called now. It's getting a little bit serious in this game that looked fairly done. It's 8-4 in the first half in favor of Bates. They won almost every single rifle round that even was in that first half. Just looking very smooth for them, but now a bit of a different question. Again, I was saying Bait have a tremendous win record playing the CT side of this map. We're not really getting that feeling at the moment. Unfortunately. Need to see something more out of them here. Still have that Sizzy AWP. Still got the 1 AK saved, but somebody needs to help out NPL.
There we go. Finding some success there after the failed smoke. It's going to be challenging still to find 2 in a row. See if the util lands. Good so far on both sides of the equation. Lovely camera work here.
Well, they're all set up. They want to go for it. 3D Max. Nothing complicated. They're keeping it real simple right now. Everyone attacking the site. There's no fake anywhere else, and that means they've got a lot of people to shoot back with. Gravity gets the opening. They burn out Alex. They keep trading. The bomb is going to be planted, and now it's Sizzy and Kansas.
They're so far away, I don't think they can go for it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Smoked off is Sizzy. He's going to have to wait another 10 seconds or so before he can even be activated, hoping Kenzizor can find one at the ramp, steal one away.
The problem is, right, it's Sizzy that's got the kit. So even if Kenzizor finds a kill right now, if Sizzy's locked on the other side, or if he dies there, then this bomb's not going to be defused anytime soon. Trying to get up lucky, perfect position. Yeah, that sent the message, and they hunt him down. They lose everything.
That was worth it at all. I guess they've got money. Sizzy still has 8K, but there's going to be concessions here. Kenzizor beneath 3K, MPL 3K. So there'll be a buy. It'll be fine, but really want everything for this final round in regulation. There's going to have to be some firepower concessions here.
So we had the rush towards Donut, now towards the B-bomb site. Like, they're keeping the tactical level somewhat low here, which is not a criticism. It might be working for them.
MP9 for Kenzizor. A few nades missing. It's not too bad overall. There's the run boost trying to get close. A lot of damage on route though. They've got control of middle. Kenzizor down to 39 points of health here. Flashbang in towards the cave. Change of approach here. Good opening kill from Maka.
That's what you need. We're 4 kills away from OT. Where's the energy for Bates? How are they going to bring this one back? He was looking very done for a minute there. Didn't seem like 3D Max were going to be able to do anything, but you've got to give them some credit here in the second half. They really come alive. Misuta responsible for a lot of it, but now Gravity started to get there. Maka with an opening like that could deliver them into overtime. Bomb is being brought back. It's taken a long trek around through T-spawn. Now... oh, are they reading this bait? Kansas is in middle. NPL.
All comes down to this.
Molotov into a flashbang. That's going to put some pressure on him. Has to relocate, but Sizzy's at the A-bomb site with his AWP. 2 kills and it's on for him. Maka goes down. They lose MPL, but let's see what he could do. They line up, and that's a lot of damage. Gets the next one. He's practically kill lucky, and he knows it as well. Pulls out the USP. This could be it. They got so close to overtime. 3D Max, but it might not be close enough. 19 seconds, and he is on the other side of the world for all the matters
can't
here.
win, GG.
He can't actually do anything. Oh my God, Sizzy. He held down the bomb site alone. A collateral shot, 1 a kill, and 1 enough to put him on death's bed. And that's going to be it, 13-11. The opening map goes the way of Bates.
Yes, well, that was attritional, is how I'm going to describe it. But of course, Bates got there in the end. I mean, you know, 3D Max, they just have these moments, and I've got to give you credit, Striker. Most of them are coming from Misuta.
Yeah, he's doing pretty great, but also Exorcist was doing really well in some of these opening moves that kind of kept them in that second half a lot of the time. He was doing a good job picking up Kenzizor, who was having a bit of a struggle all throughout the map, really. So yeah, I mean, they did about as much as they could, considering they had both pistols and both conversions. They started up both have 3-0. Realistically, you know, they had a real shot at this whole map. But it is the entire reason why they were competitive in the first place. You know, in the gun rounds, they got pretty much outclassed all through the first half and the second in the end as well.
Yeah, and it's also a tale as old as time as well, right? Like, I think they did decently on the CD side, considering it was Bait running away. I think they won 7 in a row right there. You win the second half pistol, you get the conversion, as you pointed out. And then when it comes to the buy rounds, when you see how their calling is, whenever they slow things down, they just seem to get picked apart. They don't really seem to have a proper idea as to how to approach things. So most of the rounds they won, we're just, you know, calling from spawn straight up. We're going to go for an A hit, then we're going to go for a B hit, just back to back. And the one thing that Bait are decent at and pretty solid at is just slowing things down a bit and not panicking and over-rotating and just learning from the rounds as they go. Go back to the first half, for example, we saw how patient they were. We saw aggression from 3D Max, trying mid-control, trying to go for lane control, and Bait are like, yeah, I'm just going to sit here. You're just going to wait. We're going to wait out of utility and slowly crunch onto the bomb site. So difference in approach, I guess. And for 3D Max, yeah, they don't seem to have that B or a C plan when it comes to their T sides on most maps.
Yeah, fortunately, over on the other side, Bait have NPL. I'll clarify my statement about him lacking aura. He's been playing really well, and I think he's way too softly spoken, even when he trash talks his opposition. I feel like you've got to really get in there and really sell it like that you mean it, because the only time I've ever seen him sort of actually have that kind of aura about him was when he trash talked Pimp, and everyone does that.
That's true. That's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. No? There's nothing new about that. I think he just needs a little bit more volume. I think if he gets some volume, it's going to be because the substance is there. Because he does have some spicy takes every now and again, but he just doesn't quite. You know, he's a small guy. He doesn't. He's very soft spoken, as you say. You know, if he just gives all of that with a little bit of volume,
he just needs to do a little bit of karaoke. You know, everyone loves karaoke. Just go out and sing a bit.
I'll tell you what, he was doing some dark arts here on the server for sure. He was really, really good. And just stringing these kills together, particularly as you can see here in this mid part of the map, I was very impressed.
Yeah, him and Kenzie are usually the ones who are making the most things happen on Ancient, because they are the kind of the aggressive pieces. Kenzie is more the kind of traditional entry, and then NPL is the guy, either the second guy in or just lurking on the sidelines trying to find some picks. He was tearing it up all over the map, both sides, doing really good job. Even a lot of the time playing solo, you know, and just holding down mid when we saw him like dancing around the Molotovs. Yeah, really, really strong performance.
And even someone who has come under quite a bit of criticism for ourselves as well is Sizzy, right? He had a couple of Sizzy moments, but apart from that, he was, I think, reasonably reliable on the AWP, especially on the CT side. We saw in the final round as well, you know, they were going in for a bit of a ruse towards mid, contacting out towards A. I see him in the position, I'm like, oh no, he's just going to get one and die. But no, he did a great job getting all 3 kills, shutting it down. So all in all, I'm glad Bait didn't fumble that one. It looked like they should have had that one in the bag early on, but
pretty close.
Pretty close, but they got it done.
Yes, Sizzy's usually the guy that you see trying to go for some of these more aggressive plays and trying to come up with something a little bit more high impact. This time he was just, as you say, very dependable, staying back, just getting the kills that he needed. Yep. Yeah, a couple of misses, and then closes it out with a big multi-kill towards the end. So yeah, very solid.
You've got a couple of rounds that you want to look at, Blair, and if I read it right, you want to praise 3D Max?
No, it's not praise. It's just to highlight like how they approach the T sides, right?
Just making sure.
Yeah, but we can just play it out. This is going to be a round. This is a pretty cool round where they're just going to be going for a bit of a ruse, right? They're going to be going for the default smokes towards mid, and then you're going to have, I think it was a Sentinel, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, I'm not sure who it was, but he was just faking towards B, and then boom, pop towards the A bomb side. This is, again, a call straight out of spawn. They get the round, right? And yeah, this is very much going to play out with, I think, a couple of the Bait members who's going to be saving. The next round, immediately, another call straight out of spawn, wasting no time, going for the straight up B execute. They get a lucky kill on the Sentinel. I think it was slamming through the smoke, however, and they don't slow it down. They're like, all right, we're just going to be going for this. And this is their bread and butter. Like, this is where they usually thrive in, right? They have the synergy. They know how to approach it, the pathing, everything's on point. It's only, I wish they were better at defaulting. Yeah. I wish they were able to slow things down a bit, because you can't keep relying on this time and time again, because when you go up against the better teams, they will know how to handle this. They will know how to curtail it, and it just can't keep doing this fast-paced calling, kind of snappy-esque, old snappy, you know, end snappy style all the time, because that's not what the meta is nowadays. You got to throw it in, mix it in a bit. So for 3D Max, it's not like they don't have any ideas. It's just that if those ideas don't click, you need to know how to default and play the round as it plays out, which seemingly, again, it could be because of the IGLing flip-flop happening, but that is something they need to figure out.
No, man, this has been their identity the entire time, whether it was Maka or whether it was Gravity.
Well, they got NBK now, and they got Wasting back, so maybe mix it up a bit, guys. Come on.
Yeah, we've seen them not that long ago with these couple of guys back, so I think there's still a bit more time for them to try to slow it down. But I think that's what Body was trying to do, and that, obviously that didn't really work out, you know, and that ended up, you know, costing him a spot on the team, you know, maybe possibly rocking the boat a little bit too much, you know. So I think this team is just very impervious to feedback.
But he was doing all the heavy lifting, I felt like. But for when I saw that Body was out. It took Maui Snake months to make me come around on body, and then just when I did, they cut him. I was like, you know, what's going on here? So I don't know, very strange. For me, the roster move probably should have been Gravity out, and you keep body and you have Masuta.
Yeah.
I just think the shape. And
I think that is something everyone agrees on, honestly.
I think it would have also fixed a lot of their role problems, right? Because they are very fluid in terms of, you know, what Lucky is doing when body, because occasionally they were just kind of taking turns on some of the aggressive roles, but then Gravity was also the guy who was doing a lot of entering when Body could do a lot of that stuff, even though he likes to do a lot of solo plays and things like that, you know. So there was definitely a world where Masuta could have become their extremity guy instead of Gravity, and then have Lucky and Body take up more, you know, more of the active aggressive spots rather than, you know, sharing some of those duties all the time. So
I mean, Body's entry numbers were really good. I was very surprised.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I'm just a host.
I mean, his aim was definitely one of the sharpest out there. So he was very strong.
And if you look at a team right now as well, see, Maka is still very, very dependable. Shori's had a dip of form last year, you know, with all some of the struggles that they've had. But then you look at Lucky, we know how he can just have his pop-off games, right? Just be so reliable. And then you have Masuta, who's right now the best rated player, finding the most impact as well. And then you keep Body right there. Suddenly you have, you know, like 3 Musketeers who are just able to deliver and just have a constant high level. If someone struggles today, fine, the other 2 people are going to pick up the slack. But Gravity, he's individually struggling. So right now you have to ask a question. You're not calling, you know, you can see him fighting with Maka half the time when you're losing the rounds in front of the camera. So what's he doing the team at the moment?
Well, good news, guys. And to everyone at home as well, if you thought that was attritional, we've got Inferno. It's the map that shouldn't be in the pool, no matter what Blair says.
I like my Inferno.
Hate your opinions.
It's fine.
I think
You're just a grouchy old man who hates me.
No. I love you, but definitely I'm sick to death of Inferno. Get it out, put something cooler in.
Inferno can be good, but the median Inferno is horrible.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the problem. There are a lot of good games on Inferno, but way more bad games on Inferno.
This almost certainly will not be one of them. I'll prepare you for that.
This is gonna be wild, Rich. But on the bright side, because it can get chaotic, maybe we might find some entertaining Inferno.
Look,
I'll be laughing in the green room. Don't worry about it.
If there is a team that can make Inferno look exciting, it is 3D Max. To be fair, because they do throw in some of these chaotic rounds that.
I just want to see Henry just mauled while casting this. That'll be perfect.
Oh, he will be losing his mind as well with some of the fundamental errors. But I mean, let's talk about the potential key to victory for 3D Max. You can see we're highlighting.
Look, they are the favorites on this map, effectively.
Yeah,
more than anything else. I don't think they're particularly stable on the map themselves. I think it's more Bates who have been struggling on the map. We haven't really seen that much output on the T sides for anybody outside of NPL, who is the guy who just likes to work out a lot of boiler, a lot of mid, you know, just try to go for some of these peaks, and he makes that work. But everybody else around him is struggling a bit. You know, they have Ascentiel and Alex kind of working banana with Kenzie occasionally throwing in the mix, and it's not really working out. A lot of the time they just lose that banana fight. They don't get the control that they need, and you know, without the control of banana, you just struggle with the T side.
And if you just look at the results as well, right? Last time they played this map was against 3D Max at the Parkin Challenge, where they lost convincingly 13-8. They won twice against Falcons Force, right, at the Academy team. And then they've lost to NRG, Dustin Navi, and Furia. Fair enough, you know, very solid teams. And then they also lost to a team called Wasabi. So I'm going to say 3D Max, with the struggles, should still be getting the win here.
Yeah, if you're only 2 wins on Inferno this entire season are against Falcons Academy, then that's a problem, yeah.
Falcon Force!
A little bit, but also PGL Bucharest, anything can happen, especially with these 2 teams. And let's hope it's a good one. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be into the action.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with NPL of Bait? NPL, great to see you, bro. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah. NPL, it feels like over the last couple of months, there's been a bit of a downward trend for the team. How do you and the team see the last couple of months?
As I can see from my perspective, you know, like every tournament we have like opponents from top 7 teams of the world, you know, and obviously we're not there yet. We have a new Oper, player who play a very important role, and it's very hard like to show our best performance with him firstly, and like against like top 1, I mean tier 1 level teams. It's like very hard, but still we fought well, and maybe like we didn't show our best like what we could have done, but let's say unlucky, you know, like unlucky seeding.
Yeah, I think you raise a really important point. So against the tougher competition, what needs to change for the team? What's going to start getting you those W's versus the best in the world?
I think for our team, especially young team, any young team, like you have to have a lot of confidence, because if you don't play a lot of matches, you cannot gain confidence. And if you play like a small amount of matches against, like for example Navi, Furia, and you know, and etc., like you always lose, and you lose confidence, and then when you go against them again, and very hard like to be sure in yourself, you know, when you're a young player. And yeah, that's it.
Do you think the tournament in Copenhagen has helped build some confidence?
I think during like last 3 months we didn't show like this game. I didn't feel like that we were like a whole team, you know, because after every loss someone gets frustrated, you know, because we lost again. It's very hard like to maintain good mental health, you know.
Yeah, and what's the plan here at PGL Bucharest? How do you have a tournament more like the one in Copenhagen, as opposed to the other tournaments where the results haven't been quite as good?
I think the most important will be like to keeping like that communication, and probably like focus in game. You know, that's it. Like nothing special, no, like.
Yeah. And what are your expectations then for this tournament? It's an interesting field of teams. How far do you think you can go in it?
I think if you will continue play like this, we can like proceed to the playoffs for sure, and just I don't know. We will see what we can do, you know.
Yeah.
But obviously we can make it to the playoffs.
Yeah. Is that the main goal here then, to get to the playoffs?
I don't think we have a goal for this tournament, so like maybe yes, I don't know.
Yeah, sure. And the other teams at this tournament, are there any specific teams that you'd like to play? Are there any teams that you see as the favorites and you'd like to take them down?
No.
Okay. So the field for you, it doesn't matter who you play. You're ready for anybody.
Yeah, I think every team, every team in this tournament we can beat.
MPL, best of luck in the tournament, and yeah, really looking forward to watching you guys play.
Thank you.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. You join us for the second map between Bait and 3D Max. 3D Max, after winning both pistols, converting both of those as well, and has still dropped the first map of Ancient. We move on to their map pick, though, of Inferno. What are you feeling? Do you feel like they can pull this one back, or do they look too flat in the gun rounds?
I don't know, though. I mean, the fact that they made it as close as they did on that map kind of inspires me a little bit. They started to wake up towards that side. Like, the T side was more interesting to watch at 3D Max. I'm not completely turned off from them here. We'll find out how this one plays out. We are getting into the pistol round. Bait's going to be starting on the CT side. 3D Max.
It's aggressive.
On the T side, they are very aggressive, rushing down the middle, but this could backfire, and it will for now. A 2-for-1 trade. NPL actually
what is going
stomping on his head. Essential to go down, and it leaves Sizzy alone over here. They threw it all into that mid push, and it does not work out. 3D Max with the one more pistol.
Yeah, 3 for 3 now. Begs the question if they can find the conversion once again. I assume we see the force buy in a second. Inferno, very common approach. Bring out the 5.7s. The MP9s, we'll see if they want to go all in. I'd imagine they do. And indeed, they will. So 3 MP9s, 2 5.7s. They've got 2 HE grenades. So using those either towards bottom of middle or bottom of banana at the start. It's on the back pocket of Alex right now. So I think he just dropped them off towards banana. So we talked about this earlier. I think Alex has got a couple of grenades. He's got to try and dissuade them from coming towards B. Just be careful there, though. Bites off more than he can chew there at the start. Grenade recovered. This is going to bounce off the wall. There we go. No one home.
Picks up another set. He's ready to go again. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It can work. You are a little bit at the mercy of how aggressive the T's are going to be. Okay. Another angle. He hasn't really hit anyone with them yet, but it's the thought that counts. In the meantime, there is a big stack over here, including a flash for the corner. So Sizzy's ready and waiting. Down in the pit, Essential, the one to try and see if he can do anything. If they get close. You can see he's just waiting for the signal to try and go. All right, flashed in. It's a very good flashbang, and they get the kill for it as well, and confirm a lot of people here. Nobody at the B-bomb site. Alex, he's thrown his last grenades. Dave threw a bit of a fake over on that side. Now he's backed off towards the arch.
Oh, it's looking a little bit scary here. Precarious for 3D Max. 4-on-4, sure. But everyone waiting on the other side here for Bait. The full stack, the flashbangs. Very effective so far, but they need to account for this stack, and they are getting mowed down with these MP9s, but overall it's comfortable in the end. The 2v1 lands in their favor. It will be another 3-0 start here for 3D Max.
They did everything they could in that round, though, Bait, to make it a favorable fight, in spite of the fact that they didn't have the weapons for it. So I like it. It's a very cool attempt. 3D Max will be quite happy to live through that one. 1 HE purchased in this round so far for Bait. Don't know if they can justify doing a lot more than that. Sizzy wants the AWP, as you can tell by the economy. So it'll be the 1 grenade. Some deagles.
Yeah, not much to report, as Masuta will open up the fragging here. Finds Alex 666. Beautiful shot there with the AK-47. And MPL will take a miracle now. Not going to find it. Down to low HP as well. Triple grenade towards the corner.
He was pretty exciting, Masuta, on the opening map.
Oh, for sure. He was keeping them in the game.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. We want more out of that. They need him here now as well. Somebody has to pick up the mantle, so all of them on banana. Ready and waiting, lucky to get this one. And Sizzy at the back. Maybe it's a surprise. Well, it's not now. They use the extra utility to make sure they clear out large parts of the bomb site.
1v5, like we said, that's another conversion with 3D Max. So they're 3v3 on pistols and 3v3 on conversions as well. Unable to close out that map or take it to overtime on the previous of Ancient.
But in MR12, I mean, if you can do this somewhat consistently, that's such a great way to build a series. If you just keep winning the pistol rounds and the following rounds, you're already doing a lot of the work that needs to be done.
See if any work can be done here for Essential. Absolutely not. We will have a bit of a bonus situation now with some MAC-10s in the mix here. It's only going to be one, to be fair. It's in the hands of Gravity. Former in-game leader. It's been one of the problems this squad. Unable to work out who's in charge. It's Maka for now. Let's see what they've got.
I mean, my feeling is we're going to see a third map here.
Okay.
I think 3D Max on this one. They've invented so many funny things on this. There's so many cool things that they've done last year when a lot of teams even were kind of looking at them to try and be inspired to do new things. Inferno is one of the maps where they brought some interesting new tech to the space. I feel like they have the comfort. Even if it's a different lineup, I still think they must have enough for it. Also not sure I trust that much in Bait's T side when we get there. Don't feel super comfortable with it at the moment.
Trying to provoke some utility out of the CTs, and they're successful in doing so. First smoke deployed towards the top of Banana. 4 players here. Normally Ecstasies will be found elsewhere lurking on Inferno. Loves to be in that boiler room, top or middle. Exactly what he's doing right now. He'll call for the teammates to join him. Felt like they've shown enough presence towards B, baited out some util.
It's worked to bring Kensisor over. So I suppose they're right about that. Marker can still do more.
Will be that apartment's playbook looks of things here. Maka was setting up some util. Just wants to keep this focus towards the B bomb site, CT spawn smoke.
I mean, it's going to feel like something's happening, right? The first round of smokes has already disappeared from B. Now there's a second round. He picks up another smoke, so he's smoked CT spawn and coffins. He's got the Molotov now going into the B bomb site, and here comes the actual attack. A bomb site.
It's round.
Yeah, that is the round. Sizzy, it's actually not worth it. He's already solo. Yeah, go join the others at the B bomb site. Very convincing of the 3D Max. It's great calling. The entire philosophy of this round, it's good to see.
Yeah, a really nice battle for Banana at the start there. Didn't really take any damage on Roots for gaining control. Managed to get to the top. A double pump fake. 4 smokes used to keep them on that side of the map. And Maka with the Molotov as well. And then, of course, making their way out of the apartments there just as the CTs are starting to transition. Just as they're biting down on that fake. And yeah, that's a beautiful round of 3D Max. Love to see that. Barely took any damage for their troubles. Just 1 kill required. Suggests you made the perfect call. They've got no choice but to save because they're so locked out of the round.
If you are Bait and you're going to lose this round, you're happy to have 4 people alive at the end of it. That's kind of the silver lining. That
true.
Doesn't just completely crash them out of the money. But yeah, already up to 4. If they could keep this going for another couple of rounds here, 3D Max, I think they will have already done enough work. Ecstasies is 7-0 to begin with. Hasn't actually died yet. There are very few, if any, kills on this. 5 kills in total on the Bait side right now.
Yeah, really yet to get going as of yet, but we'll see if they can recover this one.
Oops, that smoke.
That's not what you're looking for. It's been a lot of that today. Not the end of the world, but certainly not ideal. CTs.
Well, you might not know it is the
exactly,
issue.
Yeah.
Like if you
the fact they're going aggressive now, yeah, you've actually looked through. Yeah, okay, it is actually a massive issue. I didn't realize they were going for that aggressive maneuver off the back of it. Yeah, that is a bit of a nightmare, actually.
Yeah,
you're hoping that smoke will be covering the T-steps and it'll allow you to gain that control and isolate Jules, but with the smoke's not there, then yeah, that actually is a complete disaster.
Oh, it was just a funny, quirky smoke up until that point.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
Well, the round's not necessarily over. We saw City save the day a couple of times on Ancient, particularly on that last round of play in regulation time. So, see if you can do it again. Be wild for them just to face check this position, but you can see he is on high alert right now. Too many positions for him to manage, so they actually have got full mid control and going around towards yards. He is alone.
Yeah, the best case for him was if they actually had peeked him in the middle. I think now you get a kill, that's good. If you get a double kill, that would be completely wild. Doubt that's going to happen at this stage. He actually hits the shot on Gravity, but it's right on top of the box, I think, and it's not enough to get the kill, unfortunately. So the bomb will be planted. It'll be another save for the rest of Bait. Tell you the pressing stat for the T side for Bait.
Go on.
Their conversion when they lose the opening pick is 8% on T side.
That's quite low.
That's
I believe.
very low.
Yeah.
On the CT side of this map, if they lose the opening, it's 20%. So it's 1 in 5 rounds. That's still not very high. Fighting your way back.
It's another very convincing round here. 3D Max firing on all cylinders, looking to take us to a third, which would be Nuke. Used to be a staple of theirs.
Yeah, but I mean, it feels like this has been a frustrating game. Even though they won the opening there, Bates, I think they, in their minds coming out of the first half, must have been thinking, we're going to win this a lot. Like, this is going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah, it's because like it felt closer than it actually was because the gun rounds were so convincing for Bates.
Yeah.
Obviously, we talked about the pistol rounds and conversions and a couple of clutches falling against them, but still, yeah, it felt like they were playing the better CS. But right now, especially with that missed smoke and T-spawn and then going for the banana push itself and not having the cover of the smoke, yeah, that's making you feel a little bit worried for their prospects going forward. 5 in a row for 3D Max here. Round number 6. They do keep saving weapons, and with the maximum loss bonus, they are still in the game. But a disastrous start here. We've got the AWP for Sizzy still. He's 1 and 4. No one really fragging at all. Alex on 0. Kenzie on 1. Cynthia on 1 as 2 as well. And MPL will be at the top with 3 kills. XC's 7 and 0.
Yeah. Bit of a dream start, which, I mean, they had that on Ancient and then they went away really quickly. They sounded holding on to that start. It's everything you could have wanted out of 3D Max right now. Like I said, for my opinion, a bit of a home map for them over the years. Always feels like they've been able to bring something cool. Banana is one of those positions in Counter-Strike that is always subject to new weird updates on how to throw the grenades. And yeah, staying on top of that mess out there is definitely important if you're going to be playing this as one of your home maps. This time the smoke does land in the middle of Banana, but already Gravity's made his way past. He's charging in there. If he keeps going, honestly, Alex was pushed all the way back towards CT spawn. No way that Gravity could have known, but it just looked really funny. Maybe there was a chance. Don't know what the play is right now. 3 people at top mid for Bates. You would love to see them have some more information than they currently do. Although the information come at a big risk, you could tell. You peek this against Marker and you could be dead. There's XC's. He gets 1. Sizzy will get the 1 in return.
But he's got information. There's at least 2 more players there. So that's your cue to get in towards B right now. It should be wide open. Alex will need a few kills here. He's so blind. 1 simply will not do. No smoke down towards spawn, though. Allows MPL to get himself back into the round. Only for a split second. As we do see the double kill from Maka. It's now down to Sizzy, the young gun, 16 years old, AWP. Jumps over the angle, at least gives himself a chance in this clutch situation, but takes so much damage on the retreat. Pushing for the smoke, nothing he can do, and 3D Max continue with their winning ways. This is looking much healthier than what it was on Ancient. And that's gonna be another breaking point. The money, like, they keep saving weapons over and over again, so there is another buy here, but at some point we've got to start seeing some rounds. They are looking quite weak on this CT side. 3D Max just bullying them. And yeah, like we said, XC's, that's his signature move. Lurking in towards middle. He always seems to find great timings. He gets 1 and then gives the call off. There's 2 more players here. I've been shot in the back from short and from long.
That's good.
And then you just know you can take an educated guess. There's going to be 1 player in towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, some of that math is not necessarily hard to do, but it's very important you get the right information there. Do like that. I mean, this is just right. It's a lesson in the T-side Inferno at the moment. 3D Max, we're just all sitting back, enjoying the show. They're not making a lot of mistakes at the moment.
Gravity does this a lot as well. They've got so much money to go for the Mac 10. He just knows that they've got enough money to buy, but they'll be clutching at straws. So 3 players without helmets, and he is really good on the Mac 10 Gravity. He loves to throw himself in. So he is chomping at the bit to get stuck in here. So buying the Mac 10, he'll be thrown in first, trying to get an opener and try to make a really awkward interaction for the first kill. So let's see if it works out. He's feeding himself right now. Here he comes, front of the pack. Sizzy has got a helmet. Flashed off the angle, looking for one. Misses the shot.
Oh, he sticks around. That's so dangerous. He does get Masuta, but there we go. Running it down with the Mac 10. Kenzor is dead, and Essential, he's in the pit. He does have a teammate with him. They did have a big stack at the A bomb site here, but Gravity keeps it going. I'm glad you called it out, Henry, because it's worked. He's paved the way for the rest of the team.
So he farms a load of money. He is able to go in first and take the aggro. Be really annoying with his movement, jumping around, and getting 2 kills as well. Beautiful stuff. 7-0. 0 response as well from Bait just in general. All these rounds feel so convincing. 1 and 5 for Alex. You will not be doing much of this 3-on-1 scenario. Looking for exits. Is there really any point? The money's out of control. I guess he's looking to upgrade to an AWP or an AK-47, but yep, just going to be looking for anyone retreating for the library. No one home. And off he goes.
This is such a one-sided game at the moment. They are just not like the problem is they're doing so little on the CT side. That round works. It looked like if Sizzy got another kill with the AWP, but I mean he already got the first one. Sticking around for it.
Well, the analyst did speculate that Inferno might not be amazing.
Richard seems very
anti-Inferno.
Yeah, he's very angry. Not a big fan.
Well, it's not delivering so far. It's not a great case to be made for Inferno in this particular showing. But I will say there is still a chance. 5 rounds would be enough on the CT side, but they keep force buying in. And on the CT side, unless you're getting kills to go with it and you're surviving with multiple weapons, you're going to feel that financial burn eventually. And it's going to be reflected here. You're 7-0 down. You have to go into it with FAMAS, 5-7, MP9, a couple of M4s. You're sort of all in. MPL trying to save some cash for the future. Let's have a look.
They need so much to go right at the moment. If they win 5 in a row, I mean, obviously...
Smoke's there this time?
Yeah, Smoke is there. It's a good start. Marker looked like he almost saw a shadow of somebody there. I don't know if he actually saw MPL, but regardless, they surely are going to be careful. Oh, there we go, right for the smoke. I think that's just blind tapping. NPL walks into a shot. Alex could go the same way. It's very dangerous. The smoke's going to be fading, and Masuta will not miss the opportunity. That is the B defense. There's nobody else here, which 3D Max won't realize yet, I suppose, but still. You know what, for Bait, though, I like the fact that they're at least trying to do something in this round. Pushing down, it doesn't work out, but I'd rather see them do this.
Being proactive.
Yeah, like try something.
Well, let's see if there's anything left to be said. I don't think there is. I'm not even going to try and create a narrative here because the B-bomb site's wide open. Looks like they're considering the save already.
Yeah.
As 4 players make their way towards B. Smokes down spawn. Waiting for any sort of backstabs to come through. There is the AWP on the ground. Might want to throw that out the map if they're not going to be using it, but just biding their time. Not giving anything away here. There's a smoke for coffins. Molotovs to go in. Job done. Round over.
Yeah, literally nobody defending the bomb site for the last 30 seconds. We don't even have fish in the fountain.
Not anymore.
Not that they were defending it before, obviously.
No.
Don't know if anyone's ever tried to use.
But it's nice to see them rehomed.
Yeah. They're no longer getting blown up all the time. So, I suppose that's good news.
Yeah, this game not delivering. A lot of saving.
It's really not, is it?
Ready Max with the pistol conversion once again, and the smooth sailing ever since. You might as well give it a hunt. You got so much cash on the French side. Oh, that hunt comes to an end quite quickly. Mac has found out in T-spawn, or T-steps, I should say. Ecstasy's trying to hold on to the AWP. They're actually giving quite a lot away here and helping out with some team kills. All 5 members go down. It's the best round they've had yet. And they still lost it.
It is tragically true.
They've got an AK and an AWP now.
It's got to start somewhere. They're going to be equipped. They're going to have those rare AKs on the CT side. Best they can do is an 8-4 scoreline, which I just don't think is near enough, unfortunately. But 3D Max, they're not wasting our time. They're trying to speedrun the second map so we can get on to the final one. Who doesn't want to see that as well?
A bit of nuke.
Bit of nuke towards the end.
Sizzy trying to take matters into his own hands here. AWP in towards the apartments. Hopefully this one starts to liven up because it's becoming a little bit dull with all this one-way traffic. And speaking of traffic, 4 players just marching their way through towards his A-bomb site. Sizzy's got no chance. It's the audacity to keep using the MAC-10 here as well. Ridiculous. Yeah, just... All right. Because what we might be done here. Again, you just save it.
Yep. You could see the way that Sizzy peeks that. He doesn't realize how deep on the bomb site they are, so he's going to walk out scoping a much, much deeper angle, and they're already on top of him. So even if you can kill him outright, I mean, I guess at some point you kind of have to try something. Gravity's still with that dreaded MAC-10. You keep bringing it up, no helmets, and they get blown up. I guess MPL has a helmet, but he's got no teammates.
He has slipped the net, though. He's walked past the player in that smoke.
And he's got a kit.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Win a single round via Ninja Diffuse.
You are obsessed with Ninja Diffuse.
I do like them, Henry.
They're not going to happen. It's not 2014.
It's definitely not 2014.
People are aware.
They're a little bit better than back then. I will give you that much.
Like, especially when you've got a MAC-10 to save.
Yeah.
And you know they're desperate. You're checking everything.
Well, now it's very hard to do the Ninja. Oh, he's coming through. He's getting the kill. He can't actually run there.
There was actually a window I thought it might be possible. If it was planted, maybe, in the default plant, maybe there was something to be said about it. Okay, I almost ate my words there.
Well, Henry, on the other game that's going on simultaneously.
Oh, give me the update. It's got to be better than this one.
It is. It was Eyeballers taking out NRG in overtime, I believe.
No way.
The first map on Nuke.
Have you got the stats? How did JW play?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked, Henry. So JW, he's actually... wait a minute. It's updated the scoreboard. I'll tell you... Here we go. Okay, he was middle of the pack. 23 kills.
Still pretty good.
Dex at the top.
Good for them.
28, yeah, very good. Very cool.
Great to see him back on the server, holding his own as well. And we'll see, obviously talking over this game, not really much going on, I'm afraid. Pretty Max just absolutely destroying Bates here. One of the weakest performances I've seen from Bates, I think, ever.
Yeah, they are winning. Almost sick of winning at this point, Henry, if you can believe it.
Let's see whether... And Gravity's still got that MAC-10. Like, now it's a bit ridiculous. Like, get yourself an AK. Maybe he has one in spawn. I don't know.
He's just having too much fun with it. Way too much fun.
At least use no AK in spawn. Thank you very much. Yeah. It
was a very good investigation.
Yeah.
We cleared that up right quick. 2 people defending B. Sizzy is in front, so there is that chance that if you try and run him down, you think he's alone, you run straight into Alex's rifle. I don't hate it. Now he's a little bit further back, so now you probably won't make exactly the same mistake, but when he's playing that close corner, sometimes you think, oh, that's it. Like, he might have shot one of us, but we're going to get him.
And there he goes again. Gravity getting ready to launch himself in. I think they win it. Bates is, like, in a good position to win this round.
You think so? I think they're going to set Alex on fire. I'm worried about that fountain. The water isn't going to block the Molotovs. We don't have that kind of mechanic yet.
25 seconds, nice position.
Yeah, this is a much, much better position. I do like this. MAC-10 thrown out of the round. Alex with a perfect spray down. That's beautiful. You called it, Henry.
Yeah, they didn't have all the luxuries of opening picks. There was no little flank coming through. There's no time to farm this bomb.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
And it was a decent setup. Finally, we're on the board. We have a round for Bates.
Yes.
It all comes down to the hat trick from Alex666. X's will be dropped as well, but bear in mind, their money's out of control right now. That's not even a factor, not even worth discussing. It's up to Bait, though, to try and find these last couple of rounds. 9-3, I know it sounds crazy, but it wouldn't be over. They would just need to win a pistol and find their own momentum, which is still very possible. Tactical timeouts has been called by the French squad.
Obviously, this is just a bit their style as well, right? But some other team in the world at a 9-3 scoreline, I could see them hyping up the team to kind of get back into it. But Bait just look... Again, there's no cheering, there's no nothing. They kind of look like they're sick of this.
Difficult to cheer when you're 9-1 down.
Yeah, but even if they, I'm just saying that, you know, even if they win the last 2 rounds and they win the pistol round, like, are they going to be cheering to get back?
Definitely need a hype man to...
They need a hype man.
Yeah, they're quite subdued, this team. But that just means that it's laser focused and locked in, I suppose.
I think that is the generous take.
Yeah, I'm trying to be charitable,
yeah.
Right then, round 11. They saved 2 AK-47s. They have the AWP. Everything they need for a successful round on this CT side. 3D Max absolutely owning them right now. And once again, he's gone for the MAC-10. I cannot believe it. Like, it was good when the money was like tight. Now when they've got helmets out there, he is good with it. I'll give him that. Like,
sure.
Do what you want, I suppose.
He's
It's obviously in no sufficient way, but there it is. It's going to be... Oh, don't get the double kill. Yep, okay. Just as I call it out.
What do I know?
Seems egregious to be running that in these full gun rounds. It's so much money, but yeah, he is. At least I did say he is good with it.
Egregious, yeah. That is fairly criminal. I'm not gonna lie. Trying to almost get the triple there.
Ridiculous scenes. You don't see anyone else in the world running those sort of plays. It's just gravity things.
Okay, MPL. Was a chance maybe if you could have got one of the kills through here, but Senthiel is coming in from Banana. I suppose you have to try and go for this somehow. You don't have a lot of money left on anybody, so if you lose the rifles, that is a problem. But if you don't, you're saying, oh, we can get 2 rounds on the CT side. Like, I don't think you might as well try for anything, really. Unfortunately, Senthiel has already been dinked up. MPL, maybe he's trying to recreate that last round or the previous one where you get maybe 1 or 2 kills right at the end. You're trying to run on there and defuse. I'm not saying ninja. I'm not even saying that.
I know. I'm just laughing at the fact it's like if you're Bait right now and you're like, okay, we just won our first round. You go to the next one, and then you're playing the A bomb side, 3-man stack. You're all doing your default setup, your crossfires. You see both B players die to a MAC-10.
Yeah.
You're just thinking, lads, what's happened there? Like, how have you let that through? How has he got both kills?
I will say this: the technology that they use to get here with gravity is pretty cool, right? Like the way that they dive through all the smokes and everything.
Well, yeah, they're setting. There's definitely tech behind it. They are setting up smokes from T-spawn that land halfway up to extinguish Molotovs. They've got great flashes being deployed by Masuta. Everyone's blind and falling back, and there's grenades landing on the corner as well. So they're being softened up. It's not just a simple case of running up with a MAC-10 and hoping for the best. It is a system.
Yeah, like in the madness, that looks like that. Oh, it's more madness. Why is he doing it? He's not going to find anyone here, but it's going to create a lot of chaos. He finds a headshot, puts the MAC-10 straight in Kansas' mouth.
Oh my
and that's enough. What is this madman doing?
Okay. It's done, Anders. 11-1.
Why are we even trying to analyze the game?
I don't know.
Why even give it a shot when he's doing this?
It's working so well at the same time. It's really difficult to say anything negative about it. Once you've got that kind of confidence, that sort of momentum, just let him off the leash, let him do his thing. If they're allowing it to happen and you're getting inside their heads in more way than one, then yeah, smiles all round. Unbelievable scenes. You're not going to see any other team in the world do that, but when it works, it is... I mean, that's fun. That's been the most interesting element of this.
He kind of saved the half for us. He did.
Yeah, it was very boring until then. The MAC-10 antics certainly turned up the heat a little.
I'll give him some credit for it. Okay, well, that's something, definitely. Second half is coming up. It's going to be Bait now on the T side. Like I said, they don't feel very comfortable there. Not that they felt very comfortable on the other side of the map here, as you could tell. Nuke looming in the distance seems impossible that we're not going to get there. I thought the first series of the day was going to be a fairly easy 2-0 in favor of FOKUS, but it was Wildcard that put us on a third map, and they won that series. That's crazy. Now we're on this one, where Bait, probably the favorite team for most people here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But and 3D Max looked a bit wonky, honestly, on Ancient, but now they look very good here. We'll see what happens.
Look at that round timeline. 11-1 on the T side of Inferno. You don't see that too often, especially in the fashion it went down. Let's see if they can make it 4-4 on pistols, Anders.
3D Max committed 1 smoke, 1 flash, 1 incendiary, and 2 HEs to the banana position, and nobody was there. They dumped everything, expecting a push to come in really fast. They're still going to win some fights here. Masuta is 2 headshots, and Exorcist in the smoke, listening for the footsteps. He's let them pass. This actually a genius move. He comes back a little bit early,
he gets
almost
the kill.
Yeah, he does get one. I wish he would have waited for his teammates. They were right there. Alex with the headshot. Now it's down to Lucky, and he gets overwhelmed. Alex 666 will find a bit of a double, and Bait will get the pistol. Fine, the first pistol round they've won.
It is. They break the streak. I really feel like Exorcist could have done a little bit more with that. Like he said, be a little bit more patient, perhaps. He had such prime information.
Yes.
Maybe try and deny the plant, but went for the glory play, tried to take them to first player. Very awkward angle, to be fair to him. He gets the kill. He just couldn't do anything more with it. That's the problem. But we'll see what's coming up next. It'll be 5 Galils and a full eco, which is playing it by the book. This is how you should operate in these sort of rounds. When you have a massive lead, you do not need to force fire in a second.
They've got a Zeus.
They've got a play as well. They're setting up some sort of construction here. What have we got going on? Okay, can we see it from the other side, what it looks like? What, the Tower of Doom? Here we go. Wow.
It's very old school.
Oh my days.
It's very old school.
I think Fnatic used to do this back in the day. We just called it the Fnatic sort of stack.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, they did that. They did. They brought so many funny ideas to this map. If you remember the Fnatic, like the forward bomb site smoke, and they'd plant, like before even taking the bomb site, they just run in and try and plant. Obviously, now you can blow up in the smoke, so it doesn't really work, but they had a lot of fun
We're
ideas.
going to see it activated.
Yeah, Alex, real surprise. I like it. Traded out. Unfortunately, it's only good for the one, and the Zeus is on the other side. So we might not get to see that.
You like Zeus's as well, don't you?
I just something to break up the the game here a bit. An India diffuse. I'm not asking for much, Henry.
No, not too much.
I feel like I just every once in a while. We had a knife kill earlier.
We did have a knife kill earlier.
Series.
ZTR.
Yeah.
Well, XCs with nothing left to do. We are going to have to wait this one out. Another 30 seconds or so. The stack, the Tower of Doom, was pretty interesting, I suppose, but trying to take some players down with him, not going to happen. Bates, at least, finding something here on the T side of Inferno. 11-3, just round by round. That's all you can do. Your coach will just be saying, play your own game, focus on each round, run the defaults. You've won the pistol. That's the hardest part of the job. You found the conversion, but bear in mind they did not force buy, so we will have guns here in the third. AWP as well for Maka.
Okay, well, a test for 3D Max as well, I suppose, to close this one out before things get really uncomfortable. Can't imagine that's going to happen right now, but you never know. MPL maybe wanted to jump up, doesn't get it at any rate. And they are just taking a bit of a slower approach to this one. Not fighting for banana early on, Bates. They don't like that.
While we're here, Anders,
yes.
FaZe are in the building. They'll be playing its Inner Circle in their 0-2 game.
Are they really?
They're in the building. They are setting up right now.
It's one of the most drama there's been in for a while. Obviously, them not making the major.
Respect for them even coming down here. I didn't think they would after all that. So massive props for even turning up and being willing to play.
It's kind of been easy.
Like getting on a flight straight after that. Heartbreaking loss.
Playing Inner Circle later on.
Inner Circle, that's 0-2. They had to forfeit their first couple of games, and now Bates will have to forfeit. Alex, he's removed early. Gravity will chime in as well, looking for map point here. Nuke feels like a certainty. Not a matter of if, it's when. In towards B we go, okay. It's gonna have to be a retake though, map up. Left to his own devices, they'll be okay. Well, his own devices seem to be very powerful.
Yeah. That's kind of uncalled for.
Yeah, just when they thought, okay, we've actually got a chance here. It might be a 5-on-3, but we've got the bomb down.
Which is actually not a bad position, right?
No.
Like, you can definitely win that.
Now it's a 5-on-2, and the bomb's only just been planted. We'll pop in the smoke, and we're not wasting any time. Brute force, in we go.
2 AKs, make that one NPL against the world, and they don't get a single kill.
And the world wins.
Yes, as is often the case, really. 12 for 3D Max. I am going to be watching that Inner Circle game. I'm looking forward to Dowie dropping a 2.0 rating against FaZe.
Stream is that going to be on?
That could happen.
That's on the B stream.
That's on the B stream, yes.
Wow.
Maybe scoring in London, I guess?
Yes, if it's the evening shift, yeah, that'll be scoring in
believe
London.
so.
Yep.
Shout out to those guys.
I'm sure they're watching this game on the edge of their seats right now, the 12-3. Wondering if 3D Max can close it out.
Yeah. If, in my own world, Henry, they always are. Just make that assumption every time.
Whenever I do make those assumptions, I'll probably get a text from Connor in a second saying, actually, I am watching.
Actually. Why have you done that to him?
That's how he talks.
Okay. Nice. Round number 16. Marker, that's an easy shot. They'll take down the Senthiel. Bait never really showed up. They never mustered anything on this map at all. No momentum. Nothing that we could be compounded into other rounds. One of the best rounds they had, like you said, was the one where they actually got all the kills but still lost the round. Like, it's been very tough to talk about anything.
Let's just get us out of here, shall we? It looks like we are done. Richard was right. Inferno sucks.
Richard was right.
Yep, that's the only conclusion we can take away from this one. Blair's going to have some explaining to do after this.
Yeah, I think so.
Why do they let us play Inferno?
We don't know. We are going to find out very soon. The panel is coming up in a couple of seconds here. Lucky with 3 at the end. And an overwhelming performance by 3D Max.
Yeah, overwhelming might be the key word, Anders. If my childhood taught me anything, it's when you're getting beaten, at least keep it short. That's the one thing you can hope for. So, there we are. Man, what a bait doing, guys. I mean,
getting beaten.
yeah. It's just like, what do you even say after that?
Oh, it's the Asian upbringing. Look, we knew 3 Max were going to be, obviously the favorite team over here, but I expect something out of Bait. And we got Zilch. Nada.
Yeah. What can you even say, to be honest? It was more of an expectation for me that it would be the CT side where Bait would struggle, a T side where Bait would struggle this much, but it just devolved into 3D Max pretty much doing whatever they wanted. We have around a little bit later, and that kind of delivers that point a little bit, where 3D Max just decided we have all the money we want, but let's get Gravity on a Mac 10 in front and just rush out through
and it worked.
And it worked.
When they had 10k in the bank, they were still doing it, and it was still working.
Unleash the dogs of war. Yeah. Look, credit where it's due, though. I think that for 3D Max, they switch it up. The one complaint I had in the first map was, all right, you have some good calls straight out of spawn, but you're not really defaulting here. Here, they just were like 5 steps ahead, like 5-dimensional underwater chess, and 3D Max, in Bait, were just playing 2D checkers. But here's the thing. They did a very good job just kind of countering whatever Bait were throwing at them, and out of desperation. We saw the banana aggression coming out. Just slow it down. And they have such good utility protocols, and they know exactly how to punish Bait there. So, yeah, after I think round 5 or 6, that's when I'm like, the writing's on the wall. This one's done.
Yeah, once upon a time, 3D Max were a really, really strong team on Inferno, and this was kind of the
bit of a throwback.
Yeah, the little bit of a throwback to that era, which isn't even that long ago, to be honest. It's like 4 months ago, and it's still a map
about
that they
3 IGLs ago.
And it's frankly, they're still pretty strong on the map. It's just more the consistency has.
I mean, I will say
really
this: they made playing on B very uncomfortable with the utility usage. You would just you were trying to do a standard setup, and you would just get showered with mollies and nades and everything else. And as a result of that, you know, it was very hard to get set and just get a few rounds on that CT side. I mean, by now, already the writing's kind of on the wall, right?
Yeah, and it's also one thing I was impressed with is like how they didn't get too carried away, which we saw from earlier today in a couple of teams who played, right? Where they have the advantage, they have everything going their way, and they get a little too sloppy. No, you get 2 kills at B, what do? They still use utility. They still make sure to dot their I's, cross their T's, and knock some heads off.
Yeah, we just saw that round I was talking about, where Gravity was just running through smokes with a MAC-10, getting flashed over, you know, running between 2 Molotovs, still gets 2 kills.
I mean, Henry hit the nail on the head there, though. It's like if you've just won a round when that happened. It's your first round. You know, you're like, maybe we can get 3 rounds, win the pistol, we can build back better or whatever.
There it is.
Yeah, and then
$12,000, by the way.
yeah, and then it's like both you just see on the map kill feed, both of you guys on B are dead. Like, look, that's it. We didn't get to play Counter-Strike this round.
Yeah,
like,
and if you're the A guy, you're just like kind of coming in at the last moment. Even he's getting Molotov out behind the smoke. Gravity goes through the smoke and goes try to find him anyway.
You know, and that's the thing that's so annoying, right? Like, you've got the 2 kills. So he's all right, I got to go for the retake. He's like, guys, there's no one here. And they still throw the utility. They still just are so annoying to deal with. But yeah, I think 3D Max is showing why they picked the map. You know, they look super comfortable on it. And for Bait,
I'm worried, man, because this was a little too one-sided for my taste. Because they never got into the game.
Read my mind here, Striker. Absolutely. I think you couldn't have said it better. It's like, it looked like they'd never played the map before. Like, as a team.
And it's also not that they're heading into a map that they've been convincing on in the past. Yes, we saw them yesterday kind of surprised against Astralis, where they seem to have a really good idea of what Astralis were coming up with. They were shutting down the A-bomb site all the time. But honestly, like coming off of a map like this, that's a rattler. Like you're completely out of the game. Nothing you try is working, and so that's got to affect you coming into map 3.
And also you got to remember, I did have a question as to why this map was allowed through, because for 3D Max they lost a Bestia recently on this map, 13-7. But if you go back to the past 5 or 6 maps they played, they've won very convincingly against pretty reasonable opposition as well. I'm talking about 13-3s and 13-4s, and now all of a sudden the momentum is completely shifted in the favor of the Frenchmen. So if I'm Bait, I am sweating.
But all of that said, it is Nuke, and we did see Bait beat Astralis, who Astralis seemed to think Nuke's their best map. They were certainly trending in a good...
I feel that particular map was an anomaly for Astralis, because yesterday what we saw from them were just going for these upper execs and upper hits where it just looked so uncomfortable. They just tried to abuse NPL towards a mini area, going for these upper crunches. And apart from that, we didn't see too much coming out from them, right? So it's not like Bait were really tested on the CD side. They didn't go for any aggro plays, no lobby crunches, no control towards outside, just playing super passively. And if they do that, and if 3D Max have done their homework, I don't think Bait's going to have a comfortable time on their CD side.
Yeah, I mean, this time, I'm not sure if they're starting T-side or CT side.
It's starting T-side.
I guess if we're saying this means they're starting T-side. Yeah, look, they have to get off to a better start there, because it's like going down 0-8 or whatever it was at one point on Inferno. That can't happen again, obviously. You know, that's that stands for itself. I am looking to NPL to get them out of that hole bit, because he's the one who's going to be the most active on this map, as usual. He's the one, you know, lurking out yard and trying to find some of these openings, go down secret, you know, and then Bait work from there. They're really known for their very slow approach on a map like Nuke, where they have a lot of different approaches towards the outside. Some of these crunches that we were talking about from Astralis, they do a lot of the same stuff, you know, where NPL kind of sneaks through the smokes, you know, just near mini at the right timing, and they crunch the bomb site. They have a lot of depth on the T side still.
And when it comes down to the couple of plays we touched upon at the beginning of the game, it's Maka and Sizzy, right? Sizzy's been kind of okay. I mean, Inferno, no one is hitting anything, so we can forget about that. But the difference here is Maka, CD side, he's going to be everywhere. He's going to be in your face. He's going to be for combat opting, just trying to push towards hot early on, get an early pick, be aggressive outside, catch you off guard. And that is, I feel, going to be the primary difference maker here for 3D Max's CT side.
Yeah. So how do we feel about it then? I mean, do we think Bait are that rattled that they're not going to be able to kind of coalesce?
I was a bit worried from the beginning, from the veto, not gonna lie, because they got 3D Max got 2 maps that they recently beat Bait on relatively handily with Nuke as well as Inferno, which they won in the previous encounter, even though they lost the series because it ended up going down to Dust 2. Yep. This after the map 2, I'm not gonna lie, I am feeling 3D Max.
I have to agree with you, right? Honestly, it's just a complete switch up that happened. And again, like I said, for the side of Bait, if you look historically on Nuke, ignoring that Astralis game, it's been kind of rough. The numbers do favor 3D Max. The momentum is favoring 3D Max as well. And also talking about a couple of factors. You're looking at Misuta towards ramp. He is a rock-solid player right there. And if they get off to anywhere close to that first half we saw from them on Inferno, this could be donezo for Bait.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. Two teams playing with a policy of mutually assured destruction. So appropriately after the break, we launch the nuke. See you then.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
After a second map we're all trying to forget, we move on to Nuke between Bait and 3D Max. Inferno did not deliver the goods, Anders. It was an absolute nightmare for Bait.
It really was, but it came to an end pretty quickly. That's kind of the upside. Now we're on the third map here, and we'll see how this one plays out to decide it for... The desk seemed to be favoring 3D Max, and I kind of have to agree with them.
Well, considering what we just saw, just an embarrassing performance.
Yeah.
By Bait standards, we know they're a solid team. We know they've got some hard-hitting individuals in the squad. They're normally very well regimented and have great fundamentals. Didn't see any of that. It was just terrible to watch, and I'm not really sure if they can recover. They're not a team that seems to have a hype man, and 3D Max will be forgetting about Ancient. Like they lost that first map, but at least it was close.
Yeah.
And they just completely destroyed them, even after losing their second half pistol as well. So feels good for 3D Max here. Used to be a very good map for them. Haven't seen them with Masuta in their ranks play Nuke as of yet. So I'm looking forward to it.
Just to tell you what, though, Masuta's best position on any map is the Nuke ramp.
Okay, nice.
So assuming he's slotting in there and everything's going to be fine, also the best position for Maka is AWPing CT side Nuke. So they got 2 experts. That's already a good sign. I've said it many times. I think Bait's T-sides, in general, Bait's T-sides aren't that great, but I think their T-side on Nuke especially is lacking quite a bit. I think it's going to be a really rough game for them. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to see something more out of Bait. But right now, we're just not really getting that vibe. Here we go. 3D Max on the CT side, Bait on the T side as we get ready.
See what they bring to the party. Got themselves a Molotov, a couple of flashes, smoke for main entrance, but no one outside. Everyone's towards ramp.
Okay, so Masuta's going to catch them, so they won't need the human flashbang approach, but he's going to see that they're there. They'll still run for it. They don't care if they've been found out. Lucky trying to help out. Masuta stays around. That's so dangerous. Surely they will hunt him down. He's trying to reload, getting shot in the back.
Done pretty well.
Running away. He's actually done very well. Gets a kill and buys a little bit of space for Gravity to get in with the dualies. It's a 3 versus 2 now. But I think you're actually right, Masuta. All things considered, that could have gone so much worse. Ecstasy's free, nearly free.
Had a couple of moments like that today with the USP.
Yeah, I want to be very careful.
Felt like a freebie there.
I'll bring the bomb up. That could actually be a sick idea.
Okay, Maka saves the day. Bomb down.
Yeah.
Job done.
If they get Maka, they at least secure the bomb part.
Yes. Not going to happen. Oof.
Okay. But you're right, though. Masuta, that could have been so much worse. Yeah. I was painted the picture there. Could see it coming, but he rescued them.
Yeah, generally speaking, if you lose control of ramp, especially when you only have the USP, you want to be falling back and finding that defensive angle, but Courts with low HP, got the reload in, managed to find one, slow them down, enables Gravity to get a smoke on the left-hand side of ramp and start mowing them down with the Julies, and Maka to save the day. No bomb planted, as you mentioned, has to be the full eco. It's another pistol round going in favor of 3D Max, 4 out of 5 going in their favor so far. But maybe there are a few more twists and turns here in round number 2. There's an opening kill, courtesy of MPL and his deadly deagle. Shouldn't be too much to worry about, though. Of course, with no Kevlar, no grenades. A nice shot, sure, but, well, a couple of them, sure, but that should be it. 3 kills is actually pretty impressive.
I'm right in saying that they've won 4 out of 5 pistol rounds so far?
Exactly.
Okay. That's also a bit of an issue for Bait, I suppose. I don't think it would have made any big difference on Inferno from the looks of it, but I guess you never know how it works out. Right now, 3D Max cruising along nicely, knowing that they're going to get all of these early rounds. Bait have invested into AKs into this one. Across the board, not a single kill.
Yeah, full eco in the previous 1 deagle. They yielded 2 frags, and yeah, they've got all the advances they could ask for here. Apart from the AWP, Maka always makes sure he has enough for one of those. Got the helmet as well to work with, and we are going to see Lucky, the speculative spam. Outside smokes deployed, and 4 players sneaking their way, or at least attempting to, towards the secret position. But Masuta is there, ready and waiting. He's got a tough battle ahead of him. A committed position. His teammates taking aggro. He's looking for a double kill. Gonna find it. Gets 3 in total. That is obscene.
That's such a commitment. His teammate died in mini, and he decided, I'm going to get the revenge and then some. They win the round just like that.
They've just been absolutely owned again.
How many bullets did he have for the last kill? It can't have been more than 3, I think.
The fact he gets 3 there is crazy work. But it's all about the teamwork there as well. Like, your teammates start nading and spamming the smoke just before he peeks as well. It takes so much aggro away. He gets the first, and the comm is going to be so frantic at that point, and he peeks up, gets 3 in total, a complete shutdown, and you can see, where's the hype man? Who's the person that's really going to lift the spirit of this team? Everyone's just looking at their feet quietly, letting the coach talk. We need someone to really step up here, raise morale, and get them believing they can bring this one back, because they are not looking up for it right now.
They're really not, yeah. It looks so quiet. There's no energy in the room for them at all. Yeah, that can't be the case.
It can't be new boy Sizzy. He's 16 years old. Didn't even have a HLTV profile a few months ago.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, we're not looking for him to be the guy to do this. They've got some more experienced players out there.
Rushing up.
Okay. They're already
at least getting into hearts.
Yeah, almost sooner. I think XSC doesn't look like he's quite aware. Okay, doesn't matter. They're going to come for him. And now he's definitely ready.
Yeah, he's getting warmed up in this series now. Maybe into this tournament. It's looked pretty shaky. The last couple of showings, 3D Max, crashing out in group stages. Looked pretty uncomfortable this tournament as well, dropping maps against teams they really shouldn't be. But yeah, this sort of victory here today against a very well-established base like in World Counter-Strike, if they can find the success they did on Inferno and convert that over to Nuke as well, I feel like it will be just what the team needs in terms of finding their confidence once again.
I think you're right. This could be building something really cool for them. Again, it's the early rounds that go to 3D Max. Quite reminiscent of what we've seen on Inferno. Even to some extent on Ancient, though quickly Bait got into it. Obviously, it's a very different story there, but still just winning the pistol and winning the first couple of rounds. Well, that's... His angles are broken. He's going to get crutches.
Oh, I don't know why that tickled me so much. Just the look of disdain on his face afterwards. Just like I've fallen off the silo. I've missed the freebie kill that was available to me. And I've taken nade damage, I think, as well.
Yeah.
So
here we go.
Completely nullified.
Crazy scenes, Henry. Gravity doing damage to him even though he's not even nearby.
Oh.
It was just the good old-fashioned.
Oh, I see what you've done there.
Yes, yeah, it's a physics joke, Henry. We're into
Newton's laws prevail once again.
That is very true. Objects in motion stay in motion, as it turns out.
They're just getting absolutely walloped out there. If this was an MMA fight, they'd be thrown in the towel. They're not defending themselves anymore.
Yes, that's a grim image, but you're right. Normally when you get it choked out, somebody's there to stop it, you know. Someone's there to say. Sizzy, again, you know, best case, you get a couple of kills, you make it expensive. Yeah. Playing game with him here. They're all going to rush him down eventually. No reason to let him keep this AWP. And he'll be found. Masuta on the hunt.
Falling off the silo. I haven't seen that in years. Holy moly. I guess he was like surprised there was an opportunity to get like such a free kill on Maka, who was trying to get towards Secret on a late timing. Yeah, we're going to have to watch it. Just, what are you doing, kid? Unlucky. We go again.
Yeah, that hurts, but we're waiting. We needed some success from them. They have, in grand total, 8 kills in 5 rounds for the Bait side.
Probably not going to get any better anytime soon, as we're entering with Tech9s here. Have they even planted the bomb yet? They have not. So that's
no.
That normally is quite a telling sign. If you're not planting the bomb at all and you're getting battered and bruised like this, you're not really unlucky. You're just getting outplayed.
And they're already ready down below. They've got 2 people defending the hallways here. They did use an early incendiary, so that's not available any longer. But
the fact they've double naded it as well is like, I guess we keep going.
Yeah.
Hope they miss their shots.
Like there
it is.
Yeah, you're telling them that we're down here. You know there's a double setup now. It's a third man rotating in. They just have no respect for them any longer here, 3D Max. And I guess Fate haven't done a lot to earn that respect either.
Oof. Backflip.
Yeah, that's stylish. We'll give him that.
Didn't quite stick the landing.
No, that's a 0 out of 10. Sizzy, again, will find himself on his own. This time, even without the AWP. It's about to be a 6-0 lead here in favor of 3D Max. I don't know what kind of encouraging words. What would Moses say at this stage, Henry? It's been on minds a lot.
I don't even know Moses could save this one.
Not even Moses.
Not even Moses would be able to save the day here. I think he'd be saying,
truly
lads,
lost.
At least we're not out of the tournament.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
They'd be like, we'll come back tomorrow.
Nice.
Today wasn't our day. I know the game's still live, but let's probably just consider what demos we're going to review tonight. let's just move on. Enjoy yourselves out there. Make the most of it. Try and have a good time. Try out some new stuff.
Maybe they themselves were up late watching the FaZe game.
Potentially. What a game it was. They will be coming on the B stream later, ladies and gents. That's going to be at 4 p.m., I believe. Inner Circle versus FaZe. The magic is gone.
The magic is gone.
But a new fairy tale could begin here on a 0-2 run at PGL Bucharest.
I believe. I will always believe in Carrigan somehow. I just can't have. I can't have myself.
Crazy thing to say at this point, but yeah, fair enough.
Well, you have to say it now. You can't say it later when he rebuilds the squad and wins a new major.
That's if he's still in the squad.
No, it'll definitely be a different squad. It might even be a different team. I don't mind that. I'm just saying. Can't give up on him just yet. But also this BlameF, what a legend.
Oh, absolutely. Great to see him doing
I saw he went for like a 7-kilometer run after they won the game.
Yeah,
at like 1 in the morning. It's mental.
Great to
Very
see him
respectable.
Back at the top, back at the majors.
Yeah.
Hasn't played many of them himself.
Marker, that is such a cheeky push. In front of the smoke, through the squeak door, he takes down Kenzisor, who's 1-7. Alex finding his first kill of this map and taking down Maka. But Masuta is here, and like I said, this is his best position on any map. He's quite strong, and he's played a very good series overall. They don't check it. They're not aware of it.
Here we go.
Could have had a double, but
best
that's
chance,
an opening. You're right. That is the best chance yet. Molotov to try and keep XSC a little bit back, and they will do that. Gravity's waiting down here. It's going to be a heart attack for Alex. Had no idea that anything was there.
Okay, still the best chance, yeah, even in 3-on-2 disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time they planted the bomb, I believe, so you're absolutely right.
Yep, first plant, 3-on-2 disadvantage, both of them less than half health.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound great, but we'll see if they can step up.
Maybe there's a way. One good shot with the AWP. Essential may be able to surprise them from this side. There's definitely a way to get this done. Smoke up on the other side of the door, but that means they're all going to be looking at Essential. He does get one, and now Sizzy's alone. That's been happening a lot. Easy shot on the first, but Gravity's walking in. That is a great flick and a great clutch coming out from the youngest player on the team.
Needed that desperately. Finally, some signs of life here from Bates. They said it's their best chance yet in a 3-on-2 deficit. Some high-flying antics from the young gun. Clutches up in the 2-on-1. But the problem is, with only one player surviving, they get $3,500 each. So you enter the next round, Anders, with mixed bag of weaponry. I'm seeing some Galils out there.
Take a lesson from Gravity and buy a MAC-10.
So 2 Galils, 2 AKs, some key pieces of util missing. It's not looking great, considering you just won a round. They're still juggling weapons around here. So they've actually opted for 3 AKs instead and an AWP. Okay, it's better than it was. They've managed to rejig the finances. They still are. They can't decide whether they want util or the firepower. So it's MPL entering with 1 smoke and the AK. I think that's the final decision there.
Yeah, big conversation, I suppose, happening.
Yeah.
They're on the board. And
such a technical map, though. Not having the util really is a big deal.
Yeah. They need some more rounds right now. I mean, it's needless to say, but gotta start doing some damage to the economy. Gotta start stringing some rounds together. Alex and Kenzo both on 1 kill. 1-7 for both those players. It's just not good enough here. Lucky, another interesting slight off angle. Could see that Alex was not even thinking about it. The fact that it's Lucky who's there and not Masuta or somebody else also should tell you something. If you're bait, that probably there's still a bit of a defense. Might not guess that it's both. Oh, how did you see that? I don't know how he even knew that it was going to be a boost.
It was looking like the perfect setup for 3D Max. The fact that he hits the first shot and you've got the rifler in tow Masuta just mow them down, you thought they would actually do really well there. Still, another chance for bait. 3 versus 3. Bomb should go down, no problem. MongolZ holds him at bay. Nice shot from Ascenthial coming to life now.
Oh,
great double.
That'll do it. Finds an opening kill, follows it up with those two, collects 3 in the round, and Gravity can't do much about it. They still have a bit of a bank, though. Only Masuta is lacking some money, so to be honest, for Gravity, saving the weapon is not the worst idea in the world. Throw it over to Masuta, then everyone is happy in the next round. If they exit this way, get the kills, they're not doing that, so he will just wait around. Bait with a second one. Okay. Credit where it's due, they're starting to put something together. And I think you're right, though. That was such a great setup. Especially with the AWP actually getting the opening as well. You'd think that was enough. Plenty enough, even. What is it that gives it away? Oh, he sees the jump. Okay, well, that's what a great replay. He just sees, I guess, the weapon on his back. I don't know what it was, but something was definitely showing. Heads up from him.
You love to see that.
Yeah, great replay. 6-2 is the scoreline. It's not at all over yet. Like, for bait, T-side is by far the worst here on this map. CT side though is actually pretty strong, so if they get up to about 4 rounds, I mean, there's still something to fight for here, especially if they can clear up the mental a bit more. CC had that great clutch. Essential had the triple here. There's no way. How has he got away with that? What an absolute madman.
He should be going down. Okay.
He's almost killed him, though.
I looked away for a second. I was like, is this a T? Like, how's he got in this position? He somehow snuck up towards the T roof. Okay, 2 rounds in a row for bait. They managed to quell the offense of XSC's on towards that roof. A madman maneuver has set them up in a 4-on-4. He does get the dink on Kenzizor, though. He's low.
Down below, Gravity's holding. But I don't know if... Yeah, he's jumping. Okay, I was going to ask.
Yeah, just playing for the intel. As soon as he spots one, we'll drop the util. One gets across, though.
Did he actually see him?
I don't think so.
That's... Yeah, that's interesting. The fact that the bomb's down, though, and Kenzizor was low from earlier. The grenade goes deep. It's not the grenade, it's Masuta himself.
Well, now you've got 2 players down towards lower. The bomb's all the way back in trophy room with 30 seconds remaining. I don't think there's a world you can win it.
Yeah, I have no idea how you fight your way out of this one. They could guess that marker is going to be here somewhere.
Got 1 HE grenade to work with here.
Yeah, it's not much. Around the corner we go. Marker, the instant shutdown.
Just to run away.
Yeah. Another grenade. Doesn't actually do damage. I guess he can make the bomb site.
It's actually like the smartest move he can make is going towards upper through heaven. Have they read this? I think they have. Yeah. I think that's the only play he can make.
Yeah.
But still, comprehensive victory for 3D Max. Did what they could. Didn't really have the resources to try and retake that one, but just so discombobulated. The fact the bomb's back in towards like lobby when you got 2 players down lower, like, and it's getting found out with your trousers around your ankles, kind of says it all. Kind of summarizes this game for bait so far.
A little bit. It's a shame. I would have loved to have seen what would have happened because I think they did sneak past Gravity somehow. I don't think he actually saw that first player, so that would have just been fun to see, but...
So we've got a Mac 10, Tech 9. I think at this point, let's go for the pocket strats. It started just upper executions, like nothing else is working. Everything is looking a little bit shambolic. See whether they can make this one work. Senthiel has the Mac 10. Trying to work outside of that weapon. Good luck to you.
Yeah. Got to get a bit closer than that. Okay. Alex. Trying to set up some grenades for the Mac 10 maybe to get a bit closer. Could be the wrap around through Mini from the looks of it. Let's see. Molotov to the back of the bomb site. Land behind the silo, I believe, on this one. It's a nice one to know. Yeah, there comes the wrap through Mini like we discussed. NPL gets an opening. Gravity, quick to get one in return as well. And now they've pretty much got it locked down. Masuta as well, and XSC, some more credit to him. He's putting together some Pretty good kills in this one.
Yeah, they're done. Unfortunately, they are done. They just they don't seem up for it. That was
Henry's ready to pull the plug.
Yeah, I think this series is already decided because now they're down to partial buy again, so it's at least going to be 9-2. They just don't seem up for it after that second map. Just desperately trying to find anything, any sort of entry into the bomb site. They're being outmaneuvered, out of position. Gravity just seems to be everywhere they go, tucked away in a corner. Best showing I've seen from him in a long time.
It's about time.
Yeah, like once he went to in-game leader, his performance dropped off a bit. Then Maka went in-game leader, and his performance got even worse somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, to be fair to him, he's looking very good today, and he's like locked in, finding his old form, his old antics with the Mac 10 on Inferno.
Came back from that role with a bit of summoning sickness.
Yes, see what he did there. Magic the Gathering reference.
Why not? Why not? Masuta in the back. All right.
Too easy.
Very easy, in fact.
Just like, let's just give him this round, shall we? Oh my god.
Like I said, it is his best position.
One by one, like excellent shots, don't get me wrong, but it's like pedestrian. He's not even breaking a sweat getting those. He's just like, yeah, all right, if you're going to come me one by one, I'll just shoot you in the head, no worries.
Just checking, Henry. For the top 20 in the world, Masuta is the #1 ramp player.
That's crazy.
I actually can't believe it's Ryu and Demon, Rops, Frozen, and Nilo for some reason. But yeah, Masuta he's right at home here. Kind of shows. I did not expect that.
Well, he is playing very well today. 15-6 currently. Huge round. Statement. Performance.
I don't think I'm wrong. I think Striker had him on his list of players to watch. He's he's doing Striker justice at the moment. We can say that much.
By no means a new name on the scene or anything, but he's obviously been in the lab. He's been grinding, taking his opportunity.
I think that's why a lot of people were I had my eyebrows raised when Striker put him on the list. I thought, well, yeah, I mean, he's been around for so long, but this is looking very good.
Xyz is on the roof again.
He's back.
How do they keep letting him do this? For God's sake. What's happening?
Oh, you know it was a bad omen when they were falling off the silo earlier. That was already... he's hunting them down from the rooftops.
Like...
Oh, shooting now from the clock tower.
I don't have words. I don't even... We all know how bad this is. So I don't have words. Yeah, this is not my babe.
Unfortunately, Henry, they do pay us to talk.
I know.
So
it's just like the fact that's happened twice, and he's just like got free roam, and like even after getting the first kill, he's still killing players in towards Secret who aren't even looking at him.
I know.
Like there's no reaction. There's no one commenting that. Have they just given up?
They said, you know what? I'm so mad I'm going to stay silent. I'm just not going to say anything.
Like, you've let your AWPer just get shot in the back. Like, he's walking towards Secret, like, they're undetected. There's a guy on T-roof coming behind you. He's on the silo.
That's a call that you need.
Like, anything.
Need
There's
that.
like, he's like knife out trying to walk across silently towards Secret, like...
Oh, Bait really looking deflated. Like you said, they're not going to get knocked out here, but this is the kind of match that sticks in your mind, right? You remember this next time you see them, you think, wow, they really just disappeared from the game.
At this moment here.
Yeah.
He's got 2 kills, and still we're trying to walk across outside, like...
Wild.
Crazy.
Absolutely wild. Alex and Kensor end the first half with 2 kills each. And just in general, very, very lackluster here, of course. Second half is coming up. 3D max of 1, 5 out of 4 pistol rounds. This is going to be the 6th pistol round coming up now.
Yeah, but it's never that easy, Anders. When it's the 3rd and final map, this probably goes on a bit longer. We'll see.
They've got some nades.
When all hope is lost, that's where you normally find some form.
I would love to see Bait at least attempt a bit of a fight back here. There is a Molotov on XSC's, flashes as well. Yeah, so here we go.
Main split, I'm guessing. Flashbang over.
Let's see. Yeah, you're onto it.
Oh, come on, boys.
Where did he had the gun in his face, Henry? I can't.
USP is annoying at close range, but like MPL standards, he knows he should be getting that.
Yeah, but at some point you're so close range you can't miss any longer, right? I get what you're saying, but like it's not even target shooting any longer if you're actually just walking up to the bullseye and just pointing the gun at it. It's like no one's gonna give you credit for that. He still missed somehow.
Well, this round is done. It is going to be quite a simple finish, it seems. We have the force buy in the second. No resistance. No pushback. A chance there for MPL to open things up. He gets that first kill. He's ready for the second. But yeah, it just looks like they've kind of just checked out of this one.
Yeah, 3D Max team themselves that looked like they were, going through a lot at the moment. Couldn't really figure out their identity.
I mean, this sort of performance, this sort of win, is going to light the fire beneath them. Let me tell you, they'll be able to carry this. Yeah. They'll be able to carry this forward. This is the old 3D Max we're seeing right now. They've got a bit of flair to their game. It's unique, it's annoying, and it's like another interesting maneuver here. We've got a player down towards lower.
He's got him at 10.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't use it, but he actually had it. The P250, almost just a bit of a bait. I feel like now they're up on the high ground. It might have been a bait anyway. He just
it was a bait. He was trying to suggest he's planting down lower, and even though he goes down, he's confirmed they've taken the bait by. Oh God, got to stop saying that word. Why does that keep happening? It was happening earlier with FOKUS.
Bait, FOKUS, big. Yeah, I know.
Anyway, all the attention, I'll say, taken down towards that lower bomb side. And it works out. Sure, he goes down with nothing, but it invites them into an open bomb side. That's GG. That was the force buy. 12-2. Not sure the analysts can really talk about here. Maybe the player dropping off the silo, the fact XCs can just run up towards T-roof every single round and kill 3 people.
Those are good talking points.
Yeah.
Misuta on the ramp.
Misuta getting that nice little 4-piece at the ramp. 1 by 1 as they run in.
The Sizzy 1v2 highlights probably the only thing that
was actually quite good, to be fair.
Like,
Sizzy, we still haven't seen him have a big pop-off moment.
No, but he was trying.
We already playing them off?
Yes. I like that. Oh my. What a strange day of games it's been, I must admit.
Yeah, this isn't... There's much better games coming up after this. I promise you that. Let's just have a look at those real quick.
We've got Moses and Dingo, and those guys will take care of you.
You've got better commentators, better games.
Exactly. I was about to say.
You've got everything
going to be lined up.
You've got Inner Circle versus FaZe. You've got Astralis versus MongolZ, PARIVISION FUT, BC.Game versus Voca. So like lots of great storylines and threads there. Commentators, everything.
Yeah.
These first 2 games, they weren't great. I'll say that.
We're just warming. We're warming the benches here.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting everything ready to set. The microphone's warmed up. All the tech's working.
I can confirm the headsets are all good.
Yeah. So we've done our part. FaZe need to work on their map pool, on the individual stuff. There's something about this team that's gone completely off the rails.
Gonna win this round though, Anders. Oh. Yep. I think it might be happening. We ain't done yet.
Suter tagged up. Oh, and shut down. A couple of kills for Alex. The hardest round.
Number 13. Unlucky for some.
Also true. Yeah, you could see the silence there on the bait side. Just, it just doesn't feel good,
You just want a round and no one's saying a damn thing.
I don't expect them to celebrate that round, obviously. That would be ridiculous, but,
Every game's winnable in CS. That's the beauty of this game.
Yeah, it's not like people haven't made comebacks from this kind of a scoreline before. You have to believe that you're going to be one of those teams right now.
It's hard to believe, especially when you're a young team.
But, okay.
Okay, now they're starting to get a couple of kills through the smoke. There we go. Use this. You're on the CT side of Nuke. Take it from me. You can come back on the CT side of Nuke. You can lock them out. Across the years and all versions of CS, CT side of Nuke is the one place where you can find these sort of comebacks.
The last 3 months, they win 75% of their CT rounds on Nuke bait.
Well, there we go. Gonna need to win 100% from now, but...
That's Also true. And there is a significant difference there. But yeah, get a little bit fired up. You got some kills with the smoke. You had a nice timing to block them off from that ramp position. Now they're saving. Going to be a 4th round Eva bait.
Astralis MongolZ is going to be fun, isn't it?
That'd be a lot
Astralis,
of fun.
like the best looking Astralis we've seen in maybe 6-7 years.
That's unfortunately it's not even a lie, is it?
And like they're still finding their form as a team. You know, they're still working things out.
Oh, there's plenty of things to improve, but you can see the plan. You can see what the future projection could look like if they keep going.
And I think there's a chance they can give MongolZ a run for their money. Like MongolZ will be the favorites for sure, but Astralis, like...
The trouble right now is MCNeo is on some wild stuff right now.
True.
And 9-10 is such a reliable AWP. He's crazy good at the moment. I think those two are going to be the main challenge, but you're not wrong. Like the MongolZ as a whole have had some issues. Like there's something that's been a little bit different for them.
Well, they've had the last few tournaments without the coach. That's
also a trouble.
A weird thing for them.
Yeah, Mara's been missing.
But he's back.
Back indeed. I'm really excited about the FUT PARIVISION game as well. I think it'd be very interesting to see Kripani versus Jame in terms of leadership and style and, you know, thinking and all the rest of it. So I think we've got some real banging games coming up. Even just on the A stream. B stream as Inner Circle and FaZe.
Yeah, true.
They're in the building.
We've got BC.Game Voca as well. If you like simple fans out there.
I feel like I have to watch it just because the question is how bad can it get, you know? It's already been bad. Timeout is about to expire. Oh, okay. It's not.
Definitely not. 20 seconds to go. Well, looking for that knockout blow. What do they say in France? A coup de grace.
Yes, I do believe that is the exactly it. Yeah. 12-4.
Sorry if I butchered the pronunciation there. I'm sure I did.
Yeah. They'll be all right. They can win at Counter-Strike, you know?
True.
They'll take that. Early Molotov goes down. Ecstasies, he wants to make a bit of a push of it here. In the smoke. It's confusion all across the board. MPL, though, holding it and making sure that nobody could make their way down. Back of the ramp.
Good damage.
Field. That's a good grenade.
Oh, very good.
That blew them apart. It looked like one of them actually caught the grenade. Did it sort of bounce between them and I don't even know how.
Ricocheted around.
Yeah, how does that happen?
Okay. Starting to see some smiles. Starting to see some fist bumps, Anders. Are they starting to believe? That is the question. The money is broken. 3D Max and the 4-Spy. We'll have to make do with an eco for now. They've got themselves 3 HE, so I'm guessing they'll nade the door and double nade main.
Okay.
Would be my guess.
That's a nice idea. Yeah, do some damage with that.
There it is. Nade and double nade main.
Okay. That's a great call, Henry. Read
what
it
I do.
perfectly. I mean, that's a cool idea. I like it.
It got a kill.
Yeah. Can't ask for more than that, really. Well, we're up to 12-6 now. All I'm thinking this whole time, Richard and Striker and Blair just in the couch waiting.
Waiting to be unleashed.
Richard's going to be fuming when we get back.
To be fair, at least Bates, like, now it's not going to be a 13-1 blowout or something like that. Like,
That's true.
Like, the scoreline reads on HLTV much differently now.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It looks like it's just unlucky at this point. We all know what happened.
And again, like, honestly, if they get fired up a little bit now, if there's some sort of momentum in the team, obviously, yeah, like we said, they can make a comeback. It's absolutely possible, but they need to start believing a little bit more. Ecstasies, he wants to put a close on it now. 2 headshots, almost finds that kill in the smoke. It's Sizzy who's in there, and he's low on health. They found him now. Maka with the kill, and now the high ground. They get the final one. So it's a little bit of a cosmetic comeback coming through. 13-6 in favor of 3D Max.
Indeed, and Henry probably doesn't remember this, but when he was a competitive player, he actually did come back on Nuke at a LAN. I think it was LAN 79 against alternate attacks. They were 14-1 down on the first half, and they came back on the CT side and won in overtime. That isn't the tale of what happened here. It's a far more interesting
In
day.
this instance, Dad went out for more cigarettes, came back, and the beating continued, Richard.
did.
That was absolutely atrocious.
I
from
agree with
Bait.
Striker, though. They just looked rattled right from the get-go. I think, I don't know what happened. The one thing I would always say about Bait is they are competitive. I mean, they make a game competitive. Would they usually come up to the level of their opposition? I don't know what happened today.
Didn't happen here. Look, I will say that 3D Max did a lot of good on that CT side, being very proactive, coming for, like, even from the first gun round, they came up through Secret. Misuta had a big triple to kind of get that CT side gun round started. They had a lot of deflective plays with Exorcies going up the ladder. Obviously, in a lot of ways, something that Bates should have prevented, especially the second time.
It happened twice.
It happened
Twice and a half in full buy rounds. He just goes up ladder, and in that second time, he gets 4 kills, Richard. That should never be happening.
I was watching it too.
Mouth agape, crying. Look at it again.
Yeah, this was crazy. Like,
he gets 4 kills from here. It's so unreasonable. Also, I do have to agree with Striker over here. Like 3 Max, they love these super proactive, in-your-face plays. But if you're Bait, you're not new to the scene. You know that's what they like to do. You know that's how they play. The moment you leave a hole, you have to expect someone to push on in and make life uncomfortable. And yet they were not able to do anything about it. So a day to forget for the side of Bait.
Yeah, both of those cases where Exorcies snuck through, I think there was just the wrong timing of somebody who just got off the angle and was just watching ramped on the other side. Sometimes happens. But it is crazy when it happens the second time
I
round.
know.
You can only let
in
it
a span of like 5 rounds or something.
Yes.
It's ridiculous.
You can only let it go through once, and it just felt like, Bait just fizzled out at some point. The only round that they got on T side that was, the
1v2.
That was the 1v2 from Sizzy, on the lower bomb side. That was also, just barely got it over the line. Otherwise, it would have been even more convincing than this, which is crazy to say on its own. So, just very, very comprehensive outplay from 3D Max.
I mean, we don't think 3D Max's problems are over, though, right? I mean, I don't know.
They looked, I'm not going to lie, they looked kind of dead inside the entire series.
Yeah.
I never once saw them hyped at any point. Like, no matter as they were destroying them, I didn't see them get up. Like, do they usually screaming antics where gravity gets their faces? None of that happened this entire series.
Especially when you're completely curb stopping them with 2 maps back to back, and I didn't hear gravity make a single peep at all. It just goes to show the mental is somewhere else. But to their credit, despite them being so mentally crushed on making it a major and all of that, despite all the issues they have, they're still playing some pretty solid Counter-Strike overall. So plaudits have to be given where they're due.
That's why I had them in the first place as a team that I thought could still make playoffs, despite all these issues that they've had facing getting into this tournament.
Because seem to be the 3D Max whisperer.
Yes, exactly.
Reason.
I mean, I picked Mr. and everything. He's so far been delivering as well. He's the one stable rock.
Are they 3-dimensional Max again?
Again, they're maybe even 4-dimensional at this point after those last two maps.
Definitely not, mate. I'm knocking them down to 1D Max. Where I'm well, anyway, look. Any final thoughts about the game? I mean, a few words about Bait. Obviously, they're in that 1-2 now.
It's super disappointing because everyone's been talking about how they've struggled throughout this entire season. They go to the park and land, they win it, they qualify for the major, and everything's looking good. They play day 1 and day 2, some pretty competitive games against Astralis as well. And then today they completely just I don't know what happened to them. So hopefully they're able to wake up and we can have a bit more faith in them, because they are a team we all know can go back to the level they had last year, which is a team who were dangerous to almost everyone in the circuit.
No, I completely agree. I do think that this is not over for Bait. There's obviously a lot of teams that they're going to be heavily favored against going into those elimination games, almost no matter who they face. So I think they're still in a pretty good spot to try to qualify for the playoffs.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. We're taking a break. You won't see us again for the rest of the day. We got Prof, Dust, and Tech Girl coming in to guide you through the next 2 series, which we are hoping are going to deliver. Probably will. There's some good teams. Astralis, MongolZ coming up.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready?
What is going on, everybody, down on the floor with Techno of the MongolZ? Techno, great to see you. How you doing, bro?
I'm good.
Techno, let's talk recent results. So, very often just outside the top three, quarterfinals. Can you talk to us about those results and where the team is at right now?
I think we're on the right path, because comparing to IM Krakow, we're reaching the playoff often, and I think we're doing good. We lost against Aurora. We could have been one there, but in that moment, everything didn't work, and everything went for bad.
Why do you think things didn't work against Aurora, and what needs to change going forward?
There's always we need to improve, and that's the important part of it. And also the Aurora is prepared well against for us. Yeah.
Let's talk about expectations for PGL Bucharest. What are your thoughts going into the tournament?
I think we're first or second best ranked in this tournament. So I think we're supposed to win that tournament. But every time when I say we will go champion or win this tournament, it's went the wrong way every time. But I don't want to say anything. But we will do far as we can.
Yeah. What will be most important for the team to perform well here in Bucharest?
Play the game as good as we can, and don't make any mistakes, and play smarter. That's all.
Techno, wishing you the best of luck. Final couple of questions. You know, national pride is huge in the Mongolian scene. What's it like to play for such passionate fans back home? How much of it is pleasure? How much of it is pressure?
Actually, right now, there's kinda the fan base and the hype is more low now. Comparing to Austin or the last year's summer. In that time, there was crazy fan base we had, and a lot of people. But now everything's, I think that everything's going the normal way. I think, and but I'm happy to be still our nation's pride.
All right. Well, Techno, anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before I let you go?
Thanks for cheering for us. Keep still.
This is PGL Bucharest. You are watching Counter-Strike, the sex, drugs, and rock and roll of esports, or Magic the Gathering. It doesn't matter. Whatever you love will bring you some action. Prof and Dust are with us now. We have some banger games lined up for the second half of today. Kick-starting with MongolZ up against Astralis. I'm looking forward to this one, Dust.
Absolutely. I mean, we basically have the 4 best teams in the tournament, in my opinion, battling for that 3-0 spot in the playoffs to get that top seed. So the expectations now have been met, but now we get to see some intermingling of those top 4, which we have not seen this matchup between Astralis and MongolZ since Astralis went international and since Cobra's era joined this MongolZ squad. So I'll be interested to see how they interact on the server today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to both. Both teams have something to prove. Astralis, we know the story, how legendary the org is and how much issues they had in the last few years. And MongolZ, as I like to call them, the Asian mouse, you know,
Are you
standard,
just gonna, okay.
standard in the playoffs, but nothing else. Even Techno was talking about it. He was like, you know, every time I say we're supposed to win the tournament, we don't. So I'm not going to say anything. It's the same story. It's the same story.
Okay, let me just give you some context. If you're watching at home and you didn't see the desk yesterday, Prof threw out the Asian mouse reference to MongolZ, and it tilted Dust something horrible. He really didn't like this comparison.
He didn't like it so much, he didn't want to have breakfast with me this morning.
Wow, we're going there now.
That is where we've got. They refuse to eat breakfast together. It's very awkward for me.
Listen here, Oni Pixel. We don't need to be letting out these things into the public space. I don't want to catch Maui on his co-stream deciding he needs to fire away for some interactions. Like, let's keep private things private, you know.
Did you not eat breakfast with Prof because he called the MongolZ Asian mouse?
Here's what happened.
Okay.
I arrived at breakfast. I saw Prof already at a table with another human being.
Another man.
Indeed.
That's the problem.
And I was a little tilted, but then I saw Sam sitting alone.
Yeah.
Just getting her breakfast, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go sit with Sam.
As always, let's
what
blame the woman and move on from this topic, right? That's a classic esports move.
Sometimes I like to eat breakfast alone and no one gets the hint.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm kidding. Let's talk about MongolZ and what they're bringing to the table, though. They've looked really good. They've done what needs to be done. Nothing too flashy, nothing too fancy, but enough to get victories on the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that is starting to catch a little bit of momentum. I mean, we saw them in Cluj actually get a 4th place finish, you know, only losing to Vitality, beating some very notable teams to get a pretty solid run in that playoff. And then we saw them follow it up in Rotterdam with another, you know, top 5 finish, beating some really good teams to do it. And so things are starting to catch on again for this team. I mean, they are a team where the core has steadily improved over time, at one point being a top 5 team in the world, and they're not too far from that now, in my opinion. I mean, I think you can make the argument, and we're seeing several of their players step up when needed, and it's been fun to see, you know, kind of the identity of this team remain the same despite some changes to the roster.
Yeah, and it must have been tough, obviously being without their coach for the last 2 tournaments and having a new player in CobraZero, pretty much a rookie, coming into the lineup, playing these star positions. A lot is expected of him on the server, right? And not having that father figure for the team, right? Being with them at the lands and also being able to make the adjustments live in the games. Like some of the games that they played, like their T-side win rate this year doesn't look that great. I really feel a lot of it is just some of the T-sides started bad and they just kept going at whatever they were doing 100% into the wall without any adaptations, without Mara there to be like, hey guys, let's do this and this. It really felt that they just almost like griefed some of these games earlier in the year. But now he's back, and I like so far what we saw from them at this tournament. It seems like despite the maybe a bad start or whatever, they're always in the game and closing out without any pressure against these lower ranked teams.
Dustin, I mean, you brought this up in Cluj about MongolZ T-sides and the weaknesses that Prof has mentioned there. Have you seen an improvement here in Bucharest?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is that they lost one of their best opening pieces, Senzu, right? And then Blitz is also a guy who was like an aggressive lurker, but he had to take on more of a pure entry role, I feel like, to make things a bit more comfortable for Cobra. And, you know, Blitz's rating is down this year compared to the previous 2 years, and he's had the identity for a long time of being a fragging IGL. So I think some of the production has gone down in some areas, and I think it's also about trying to, you embed a new player. Not having a coach, as you mentioned, definitely can hurt. I think Mara has always been kind of seen as the brains behind things alongside Blitz. And, they've had a couple of rough runs, but we've also seen a lot of good out of them, all things considered. But they're up against an Astralis team who has gone international for 2026, and they themselves have popped off. I mean, a third-place finished EPL is definitely a really nice way to kind of get this roster rolling.
Yeah. I was going to say, though, in this particular matchup, I don't think there should be a conversation about who could win this. I think MongolZ, if they want to shake those rumors of being the Asian mouse, that this is a must-win situation.
I mean, I think so, but the good thing is it's still a group stage, right? So there's a bounce back potential, and even if they lose this, maybe they get revenge later in the tournament. But definitely the pressure is on them to deliver, and even though it's like HLTV rank 8 versus 10, it's not like, in that way, it's not a big difference. Obviously, in terms of previous accomplishments and where these teams are, pretty new lineup altogether with Astralis. MongolZ, yes, made one change, but it hasn't been that huge, no like big role changes or anything, just like for like, all in all. Even MIBR also picks up the second op and griefs with it sometimes, just like Senzu did back in his days. So it feels pretty much like the same team, just one new piece. Meanwhile, Astralis, now international, completely new pieces, and Ryu and Fuzi coming in. And obviously they have proved something early on, but they still have a lot of work to do to, like, I would say, just soothe the troubled Astralis fans, the suffering that they had over the last years. There's a lot more that this Astralis team needs to do to make up for it.
Yeah, so we're taking a look on the screen here. I think one of the things that's going to be interesting in this matchup is that you do have two oppers who have really been doing some big things lately. For Fuzi, he's kind of coming a little bit out of obscurity. I mean, he was on that wildcard mess in North America for a while, and even though he was performing very well, because it was in an environment that isn't seen as competitive, I don't think people really took much notice of it. But then he kind of went and played with like Nine and a couple of other teams in Europe in some tournaments, and people started to see that, oh, okay, he actually can bring an op presence. And man, he has really hit the ground running on Astralis, and has really maybe kind of seen some other orgs maybe feel like they missed out, because he's played very well. But 910, I want to talk about him because I feel like he's one of the ones that stepped up when Senzu was gone. When there was a need for a star to rise in this team, I feel like 910 has really been able to be a lot more impactful and really shape things for this team. And I think that's going to be a fun clash to watch on the server today.
I mean, for me, these are the two best oppers at the tournament, without a doubt. There's not much discussion about it. You can maybe talk about Simple, but BC.Game is a mess of its own sort.
I don't think he's in that conversation.
We can't, not in terms of the team environment, still matters a lot. So maybe in terms of individual skill, but in terms of actual what he can bring to a team and how the team can use that, I think these two guys are the most influential oppers that we have at the tournament. Fuzi, I mean, his game against Spirit that netted him that third place at EPL in the end, and that was insane. I didn't see someone shut down Donk 1v1, that many duels won, regardless if it's op versus rifle. We saw Donk stomp regardless any player on the server. He was owning him in that game, and I think in general Fuzi's skill ceiling and what he can perform sometimes is super high. His maybe his baseline is not that good, but I think any given Sunday, he can just take over the server.
Do you know who else I don't think gets enough credit in this lineup is Stair?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Stair's a guy who I think was one of like the few good things Astralis had when they were still a fully Danish lineup, and even through like the KDN era and things of that nature. He was always kind of the rock of the team, and I think that, they've kind of pivoted him over time into more star roles, like being more of the trade fragger, not necessarily always the pure hard entry, putting him in the star CT positions. And I feel like he really has risen to the occasion. I mean, when you look at this year compared to last year, he's definitely doing a good bit better. He was already pretty solid in my opinion, but I think, there was always a demand for him to do a little bit more, to give this team some real star firepower. And I feel like this year he's done a pretty good job of it.
I mean, I don't even agree that he's not given his flowers. I feel like every analyst and caster is just glazing him forever.
Let's do it more.
But we must do it more. Obviously, he was the guy, that stepped up to the interview when the Astralis was eliminated, and everyone was just like, why is he doing this out of everyone? Ooh. And since then, he's just always been like, I feel like a hipster analyst favorite. Yeah, and this year just doing great, just doing amazing in the roles that he's been given, together with Fuzi, two of the most influential players on the server. Tell me what you said.
Oh, I was just
reaction was
they were doing like the whole, because neither team wants to play Anubis. So Anubis is both teams pretty much permaban. So it's like, do we roll the dice and risk it to the second rotation, or do we just go ahead and get rid of it? And both teams elected to get rid of, I think, good bans to do in the matchup, knowing that Anubis is probably not a threat to be picked. So with that said, I do expect Anubis to get taken out in the second rotation though, and there it is right away. So good gamesmanship there to kind of not waste your Anubis ban right away, get rid of something else that you perceive to be a weakness, and then get to the picks that you kind of anticipated.
I think this is also going to make the series maybe a bit more balanced. Obviously, if you're banning out your weakest or your opponent's strongest map right now, Astralis going for Ancient, right? They have a 4-map win streak on that. Meanwhile, Nuke, both teams are pretty good, but Mongols have been winning a lot. 6-map win streak, it does say 5 there because one of it was online, with at least what I was looking at, obviously playing at EPL. So overall, a pretty, I would say, balanced map pool across the board. So both teams have something to, I think they both have pretty good chances.
Do we think this is going to be a pretty close matchup?
It's going to be one where a lot of the early round situations will dictate it. I think that because I haven't seen them play against each other before with these lineups, I don't really know how well they'll get over on each other. But what I expect is these are two teams that love the duel. They're very scrappy. They do it in a composed fashion, but they like to play you forward and confident. And so you're going to see a lot of willingness to go for early duels and early picks. And, this is a situation where the FUZI and 9-10 battle is going to be very prevalent throughout the course of the game. I think both guys are more on the aggressive end of the spectrum with the AWP, particularly on the CT side, looking for picks and being dynamic on where they like to position. So I feel like that is going to be a really big one. But I think for me, it's also, we didn't mention Yabby yet, but Yabby's been playing really good Counter-Strike this year on this version of the team. He goes for a lot more openings than he used to as well. And then you got Mazzino on the other side, who's one of the best players in the tournament so far, and he's been kind of the other guy next to 9-10 that I feel like has been performing really well this year to make up for that, sort of gap that they were wanting to fill with Senzu's departure. So those are going to be fun to watch as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing if Astralis and HooXi have cooked up anything like special for this series. Is there any anti-stratting? Is there any certain weaknesses that they are looking to exploit, like a certain player's tendencies or something like that? I don't know where they would do that on the map. Maybe CobraZera, as the most inexperienced player on MongolZ, could be someone that they want to target, but they've been doing that quite successfully with this lineup in some previous matches. So there's always, that HooXi special, I feel like.
Our favorite rock and roll commentator duo is ready to take over. MongolZ and Dinko. What do we think about this matchup, boys?
I actually think I've got Astralis having a really good shot at winning this one. From yesterday, we see I think the maps are good for them, but also I think yesterday Mongols started so slow and they didn't look like they were the Mongols I know.
I think Mongols is in a weird place. So yeah, I'm with you. They're kind of hard to judge. I think for me, I'm going to take Mongols to win this only because I don't have a good reason of why I think I don't think Astralis can. I mean, they can beat them. I just think Mongols, for whatever reason, always plays better than I expect them to be quite honest with you. It's going to have to be a tactical victory from the Astralis side, from HooXi game planning this, right? If you go back to Pro League, the playoffs there back in Stockholm, I feel like the biggest weakness Astralis kind of showed us was a limited map pool. So I think here on this opening map is actually kind of important and kind of cool because Astralis needs to show that they can deepen the map pool and be dangerous on more maps as they head into the major. That's probably their primary goal, is shoring up the map pool and improving their performance on some of the weaker maps, and Mirage is one of those.
Well, let's see how it goes as we have the Mongols setting up for what is going to be a B play into this pistol. And Ryu going to be waiting with dual Berettas. FUZI could start. It's going to be Blitz getting caught in the underpass. Ryu waiting. And a pause for the Mongols, not going through just yet. It's going to be tough to get past this defense. You have Yabby, who's the early detection. Not going to connect any of the shots, though. They hop onto the window. Ryu actually goes down, so more pressure on Yabby.
There he is.
And he's got a second kill very quickly. Sharp shooting on that USP. FUZI comes in for his second frag of this pistol round. And no bomb plant in sight for the Mongols, so a clean pistol. A single player lost here for Astralis, and they will not have to deal with a strong force buy up against them in this next round either.
Damn, some snappy shooting, huh? And I mean, that's a good, I think the desk just kind of talked about the performance of Yabby as well, and his improvement, his step up since HooXi rejoined the roster. And yeah, he gets those 2 crisp headshots right at the gate, and that's what takes the teeth out of the attack and allows the rest of Astralis to arrive. Lovely shooting. Pretty simple pistol round overall, just due to the straight up headshots, and 1-0 for Astralis. Now, both these teams have, I mean, we finished the craziness, right? All the invites to the major have gotten out of the way yesterday. We figured it all out.
Certainly crazy.
We were up late watching the FaZe game. We were up late celebrating the Liquid qualification. MongolZ is starting the major in Stage 3. Astralis is starting the major in Stage 2. They didn't have to deal with any of that craziness. So everything that they've got right now is building up to the major.
Yeah, we were up late watching the FaZe game last night, and FaZe are playing right now over on the B stream at this tournament.
Man, I saw Kerrigan when I walked in today in the parking lot. I just went over and said hi, and it was just like, felt bad about that one.
Oh, saying hi?
No, felt bad just about the situation. it's like, what can you say? I was like, yeah, Finn, keep your chin up, brother.
Yeah.
Well, that's awkward.
No.
Well, we don't ever want to see that again.
Yeah, that was a full magazine into nothing. Fully blinded, FUZI then gets wall banged. And despite having very limited weapons, we see MongolZ get into the A bomb site, get that plant through, and they currently hold the man advantage. Now, they haven't been able to pick up any better weapons, so you wouldn't imagine this going to win this round, especially with Ryu on the flank. He's got 2 kills here. So there's
maybe
one.
3.
Oh, no. Maybe just the 1.
Well, it's fine. Now the rest of the players play. Now it's their turn to move in, so you don't have the pressure on you, but these M4s are frozen. Not finding the kills whatsoever. Finally, HooXi chiming in, and it's just one player, 9-10. The defuse should be there.
Yeah, they'll swing the bomb, get the defuse in, and that'll be the round. Yabby confirms with a kill, but for the MongolZ, I mean, good damage and a great bomb plant. Considering what they brought into that round, I think they've got to see that as a small victory. So
sure, this is going to be a strong buy in this next round, as you're saying, due to that plant, due to the bonus money coming in. So AK's hitting the board, all 5, and all 5 have full utility as well. Very strong investment coming in from the MongolZ that the Astralis is going to have to outlast. No op on the field of play yet for either side, and really actually kind of the money due to that round is in a little bit of a sketchy place for Astralis. That's what you were mentioning with MongolZ having the good second round.
Yeah, it is pretty sketchy. So you lose this round, and money drops significantly. Your buy is going to be terrible in the next round. So let's see. Astralis going for some aggression up towards top middle. Cobra taking the dink immediately. We'll see Blitz fire 1 shot back. A follow-up kill from Blitz in the underpass. Ryu and FUZI with a couple of frags between them.
That's a great follow-up piece of aggression on that. Look at the challenge from Palace. Mizinho can't control the spray.
He'll send the nade in, but he's out of there. So dropping back. Look how low 2 of the players are here for MongolZ. You need 9-10 to deliver. And he's gone down instantly at the hand of Ryu. So Astralis handling this change of pace and all the early fights that were coming through. They threw aggression up through middle on the CT side, created that chaos, and Astralis come out on top of it.
They're looking real sharp at the moment. I like watching Ryu just kind of stand at the top of ramp, puff his chest out. 3v3, I'm usually thinking, back away, this isn't the fight that you want, but he was supremely confident. As the bomb down, and MongolZ get stopped before they even get to take their first step, really. The challenge up middle for mid control kept players back. Even though Blitz backstabs him, that follow-up layer of the mid push from Astralis is really effective, equalize things. Round gets thrown into chaos, and I think MongolZ players just start making their own individual moves from there. So it'll be 3-0. Question is, Mizinho, you have to imagine, is just going to save this AK-47 till the end of the round. And Astralis going to build some money with only 2 players dying.
I mean, coming into this event, we've talked about favorites. Some people think it's going to be PARIVISION. Some people think it's MongolZ. You know, Astralis, I think, are a team you have to throw into that conversation as well, right? Like, they are a team that are not favorites coming into the event necessarily, but someone who's capable of winning it. And I think HooXi put it in that way earlier in the competition, saying, you know, we're not favorites, but we can beat everyone.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, PARIVISION is really the kind of the team that I would put as the favorite, as you're mentioning, at this event overall. I don't know what you'd call Astralis in this. I guess maybe like a dark horse, although they're probably more expected to be better. You know, like a dark horse seems like it's a little bit too much of an underdog statement. I think more than anything, I think people see the potential. We see the potential in what Astralis can be and how good it can be, and we're giving them time to establish the consistency and establish the map pool and establish the experience together that lets them show us that with consistency and more frequently.
I think it's the fact that they're getting better and better each event. I think that's where it gets exciting for this Astralis team.
Yeah.
And I think we've seen maybe the ceiling, or maybe not the ceiling, but we've seen the current peak. I think we're in that Spirit game back at Pro League in the playoff.
Yeah, from a team perspective and from the individual perspective of FOZE, for sure. quite a game that he was able to have. But yeah, that's the other good thing about this Astralis roster is not only do we see them improving in terms of like eye test from event to event and things looking good, is they've also got some of those huge wins to like kind of build up that confidence and establish, you know, that improvement as well. We talk about it with a lot of teams that you see like improving but never like moving the needle in terms of getting a bigger win and getting deeper into an event. And at a certain point, as you can see with MOUZ, if you never turn that corner, right, it gets really frustrating. You just kind of get trapped in this situation where you don't really have any moves to move up the ladder.
We're going to be setting up for what is going to be an A execution here for the Mongols. And they don't have a whole lot to play with. You've got an AK-47 for Mzinho, the Lurk here for Techno, and everybody else going to be either pumping out of Palace or coming out of the ramp. And so you're going to see Fuzi trying to get a kill off the top of Ticket. He'll get it onto Mzinho. Mongols move through one player here on Tetris. It's going to be Cobra, hedge spotted and taken off. We got Techno now coming up through Connector. Needs to be a little faster. His teammates are going down. Techno did get a kill, but the rest of the Mongols failed to get out into the site. And it will be a very easy round there from Astralis.
Yeah, looking well prepared. Ryu's having a couple good rounds as the A bomb site anchor now in the early stages of this map. 4-0 for the CT side. AWP comes out in the hands of FOZY. AWP comes out in the hands of 9-10 as well. Mongols still looking to get a round on the board, and they take a timeout to talk things over before this round begins. So a little bit of a conversation, and it's early, and there's only been one full gun round, right? And that was a gun round in which Astralis was really disruptive. So in reality, Mongols haven't even really run a tactic yet. You know, they spread out in the default in the first gun round. Astralis is at top mid. They're forced into weird plays. So a little bit of a conversation for Mara to the team about how they want to design this and how they want to work themselves into position. And on the Astralis side, it's keep going, business as usual. But I guess now we'll get to see what their philosophy is going to be, right? Are they going to maintain that aggressive, disruptive style from the CT side? Are they going to stay back and let FOZY's AWP go to work as the initial contact on the defense? Plenty of options available.
Well, they're just setting up again for a direct hit towards the A site. This time, no lurk. It's going to be all 5 players trying to hit into this A bomb site. And currently, it's Ryu here alone.
Well, the question is, do those mid-smokes fade at the top of Catwalk? When does Stare kind of realize nothing's happening? The hit's already coming.
Yeah, oh my God, what a hit it is. Ryu stood no chance. Peeking off the back of Triple, immediately annihilated by Techno, who now plays as part of the pack. And that attack is through now for the Mongols. They're into the site. Smokes are up for Stairs and Jungle.
Oh, this is such a fast timing, and Mongols is taking their sweet time getting into position to plant the bomb.
Yeah, look at the flank through Palace. This is crazy. Stair is still in Palace, coming around the backside. Uzi, nice quick reaction. Stair with a knife out, trying to get it behind, but all of his teammates have won this. And Mzinho drops down under the wood just in time to dodge the initial peek here from Stair, but they're never expecting him coming out of Palace, and the insurance policy of Stair pays out.
It took such a long time, Mongols. Like, they throw the utility, they get the kill, and all 5, no one scales into the bomb site. The first scale is to top Stairs. Everyone's far back towards the boxes, so Stairs got all the time in the world to make that flank work and hit a timing they'll never expect. Here's the kill, and I mean, you can see they just now planting the bomb 30 seconds later. Smoke's clear, and Stairs able to shut everything down. All right, well, you mentioned it at the start, right at the intro, is that, you know, your vision was a real chance for Astralis to at least get an early lead, a hot start, because Mongols yesterday started slow. It's happened again here on Mirage.
Yeah, but I think that the issue yesterday, when Mongols had the slow start, was they were able to get back into it, right? Because Eyeballers didn't have what it takes to really punish that slow start, whereas I think Astralis do.
Well, they certainly have a chance to show it off. Tons of utility in mid. Cobra just slides into an angle. Near miss for Stare playing top con. Got FOZY sliding out of the window room with the AWP, rotating back over towards Ticket. Ryu can either push forward into the A bomb site or back away to shift back towards B. And at the moment, Astralis don't really know what the final plan is. Leg shot onto Cobra on short, so he's going to be forced back and taken down.
Yeah, Astralis doing very well at just getting these opening kills and not giving them up. Stare going to play from jungle now. Techno trying to get into connector, but the timing to look away. He's going to be spotted, distracted, because that smoke was thrown out from short, so he turns, and then the peek comes in. So 2 kills here for Astralis with no answers from MongolZ.
Astralis really shouldn't give a damn about a bomb plant at this B-bomb site. If it comes down to it, it's weapons you want to preserve to build up this money. They have a full buy next round regardless with the losing bonus, so looks he's going to be playing bench. Money's still not great for Astralis. 5 players alive here is huge.
I mean, if HooXi gets one and just tucks behind the bench, you know, he's still got Yabby out short here. And Yabby's got the first kill. It doesn't even matter. HooXi gets the second, that's the round. So you lose 1 player. Money's swelling here for Astralis, looking really good at the moment.
And you don't even really lose an AK-47. HooXi was able to recover one up in halls, so he'll be able to pass that over to a teammate. 6-0. Well then, I did not expect that coming into the studio today.
Yeah, Astralis have started very strong again. The MongolZ have a slow start, and I imagine it's going to get better at some point throughout this game for the MongolZ, but it's just, will they be... Will this will this slow start rather get punished quickly by Astralis? I mean, you've got a 0-6 start for your AWP in 9-10. He's finally got the AWP out in his hands.
It's the second time he's had it, to be fair. He has had it once before and just kind of got shut down. We'll see if he can get anything out of it here in this round, round number 7. Would love a pick, but nobody from Astralis showing themselves. Pretty relaxed mid-control for MongolZ. Astralis set up in more of a containment than any kind of a challenge for the map control. You've got Ryu as the anchor at the A bomb site. He's got Mazinho lurking up against him in Palace. Towards the B bomb site, HooXi as the anchor, with Techno there looking for pushes. Otherwise, all attention towards middle and how MongolZ want to take the next step.
Under a minute on the clock.
Bomb
MongolZ still spread out on a default.
Bomb just gets picked up and it's heading back to the A bomb site, so that's going to be the final play. X Factor here, Cobra Zera's found a position up in ladder room, so he can punish any kind of rotation, any kind of flank coming from short, coming through window room towards jungle. But they've got to get the A bomb site first, and Ryu's aggressive on ramp, a strong position, and the bomb carrier coming into his location.
Yeah, FUZI actually moving deeper into the site. Cobra did catch out on Yabby, but Ryu unable to handle that awkward situation, and then FUZI's too committed, and so when Blitz activates out of jungle, he just can't handle that pressure. So a good, well-constructed round there from MongolZ, finally getting one on the board.
And the most like stationary and passive we've seen Astralis yet in this game. I think that conversation is going to happen after this round. Is just, you know, we can't ever play another round where we're just kind of letting them have all this control, quietly moving up. Like, no one's challenged getting into ladder room, no one's challenged getting into con, and there's just too many players in tricky positions. Well done from the MongolZ. And now we ask the question, does that burst the bubble, or is that just like a nice round? Does that actually kind of take away the veneer of Astralis' dominance and MongolZ can gain some momentum? It's Astralis taking a timeout to make sure this doesn't build into something worse. I wouldn't be surprised to see them this round go back to something aggressive and disruptive, like the first gun round, pushing top middle.
Yeah.
I think certainly they feel the pain of having not really fought for any kind of control.
And if you're the MongolZ, you're probably talking about that right now, and you know, expecting that's been working for Astralis. Expect this, expect some maybe mid-aggression that they threw in earlier in the half. Let's see what I think. What was great about Astralis was the aggressive plays were so coordinated. You know, like if the short player peaks, the connected player peaks just a second later, and it's just that there's always a moving piece to find the next answer, the next step. It was really uncomfortable for the MongolZ. See if Astralis keep that up now. 2 kits available on Ryu and Stairs, so keep eyes on that. And then we'll see the MongolZ just head out mid again. A little bit more of a heavy lean towards B to start things. Bomb's going to be over there.
Might have been assuming, like I was, that there would be a bit more aggression in middle and they could have an extra body to send into the underpass if they felt like it was necessary. You can see them preparing for a push. Op far back, 9-10 supportively. Looking for a push up mid from the entrance to B halls. Now Cobra slid into top mid boxes. FOZE still having this awkward challenge with Techno, and he wants a deeper angle, and he's got it. That is a very dangerous fight for Techno to be taking. But he's able to survive it for the moment and at least have some harassment. Now this feels like it's lining up into a mid to B split, doesn't it? Really happy once again that they're able to get this ladder room position for free without anyone really realizing it from the Astralis side. However, HooXi has sent Stare to rotate over. He's called him to the B bomb site, so a third defender arrives with 41 seconds on the clock.
Oh, FUZI under pressure, missing shots, and every shot that he misses is really going to cost him. Well, he's gone, and we got Stare now waiting in the bomb site. Needs to go huge, and he can't. So the Mongols run over the top of the defense.
Yeah, you had the exact setup you wanted. You had it all read. You knew exactly what was happening. Great positioning from Astralis, and then you miss all the shots. HooXi loses his fight over towards short. FOZI's put under pressure from 2 different positions, and Mongols just overwhelm and swarm the B bomb site. Okay, 2 really nice rounds for the Mongols and 2 rounds for Astralis' defense where they haven't been able to prevent Mongols from moving up and taking control of, dangerous parts of the map. That ladder room is a key one. Every time Mongols have gotten that, they've just been supremely comfortable.
Yeah, it's got to be a conversation for Astralis about how to deal with that and prevent that from happening, especially so early into the rounds.
And I mean, look, these 2 losses it's not the most pain in the world. The real issue comes now as the money starts dwindling. So essentially, Astralis have had 2 rounds now to try and figure this out, or 1 round to try and figure out what MongolZ is doing, the style they're playing, and what they want to do against it. They're running out of those chances.
Yeah. I mean, we look back at the Mongols. We look at their run since the beginning of Rotterdam. And they beat MOUZ, they lost to Vitality, beat Liquid, they beat Spirit, they lost to Aurora. And then they've beaten at this competition BC.Game and Eyeballers. So, they're only losing to the top teams in the world, the Mongols. And it's great to see them at least finding some foothold here on Mirage finally, because it was worrying seeing that 6-0 lead going against them. And the question is, would they be able to get back into things? And so far, so good. And if you win this round,
yeah,
you're really starting to reset and push Astralis down to some of these weaker weapons, and you're truly on for a good T side.
Yeah, this round for Astralis is about like you need to have it in the back of your mind. In a certain situation, we have the opportunity to save, right? Yabi has some money, Ryu has some money, so if worse comes to it, if you can keep those 2 weapons alive, you got 2 more drops. Astralis now clearing up mid. And this is what I meant, is like, the map is silent. This is where they're going to go try and find some things. See that mid smoke thrown out? There's the push-up middle. And Cobra caught off guard. 1 more coming back from the B bomb site. And Blitz is just going to call it a stalemate. Meanwhile, A is overrun.
Zinho moving into the site. FUZI up on stairs. He's going to be taken out by 910. Good response from Yabi. 50 seconds left. Bomb still not arriving. It's coming out of the ramp just about now. CT smoke being sent forward to create some cover, but 910 wants to move with it, and he almost shot. It was a nice move from 910. Looked like to be the right decision, but he just couldn't get the kill. Yabi overperforming, but going to be taken down. They're going to be running into the last player. HooXi has a chance at this, and they just give it right back over. HooXi given the clutch.
Oh, you could see it. As soon as they get that kill and pull the knife out to speed up, and you see the HooXi dot and CT spawn, you could just see it coming in. They thought HooXi would be in a completely different location, and a lovely double kill to be prepared for that fight. 7-2, 1v2 victory from HooXi to keep Astralis in a powerful position, and a great recovery as well. Credit for Yabi, the 1 kill, the 2nd kill on the AWPer to actually make this round doable for Astralis. Great work from the CT side. So timeout by the Mongols after the devastating loss. They want to take a moment to kind of reconvene. 3 more rounds to try and scrape together to have the best score possible going into the halftime break. But really, it feels like this offense hasn't actually gotten started in any meaningful way. 2 rounds out of the 9 played, both of them nice, but outside of that, really, it's been all Astralis. Like the 7 round wins Astralis have felt pretty strong.
Yeah, a couple of crucial AWP misses in the last couple of rounds for both teams. FUZI on that B bomb site, and then that last round with 910. If you're going to make that aggressive play, you really need to hit that shot. If he does, I mean, Mongols win that round.
Well, complete mid control again for the Mongols. 4 players there. Smoke towards top con is going to allow them to have a little bit more freedom to start scaling up short.
Flash play for Ster, goes into the connector, he comes away with a quick kill, but immediately traded. 54 seconds left. Window is not going to be easy to take control of because Yabi has planted his feet here. He's done well, he's got that kill on Techno, timing on that push out from Mazinho. Rio getting caught at Tetris, and then Cobra actually won the fight versus Yabi. So Astralis had strong positioning in this round, but now they've lost the advantage. And the Mongols, the bomb is inside the middle. You've got 30 seconds to decide where you want to put it.
Look at Hooksy. He's just coming in through the underpass in middle.
Yeah. Bomb has backed off, though.
Yeah, Cobra's in ladder room, though, still. Hooksy has no idea that he's still maintained that position.
Yeah, and you've highlighted how that ladder room has been so impactful in these round victories for the Mongols. But Fuzi's caught Zinho. He hasn't been able to see him at all. And they're going to be going into the B bomb site here, Mongols. So Fuzi rotates over it. He's lost Hooksy. He's lost everybody. And it's on him to make this clutch happen. Now he's fast, he's quick, decisive, getting through the window into the bomb site. But now he realizes, look how many angles he's got to worry about. But he's nailed it. He just doesn't have the info, and now he's got it. They've communicated it. Cobra is towards short, and so Fuzi lining this up. He's got utility. He's going to throw it towards Cobra. That'll prevent him pushing forward, and Fuzi can tap that defusal and try and pull him into the peak. Cobra has gone for the bait shot. Hasn't taken it here, Fuzi, but he goes under the defuse, and Cobra's just playing with him. And Fuzi isn't taking the shot, and then Cobra will nail it for the 4K.
That's a hard angle to just hold. What a round from Cobra Zera. He's been so influential for the Mongols, not only in terms of kills, like he had the quad kill in that round, but just the positioning he's been able to get over towards ladder room is alleviating so much pressure. Beautiful sequence. And for Fuzi, that shot is always going to be hard to hit, just constantly baited and jiggle peeked over and over again. 2 rounds remaining in this half. Money has finally hit the end of the line for Astralis. FAMAS on Fuzi. I think Ster had an MP9, upgraded pistols as well. So right at the tail end of this half, Mongols, if they've broken the economy and might be able to gain enough rounds to bring this to 7-5, taking all the resources away from Astralis. This is a 2-0 game in the Swiss system here at PGL Bucharest as well, so neither of these teams getting eliminated. Winner does advance to the playoffs.
Yeah, 3-0. I think these are 2 teams you would expect in that bracket, but not what you expect in this round, as Astralis just burst with 3 kills all of a sudden. So a 2v2, 58 seconds left on the clock, or under a minute. Fuzi is just prowling, realizing there was a gap on that A bomb site. Could be a player all the way through, and there is.
Well, I mean, this round is just going to get really, really weird. The bomb was dropped all the way back towards T-spawn, so at this point, Astralis is kind of playing with almost like anti-information. You're kind of expecting them to be playing around the bomb sites, and now that a player has to run off and go get the bomb, there's no telling. There's no way for you to read this. They are in the right place in the right time. But now they get a word about Mazinho coming from behind.
There's a play out of the wood. It's a quick kill from Mazinho. Good reaction. You thought Fuzi was going to put too much pressure on him there. Molotov, if it went a little bit deeper, would be very impactful. Zinho down to 5 bullets left. Hooksy has repositioned while that smoke is up. He's gone to the ramp. Zinho is going to be forced to think about the plant soon, but look where the bomb is. He's got to get the kill, and utility comes in to win the round. Hooksy maneuvers himself perfectly around that smoke and gets away from danger.
Okay, that's awesome from Astralis stealing around like this at this stage in the game. That's actually phenomenal to see them pull that off. The Mongols, that was their chance to get into this map and actually carve themselves out some rounds to play with when we switch sides. That's a brutal way for this to close out. Losing to the pistols, the single FAMAS, and yeah, a little bit of shock on the face of the Mongols. This is back-to-back days where it hasn't felt like we've seen them kind of reach their A-game in any sense. Still, all that being said, look at the buy from Astralis compared to the buy from Mongols. Alp is out for 9-10. 2 MP9s on the Astralis side as well, so money just even out of a victory still really, really hurting.
Yeah, just cheaper to be a T-sided player. So the back and forth never favors the CT side economy. There's the push out from Ryu. It's going to be assisted by Yabi on that push too, so the kills come in Zinho. Techno's gone back to try and stop it, but Astralis have already retreated. They're happy. You go out there, you claim some information, you put Yabby up top, while Ryu is just dropped back a little bit further behind him, and you get a second kill from that aggressive maneuver. You're laughing right now if you're Astralis. You're loving this. 9-3 right around the corner, and HOKUS is the only B player. They haven't checked him, eventually getting caught and stuck in a weird spot. And that'll end up allowing Techno the kill. So they do get into the site, and the Mongols have a fight for a 4th round again.
Yeah, this is actually not an easy retake. Although that smoke misses the mark, so it might actually help out. Gives a little bit of safety, a little bit of cover that FOZE can play with. He's got a teammate with him, Ryu. Other than that, it's going to be Stare and Yabby coming from short, coming from Cat.
2 smokes, 1 flash, no 1 kit on Yabby. So let's see if they can pull it off. Again, an ugly spread there from FOZE, but kill comes in from Ryu to trade it out, so that keeps the advantage alive here for Astralis. Estelle now moves in, but Cobra, great shooting again. It falls to just Techno. Can he win this? 1v2 to give a 4th round to the Mongols. He's damn close to it, but unable to win it. So Astralis will leave the first half of Mirage with a 9-3 lead over the Mongols.
Yeah, give a big shout out to Yabby. 16-6 he ends the half with. Been an absolute beast for Astralis. Ryu does some great work anchoring the A bomb site throughout that half, but really, some part of this story is just the underwhelming performance of Mongols these last few days. They're not able to get this offense going today. Couple nice rounds. Felt like they put themselves in position and just missed the opportunity.
Yeah, to me, I think the signs are there. The fact Mongols got away with it because they're playing against weak opponents. You know, they're playing against BC.Game and eyeballers. They got away with those slow starts.
Sure.
And because they're just individually good, like, they were able to pull it out in the end. I think it was obvious that if they played the same way they've been playing the last couple of days, but they go up against a better opponent, that was going to cost them.
Yeah, well, that's maybe a little bit of a shock to the Mongols right now that they'll have to overcome here at halftime or between maps if this is just going to continue being all Astralis on Mirage. But, I mean, if you want to go back to kind of how we position this coming into it is both these teams are already in the major. This is the period of the season where these teams are both trying to shore up some of the weaknesses, and for Astralis, that's been the map pool. Mirage is towards the bottom of their map pool, as is Dust 2. So getting challenged on this map by someone who likes playing it and showing this level has got to be, I mean, it's a very good thing for an Astralis team that's looking to build confidence deeper into their map pool. It's a lovely little victory if they're able to close it out. 9-3, pistol round of the second half. Astralis switches to the T side. Mongols defending here on Mirage. And HOKUS just hitting him with that brush.
Yeah, I'm looking to brush over this map. Astralis, if they win the pistol round, it is incredibly likely that they will just round out Mirage.
Ooh.
Techno, good sharp shot. He's got the information. He's got to call the rotation. His teammates are coming through. He's got 3 CT. Oh my god, he pulled out the knife.
No way.
No!
No!
Oh my god, Techno, how have you got away with that? There's a slash remove me on the B bomb site. That is insane. Plan coming in for HOKUS.
Still might lose.
Oh my god, we got Ghostface over here in 9-10. He's still fragging. He's got headshots. And you're right, there is a shot at still losing this. FOZE would have to ace them. The Glock is out, and Mzinho makes sure that the hard work from Techno does not go wasted.
How?
And he's laughing about that. Yes, I cannot believe I've got away with a double knife kill.
Yeah, well, it's probably a different story on the other side of the other table. Astralis looking down the line.
Turn around.
Like, how the hell? Well, how is it not communicated? How is it never, like, really seen where he is or heard or no? I know he's got a silencer, but spotted here. Just distracted by the short player, but I'm shocked nobody reacts to that. And talk about this, too. Techno's got an op. 2 knife kills, and he just drops the AWP over to 9-10 right out of the gate. Mara's loving it. He thinks it's a joke.
So how are you getting away with that in a pro-level game? Like, you never see double knife like that in the middle of a fight, but I love that he went for it. Amazing work from Techno. He's got so much bank. 9-10 gets an AWP out in the second round. Like, okay, that's a great start to the second half here for the Mongols. Astralis obviously getting a bomb plant is great. You got 2 AK-47s, you got pistols around it. You know, you can answer back with a force buy win here and go up to 10 rounds regardless. 2 smokes into the A bomb site, 1 for Stairs, 1 for the jungle cross.
Well, I'm taking a risk without any smoke up in the window at the moment, a risk they have to take. The Deagle just to hold him back, but information spotted. Cobra slides into ladder room, which means he's not going to be able to fight Khan, and they're already up. Blitz never expected it. Knockout punch.
Yeah, good start here from Stare. Mzinho is going to feel uncomfortable realizing he can get pushed from so many different angles in this A side, so he wants to move away. And 9-10 stepping out. Palace push about to come in. Cobra fighting the connector players. Doesn't want to give away his life. He's hugging onto that ladder room. Oh, you careful now.
Stair might need to do a little bit more in this situation. The only rifle, Ryu's going to come swing for it. Not, oh, bullets running out. Now he's got the advantage. Okay, Cobra slipped away. Stair's got another one, but the op in place.
Yeah, I mean, another kill from Stair is huge. So let's see if 9-10 can start pulling somebody's back. But then the patience from Palace. Yabby was waiting all round long to try and come out at the right time, and he does. So even though you get everything you want there, the Mongols, you get the pistol, you get an AWP out in second round. Astralis have won this round with only 1 death. So they have no issue losing the pistol round when this happens.
Absolutely crazy that they're able to take this one away. What a round from Stair. 2 opening kills, but just all across the board. You mentioned the patience. Just everyone kind of waiting and nobody trying to force the issue. Really cool discipline from the Astralis side. Double digits now, 10-4 here on Mirage. That's better than winning the pistol. Now the money for the Mongols is really in an odd place. 6 rounds back. And weird decisions to make. I mean, I think, again, this is like one of those places, stages of the game where I feel like there's not necessarily blatant wrong or right answer, but they're going to have to kind of force buy here, right? With the losing bonus the way it is, not built up whatsoever, only 1,400 in the bank. So, I mean, Astralis just that with a win like that, red carpet's laid out to take the opening map of the series.
Yeah, exactly. It shuts down the great opportunity the Mongols presented themselves with the strong pistol. Like, you also... The other factor is you get a double knife kill for Techno, and you've got everybody laughing and smiling and pumped up. Like, that could be the turning point of the game, is if you win the pistol and you convert it, but they don't. So you're right back to feeling like shit again. So
it happens fast.
Yeah, as the mood swings, the roller coaster.
Yeah, well, 2 defenders at the B-bomb site spotted already. That's going to pull 9-10 over in support. Okay, Deagle's doing some work. You don't want to take too many of those. Fozy's got one with the AWP, but this is tough. Astralis doesn't have to commit here. They might want to be a little bit more patient with this one, and now kills start coming out.
Yeah, it was looking scary. It looked like a fortress had been set up there for the Mongols. You know, they had that clothesline of Deagles ready to take you down as you come through short. So good work from Astralis to flush them out, and it'll be 11-4, and really that should be the map now.
It's cool seeing that out of Astralis, though, like not like trying to just punch through, right? Not trying to power their way through that crossfire. Being patient, knowing the players are eventually going to have to peak, knowing you have the advantage of weaponry and utility. Molotov kill, burning someone out into the open. Yeah, huge lead for Astralis. They've got complete control. And then we'll see what the Mongols decide to do in the next round, if they're just kind of enforced by hell until they lose, or if they're going to be saving and saying, we'll make the comeback. We'll try and make the comeback happen with rifles.
Terrorists win.
And the high fives are in. Astralis know that they have done enough, most likely, to close this one out. Last timeout being burned here by the Mongols.
Better be one hell of a timeout. One hell of a speech, one hell of a tactical call. You better be calling for the next 10 rounds.
You really should be.
So there's a lot to cover here from our... We'll see what they could do.
All right, guys, we lost Mirage. Let's focus up for map 2.
I make a joke, but Holly did that exact thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's not, I mean, it kind of sounds almost like contradictory, but it's not like the worst mentality to have sometimes. Like, don't pour your heart and soul into a map that you're down 12-3.
Yeah. I don't think Mongols are the kind of team that do that, though.
No, but the thing is, they still got a chance to win, you know?
They do, absolutely.
They still have a chance to win in regulation as well. This comeback can still happen.
Small chance.
Yeah, small chance. But it starts
minuscule here. I mean, they have a FAMAS for Blitz. That's your favorite weapon, Jason.
It's up there.
MP9's the superior choice. Also there. 910 and Mzinho are 2 of them, and 5.7s.
Also some of my favorite weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice little glove combo there with the knife there for Fuzi. Showing a little bit of style.
Bit of a color scheme. Purple.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Pink, yellow, and green. Classic combination. Little bit of baby blue.
Looks like a tracksuit you'd wear in the
80s,
I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Are you rocking that?
I was born in the late 80s. I wasn't alive through the 80s. I wasn't like,
I mean,
you know, like hanging out
Yeah,
don't.
maybe your parents were dressing you in like
tracksuits and
retro
80s.
tracksuits.
Yeah. Okay.
That'd be cool.
I'll ask him for you.
Here comes the push out, 54 seconds. Good kill from Stair. That's Mzinho dead. 9-10 only getting the one. So Astralis going to be happy with the start to the round. Now the issue is you could get stalled out, but they won't. So Ryu just runs over the top of Blitz, and we have Techno and CobraZera in a situation in a 2v4. So Hooksy's got Cobra, and Techno's left alone.
When Stair's playing this this way on the T side, it's going to be really hard to beat Astralis. Like when he's just so explosive on that first kill, just grabs the first kill, creates the space, and even though he goes down after that, Yabi's there for the trade, or excuse me, Ryu's there for the trade. Just Stair provides so much in these T rounds, just being that guy who gets that one critical kill that makes everyone else's life easier.
Okay, there's a kill from Techno. He's hanging around getting as much as he can out of this, but it is going to be map point from Astralis.
Map point, baby.
Up next, Ancient. I mean, Astralis are on a streak there. I feel good about Astralis winning the series today, just with where this is going.
I mean, as you have to look at it now, yeah, this does very much feel like a 2-0, because Ancient is a map that Astralis very much love going to, so they're showing this level of play here on MongolZ map pick. When we switch over, it could get even worse. We did see MongolZ play Ancient as well early in the event against BC.Game, winning 13-11, but really got tested, although they were up pretty big and BC.Game made a comeback at the tail end, so MongolZ can do some cool things on it, just going to be tough as Astralis like it so much. Round 17 and potentially the last round of this map.
There's always one extra.
There's always one extra? I don't know, not with this buy. There might not be one extra with this buy.
No, you're going to get some mad deagle out of Cobra for some reason.
Okay.
I'm feeling it.
Man, Hooksy's about to hit you with a crazy
Actually, never mind. The Cobra's very far away from anything. He's over at B right now. Okay, it's got to be a 5-7 then.
Yeah, it's got to be a clip.
It's got to be an Mzinho 5-7. A fairy tale performance. Here they come. Out into the site. Mzinho's dead. 9-10 required, and he only gets the one of the FAMAS, and it's over. So it will be Astralis knocking them out here on the A-bomb site. A fantastic performance from Astralis here on the opening map.
Blitz can make this interesting. Blitz can get this a little weird. Okay, don't turn around, Fozy. He wants two. Oh, okay, he's got it now, and one more. The Deagle's going to start swinging in two. Astralis crumbling.
Okay, never mind. I told you one extra, Jason. I stopped believing for a second, but now we're back on. Yabi 1v2, back to triple. AK
he's good for
looking to close it out. Yabi shuts it down. Fantastic performance from Yabi. 19 kills on this first map in the series. Astralis take Mirage and are set for a 2-0 over the Mongols.
Well, how that cookie crumbles. Mongols did not even get a chance to really get on the server. I know in the pre-match we spoke a lot about how their T side is a little bit questionable. Very clear problems when you see what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw a super early timeout from Mara, but the call that came in, they got an opening kill, they didn't really do much with it, and it just looked like a complete domination on the CT side from Astralis. I was expecting it more to be, you know, maybe when they go on the T side, they can like, Cooksy can outcall a blitz or something, but this was just people fragging out, not really struggling too much, and the few rounds that MongolZ won were super tight, which also Astralis had some chances in. So overall, quite a domination, a rough look for MongolZ here on map 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that used to be part of MongolZ's core identity. It was a map that suited their really pacey but controlled play style, but now this is their 6th loss in their last 8 games. And in this game, they didn't even look like they arrived on the server. I mean, through the first 6 rounds of this game, when Astralis jumped off to that hot start, MongolZ had a total of 10 kills. Yabi had that almost by himself.
Yeah.
Right? And if it wasn't for crazy heroics, like Techno getting a double knife kill in the pistol round, they would have had even less than the 4 rounds than they got. Yeah. They couldn't even come up with one when Blitz had a super flank on that final round and gave him an opportunity to maybe pull off a 2v1 and keep the game going. They couldn't even get that done. Like, they just looked so absent. Like, I haven't seen MongolZ look like this destroyed in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about the rounds that MongolZ actually won. So one is the pistol that we saw, the double knife kill. One is when they executed B and Fuzi missed 3 shots in a row. Then one was the 1v1 on B, with Fuzi also had the, I think CobraZera clutched the 1v1 when he was on short. Fuzi also missed that. These are 3 rounds that they won. I don't remember the 4th one, but that's like, all of these could have all really gone the other way, and you see why they were lost by Astralis. Everything else was pretty chill. Even that 1v2, that HOOXi clutch, I'm not really sure what was happening because they have the whole bomb site. They're like, okay, let's swing CT. Why? I don't know. And then you get sprayed down by HOOXi. Kind of unforgivable. Shout out to HOOXi, love him, but he's not the guy that's going to be spraying down 2 enemies as they push him. That's not what should be happening here.
Can we talk about this guy on our screens, though? Because he's had a bit of a rough time, right, in this Astralis lineup. And I do feel like since this international change-up, it's worked in his favor. I feel like we're starting to see the Yabi of old.
Yeah, I mean, I think that on this team, you know, he's had some really good events, as you said. He had one kind of rough one, but everything else he's done this year has been really high. And I think it's because, you know, in some cases, like if we're looking at this map, for example, he's been allowed to get into some more active positions that he used to play. Like, if people don't remember, Yabi was actually a really good, like, B rotator on the CT side of this map, but he kind of gave it up whenever Mages came into the team, then Stown took the position for a little bit as well, and he kind of got relegated to being an A anchor. And so he really didn't get to be a part of, you know, the plays that he used to make, you know, those aggressive, like, little peaks and things. And I think that with Ryu kind of taking over the A anchor spot, it's freed up Yabi to be able to be that explosive self that he's used to being on the defense. And, you know, even though he's like kind of what you would consider a lurker and a lot of T sides, he's going for a lot of openings on his team as well. Like, I feel like he's being allowed to make more moves, and he's very confident in them, and he knows he's got a good team around him that's going to be able to help facilitate that. So he just does look a little bit more free, I feel like, on this lineup.
Yeah, he's one of those players that you kind of hate to play against, because when he's in the zone, he's just making these plays kind of like, he's a bit ratty, but he's also aggressive, and he's just like in the backside, but a bit faster than a Robs, right? He's there getting that, maybe even an entry sometimes, maybe like, you know, cutting off rotations. And on this map, he was just on short, killing everyone, and then clutching that 1v2 at the end. You just see the confidence in that play as well, where it's like, should I just wait for him? Should I play the time, wait for him to... Nah, I'm just gonna wide swing the guy, and let's just end it here. And that was it.
Are we surprised by what we've seen from MongolZ right now on this map?
I expected more, for sure. You know, I thought this game could go either way in the sense that we haven't seen them play against each other yet, and both teams have kind of had a similar amount of momentum in recent events played this year. Like, Astralis has certainly looked a lot more fiery since they brought Ryu and FUZI on board. MongolZ has surprised us by staying pretty relevant, despite the fact that they've gone through all these roster changes, but I surely didn't expect that. Yeah. I mean, the fact that you were able to recall every round that they won that game, I mean, blessed, you have a great memory, smart guy, mega brain, but still, that is also just like a testament to just how much MongolZ lacked any ability in the server in this game on their map pick to have any impact. Like, I'm shocked that it was this bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, they never really started playing. It just doesn't feel like a map that I saw MongolZ play on, so, you know, let's move on to Ancient. Maybe they actually play the map and we see 9-10 on the op doing something, Mazinho on some lurks. It felt like a lot of bomb site hits that just got shut down very easily and comfortably. Ryu, I think, also had a few nice moments on the A bomb site, just anchoring down. Want to give him a shout out. We didn't really speak about him a lot. He is like the quiet glue of this team, right? Not really doing anything super shiny, but I guess if the rest of the team is working, he must be doing something right.
What do we expect from MongolZ on Ancient? So what would they normally bring from a playstyle point of view?
Yeah, I mean, normally, you know, this is a team that Ancient was next to Mirage in their wheelhouse, I think, for a long time. It was one of the maps they were very, very good on. I feel like the resume since Senzu left the team has not been nearly as high. You know, they have a positive win rate, but most of their wins are against weaker opposition. And most of their losses, though, are to top teams. So it's not like they're losing to slouches, but still, it's just not as potent as it used to be. You know, going into Ancient, you know, they usually play it just like they play Mirage. They're a very explosive team. They like to play with a lot of pace, but they do so in a controlled chaos, is kind of how I like to put it, where there's definitely a method behind the madness. The problem is just like we saw in Mirage, Astralis are going to play you up front too, man. Like, they are so dangerous all across the map, and it's because what we were discussing a little bit with Yabi is, like, even though he's kind of just sitting at B ramp a lot of the time, the fact that he can just poke into B and put on pressure and get entry kills is just so much value. And this is also a map where Ryu really gets involved a lot more than typical A lurkers would. Like, you're going to be seeing him out there with Stair and HOOXi taking mid control with 3 players and just being in your face a lot. And I just think Astralis are so well rounded on this map. Their playbook's very deep. Like, when you look through the 5 games they've played so far, all of which were wins, by the way, some of which against top teams, they just have so many different tools at their disposal on this map.
Yeah, it's just that the MongolZ we saw so far were a bit sloppy, but their individuals were so much ahead of the opposition they were playing. Like, the Eyeballers game we saw yesterday, you know, you're in some of these rounds, you're like, what's happening here? But the other team is just not a match. And I think Astralis is individually, you know, they're somewhere there. They're not like 2 classes ahead, Mongols. And I think they're just clean in most of their takes. So that's going to be pretty tough. I think what I saw on, you know, Ancient against Spirit, if they can dominate mid against Donk, then they can probably take mid against Mongols as well.
That doesn't sound very positive. If you're a Mongols fan listening to this right now, I feel like you guys are leaning to an Astralis 2-0.
It seems that way a lot. I mean, if I was to give Mongols some win conditions in this game, like what they actually have to do to try to keep this series going, we're going to have to see Blitz and Mizzino be able to control that mid portion of the map. You know, they're going to be the main guys defensively in this first half that are going to be called upon to deal with stares from these guys who are very fiery and very explosive. They need to match that energy with their own abilities, as well as, you know, Cobra. This is another big map for him. You know, everybody's still kind of wondering what type of player Cobra's Air is going to be. And him being kind of that B anchor is going to be huge because, you know, Astralis is a very mid and B heavy oriented team on this map. They don't really explore A all that often. So I think they're really going to test like those key players I talked about, and they're going to have to rise to the occasion.
Feeling the same way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, like, you know, based on one map, just be like, oh, this is now over, because oftentimes you see one very bad map and then everything changes, especially, I think, as we saw in the first map, there was pistol round 5-0, 6-0 start right for Astralis. Mongols win the pistol in the second half, then the full force comes in and they lose that. I don't want to say even that they threw it. I think it was really well played from Astralis, but they never really got more than 2 rounds in a row, 4 rounds in total, so that's kind of not a surprise. So I think they obviously have a good chance still if they start in a good way. If they actually can string some rounds together, have a few full buys, and things are working, then you can start calling off of, okay, this worked in the earlier round, we can throw a fake on it, or we were taking mid, now we can leave mid and put more resources elsewhere. I don't think that Mongols are a type of team that tilts and just loses because they lost the first map, they lost a map pick, that they're now going to show up in Ancient and just be completely deflated. I think they are going to give it a good shot, so it's still like a 50-50 on Ancient for me.
Astralis impressing us with that win, taking away Mongols map pick. We now move over to Ancient. That's their choice. We'll see if Mongols can claw their way back, but first, a quick break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Are you ready? Counter-Strike!
What is going on, everybody? It's time to chat to some of our players here at PGL Bucharest and pick their brains on the recent changes to ammo and how magazines work. With Prabini of FUT, Nitro Nick Canella of NRG, with Rek of Wildcard, Demau of Legacy. Do you still spam smokes now as much as you did before the change?
I think I spam the same kind of, like it's not yet registered in my head that there is this update.
Yes, but less times. Like you just want magazine, that's it.
Yes, I don't ever remember a situation where I've used like all my clips in a round.
I would say yeah. I think it's a very like position dependent thing, right? I think as an anchor, I'm not spamming smokes a whole lot compared to other positions.
I think when the update first came out, it was like, it seemed like it was going to change a lot, but it didn't really change that much in my opinion.
No, I think just the first day, just some pistol rounds. Like you spam your FSP, and then you just go reload, and then you, oh wait, and then you just change to knife again and go back. But after, it's okay.
The M4A1S, you have less bullets, so it's not yet in my head that if I spam too much, I won't have bullets in the end of the round.
The biggest change I saw or I've seen is more for like pistols, because like on Mirage and I rotate, like I'm a B anchor, so I go B, I shoot the VIN, I shoot the little like wooden thing at B on the B window, and I have one mag left, and I'm like, oh crap. Okay, maybe I should start like knifing that, you know?
Yeah.
So overall, no, not really.
Welcome back to PGL Bucharest 2026. We have got Astralis, and they're on their way to a 2-0 up against the MongolZ today.
Yeah, they really are. This is, I mean, everything seems primed with it, with the map pool, the way it's kind of worked out. Being able to overcome MongolZ on their map selection of Mirage in emphatic fashion just fills you with confidence coming into Ancient, their map pick, where they have a very strong record on, that you'd look at this and say they're just going to take this series 2-0.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way right now, and it's just these slow starts. I mean, really punished them by Astralis from the MongolZ. Like, they come out, they're so slow, nothing really gets going for them.
And the slow start that never turns around. You know, as you mentioned, we saw it against BCG, we saw a turnaround there, we saw it the other day, yesterday in their winning series, but here against Astralis, hard to turn it around again. It's a team that's just a much higher quality. They're able to turn it around against Eyeballers, against BCG, but Astralis proved too much for him on Mirage, so now we're going to have to see what happens here on Ancient, and Astralis going to be starting off on the T side, MongolZ defending.
Just because we mentioned that game versus Spirit back in the Pro League playoffs where they peaked, Ancient T side was where it was just unreasonably good.
The utility usage was bonkers in that game.
Yes, and the elbow fights, the mid fights, you know, we usually talk about that being a 50-50. No, it was like 75% Astralis finding.
And that was them going up against Donk on it as well. So
Exactly.
yeah, take from that what you will.
Yes, they can be very, very strong going through mid on this T side, and they have gone through mid into the donut, coming up against 910, who plays behind the big box. Nice. What? Okay, 910, that is filthy.
How's he alive?
Up towards A-Man as well, finally going down, but really good work from 910. But Stera is still fragging. Yabi's arrived as well, and despite a big effort, it doesn't matter because Astralis have so much firepower available in their two Danes.
And look at how all of them are off the bomb together and just kind of waiting until they know exactly where Techno is before making their move. Gusht taken down. Lovely round from Yabi. He's really the strength of that recovery. Triple kill in the round from Yabi, and he took down, I think, all three like bowling pins coming out of Temple.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great to see Yabi really see an elevation in performance in this new version of Astralis with Hooksy at the helm. You know, we know Yabi was playing some of his best Counter-Strike when he first broke onto the scene when he was playing with HooXi back in Copenhagen Flames. So good to see them reunited. Not necessarily finding the most success when it was the full Danish squad here in Astralis, but this new version seems to be fitting Yabby much better.
Yeah, just an absolutely disgusting pistol round from Yabby. Stair chimed in with 2 kills as well. So those two able to clean up all 5 Mongols and give Astralis the lead and the advantage to open up this half. Take it slow for the moment. Eventually we'll see these MAC-10s, one in the hands of HooXi, one's in the hands of FOZE, be the ones to kind of lead the way and investigate exactly what kind of defense they're going to be going up against. Techno extinguishes the Molotov as it comes in, and HooXi says, okay, playing inside cave, we want nothing to do with it here. And it is a stack at the B bomb site. Astralis has applied no pressure elsewhere, haven't really thrown any utility. This feels like at the end of this round, they might just walk right into a trap.
Cobra's got a good start. Techno even better. Getting traded out though by Stair, who needs a second to really allow this round to feel comfortable again for Astralis. They're getting flanked out by Blitz at the moment.
Timing on this though, because FOZE's coming over right now.
That's the bomb.
Okay, here we go.
Kill from Stair onto the site. Bomb has already made it past. Blitz knows what he's up against. Going to flank the donut players. He's silent. Bomb is there. Should be a kill here for Blitz. FOZE getting the bomb to safety though towards the site. But Blitz is just going to creep up on him. Deny that plant. And the rotations arrive from CT as well. They can sandwich Ryu. And now it's all on Stair with 14 seconds left. It's a 1v2. If you're the Mongols, just hide one player away. Squirrel away behind the big box. And don't allow Stair to win this round as Cobra is able to win the first fight. So that's a great response there from the Mongols.
I think the loss of that round for Astralis comes when that initial contact over in Jaguar, when the first smoke is dropped to extinguish the Molotov. During that smoke, that 17, 18 seconds you have, Astralis basically did nothing on the map. They just kind of held, fell back a little bit, avoided the nade damage, but they didn't do anything to pressure elsewhere on the map, didn't do anything to investigate elsewhere on the map, so just kind of blindly stepping into a trap as that smoke clears. Mongols, just 4 players there the entire round, catch them off guard. So Astralis invests. There's deagles across the board, no rifles. 4 players towards the A bomb site, excuse me, 3 players towards A. In main, 1 player going to be watching elbow, and you've got Yabby over towards the B bomb site. But outside of a crazy deagle shot, this round shouldn't have a whole lot to it. Should be said as well. I mean, that's quite a hiccup, quite a punch to take early on in your T half. We saw Astralis do the same thing to Mongol's CT side in the second half of Mirage. But when you're looking for that hot start, or when you have a team that's been having slow starts and you kind of give up the early advantage, very, very painful.
There's a quick kill from Xenio. He's a follow-up here too. His teammates are all around him, and the mid hold is strong here from the Mongols. So you're avoiding getting in that 5-0, 6-0 hole to kick things off for the Mongols.
Yeah, which is nice. So it's probably a pretty big goal of theirs coming out of the first map.
Should be goal number 1, really, priority.
Well, they've accomplished it.
Let's see if they can build something off of it quickly. We know this is a team that can put up just a blue wall of CT defense.
Yeah, I think the bummer is the Astralis offense not getting started early on with that loss of the second round. So they're going to have to sit back with pistols. We know the Mongols can set up a strong defense, as we saw the other day against BCG. We just want to see Astralis get the money back in their hands so they can challenge and try and break it down just as much. Lurk smoke at the B bomb site, so it's a rush in. Going to try and get this bomb planted. And that's not going to happen. Mongols not even going to let him get close to it. And Techno prioritizing his life. It's going to be 3-1. And now the guns will come back out for the Astralis attack.
Start stepping out, and Xenio to take him down. So the Mongols will be up to 3-1. A very, very strong beginning to the game from the Mongols. And we're going to get Astralis buying up now. So, you know, you're not going to have everything you want, but enough money to get the rifles out here.
AK-47s, a Galil on the Astralis side. All rifles, the MP9 in the hands of Techno for the Mongols defense. But let's see if it's Astralis who can respond quickly, or are they going to be the ones trying to dig themselves? This is very fast towards the A bomb site, super quick. 910 is here. He's going to have to push through the smoke into the bomb site, and he's got the first kill. Traded off by Yabby, but now you got to contend with Blitz and Mazinho.
Yeah, the kills are coming through here for the Mongols, significantly so, and it is just taking the main brunt of the attack away here from Astralis. You're going to have to dig deep to try and pull this back and stare. He's brought a shovel. He's got himself 2 kills, so Yabby unfortunately is taking a lot of damage on board. If he had a little bit more health, you'd favor him slightly in this situation, but right now it looks very difficult to see a world in which Yabby wins this. He hasn't picked up the bomb. He's got so many angles to worry about, and Blitz is flying through A main. Is the confirmation that this round falls in favor of Mongols.
Yeah, I mean, nice job from the Mongols, realizing that at the last second, getting back in time, and just you execute a rush like that towards the A bomb site. If you're Astralis, you got to get those opening kills. It's the strength of that is catching him off guard, but when Mazinho and Blitz are both able to respond with one pretty much immediately, that sells the round down the river. And a timeout burn from Astralis. They're first early on heading into round 6. They're staring a 1-4 scoreboard after winning the pistol. So nothing has gone right from round 2 on for HooXi and the boys. Looking to have a conversation to start turning things around here on Ancient. Their map pick in this series. 2-0 game in this Swiss system. Winner moves on to the playoffs. Astralis is up a map. And we're live into round 6. Op still in the hands of 910 for Astralis. It's a Mac 10 on Stair, and again, upgraded pistols. And a little bit of utility to sprinkle in there.
Oh, they go. It's Stair straight away. Blitz is going to fall, no problem. Kill from Stair. An opening frag for Astralis that is so desperately needing a round like this, but if you realize the weapons you've got around you, there's a certain pressure on Stair to continue to make a play. Now, he's going to wait for his teammates to come through A main before he activates out, but he's hoping they can create some space and draw attention for a long period of time to create that opening. And they have done that, so he needs to move soon. His teammates are going to start falling, and then this flank will be ineffective, and Stair hasn't been able to make his way through red, so his teammates are all dead, and he's gone back into the donut and really made nothing of this. So it will be Constable 5-1 for the Mongols. Really impressive to see them concede the pistol, but come out looking so strong among the rest.
Yeah, and I mean, the Death nailed it too. I think it was Prof who was mentioning Mongols isn't a team to like completely tilt out of a series, right? Or tilt out after a map 1 loss. So they've clearly come back and reset. And looking much sharper, looking like completely different than the team that was here on the first map. Astralis has taken some real quick headshots, quick dinks, and there's not a lot of production on their side of things. Ryu, excuse me, with 1 kill, FUZI and HooXi with 0 kills. Kind of like a 2v5 right now in a way.
It definitely feels that way. Start changing it up now, Astralis. There goes techno aggression, confidence building, and the Mongols have crushed them.
Okay.
That's it. Yep, they've leveled up.
Okay.
Different team now on this map.
Yep. Yeah, get out.
This is Mongols, the first map of Mirage. They're just 5 imposters. This is crazy.
I love it though. I mean, just you're just piling on Astralis because like you have to know what their mentality, what it's like within the comms right now for them, because you just experienced it on Mirage. So yeah, just shove it right back down. Make them experience the crappy feeling of just getting deleted out of the map. Minute and 8 seconds. FOZE and Stair coming over just to see what they can find. Yeah, this sucks if you're Astralis. If you're FOZE, if you're Stair. So 6-1. Impressive start. And really not a whole lot of negative to speak of. Now you can see them as well with a little bit of confidence, a little wind beneath their sails, pushing forward. They're being the disruptive ones now.
Yeah, it's on Astralis to put an end to that, right? To punish some of those players. You got to stop it. Otherwise, they're just going to keep throwing plays like this at you if it's going to be this successful.
They came after like a triple nade barrage as well that pretty much mostly landed on Yabby, so he's just like completely just knocked out of the fight before it even begins.
I mean, you're really frustrated because you've been waiting a long time to get that full buyout again, and then you don't even get to play the round. Like, it's just gone, and it's not like you could buy it again. You're back down to pistols, so the wait begins once more for those rifles to come out again. And by that point, you're going to be 7-1 down.
It's really cool CT side calling from the Mongols as well. Just, yeah, every time you feel like they've got another full buy, like they're going to be able to execute, or that you know they're going to be executing their plan, exactly what they want to do. Yeah, just never let them actually pull anything off. Get into their face, win the fights. Molotovs now make this defense a little bit awkward, but it's only a Tech 9 challenging because this is a fake, and the fake is working very much.
Oh, Zinho going to get caught, tagged down to 70 HP. Techno finding a headshot though on Yabi. Here comes the push out from Zinho, the risk taken but not paid off. There's an AK-47 available if you can find it. And eventually FUZI does pick it up.
AK-47 and another smoke. Quite a big deal to continue stalling this out. HooXi still has a role to play. He doesn't want to peek towards Red Room. He wants to catch Techno just as he's entering into Donut. So timing is everything as he covers his team's flank.
Blitz and Techno with a couple of kills between them. Here comes FUZI out into the site. Blitz knocked off the back of the big box, and Defuse is being stuck right now from the Mongols. And despite there being a foothold on the site there from Astralis with some of the weaker guns, the Mongols still prevail.
Yeah, really well done. I mean, even Mizinho coming through might have been a little bit dangerous, giving the AK-47 and the extra utility over, but still in such strong positions. HooXi had to get that kill over in middle, but he'd been so patient that he thought the timing had passed and moved in at the wrong moment. 6 rounds back as Astralis, and a second timeout burned, and the first one didn't net them anything. A-Rush hasn't worked. This fake didn't work. We haven't seen them go to that mid-control that worked so well against Spirit. So that's still an option available to them. They've gotten out mid a couple times and never been able to do anything with it. But the big issue is, I mean, just looking at the Mongols' economy, what are you supposed to do? It's like you don't have a solution to win one round, but you probably have to grind 3 away to break the economy. Like, the Mongols are set for the rest of the half.
Well, Zinho made the jump boost properly. He's landed on the ledge. Then there's the spam battle begins inside of Elbow, as it so often does here on Ancient. And a 1-for-1. Yabi catches Cobra trying to retreat back into the donut with the player advantage, and disallows Mongols the advantage and mid-control.
A really cool play from Yabi, because that's kind of how... Ooh, wait, hold the phone. There's a little lurk out A main. HooXi got one. Thought that was the sole defender. Mizinho is going to back away and give it up. Smoke the delay. Yabi's going to be in front of it. Quick headshot. And now we're into the B-bomb, or A-bomb site, excuse me.
Ooh, good shot from Yabi. That push into the site, immediately knocked down. And so it will be a plant coming through, and finally Astralis breaking another round win. Techno can do nothing about this, even though he's 11-2.
I mean, I think he might actually just go for it because of the money. He's got 14,700. Cobra's got 13K, so I think you just give it a good go, because why the hell not?
Well, the only reason...
Yeah, you're thinking you might want to keep the AK-47?
Yeah, exactly. But you could also win this round. So give this a go, I suppose. And oh my god, he's got the right reads. You can see the positions available, but
yeah,
he's got to make it happen.
Yeah, don't mind the attempt whatsoever considering the circumstances. Sure, you lose an AK-47, but whatever. First time out taken from the Mongols out of that loss. Mara having a little chit-chat. 7-2, and this is, I mean, Astralis took a very similar timeout on Mirage after their first round loss as well. It's not like there's any problem, no red flags. It's just everyone settle down and make sure we don't let them climb back into this game. So if you're Mongols, it's just continue doing as we're doing, because it's all worked. But at least HooXi's got a round win to play with, and let's see if he can build anything off of it. 2-7, 5 rounds back. Really cool. One of the reasons maybe we haven't seen Astralis really kind of get out mid too much, or like maybe go for those hardcore mid-control plays, is Mongols maybe having watched that Spirit game on Ancient, they're sending 3 bodies down mid to like just spam into the elbow corner, you know, like it's hard to get out when you got 3 players doing it. Now it's just Blitz with 1. He gets a kill, then traded off. Ryu's blind again. He's dropped as well.
Yeah, the mid-fight's just pouring forward. Zinho and Techno, though, coming out on top of the further engagements, and it does leave Astralis with just 2 players, so it does not look like they're going to be able to string consistent success together here on the T side, which will just allow Mongols to continue to build this beautiful CT performance. 8-2 will go into Last couple of rounds of this half, Astralis, the best they can hope for is 4 rounds on T side.
It doesn't even look like they're going to get that. I mean, not even getting the first step. You just lost 3 players in the first 15 seconds of the round. We're not even getting to the mid-round. We're not even getting to the point in the game where HooXi can actually tactically work the map. Still 1 kill on FOZE, still 1 kill on HooXi as well. Fragging department for Astralis struggling here on Ancient. Round 11. And give it another go. 3 AK-47s, a Galil, and a Tech 9 on HooXi.
That's a missed smoke down to the elbow, but for the first time in a while, it won't be just a full-out war coming out of the elbow into the mid-fight straight away. Be a slower approach. There is certainly going to be there at elbow, but the majority of Astralis forces are currently walking their way through the B lane into Jag, and perhaps thinking about progressing into the cave, but that smoke will discourage that for a while. "55 seconds left in the round. No one's died yet." What a difference that is, Jason, compared to the last couple of rounds.
It's a little bit weird, isn't it? Everyone's kind of just chilling. It's very quiet. Everyone's just kind of waiting for what's coming next.
Well, Mongols have 3 players near B. Now they're playing it on retake. No one's inside of the site.
All right, there's HooXi with the spot. Molotov, excuse me, smoke is put down instead. Deeper Molotov to just make it a little bit awkward to stand there and spam, but misses its mark. However, not going to do much damage on firing through. Looks like Mongols are set up with utility, ready for a retake, just barraging the bomb planter. Nade, Molotov combo, Ryu burns. Good way to find a kill before the retake starts.
Yeah, B. What's he going to do about this? Here comes the walk right in towards him. It's going to be Yabby removing Blitz. Zinho trade in, not only the trade, but also the follow-up kill to tip it in MongolZ's favor. But FUZE, that is what we're talking about. Destruction from inside cave. He batters them and clubs them into the ground.
Man, only had 1 kill coming into the situation. An incredible quad kill there just to give Astralis a lifeline. Lovely sequence. You could see, no one's blowing up, no one's popping out of their suits because I know the situation they're in. It's still very, very dire, but God, did Astralis need a performance like this.
Yeah, they needed that step up for sure. I mean, if you're going to come back into this game, you're going to need 4 rounds on this T side. FUZE stepping up here. It all looked lost. And Zinho looking like he had done the majority of the work there for the Mongols to get back in for yet another retake. But absolutely massive there from FUZE. You've got to take this last round of the half now if you're Astralis. Burning, that will stop the construction, and then FUZE no-scoping, getting away with one here again, and Ryu defending Techno. So now it's going to be Blitz, who's just waiting for the rest of his straws running at him, and he can't get anything. So that was a play that worked earlier in the half for the Mongols that didn't this time, and Astralis are able to get 4 rounds in this half.
I was going to say, FOZE is like, I've seen those nades before. I know exactly what this means. It ain't happening twice. Uses the AWP like a shotgun. Cool back-to-back rounds from FOZE. Dropped here by 9-10, but no chance at a victory. So 8-4. And just enough for Astralis to work with as they switch sides, despite how rough most of this half looked. They've got a little bit of breathing room to work with, and now you get over to the CT side. We'll see what you can do up against Mongol's offense. Here's FOZE just stopping that push. Nuo is coming, Ryu comes through as well. Last time that was executed, Mongols just deleted Astralis out of the round, but they make sure it doesn't happen twice. Still a great half out of Mongols and a recovery from a tough Mirage loss. Now we get to see how this is actually going to play out here. So Astralis switches over to the defense. We're going to get FUZE moving around with the AWP. HooXi's going to be commanding over from Jaguar and Cave, just gathering information, telling everyone what's going on. Then the question becomes, can Mongols take this victory or take this lead and actually run away with it on the CT side? It felt like towards the tail end in those last like 2-3 rounds, like it's not anything crazy, just the crispy shots that we'd seen out of Mongols throughout the whole half kind of went against them now. In those last 2 rounds, it missing some shots. FOZI's able to get that 4K in the post plant. Those were kills. Cobra should have had that frag at the very least. So seeing some mixed shots at the tail end, and I hope it doesn't come over to the second half. Pissed around critical for Astralis. And then same with the second round, if they're able to win it.
Four sets of Kevlar here for Astralis into the pistol. HooXi taking the hit for some utility, but not going to be good enough to slow things down. It's all a quick play into the B-bomb site. Mongo's trying to bruise them, but HooXi, he makes quick work of them on these USP. HooXi getting away with 2. He's still alive as well. So that has forced Mongols to reconsider their... Oh my god, he just spotted 910. He couldn't get the shot though. FuZi will. And Techno's out of there. He's like, I want nothing to do with this. I've got a chance to get to the A-bomb site, get a plant at least, but...
Yeah, he's like, 910, slide in there and sell this, man. Like, take one for me so I can try and get the bomb plant. He's got it at the very least.
Let's see if he can win it now. Star is a little further forward than he would anticipate, so it will come down to a reaction.
He was further ahead than he would anticipate, and the footsteps of FOZI are like telling his brain, like, okay, you got 3 seconds until the peak, until he gets to this corner, and then all of a sudden Stair pops up. It's a great pistol run. HooXi has a lot of stopping power inside that B-bomb site. 2 critical headshots of Mongols players coming through the smoke. There's the first one from Yabby, but this one from HooXi, just grabbing blitz as soon as he lands. Thing of beauty. And that's Astralis up to 5. Now 3 in a row, and 5 of the last 6.
Yeah, I mean, they've given themselves a second chance here on the map. I mean, it was such a terrible start. But they've played themselves back into the game again. Obviously, still work to do, but win this round, and that work becomes a lot easier because Mongols won't have much to play with at all in the next round. Be able to shrink the gap to just 1 round. So Astralis very much still in this. And there's Stair spraying down the B lane. It's just the 1 kill. The Tech 9 from Cobra comes through. And Yabby to respond with a FAMAS. Cobra's very low. So Astralis favored to win this one.
As long as they survive this round without taking too many deaths for no reason, essentially at this point in the 5-on-2, yeah, I think Astralis has a great shot at actually taking this map. You know, this is their map pick coming into it, dominant on the first one. I think a lot of things leaning in their direction if the CT side gets going.
And then I think it would be impressive from Astralis to have that bad start and still be able to come back and win the map.
They're losing players for no reason.
Yeah, they are. We talked about limiting casualties here, building up some money. I mean, fortunately, going into this round, there's not enough to get a reasonable buyout for the Mongols. Maybe you can have a couple of upgraded pistols. But for Astralis, this round should be all about making sure that you keep 5 players alive. You can recover some of that economic damage from the previous round.
Yeah, it would be lovely to have.
8-6, though, with the most likely outcome over the next minute and 55 seconds being an 8-7 scoreline. I suppose the Mongols just spread out, look for some deep shots. But the mid-fight, obviously not going to go your way when you don't have a utility to combat them or the weapons.
Yeah, or step into elbow and just challenge.
Exactly.
Ooh, that's a deep nade that finds its mark. Good catch, FOZI.
Well, 5 players alive for now.
Yeah, love that.
And there will be. All 5 players stay up for Astralis. They build a lot of money from that.
And now they're just 1 round back.
Exactly. So they've played themselves into this game. I mean, FUZI in that first half, really important 4K from him inside of Cave, and has reignited the opportunity for Astralis to win this series 2-0.
No op out yet for FOZI, though. Still the MP9 on HooXi, so Astralis, that's what you like to see. Plenty of money in the bank. Pretty much 4,000 on 3 players or more, 2,500 on 2 players. Things looking good for the defense in terms of their financials. Even if they are to lose this round, they'll have another buy in the next. Tons of deep utility, and Mongols hear it coming, back away. But once again, up towards Heaven, Stair's got an opening kill.
Well, there's Yabby, another one for Astralis. Okay, Mongols have disappeared. They've been stunned. And look at the confidence from Astralis now. You got FUZI stepping through the smoke.
You know what? I'm not going to criticize that one way or the other. It's high risk, high reward.
He nearly gets it there.
He almost got the reward, but now you're getting the risk end of it, which is all of a sudden a 5-on-2 turns into a 3-on-3 real quick. And if you're FOZI, you'd love to be alive and not have taken that risk to have an influence in this round. Defense has to get spread thin with the death of FUZI pushing through the smoke. So now there's a lot of factors that just come down to timing.
As HooXi stepping out in. Cobra has found HooXi's head, so the advantage now is suddenly favoring MongolZ. And I don't know how Astralis have let this one go, and I think they're going to be really frustrated with the decisions they've made in this round.
You can still win it.
They want to lose it, but yeah, with that kill from Ster, it's still on, but Yabi's 1 HP.
Yeah, actually with that nade damage, maybe you just call for the save now in this 2-on-2? Was it worth actually risking the weapon? Or maybe you come in very, very late to maybe catch him off guard, but oh, tough retake with this HP.
This is going to be a round that you kick yourself when you think back about it. If they go on to lose this, this is a scenario of 5v3, putting themselves in a really strong spot, about to tie up the game, and they just give it away.
There's no Molotov. They could actually just stick this.
Well, they aren't. Flash goes up. Cobra into the peak. Ster's got the headshot. Now they can stick it. Okay. They come right back into it. Astralis do pick it up. A scary moment there for them, but even that retake going in their favor.
Really interesting decision, though, from the MongolZ to play the post plant in that fashion. You know, they didn't have the most HP in the world, but to play it in that fashion away, like that bomb's not planted for you. If it's planted a little bit wider, I understand, you're putting a lot of faith in that one pop flash that's going to be able to catch some people off guard. Lovely shooting from Ster as well in the 2-on-2 to protect his teammate.
I mean, you can understand as well if you've got the utility for...
I was looking for a Molotov.
Exactly.
I was like, okay, maybe they got a Molotov.
Yeah, they just don't have the utility to even pull that off. So I guess the only thing though they understand is they don't have this unconfirmed damage to the remaining Astralis players, so you don't know how low they are.
Potentially, yeah. Just, I mean, really easy retake when Astralis with that low HP is able to just kind of walk in for free with no contact and no peeking.
No peeking.
No peeking. All right, here we go. We're all tied up finally with that plant. Another buy comes in for the MongolZ. Galil's and AK-47s, plenty of utility. FOZE finally has the AWP in the field to play on the CT side. Let's see what kind of an influence that can have, dictating the way the map is played.
Well, MongolZ into middle, no one from Astralis attempting to challenge. They're going to be happy having a deep position towards Jag here for HooXi. He's just going to maintain that spot with a deep smoke. So you can have mid. Good luck getting through any of the other choke points. Donut is defended. Red is heavily defended. The AWP is on the prowl, and a missed shot from FUZI, but he's going to go back again, and he's going to be punished by 9-10. But they might think that it's open because of that, but there's actually 2 rifles waiting for them, and they get that warning system. HooXi's got the kill, though. Good push out from Cave. Then combined with the Donut push, and Astralis play this one perfectly together, not making a mistake, and putting Mzinho and Techno into a clutch. But they have taken the B-bomb site.
Yeah, but that kind of a play that's really, really cool to see Astralis execute is put them in a bad position for the post plant, move them all away from the A bombs or the B bomb site. Yabi's going to be coming in with low HP. You got to have him lead the way. He's got to be the first person through to show the location of these defenders, of these MongolZ players, and one of them is in Cave.
It's a strong position. You surely get Yabi at least. There's the low HP going down, but with the spacing, they need to just push in and get rid of him, and they do. So it's all on Techno, and HooXi, it was the last bullet. It actually just connects to the head.
Damn, nicely done. I love that play in middle. Yeah, but you should be hyped up. Give a powerful high five to HooXi. That's great work. Him sitting in Donut, very easy for him to play the safety game and just say, I need to hold on to Donut so they can't access the A bomb site, but instead pushing through to get a double kill, alleviate the pressure on Red Room. That's really cool to watch Astralis put that together because they orchestrated it, right? They had the smokes up at the B-bomb site. They had the smokes up in Donut. They know the one faded in Red Room, so they brought the op over, the 2 M4. They were ready for that fight. And in this situation, Yabi's ready to pounce. Really cool to see Astralis playing this way, and they've taken their first lead of the map. 7 straight going back to the first half. 8 of the last 9 rounds in Astralis' favor. They've taken complete control here on Ancient. And the driver's seat to close out this series 2-0.
Well, they cross up into Red Room, so MongolZ have been given the space to play with. Astralis going to be happy holding bomb sites. Instead, you got 3 players over in B. But now they realize, okay, well, mid control is given over. They'll see that smoke in red, and they realize that an A split is possible through A main and CT. And Astralis have got 2 players inside of Donut, though. So you are conceding the A bomb site, but you'll be happy to play retake. And I guess it's the only option available. So the bomb has been planted. Techno now moving out of middle. And they take Donut away. They take Stair. Now, the last player to get is Yabi. If they win this fight, the round becomes almost impossible to win for Astralis. So Yabi does very well to maneuver himself and stay alive. He's doing damage. His teammates now arriving. And Yabi's done so well to get another kill. All of a sudden, Ryu pops into position.
Dude.
And it's crazy how Yabi stays alive for so long.
Oh my God, he's so good. That's unbelievable. That's what I meant when I felt like it. Like some of that strength, some of the precise shooting we felt out of the Mongols, like the first 10 rounds of the first half, kind of like disappeared. Are you starting to feel it now? Like some of these fights, you're just like, oh, they're just kind of missing. Like, how are you not trading this kill? How are you not getting this fight? Individually, feels like Mongols have lost a step as this game has gone on, and Astralis has just continually powered up. Really cool to watch this recovery. What? This was a 6-2 at one point. This was 7-1 at a certain point in the game.
Oh my. And it really does feel like it was that HooXi 4K inside of Cave that gives them even this opportunity. Like, this could have been a 10-2 half from the Mongols if it wasn't for that pop-off inside
yeah,
of Cave.
the FOZE, you're exactly right. Because that's what carved out the rounds needed to then survive long enough.
You the bare minimum.
Yeah, to hit this level of play. Really sick. So Mongols take their 3rd and final timeout. No chance to pause the action after this. That just tells you how desperate it's gotten over in the camp.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis are making a beeline for the win here in a 2-0 fashion. Really impressive to see them start so slowly and really just getting their asses handed to them for a long period of time, but then just turn things around.
Also, like, it's really nice to see them have that kind of like an upset over Spirit at Pro League. And then they kind of, the next game against Aurora just kind of fell flat, but it's nice to see them kind of respond and show us it's not like a complete fluke. Now we're starting to see a little bit of evidence behind it that this can be replicated. It can happen again and again. Yabi and Ryu, they've grabbed the opening 2 kills. Add HooXi into it for good measure.
I mean, it's the first time in years where Astralis have been exciting again.
Dude, I think HooXi, like, during his like time off, his little like sabbatical, he just turned into like such a awesomely ratty player. I've seen him like playing Dust 2 now, doing like crazy timing pushes and long, like constantly. He'll do it even when it feels like you've done it 3 times already. Now he's doing things like this. I mean, this one's an intelligent move, right? 2 players go down elsewhere, figures the T's going to take his attention away. That's a great opportunity for a free kill.
What I love about him as well is like back at Pro League when we were listening to those comms, and Coach Ruggo was saying, you know, let's stop whining. And he's like, no, I'm not going to stop whining because there's so many things to whine about. Like, I just love that. Like, the honesty and the attitude and the pursuit of excellence is respectable. And Mzinho pursuing excellence in this round. He's taking 2 inside of Donut. Great headshots.
Yeah, but that's not the real thrust of this attack. This is all a fake. And actually, it's pulled Astralis all the way to CT spawn. They've been fooled. Oh my God, are they going to attack right? They are going to come to A.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then it's perfect for Astralis.
What's happening?
Well, they're letting Mzinho get around the back, so he's going to go through Red Room and try and flank them out. Now, it is being considered all of a sudden by Food. Missed shot! Uh-oh! Oh, no. Well, luckily, Stair is so good. He gets the kill regardless, and now 9-10 is forced into a clutch. Now, he's given the time and he's given the respect to put that bomb down and get into a better position.
He's planted for himself if he can make it into CT.
Oh, they're going to peek him. He's still got the kill, though. Oh, 9-10. He didn't take any damage, so it's up against Stair. Nice reposition. 9-10 has played this one incredibly well. Hard to see how he loses this now, to be honest. Smoker's onto the site. Stair just needs to win an unfavored fight because he has to consider where he is, and Stair just hunts him down and takes 9-10 away.
What a lovely route to walk in the 1v1. That box covers his whole progression. The smoke is down as well. That's so sick from Stair. And then just a hard wide swing at the end and unable to get handled by 9-10. Yeah. Nice attempt in the 1v2. Cool move to take down HooXi to open up the possibility of CT
but
spawn.
You can see that HooXi isn't happy. Like, after that, you know, he's still stressing the issue. Like, guys, this round should have been cleaner. Like, we don't need it to get into a 1v1 scenario. It's great that Stair won it, but we're allowing Mzinho to get 2 kills in the donut. We're allowing those heavy favored advantages to fall into a position where Mongols could win it. See him stressing that and wanting to get into a position of just winning the series and not allowing them into rounds like that at all.
Yeah, well, bottle the stress up. That's what we like to do. Keep it in because you're so close to the finish line. 2 rounds away from a 2-0 series victory over the Mongols. Stare has slid over into position, playing at the default plant spot. You've got a third player arriving in FOZI's AWP.
Yeah, well, Stare just annihilated by Mzinho, who gets a second as well. Monstrous entry from the Mongolians into the site, and that plant is through. Now, HooXi just sprinting back to the donut, but they'd already conceded that deep positioning. And so, impossible for Astralis to win this one. They're going to back off.
You got money to drop weapons. There's no point in going for this now. Nice hit. Good opening kills provided. Even though FOZI gets one, the two rifles inside the bomb site and Donut can get absolutely nothing done. And you could see, again, that's the difference. You see HooXi doing that really fast play towards Donut to try and flank and hit a really nice timing on that attack. And that works if those rifles get 1 or 2 kills. But when they don't get anything, MongolZ attack is able to spread out so much quicker and get into those positions to protect themselves way faster than HooXi was able to catch.
So 9th round for the Mongols, not out of the woods just yet, are Astralis. They've got enough money, as you mentioned, just to drop these weapons over. And a timeout being taken. I think the back-to-back rounds, right, you lose that one, and you could have lost the one prior if it wasn't for that Stare big 1v1. So I think for Astralis, they want to tighten things up and just make sure that they don't allow the Mongols any opportunity to return themselves to this game.
Yeah, this has got to be the timeout that's just like nothing tactical. Like, everybody chill, everyone calm down, everyone take a deep breath. We're playing great. We're still up by 2. No cause for panic just yet. Let's just make these rounds cleaners. They're getting away from us as we're trying to kind of force the victory in these final few rounds. Op still in the hands of FOZI, which is nice. He's got $5,600 left in the bank as well, so he can afford that in the next round also. There's a decent amount of cash left over for the Astralis side. Losing bonus obviously not built up, but finally, looking at that round history, finally the Mongols stopped that run. Eight to nothing run to start the second half. Astralis with a 2-round lead, but it's dwindling. One just taken away in the previous round. Before that, MongolZ had brought it very, very close into a one-on-one clutch. Perhaps the final punch back from the Mongols, and Astralis just have to outlast it. Very quiet on the map compared to some previous rounds. So Techno's going to start heating things up over towards Jag. It's going to be FOZI and HooXi to defend.
The Mongols just taking the time, getting in the correct positions for this. Smoke is going to fade away. Flash comes in, looking to activate Ryu, but it's not the most effective flashbang. HooXi's in a good spot. FOZI also, and it's all shut down. Mongols are wrecked as they try and come through cave. Rifles waiting for them. Stare on the cleanup for the final 2. And Astralis reach series point.
So the flash is good. It's the second player is playing anti-flash. You could see the first player ate it entirely, but that's the exact setup that the Mongols have in cave, is for that second player to be playing anti-flash. He does exactly his job, how it's designed. Unfortunately for the Mongols, the Astralis setup does exactly how it's designed. That contact is made, utility thrown out, and as soon as Ryu goes down, FOZI hustles over to the entrance with the AWP to buy HooXi time to get ready for that third player trying to stream through. This is great protocols, great reactions, and just fantastic teamwork from Astralis in this round. 12-9, 3 chances to close it out. They just need the one more round. However, 9-10 is going to make that a little bit more difficult.
Oh, Stare nipping down and taking Cobra away. So a 4v4 off the back of it. Let's see what Mongols can do, as they have an A main push open to them.
Yeah, I feel they got to feel like they can get this A bomb site frequently. Like, they've been able to find, you know, it empty. They've been able to find it with one defender. Now it's just nobody's home.
Strauss has done a decent job at retaking it here and there, even if it comes down to 1v1 fights.
I think the problem is they've done a good job retaking it, but they usually have a little bit of a jump, right? Here, you're just kind of gambling that they're not going to take the bomb site, and when they eventually do, I think you just call a save. Do you come for this? It's 2 smokes on 9-10 and Techno. They don't want to use it because the AWP has the angle, now gives it up. But if you lose a single player before this begins, you have to call it off.
Well,
so risky on the staging.
We got Mzinho waiting inside of the temple, goes into the peak and dies. No scope again from Fuzi, but it's a 2 for 2. All down to Hooksy. Can he close the map here and now? Hooksy down to the 1v1, up against 910 behind the big box. And Hooksy jumping up on top. He throws the smoke down onto the diffuse. He's going to hold it. Hooksy's going to hold it. Here we go, Hooksy, all the way. Yeah, at 13-9, Hooksy just sticks it inside of the smoke, weighed down by his big old balls. That's a huge play.
Let's freaking go, Dinko.
Hooksy in those big old balls right there.
Gotta haul him around a wheelbarrow like that dude from South Park.
Yeah, that's a Giga Chad way of...
Absolutely.
You know, I used to be a huge Astralis fan, and I used to get their jersey every season. And then a couple of years ago, I packed them all up and put them into storage. I'm going to go home and get them out of storage now after that. I'm impressed.
It's been quite some years since Astralis has been exciting. Certainly just a wild game, though. Like, let's be honest. It was looking like a Mat 3 was in the cards for the majority of this game. I mean, the first half, Mongols were taking it to Astralis, playing a super aggressive defense, getting in their faces, disrupting all their plans, and looking like that they were going to put this on cruise control to nuke. But then all of a sudden, we switch sides, and Astralis is just, they're just back, man.
I think this shows like how you can't let your foot off the gas in these games. 8-2 up, and at this point we see this 1v4 from Fuzi. Not 1v4, but 4K, right? Spray down. Just a trading there from Cobra, not good enough. You give him an inch, he takes a mile. You know, 8-4, then the pistol, and everything starts rolling. Out of nowhere, Astralis has complete control of the game, and it looks like you don't even know what happened in the first half, how Mongols were up so much because they look out of depth completely. So it is a bit of a tilter, just looking at the scenes like Mara at the end there, kind of staring in the abyss, wondering what happened this round just to finish it all off. Icing on the cake.
So many jokes. Okay, let's talk about the T-sides of Mongols, because now we've seen it on both Mirage and Ancient. It's something you spoke about in the pregame. It's something that was brought up in Cluj even. It's actually a topic of conversation that we've brought up time and time again with this team. They are struggling.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not as effective as getting openers as they used to be. I mean, a part of when you're playing that super controlled chaos aggressive play style is that you have to be able to find the opening kill or find the trade at least and equalize, and they're just not doing that, you know? Again, losing Senzu is a big piece. That guy was one of the best entry fraggers in the world last year in the sense of how often he was taking opening duels on the T side, how often he converted, and if he wasn't the first guy, when you see your second or third trading in the slot, doing a fantastic job of doing that. You know, right now, the main guys trying to do that for this team is Blitz has kind of upped his, you know, entrying to try to make up for some stuff. And then they've obviously called on Techno sometimes to do it. Obviously, Cobra is an aggressive rifler, so he's going to have his attempts at it as well. And they're just not converting at the same rate that they used to.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a rough one to see. And I mean, as much as you're talking about the entries, I feel like the trading in this map, you saw in a couple of instances where it's just like, what's happening, guys? This is the bread and butter, the basics. I think what Mongols used to do really well. After playing situations on the T side, they were getting into them, but then they couldn't close out. And I think it was round 18 when I was like, there's no way. If Astralis retakes this, it's Jover, because the positions were so good. It's not like they just sat on the Bob side and waited. They took cave control. They went for the fights, but then when the fights were there, they just allowed Astralis player to take a 1v1, reposition, 1v1, reposition. Is like, this can't be happening, guys. You just need to trade that out, clear the area, and then focus on the other part of the bomb site of the retake. And yeah, that just allowed Astralis to gain like so much momentum on the CD side.
Surely it's not just the removal of one player, though, because I know we keep going back to Senzu, but I don't feel like this fall-off is completely based on just one player change.
I mean, the Senzu Aura departure, which put them in the category of maybe an average European team. Maybe the Aura from this guy, which was pretty huge, I would say.
That's such a...
I think it's...
Put them in a bad position.
I think
that's a cop-out for...
I mean, obviously, if the answer was easy, they would have already solved it, and we wouldn't be watching this right now and having to speculate. But, I mean, if you're looking at all the variables in play, it's, you know, obviously not only just losing Senzu, but going through two different players along the way, right? Obviously, Control as first. Now it's Cobra as the permanent member. You missed Mara for a couple of events. And let's be frank, one other thing that this team always has kind of a reputation of is not boot camping, not putting in as much much practice. There's been a lot
That's
of reports.
That's a great thing to have about you. It's like, you're great at not boot camp.
Yeah, and I mean, I would have imagined, and I'm sure that they probably did put in some extra preparation once Cobrazera first got on board to try to embed him into the team and kind of understand what roles he was going to play and things of that nature. So you just kind of wonder when you see all these things kind of swimming around, what it is. I'm not sure.
Okay, so we will focus a bit more on MongolZ in a bit, but right now I would love to chat to Raga from Astralis, making the playoffs. Congratulations, job well done. You've got to be happy with the team. Raga, I want to start by asking you about Yabi, because I've been so impressed with him since this international Astralis has come about. Is there anything specific from a coaching style that you've implemented to get him to activate like this in the server?
Not like down to like one thing. I think we just gave him a lot more responsibility in terms of, you know, deciding not only his own like small micros that he does on the map, but he's also very good at, you know, enabling the players around him. And I also think like he is a big part of also why Star has popped off this year, that they have a really good vibe going, and the ping pong when they play these like key positions on the map, it's like definitely great for the whole team. And I'm just happy that Yabi is like stepping it a notch up.
Yeah, I have a question here. Obviously, congrats on the win and just the results recently. A bit of a loaded question, but how much more motivated is this lineup than the previous Danish one that you had?
I think it's two different teams, so I think it's also hard to compare them. I think
political answer, respectful.
Yeah, but the old Danish one, I think our ambitions were higher, like from the get-go. Whereas this one, we know that we can do really good, but we also know we need to grind it out. And when you look at Danish CS traditionally, I think we've maybe like skipped a couple of steps when you compare ourselves to the international teams in terms of, you know, building the foundations like down to the core. And I think that's what we've been able to do here with the international one, like take a couple of steps back, look at what we want to do, and then focus like really hard on it and also develop the culture around it.
Yeah, I got two questions for you. So the first one just being, how comfortable was Astralis moving in the international direction because you already had an in-game leader like Hooksy who has already done that before? Was that something that kind of helped that decision be a little bit easier?
I think there's a couple of things, right? Like one, that the talent pool in Denmark lately hasn't been the greatest. So like picking up new like upcoming players, which Danish CS have been doing like historically, it has been really hard. So that was basically one of them. And then obviously that we have a couple of players, also me as the coach, that has played this international CS. That obviously also is a big plus, that we know how it works. Like what type of culture do you want in these like tier 1, tier 2 teams that are grinding their way up, you know? So yeah, I think it's a big plus that we had an in-game leader that are fluent in English and have done it at the highest level. That obviously helps a lot when you're like grinding together as a new team, that we can focus on what's really important, which is sometimes different from the old national lineups, where it's a lot about like micro communication from the start until the end. Whereas here it's also about the structure and like within that structure, making it simple enough for the new players also to know what is expected of them when the heat is on.
Yeah, last question for me. Speaking of the new players, FUZI coming in as a new op of the team. We know that the op market is kind of tough out there, and I feel like a lot of people didn't notice FUZI because he was playing on a North American organization and obviously not the best competition over there. And it seemed like a lot of guys kind of missed the ball on this one. How were you able to, you know, realize that FUZI could be an asset for this team, and how have you felt about things so far?
I think everyone around like the tier 1 scene knew his name and like that he was a good player. I think previously he's maybe been like on the road of carrying his teams too much, which was maybe also why sometimes he didn't look as great over a long period of time. But I think here, like obviously we're giving him the room to become like the better version of himself, where we can help with the experience that we have within the team to also enable him. And yeah, like he has no fear. And I think in the today, as you say, today's AWP market, I still see a lot of very scared AWPers that don't know exactly what to do in CS2, or, you know, take the right like gambles when they actually need to do something. And I think he is fearless enough that we can help mold it into like being, yeah, as I said, like the best version of him. So I'm really happy with him. And yeah, I remember him from back when he came up in NIP and had his stints there. Like he was a really flashy AWPer that hit some insane shots, but to quote himself, like he's become more older, like he's become older and like more experienced now, and that's also what we're seeing the benefit of.
Yeah, just maybe last question about the match that you just played. Like obviously you had two really, really good CT sides here. How much was this MongolZ game like preparation based, and how much was it just on the servers the players just delivered?
I think like we have a really good record against them, and I think we have a couple of like key points on how we want to handle them, and I think that's why we sometimes make these big score lines, that we know exactly what we want to do and how to break it down. and not to give the full like key to success away. I think that's like one of the big things when we play the MongolZ team, that they can be quite hard to handle if you don't know exactly how to, you know, put them in boxes and make what they're doing a little bit more simple. And I think that's what we're seeing the benefit from today. So to answer your question, it was definitely a mix. As I said to the boys on the CT Mirage, like it doesn't matter what we call out of spawn, as long as like this ping pong and small setups and ideas 24/7 are going, then it doesn't matter. So it was kind of a mix.
Raga, thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you in playoffs. Enjoy the break before you get there. So there we go. Astralis, our team, making it through the first team, which is quite exciting. But we do have to talk about something else that was happening on the B stream, because it is quite important to bring this up. FaZe made a huge run to get here to play this final game. They obviously forfeited 2 of them. They lost their game here, and they are out.
In some ways, I mean, it would have been nice to see a fairy tale run from them, you know, from 0-2 down, maybe make the playoffs or something. But in some ways, I'm also happy that it's kind of over and they can just take a step back and figure out what they want to do, because obviously missing the major for FaZe is unacceptable for this roster to continue going like this. I don't think it's going to happen, right? So now they finally have that time to obviously together with the players, the management, to figure out who is the core that is going to continue forward, or is it even going to be a core, what they are doing, because obviously in no way did they impress after their major final at the end of last year.
This has been such a prolonged ordeal, right? Because you felt like we had already, you know, done FaZe's eulogy, you know, after they had failed at Rotterdam, and it felt like the major chances were over. And then they took another shot with Draculan, and that didn't work out either. And so then they took another one on this Belgrade event, and that hasn't done it either. And it's like we've been just kind of seeing them on a ventilator for like the last several months at this point, and now finally the plug has been pulled. And it's one of those things where I think it's a blessing in disguise, I hope, at least. You know, one of those things where there is no, you know, FaZe bullshit or major magic to, you know, hold on to anymore, to hope that maybe there is actually something still here for us that we can deliver. You know, we keep having these rough seasons, but we keep having these major runs that makes us believe that we're still on the right path. And I think now there is nothing that would lead you to believe that this is going to work. And hopefully this means drastic changes are on the way, because they certainly need to be there, I think. And this was just, you know, maybe a last chance for some of these guys in the FaZe jersey. Unfortunately, not the way you want to do it, but at some point it's got to be done.
Very quick final question. I mean, how soon before we, 1, hear Ash is now the new FaZe coach, and 2, the rebuild starts? Do they wait till after the major before they start making these big moves?
Well, the rumors for Ash are some other teams, right? Chad is leaking Aurora, looking into the British strategist, right? So maybe they're late for that boat as well. Wouldn't be a surprise considering how FaZe have handled some of their business. And the question is like what they can actually do. The financial situation apparently not that great. Now they're missing on a major, missing out on sticker money as well. So that's going to put them in an even worse situation. Their players all look terrible except for Frozen, right? So unless they're going to sell Frozen and rebuild completely, where can they even get the money to make some signings, right? So it's going to be a rough run. But then you look at, you know, Astralis picked up Fuzi. Where were you? What was FaZe doing when this guy signed for 9 for a month before going to Astralis? Like, he was out of options completely. No one was talking to him. So I don't know. It's just the same old until we see a change. I won't, you know, believe in it too much.
I'll never not believe in FaZe. I'll never not believe in Kerrigan. But
I think that's the right thing to say. Like, I believe in Kerrigan too. I've seen him do great things over the years, and I've seen him come from dire situations and find ways to still make them work.
On the end of my ending of how beautiful Kerrigan is as a player, I'm going to be very upset with you, Josh.
I'm not. You know, I think a lot of people are out on Kerrigan and hope that he's one of the people that get changed, and I actually wouldn't mind him sticking around. You know, I think the question will be, does he want to? A. B, does he want to stick around as a player, or is it time to move to a coaching role? And I think those are some of the things that maybe he'll have to kind of think and consider. But I do think that, look, if we're looking at the most minimalist way to change it, if they want to keep the VRS core, then I think the 3 to keep would be Kerrigan as your in-game leader, because we know how tough those are to find. And then Twist and Frozen are fantastic pieces, but you got to hope that Frozen wants to stay is kind of the big problem, because I think that he might want out, right?
Also figure out Twist's form, because this year it has been horrible, right? It's not been what this guy expects from himself and everyone expects from him, right? So without him, it was just Frozen this year. Brokey being super inconsistent, Jacob back to his like pre-major form altogether, looking pretty rough. Obviously, they can also make changes incrementally, maybe change 2 and then change another guy after a month or whatever to keep that VRS going, right? But it's overall just a very dire situation. I think they should start looking as soon as possible because you want to make the moves before a G2 is making moves, before Falcons are making moves, because you're not anymore that attractive location for up-and-coming players.
Especially since you've already let people like Fuzi go by, you let Senzu get loaned out to Passion UA, like you've let the big names go, so like they got to work quick.
There's no point in beating a dead horse, to be fair. Be nice online today, because I think this was a big one, and these are superstar players. I assure you they're feeling this a lot more than you ever will. We're going to take a break. When we return, PARIVISION playing up against FUT.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
You're watching PGL Bucharest. We're moving to the last game of the day here on the A stream, and it is a banger. PARIVISION up against FUT. I am looking forward to this one. At the beginning of the year, lots of question marks around FUT, but if you were following the Tier 2 scene, even when they were Na'Vi Academy, everyone spoke so highly of what this team was capable of, the incredible firepower they brought to the table. They come into Cluj, they were a replacement team, and they do this like magical run that we all thoroughly enjoyed. And since then, it just feels like they've consistently got better. They're super fun to watch, and they're knocking on the door of the top teams in Tier 1, kind of making themselves known that give them a little bit more time and they're coming for you.
Yeah, I mean, something that's under the radar is that this team qualified for the major, their first major together. Like, they are not there in Budapest last year, right? And these results just coming off of CAC late last year, then getting invited into Bounty, then coming as a replacement in Krakow, and in Cluj, and then the fourth and Pro League. And they just avoided all of this drama that teams like FaZe had to go through with a few key wins over really good opposition.
Yeah, I mean, since we're making Mouse Sports comparisons before, this is the better one, right? Because Mouse Sports built themselves off of their academy system, Mouse and XT.
I was like, where are you going with
Come on,
this?
give me a second. I'm getting there.
European Mouse.
So obviously, you know, they obviously went from their academy system. They brought in, you know, Zersh, and they brought in Torzi, they brought in Jimmy, and they were able to eventually build themselves up into not just a feeder team like Mouse Sports used to be, selling players off or losing their talent elsewhere. They were able to finally build something solid. And so FUT, coming from the Navi Junior system, were able to come over to this organization, bring in Lox to replace Makaze, who obviously stayed and played with the Navi main team. And as you noted, CAC was kind of probably where they first got notoriety because they beat FaZe in a couple of games and had a 5th, 6th place finish. But, you know, this year, while they haven't made many playoffs, they've been getting some really good wins. Like, you know, you look at the win they got against Aurora at Cluj, or the one they got against Furia over at Krakow. And then you look at EPL, they beat Mouse Sports. They had a 4th place finish. Like, they're slowly building themselves up to being a really, you know, fun team that actually can do some damage.
What do we like about them?
I mean, I think why people are excited about them is their playstyle. Obviously, they're new young players, so kind of unknown, not high expectations on them. But when they are on the server, most of the times the games are very exciting. They're fast. They go for fights, and they make the games. Even the games that they lose are close. We'll be talking about the one that they had against PARIVISION earlier in the year. That one's just a highlight machine of a best of 3, right? And when you have games like that, then obviously there's something to enjoy. And kind of what we're getting at here is like, this is a team of players that will be in your favorite team in 6, 12 months, 18 months or whatever, or they'll stick together and this will be your favorite team. There already are quite a few people out there enjoying them. They're kind of the hipster pick, I feel like, on like the CS Twitter out there. People are like, you know, I don't like Mouse, they have no aura, but these guys, you know, Lonks gets fired up. They Kraben, he picks up a scout and aces for no reason, and stuff like this is something you can get behind.
How do they measure up against PARIVISION?
Just a very different team. You know, PARIVISION obviously is a squad that's kind of built more on a very structured and disciplined system. They're not as fiery with their explosive play style. They can do some fast plays, but they're more known for kind of wearing you down, taking it slow, and just playing very smart, disciplined Counter-Strike on the T side, slowly building up rounds. And then on the CT side, they're known for their gamble stacks and, you know, hedging bets and things of that nature. Whereas, you know, FUT is just that team that gets in your face right away. And it kind of starts with Krabini. I mean, Krabini is a very aggressive in-game leader as far as being also an entry fragger on top of leading, but he's also one of the better fragging IGLs in the world.
Pretty solid.
I mean, I think that he's one of the ones that really goes up there, and, you know, when him and Lonks come together, they just really create a lot of space. And so we basically have 2 in-game leaders who are very capable of fragging, but in 2 very different ways, right? We've already mentioned Krabini's aggressive rifling and some of the star CT positions as well that he plays with the rifle. But then you have James, who's just that steady opper, right? The guy who plays and hits the easy shots, he plays the smart angles, and he makes his presence known on the server, particularly defensively, while also calling really good Counter-Strike in its own right, but in a much different way than Krabini does. So it's really fun to kind of see the dichotomy of these 2 players.
Who do you think wins out in this duel when you take a look at those 2?
Well, I mean, we saw them earlier in the year, and it was at Cluj. As I said, that game was insane. Like, you know, big comebacks, overtimes, pretty much anyone or everyone on the server had a highlight moment, a 3K here or there. Belchanok was really, really good in that one's way as well. Then on the other side, Lonks was so inspired. He really wanted that playoff appearance. Didn't really happen for them. PARIVISION ended up going all the way to the final. Symmetry as well was insane, and he's the guy that I'm not really sure of. Like at some games earlier in this tournament as well, he was looking very solid, but other games I feel like he's not really making the difference with the op. So that's one of the players that they'll definitely need if they have Jame on the other side, that you kind of know what you're getting from.
How important is the veto going to be in this matchup, Dust?
It's interesting because, like, they get to take out the strengths of their opponent really well. Like, we obviously know how good PARIVISION are in Inferno. FUT's not going to let them have it, just like, you know, PARIVISION's not going to let them have Nuke. So then it really kind of comes down to, you know, some weird middle ground maps. You know, the Dust 2 pick from PARIVISION, I think, makes a lot of sense. I think a Mirage pick would probably make a good sense out of here from FUT, so you're going to get to play to your strengths, and Mirage has been a vulnerability, if we're honest, for PARIVISION, one of the few maps that they haven't been able to really figure out just yet. So it kind of breaks down in a fun way where they do kind of have opposing map pools.
Yeah, I mean, this was how it went the last time around. Dust 2, Mirage, and then Ancient as the decider. Let's just see if there's going to be any changes. I don't really expect it, no. So it's the same maps, and it's maps that, both teams we saw a lot of on this. I think for me, an interesting player for FUT is Demon, someone that when they broke out last year at CAC looked insane. And this year it seems to be a bit in the shadow of Lonks, who is taking more of the opening entry duels, and Demon is kind of like on the sides, and I don't feel like he is just shining or finding the spotlight that much. Obviously still a strong player, but what he was doing last year was just running into a bomb site and destroying 3 people out of nowhere. And I haven't really seen that much from him this year.
Yeah, I mean, Demon was one of the ones that people had a lot of things to say about. And it was because he was just like a fun rifler. Like, he's an anchor on the CT side that was very efficient in playing that role. And then he was kind of a flex rifler on the T side, where he plays a lot of extremity positions, but he was a really good trade fragger behind Kerbini and behind Lonks, and was really able to, give a lot of firepower to them. But now, it's kind of been others who have kind of stepped up and got it done. And really with Dust 2 coming up, I'm just excited for it, because this was the map that went into 2 overtimes whenever they played against each other at Cluj-Napoca. And it's a map that PARIVISION are very strong on, but I mean, FUT really brought them a nice fight, that one, so I hope to see it again.
Do you know what worries me, though? This is Dustin and James. Like, I have no doubt after that matchup, I think they do this with all their matchups, like, they all go back to their little team house, and then the whole team has to sit, and Dustin and James for the next 3 hours are going to break down every tiny micro mistake you made so that it doesn't happen again. And I worry in this particular matchup that PARIVISION would have done just that, and then have gone on to play some bigger teams, meaning coming into this, they're going to be stronger than what they were at Cluj.
It's very possible. It's just, I think with FUT, you don't have an easy weakness to exploit that other teams have. I think the anchoring of Jugs and Demon is very, very good. And then Lonks and Kerbini are very good rotators. You have mentioned that Cemetery at times can have struggles with the AWP, and so that is something to certainly keep an eye upon. But I just feel like FUT are a pretty well-balanced squad, and so there's no like glaring, gap that I feel like, PARIVISION can exploit. But PARIVISION are just so good at playing a very dynamic and diverse T side. They can really change it up quite a lot. So for me, it's just more about, them having more of a deep playbook and playing their own game than necessarily trying to anti-strat their opponent.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like Zwei on Dust 2, especially on the CT side, the way he plays long. I think if he's alone or if there's support there, it seems like whatever happens, he always either gets a multi-kill or just takes control, be it early or late round. I think that gives a lot of freedom for James to play around with the rest of the CT side, to stack on short or do some mid to B lockdowns and stuff like that, or even Zwei to activate with a long lurk. I think that's a part of PARIVISION's game on Dust 2 that's super strong, and it just shows Zwei, the Zwei that we didn't see in Spirit, when he has a bit more freedom to do stuff, when it's not like, oh, if you make a mistake, it's the end of the world, but it's more like you go with instinct when you feel the space is there. He just has like a really good, mechanically he's really good, and then can actually turn the round around for your team.
A couple of years ago, I got into a little bit of trouble for discussing the balls of a Danish IGL. Wasn't Huxi at that time.
Which IGL was it, Sam?
I mean, I told Katie, and he didn't have balls to his face. But Dinko, you had to throw
That's
that line
a pair of balls you
there.
can talk about.
Yeah. Now we can talk about James. That's right there. So,
I've made so many mistakes in my career.
Over to you, Jason.
Okay, yes, James. Great IGL. No joke. I saw that. I don't know if you guys saw that clip that the PARIVISION released from the 1v5 of Zaiwu.
Yeah.
Actually, I think James handled that like a goddamn legend. That was so cool seeing the way like he reacted to like how devastating that could be. Like, guys, Distan told us Zaiwu was going to punish us if we made mistakes. That was this round. It can't get any worse. So everyone shape up. So I'm super impressed with the level of control and kind of leadership that James has over this team. Obviously, that's not any kind of a secret. It just, the more and more that gets revealed, the more and more it's kind of like, oh, this is awesome.
yeah. I heard Dust wanting a second right there, so maybe we'll get that from him. We'll get a new segment.
It was the balls talk,
Yeah, it really gets him going. All right, PARIVISION versus FUT. We'll get into this one. Dust 2 fights are happening straight away. Now, this is literally the two teams with two very different philosophies ways on how to play Counter-Strike, and I love it. So FUT are already completely in the tunnels. Like, they're completely in the tunnels already. Like, what is happening here?
Are you going to challenge us?
PARIVISION's like,
balls in your court, James.
Yeah. Interesting. So we're gonna actually back away from B. They're in the tunnels. So let's just go back. We'll reset.
This is cool, yeah. But here's the next layer of this that FUT have to figure out: is how long do you stay in this setup? Like you can see, like by the information that there was that like mass push into upper. We've already watched James kind of walk out long, realizing that resources are on the other side of the map. He's got a chance. This is clear. And still, FUT haven't budged. So how do they want to play the mid round with so many players in upper tunnels?
As it pushes his way into the tunnels, Krobeni dropping him on the Jewel Berettas. And FUT are in a situation where they are loving this because Demon has just got another 2 through the smoke. Shello doing what he can. He's pulled 2 kills back, but still a very difficult round ahead of them.
Ooh.
They're completely split up. And James, an unpredicted move from Cemetery. He will fall. And leaving a really important fight to fall in the favor of Shello at short. How has this happened? Laux is all alone, 1v2 all of a sudden.
That's what I was saying, is you've got a cool start to the round by taking control of halls, but that's a lot of resources in that part of the map, and all of a sudden PARIVISION has kind of schooled you elsewhere.
Laux getting close. There's a flick down from James. That is wild that they win that pistol round.
Because you lose track of the rest of the map, right? And as you're reacting, they never had information that James was out long. So as they're reacting to the mid presence of the double kill from Jello to go step towards short, they're not paying attention to that because they don't realize that someone's actually gotten out. Just a detail that's missed, and James able to clean up a free one, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, 2-on-2. This is a 2v5 conversion. If you're FUT, kind of pissed off right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd be very annoyed, but you can obviously fix that by winning a second round here.
True.
Man, we know Krobeni on Dust 2 with the scout, what he can do with that.
Yeah, that ace was a weird thing, wasn't it?
It was never seen before, really.
One of the more wild scout clips we've had in
was it you that said it felt like one of those random god clips you'll find on Reddit? That like a matchmaking game, but it actually happened in a professional game in the playoffs.
It'll happen.
And it's insane. So hoping for something similar here from Krobeni. There's 3-man setup over on that B-bomb site.
Putting all your eggs in the scout basket.
Yeah. I mean, it was Easter, so.
True.
Let's see what they can do about this. FUT really hoping that PARIVISION come into the B-bomb site. But that ain't happening. Going towards Demon at short. They're going to block out with the smoke.
Yeah, just trying to stall it out for as long as possible. They're obviously never going to be able to block him off for the whole round, but maybe see if you can buy some time to give a teammate maybe grab one cheeky kill before the exec begins. But as we can see, FUT stacked up at the B-bomb site, really relying on the finishing move being heading in this direction, and they're wrong, but they are heading at the Krobeni scout.
Yes, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Krobeni landing the first shot, but don't worry.
He's going to hit everyone from here.
They're scared of it.
It's already passed. No, they've already snuck one past the line. They don't care about him at all. You know, like they're like, okay, you're already there planting the bomb. We don't need to fight you.
Yeah, we actually don't need to walk out short at all. So bomb is planted. Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for that, obviously Krobeni would have won that round. So just an unfortunate scenario.
It's also one of the things PARIVISION is just kind of known for, right? It's one of the great positives that we always talk about with them is just fundamentally, like this is one of those teams that's just like have min-maxed every part of this, and James and Distan have passed that all down the line to the new guys who have joined up in the roster, and it's a matter of like, yeah, this fight you have a huge advantage. Like you probably win 9 out of 10 times, but we don't need it to win the round. So why even give the 10% a chance?
True. I think the one thing that really disappoints me about PARIVISION is that James said he was going to get a new haircut, and he hasn't done that, Jason. He's just lied to us all.
Did he? Oh yeah, he did ask for like some haircut advice.
Yeah. He just hasn't changed it at all.
Well, he can always hit me up. I've got some tips.
Yeah, I reckon he can rock that look, you know.
He probably could.
He definitely could. As long as you have the beard. You know, you can kind of rock anything.
Yeah? The James beard is just universal?
No, just any beard.
Any beard.
Yeah.
It's good news for me.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, very slow round from PARIVISION, as we all know and love, but just being cautious in the anti-eco. Staying grouped up out towards longs, where the AK can have maximum impact against the pistols. And we've been seeing this kind of anti-eco meta play out on Dust 2 for months now. Everyone knows what's happening. Defense shifting over. They've cleared out tunnels, but there's just nothing you can do to stop it. So 3-2-0 for PARIVISION. But we're going to get FUT having their first gun round moving forward.
I wonder if Prof has any fun facts for us in the next segment. You know, I've been enjoying that.
I bet now that, you know, Prof, he's giving you some homework. You know, you can't just sit there and relax in the green room.
No.
Time to look some things up.
Give us a fun fact. Maybe about FUT. Some FUT fun facts.
Some FUT facts?
Yeah. That's your wheelhouse, Prof.
All right, Symmetry's got the op. I heard the desk talking about Symmetry, some of the inconsistencies, but one thing you can't ever deny is the guy's fast.
Yeah, and his peak is super high.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy shots come out of him. So let's see what this op can do on the CT side if he can get FUT started in the first gun round.
Dude, it was on the CT side of Dust 2 where Symmetry pulled that comeback against MOUZ in the playoffs as well. He has the ability to take over the server, and we've seen it on this very map.
All right, well, Laux is going to be the first contact and lower. You do have Krabeni up at short, who might just take a few bullets and try and take attention away, but good Molotov from top mid means Laux has to give it up, and that aggressive, disrupting setup has to be given away. So the defense backs off, a little bit more passive, lean towards the B bomb site, as that supportive element, Laux, who's just meant to be everywhere on the map that's being attacked, is leaning in mid.
Well, Molotov up through short. And they've got that catwalk control. We go under a minute on the clock. Got the hold here over on the B bomb site.
It looks like it's going to finish as a mid to B split. We've seen the Dust 2 from PARIVISION a number of times, so keep your eye. Usually when they do this, they've had a number of times Nota begin the attack from middle, rather than letting the B players be the main thrust. This time, they've changed up that timing a little bit.
Jukes and Symmetry alongside Laux. It is one hell of a shutdown here. PARIVISION getting absolutely wrecked. So that's the first buy round here for FUT, and it's a great look.
Yeah, really nice one. I mean, just completely shut down. Timed out, coming, kind of executing through a smoke. Good setup. 3 defenders at the B bomb site. Really, really good from FUT. So James holding just to try and keep this op alive. He knows at least one's going to investigate. The jiggle peaks don't work out, but now you've got to survive for 10 more seconds. There's not a whole lot of motivation to hunt this. The money from FUT isn't there, so they'll just be content, I think, to let him save. 3-1. And critically out of this first victory, 4 players are alive. So money doesn't get dinged up too bad. You can drop an M4 over to Demon, and it's no harm, no foul. Round 5 coming in. PARIVISION encounter their first difficulty. James still has the AWP, $0 beneath this buy for him. You've actually still got a healthy amount of money on the rest of the 4 players with the AK-47, so all's good in the PARIVISION camp at the moment. I believe yesterday on Dust 2, James got 2, maybe 3 kills on the cross to open up rounds. He was on point with it, so we'll see today. Actually, I think the Dust 2 game they played the other day was against, was it Legacy on day 1? This was the map James just took over. Mid control now with utility. Aggressive stance at long for Demon. Laux going to back away from short. He's got, or excuse me, Symmetry going to back away from short. He's got Krabeni with him. And the 2 B defenders. No one home in middle, so Jello, as he's kind of peeking and prodded, is calling that out. It's all clear.
Well, Krabeni can obviously hear the steps here of James. He's right beside him, hearing him throw out utility. Krabeni waiting for that smoke fade. And as he's waiting, James has moved off. We've got Symmetry holding the long attack. Nota walking out into the open. Symmetry's dropped him in a second kill as well, this time on Belchenok. Laux falls to James' hands. Way also going down. Finally, Krabeni strikes forward, trying to deal with James, but he's lost him. The elusive James hits the shot, but it's through the wall, and that is the bomb. So they have to come to Krabeni, who picks up the AWP for this. He gets his back safe as he gets through the doors. He's moving towards the B bomb site. He's making the right call.
Excuse me, I'm crazy. It's not the bomb. Bomb's on Jello.
Yeah, I just spotted that.
Yeah, which is rotating through the B tunnels right now, but Krabeni is in position to stop this with the AWP outside the B bomb site.
Yeah, they're coming in, and Krebeni's got that kill. Now looking for it. Down to a 1v1. Shello has to commit to the plant. Utility's too deep. Krebeni goes forward, trying to deny it, and oh my god, Shello, he decides to fight, and he wins it.
Yeah, well, he knew. He knew if that Krebeni, when he jumps down, he spots him in the window, and he knew if Krebeni's going to be there, he can't back up into the Molotov, so he knows the fight is going to be available. Valiant attempt with the AWP, and essentially the 1v3 finding Jame in mid. It's one that slips away entirely from FUT. Felt like Symmetry was going to gain control of Long, was actually going to control that after the second kill, the second shot, but man, did it collapse elsewhere. Those PARIVISION lurkers, Jame in middle, one player at the B bomb site, both of them effective.
Smoke misses like the hinge position, but
still fills it up.
Effective.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it goes tall enough.
We take those. 3 M4s defending short. In the open, standing and ready and hoping for a fight.
Yeah, they're always looking for a fight, FUT. Always willing to brawl. And Demon comes out on top of the opening kill. They're going to see some numbers committed short, which does give the information to Belchenok that you can feel a bit more free in terms of taking long and taking some liberties here. So moving up, look how much space he's got.
Demon can't die. Demon can't fall back. They're dead. They don't even realize it. They don't realize how dead they are until just now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great reaction and decisiveness from PARIVISION. Once you get that information on the peak at short, they see how many players are there, you move into long so quickly and take so much space that FUT just aren't aware of how much ground you've gained.
All right, well, it's all going to come down to this long flank. You've got Jame with the AWP over at Car. They're going to come right through the Molotov, extinguishing it. He's got the angle. He's got the first kill.
Yeah, there's the spray from Lox. He's actually got 2. Oh my god, okay. Jame is all of a sudden left in a 1v2. And he's at the side of the smoke. He's wrapped around. He's left the position. Very sneaky, just about spotted. He's going to be tagged and moving into the site, spraying him down. Demon delivers in this round, and there's the yells coming out of Jugs. Alongside Lox. And FUT can be happy about that because it looked like PARIVISION had done enough to win that quite decisively towards the end.
Yeah, it felt unlikely for FUT to turn that in their favor. A great round from Demon. The fortunate double spray down from Lonks as well to get them back into things. There's the opening kill provided, but it's almost like PARIVISION, they're using the power of FUT against him in this round to a certain extent. Sorry, not a fortunate, just lined up at long. They probably thought Jame was going to be able to provide a little bit more cover. But that's the second time. Remember the pistol round too, like all the resources in one position, and Jame is finding the weak spot to attack. So you're taking that aggressive stance that was initially successful on short, recognizing it, and then using the fact that they want to hold on to short to just kind of creep up long quietly. Completely subverting the defense, but just an excellent retake individually from Lonks and Demon. 4-2. And with that loss, money is just so bruised up for PARIVISION that they can't really invest in any rifles, so they drop down to Tech 9s, a light buy, pistols and armor, a little bit of utility.
Yeah, Tech 9s can still be potent. It just depends on where they're placed. Here we go. Catching the util, falls off again. And nope, this time it doesn't.
Not so much.
All right, missing that smoke over and over now, PARIVISION, and the AWPer's gonna love that.
Yeah, well, you turn that corner, you get picked off by the AWP. I mean, if you're gonna make this mistake and catch it in this round, it might as well be one with you of Tech 9s, but that's gonna be frustrating as they call it out.
There it goes to the back of Xbox. Shello losing a bit of health. There's a swing. Blinded, Symmetry under pressure. Tech 9's running at him, pulls out the USP. Gets a second kill, needs to get behind the box, can't do it, had no support, so does well to get a second kill. Here comes the rifle through the CT smoke. Krebeni cleaning up, get that all up into your hands again and get it into the next round.
All right, well, let's see if this is FUT with these 3 rounds in a row, if this is them kind of planting their feet and getting this defense going. Looking good so far. Nice clean round. They've had a couple clean wins that are letting them build up economy, which is great considering they just took away all of PARIVISION's. Another buy coming in from the T side. AKs across the board. James going to have his AWP.
No, we were talking about earlier. We had the discussion earlier about PARIVISION being favorites to the tournament. MongolZ being in that conversation. Then we mentioned Astralis. And where did FUT fall on that? You know, like this is a team who were knocking at the door of making it into the playoffs, event after event to start the year. Finally did it at Pro League, made it to the semi-finals. You know, where do we place FUT in the hierarchy of this competition?
I think FUT's a team you're going to look at them and say this is one of the teams you'd say is going to be a playoff team, right? I think when we did this beforehand on the podcast, we did like there were like 6 teams, 5-6 teams. It felt like we're kind of quote unquote locks to make the playoffs that you'd expect to. FUT's one of them. In terms of winning the whole thing, shit, it would be incredible. You could see by the way that without any of like the crazy world beaters here, it's possible.
I mean, if they beat...
I mean, this might be a preview, right? They're playing the team that we're saying is probably the favorite to win this event right now.
And the playoffs will be in a studio. So it's not like you're going to go and have to deal with something new. The crowd, who obviously playing in front of it, didn't really faze them.
Not in Stockholm, was it? But it's a smaller crowd.
Smaller audience for sure, but no audience here, so... We'll see if that helps FUT as they move deeper into the competition. But right now, stabilizing on the CT side. And they've done damage as well to Shello early on. He's down to 6 HP.
I like this shift in the defense as well. We just saw Symmetry kind of move with the op out towards the long corner just for a moment. We saw them back off so that Krabeni could play towards railing, and Bombsight going to try and play behind his own smoke at the moment. But you've spread out so you can't get pinched as they have in some previous rounds. Actually, they're shifting a lot at the moment. Symmetry's now going to the long corner. Good kill from Krabeni. Better follow-up. Oh, no way you get 3 there. Out in the open, and nobody can trade you off. The round's done. Who cares about the shifting defense now? Krabeni's just shut down the attack. No chance for PARIVISION.
No, and very little chance for James to get away, but there's one thing he'll manage to pull off. It's a save, and he survives on 1 HP. They get around the corner. So big save there from James, getting away from that somehow.
Big round from Krabeni. I mean, just man, this A defense with the amount of movement at times, it just feels like it's a little bit scary, a little bit on the edge. Watching them potentially putting themselves in a situation where they can be split and pinched from 2 different sides. But the Krabeni triple kill takes care of everything. That's beautiful. In the open. 1 by 1 they come, and 1 by 1 they get knocked down. We're all tied up at 4.
I mean, that's the great thing about FUT is their in-game leader is such a great fragging player. You know, like throughout the stages of Pro League as well, he was the highest performing player in group stages. He's got some big moments, but not in this round. He ends up fumbling a little bit there. Hands busy with nades, getting caught by Shello, hunts him down.
Yeah, he was very confident that nobody had made it up and turned that corner. And I mean, even when the Molotov missed, you're kind of sat there like, okay, well, be careful. You have to realize that's missed the mark a little bit. They get past him, so now this A defense, it's under a lot of pressure at the moment. Demon at long. Actually, Symmetry coming back to the corner to help him out as well. This could be massive. All of PARIVISION is here.
Okay, Collateral has just ended the round, so no way you can get away from this one. Sway is going to die as well. Everybody falling here for PARIVISION. That round felt way too easy.
A lot of pistols, a lot of unarmored players. You drop the bomb immediately. It was only really that op and 1 AK they had to play with, but yeah. I would have liked to have gotten 1 pick if you were PARIVISION. Just Symmetry makes the perfect read, the perfect call to slide back towards long at just the right moment. And James probably a little bit distracted with Noda going back and forth in front of his scope as well.
Yeah, pause needed. It's going to be a tech issue here. So you've only got a Galil SMG and a bunch of pistols going into this next round for PARIVISION, so FUT are going to extend their lead most likely. Obviously, you can never count out a round like this, but most likely we're looking at 6-4 already for FUT on the CT side. They're going to be feeling great about that.
Yeah, PARIVISION's map pick as well. And they've hit a little bit of a rut here, haven't been able to shake themselves out of it. In the 4 rounds they won early on, felt like they were having right reads, were moving around the map, were kind of countering the things FUT were doing. They were taking their aggressive, disruptive stances and kind of using them against them by going where there's less resources. James did a very good job, but now things have started to slow down a little bit due to some of the play from Krabeni, from Symmetry.
Yeah. FUT, they're running this tournament. Inner Circle in the opening, NRG in the follow-up. And the way they handled NRG was very impressive. And It's good to see a team as new and as fresh as FUT be able to comprehensively defeat opponents they should be.
Uh-oh.
And right now, they deal with the threat of a B rush, and they're dealing with it. So Jukes is taking 2 away. He'll hold behind the car and get a 3rd kill. A couple of missed shots here from Symmetry. Really could have ended this round already.
It's all right, you know, just it happens. That's just a rough round. That's what we'll go with.
It's a good thing Jukes got 3.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Put it that way.
It's a good thing Jukes got the first 2. That's for damn sure.
Well, the bomb planted shouldn't be any way to win the round, but on bomb plant and further damage would be fantastic here for PARIVISION. Just set themselves up for the retake. Those getting aggressive. Teammates spammed it through the door. And yeah, FUT come in, make that retake look simple.
Oh, that's stupid. Well done, Demon. 6-4, 2-round lead. FUT taking control of this map. It's built up into a streak. 5 in a row. 6 of the last 7 have been won by FUT as well. They've just really cranked it up in this stretch of the half. And PARIVISION's getting left in the dust. Another buy comes in. Jame with the op, 4 AKs around it. Another good one for PARIVISION. Still with a chance to tie things up before we switch sides here on Dust 2. Mirage is going to be the second map of the series. Got some of the old classics in back-to-back.
Well, quickly out long. Belchinok, Nota. How quick they are to long corner with that smoke. Oh, Lonk's going for the push. Mr. Shello is waiting for him, though. Should be a kill, no issue. You know, the high ground is favored.
Another 4v5 for FUT. 3 players going to start pushing short. Jugs is kind of hovering between the B bomb site and middle, just being kept honest. His teammates are telling him, we kind of have mid. We kind of information here at the very least. You should be good for a while. Meanwhile, Kerbeni playing at the A bomb site is just repeatedly smoking out towards long to delay any kind of progression or any kind of play coming from that part of the map to buy time for this mid setup to have an impact for FUT. And Jug still hasn't moved at all.
Demon flashes out, going for a lineup and just gets nothing from it. Important kill there from Jame. Furthering the advantages of PARIVISION in this round. Kerbeni once again required to go big. Not wanting to overexpose himself to that AWP. Belchinok, good positioning to just slightly jiggle out and take that fight. Symmetry getting into the smoke. We need a nuclear performance from this AWP. Smoke break though, and yeah, he's just immediately revealed to so many opponents.
That's a crappy feeling. Well, there were a couple opportunities to make this round interesting, right? It was always going to be tough in the 4v5, but the flash peek from Demon, he kind of just, I think his brain just kind of got stuck, not deciding which target to aim at, and kind of shot between 2 players who were blinded. Kerbeni had a chance at 1 on top of the boxes as well, and just every opportunity just went against FUT in the round. So PARIVISION creep it closer together, closer to that tie scoreline, 5-6. And just as a little surprise treat for the final round of the first half, FUT have broke into the double op setup. Symmetry with 1, Lonks with the other. PARIVISION hadn't had to deal with this yet. Jame has the first. That's Symmetry. Another 5-on-4 for PARIVISION, but evened out quickly. Just a brawl in middle, and Jame is the one who takes the worst of the damage. 90 HP gone by spam through the door and utility. So 3 players from PARIVISION huddle up in safety in lower tunnels. Belchinok is going to start scaling up short as the smoke just begins to fade. Lounx Alp is going to get tested as well. He'll have a real chance, the secondary Alper.
Missed shot. Goes between them. Demon to ascend up to the top of the box as Lonks has been caught by Jame, who is finding kill after kill now, really coming into his own. 12-in-5 performance from him right now. Good turn from Nota. PARIVISION level up towards the end of this half, looking so sharp and almost dominant in the last couple of rounds here. And further impact from Jame on Dust 2 on the AWPing duties. He will be taken out by Krebeni, who has a 1v4 ahead of him. Drops it down to a 1v2, trying to gather information. They've doubled up together. He does spot his target. Krebeni looking for the next fight. Knows what he's up against, but trying to deal with it is a different problem altogether. And Zwei will confirm the kill and a tight game between PARIVISION and FUT in this first half.
Yeah, got to be a little bit of a bummer for FUT. Those last 2 rounds of the half, especially, just both of them being 4 and 5s. You know, after such a nice stretch where you looked so dominant on the CT side, started giving up a couple early kills. The Lounks push in towards lower, then Symmetry's push on short. That was caught by Jame. Both of those make just such difficult rounds. With the pacing of PARIVISION, with the way Jame calls those T sides, playing 4v5 against him is so difficult. So a nice recovery right at the tail end of the half. PARIVISION, they won 4 early. Those last 2 add 6 to the tally to tie things up as we switch sides. It's going to be PARIVISION's defense now as they look to close out their own map pick. Jame with 13 kills for PARIVISION, Jello with 11. On the other side, it's Krebeni with 11 kills and Demon with 9 to lead the way for the FUT side. Last words from the coaches. Fist bumps are out because pistol round is coming in. Freeze time underway. And we're going to get this started. Tie ball game. And if you're just tuning in, another of the 2-0 matches in the Swiss round 3. So winner advances to playoffs. The loser fights again another day to see if they can qualify. Nobody's going home. Not yet.
Not yet, but there will be teams going home. Well, FaZe, for example, which was very...
Too soon?
Yeah, very soon. Very sad to see.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it actually is though. Again, in a you know, FaZe is the most entertaining team in Counter-Strike history, and yeah, it's just sad to see how it's gone. But we'll see how the future goes. Let's piss around. Demon with 1, and we've got Nota and Zwei taking a couple of kills between them.
Yeah, that's very costly to go get that kill on Jame. Definitely not worth. None of the Glocks like peeking left whatsoever. Everyone kind of focused on Jame inside the pit. This P250 has to win the fight. So far it hasn't. Lounks is able to get one. Symmetry, 4 bullets. He wants to challenge. There's the dualies. And now Jukes just has to move up. And he gets dropped cold.
And Lounks is going to walk away. Pins himself into the corner. And this pistol round not going the way of FUT, so PARIVISION will start to continue the run of rounds that they've set themselves up with. Felt like FUT were going to run away with that first half, and the switch was turned on by PARIVISION.
Yeah, it's been a really cool recovery, seeing them get back to what netted them that strong start of a 4-1 opening on Dust 2. It's been cool seeing them get back to that level of play. 30 seconds. Lounks is just hoping somebody pushes into him to give him a free kill before he eventually progresses. Hoping eventually that maybe it opens up the A bomb site a little bit more space, but he probably, you know, realizes that he's most likely boxed in. And Dolshanok is going to start closing that gap now. And really, there's just no time.
And he's caught by Dolshanok. Finally finished off. And PARIVISION looking pretty comfortable and composed at the moment. It's now on FUT to once again fight their way back into this game. Now their T side is going to bring some speed to it, but you need to start getting those guns out, which will be delayed with the way this half has started.
All right, well, low pistol buy from FUT, but we know they like to get pretty aggressive at times. That can always catch someone off guard.
Get frisky with the Tech 9s and Mac 10s.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit longer. As 2 players head out towards long, including the bomb, other 3 players going to come in through lower tunnels and take control of middle. We'll see if they decide to meet up or if this is going to be attempted split. There's a lot of utility. Krebeni's got everything. 4 smokes in total for this T side, and just waiting for that long smoke to clear so they can begin their strategy, their tactic.
Smoke for the CT cross. going to back up and start walking their way through short. Now, line of wait is noticed. That smoke fades away. Deagle's shot cracks open the bricks beside his head. Nota descends down to some safety, but only manages the 1 kill, which puts more pressure here on Zwei.
Uh-oh.
He's got a teammate that goes, so it should be no issue once he keeps his head down. And James does well to clean up the rest, so Zwei, good discipline not to break apart the strength of that crossfire.
Actually, he played it just so perfectly, and just never committing to a fight.
Switch rather, but yeah.
Even when he takes a dink, right? Like, the dink is actually the best thing that could have happened for Zwei, because that puts the bloodthirst in the T side to press the issue, and you're like, okay, he's weakened. We can actually overrun this bomb site, and you just get pulled right into James waiting M4. 2-round lead, and now FUT have to sit back with no investment after the loss in round 14. Just Deagles.
Yeah, so right now, PARIVISION going to be very happy. They're going to be up to 9 rounds before the first buy round here in the second half.
And James starting to heat up, man. He's got 16 kills now, 16 and 7, just doing great work.
Oh, there he is, taking the opening.
Another kill, looking for more. So Kerbeni's going to have a tough job to do to recover this. His team is going to be 3 rounds back going into their first gun round. He's got an opposing AWPer who's heating up and is quite a nuisance on this map and is looking for cheeky kills as we speak. He's got another one. Now, you probably won't see Jane this aggressive and this kind of frisky in gun rounds, but knowing he's up against pistols, there's such a low risk. Now he's got the information of both remaining players, and FUT just kind of toying with PARIVISION, begging them to make an overextension, begging them to make a move.
And it's all cleaned up. So 5 players up. PARIVISION's money in a really strong spot before this first gun round. And now all the pressure on FUT to start turning this round almost immediately.
Over on the B stream right now, interesting game. It's Voca taking on BC.Game. Now, that's about 1 map into the series. Would you like to know the score, Dinko?
I would.
Okay, if you don't want to hear the score, that if you go back and watch it for whatever reason, plug your ears, mute the stream. 13-10 victory for Voca.
Oh my. How are we living in this universe?
I know, it's getting weird, isn't it? It's getting crazy out there.
Simple as losing to Voca. Well, good for Voca.
Yeah, great for Voca.
American Counter-Strike is on the rise, Jason.
Well, let's not go too far.
It is, though.
Sure.
It's not much of a rise, it's more of a jump, but it's that.
Uh-oh, here we go. Break it open. Okay, Lonks heard the nade coming in and wisely dropped down off the box. It's going to join up on short with Kerbeni, who's challenging behind the Molotov. It's Nota inside the site. Zwei out towards long for the moment. James focused on mid-double doors, so the AWP is out of play for the moment. None of that matters if FUT doesn't actually pull the trigger and get aggressive. Thought they might try and get a little peeky into the bomb site, but they're just going to wait for the moment. So Jugs turns into a little bit of a lurker in upper tunnels. He'll shift towards lower to guard Xbox at some point off this catwalk hit. Look at PARIVISION as well. They've taken a big risk by giving up long entirely. There's no lurker there, so it's going to work. But a crazy risk to take.
Just breaking those smokes open. Seeing a footer crossing. Here comes the second one as well. They thought they were safe to move now. Nota getting the information, communicating. He spots 2 players attempting to attack this A bomb site with 25 seconds left. Zwei waits with 1 flash up to the palm tree and straight into the peak. They are blind. They are destroyed. A single kill, though. Looked like he was going to get a second as Demon responds. Nota tries to keep his head down. Kerbeni on the hunt. And a retake required if PARIVISION want to go for this.
There's no way. There's no way. This is, of all the rounds, 3 players coming through CT spawn is basically impossible. So James going to pull him back. No sense in challenging, no sense in risking the weapons, and FUT gets a nice hard-fought round win off Catwalk to make sure PARIVISION don't just run away with this half. Immediately plant their flag in the second half. And a nice measured take as well, being defensive despite the smokes being broken open, despite flashbangs in the sky, not panicking at all. And eventually finding their way in. Good clearance on the rail as well, peeking all the way down. And now they have 7, just 2 rounds back. Plenty of money, only 1 player goes down. Same with PARIVISION. They've got cash as well to spend, so another full buy coming in from the CT side. FUT's not out of it just yet. A timeout is called as well from PARIVISION. As they talk things over, this is Destan trying to prevent any kind of a comeback, any kind of a sense that FUT is gaining momentum and gaining steam on this T side. So maybe a call, maybe a switch up, maybe just telling everyone to calm down, maybe a couple things he's noticed. I think in some of the Dust 2 we've seen at this event too, like one thing, like Jame is actually, I mean, this is the second time we've seen him kind of dominate a match on Dust 2. The other one he did was against Legacy. And in that game, he was going for a lot more like opening picks with the AWP than I think I've really ever seen him do in the past. He's not one of those operators that goes for the openings like too much, like especially aggressive ones. But here on Dust 2, he's had a couple of games where he's got real crazy. He's got the long spawn now. No one headed in this direction from FUT. No, at least not the challenge. But just so worried about the aggressive stances. It's very quiet. Smoke just goes out to double doors. Mistimed the flashbang, but nobody's home on short for PARIVISION, so no one there to punish Symmetry. And a good scale to get control of Xbox, now jumping up. There's Utility signaling the catwalk take. And PARIVISION out of this is leaning towards the B bomb site, saying, okay, last round you hit catwalk and you were successful, overran the bomb site. Now they're kind of trying to get a step ahead to saying, you're going to fake the catwalk hit and drop into mid to be split, and we're going to surprise you with 3 players here. See if that's what happens.
Well, they found success doing this in the last round. So here they go again. This time James AWP waiting for them. Decent reaction, just inaccurate, and then he gets overwhelmed by flashes and bullets, and they run over the top of this A site.
That's kind of a really cool take.
Yeah, very cool take, and it's so effective because not a single kill comes in from the defense, so FUT forced the save immediately out of PARIVISION.
They do hit a perfect timing on it, right? Zwei, who's the other rifler at that position, had just shifted into CT spawn, so he gets stuck behind the smoke, and then the drop down on him as well. It's possibly the worst timing for PARIVISION for FUT to actually pull the trigger. But you're starting to have some issues. Money's going to begin running low, even though you're saving 3. That's very nice, but in terms of your op, James going to have to spend some cash on that. And all of a sudden, this is creeping a little bit closer. 9-8 is the scoreline. FUT still very much in this map and still proving that they can take rounds away from PARIVISION on it.
Terrorists win.
"13 kills for Krebeni, the IGL, the captain of FUT, to lead the way. And out of that round victory, it's FUT who calls the timeout. So they have a conversation. Instead of kind of riding with this momentum of 2 rounds in a row and making PARIVISION kind of figure things out on the fly, they stall things out themselves right now to have a conversation. Maybe just trying to get on the same page moving forward. Maybe trying to get ahead of Jame and PARIVISION. Round 18 set to begin, and PARIVISION's back with their buy. There is Jame picking up the AWP yet again, down to $0 in the bank. He spent everything he's got. Still some cash left over on PARIVISION, so they're not out of the fight entirely if they lose this, but they might be missing some critical pieces. Trying to put a stop to this run before it gets any worse, and if FUT just keep winning until the economy is broken from PARIVISION, that just might be the critical mass they need to win. Doubled up on short for the defense. And there's great kills from Noda and Jame to get right back to the winning ways. 5-on-3 advantage out of the gate.
Well, I've got the mid control. That's the only thing going for FUT right now, and the strength of their last couple of rounds of being able to execute up through short with numbers. Just not available, but that is one way to pull a kill back. Great shot from Symmetry on the jump spotter.
Okay, do you just call it? Do you say that's the end point? We got the kill. This is the bomb site we have to finish at. We have to take the risk that it's going to be a 3-on-1 here at the B bomb site, showing like they want to move out middle. But even Symmetry actually sticking around to catch the lurks. But there's one coming from long.
Yeah, it's an AWP push. Jame realizing that there has to be some sort of maneuver from the CT side to alleviate the pressure. Belchanok, that is a terrible way to die. Looking into the wall, trying to find himself a good position for the late round, and you needed your B bomb site defender to do something. Belchanok gets nothing.
No more smoke, so they can't block off any more choke points. Demon and Jugs have to get set up in a perfect position to defend against this retake.
What a way to get back into the round here for FUT. Can they close it out though? Demon taking Jame down. Good trade from Sway, and they run over the top of Jugs. A real nice try from FUT to work that 3v5 back into their favor. They come close to doing it, but PARIVISION still prevail.
Also, you got to give credit over to Jame too. A nice, I'm not going to say reposition. He had that flank out towards long to get the upper at Xbox, and there's the assumption that it's possible he could actually come through tunnels. So you could see the player in the bomb site looking for the tunnels player. That's his responsibility to watch that in the crossfire and react to his teammates' contact, but can't react in time to stop the floodgate of retakes coming through the window. Close but no cigar for FUT in a tough round when they start 3 versus 5, almost bringing it back. Good double kill from Zwei. Still money though for the attack, so FUT's not out of it yet. Up in the hands of Symmetry. AKs for the other 4 players, cash behind those purchases as well. All right, well, mid control and Xbox control, nothing unusual. PARIVISION hasn't really challenged that too much outside of some catwalk setups. No one's really been at double doors, peeking it too much. Jame occasionally with the AWP. They've even managed to get short again throughout the half. They've been able to get that for free. And Belchanok just wanders into the open. Once again, just a death he takes, just kind of strolling across middle, not aware of the possibility of the AWPer, and same with Krebeni. Turns the corner without any kind of utility. So it all falls, our attention goes to long and Zwei.
Oh, Zwei looked like he was going to get a lineup of a multi-kill there, but just the one. Great trade from Demon. So 3v3, 40 seconds left. We still got that mid-fight to go down between Jukes and Jello, and it's going to work out here in the CT's favor. Well, Symmetry and Demon, a tough round ahead of them. They're completely split up, and that bomb is being spotted towards top middle. 25 seconds left. They know.
Ooh.
Okay,
this is
Demon.
a play.
Yeah, this is a play. It's worked out so well. Okay, Demon. Brilliant as he pushes through the smoke. And it puts it all on Jame to recover this round for PARIVISION. FUT have found a way.
He's got a really nice timing, and I don't think they're going to plant for short. They're going to plant for long, and Jame can actually, I don't think he can stop it, but he can get the kill after the plant. No, he can't. Just gets to the corner, but he's going to come for it. 1 versus 2. No kit on Jame, but 22 kills.
No utility, that's the problem as well, right? Like, he can't block the player
he just
at short. Yeah, he walks past the kid. He's got to move quickly, and there's no util to smoke the bomb or molly a player out. It's going to be so tough, and they're both peaking at the same time. Jame goes down, but what a release valve it is from Demon going through that smoke, making a hero play. And making it work.
God, that's such an incredible play. To find a double out of that, that's beautiful. The least expected eventuality that PARIVISION had. Jello had no clue that that was going to happen. And not able to react fast enough. I don't think Jame really, I mean, he probably wasn't even thinking about the kid at that point. We hovered over it at long. He's trying to stop the plant. He thinks he can turn that corner in time to maybe stop the plant, and he was a second late. Final timeout from PARIVISION. Excuse me, from FUT. Second timeout from FUT. I thought for sure that would have been PARIVISION, but FUT again out of a victory, want to talk some things over.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they figure out the money situation, I'd imagine, over for PARIVISION, right? And have a discussion on what you might expect to deal with coming into this, because if they assume that they've hurt the money, they would be correct. I mean, PARIVISION, the situation where...
It's a Jame-led team, right? So you're going to be saying, we've won 3 out of the last 4. They won a single one and then lost the next one, so the losing bonus got reset. So their cash is going to be hurt. We don't know exactly what it is, but just prepare for 1 to 2, prepare for buys.
Yeah, exactly. And so PARIVISION They're going to be stacking Long. Multiple players here. Longs just gets sent out with a Krebeni flashbang, and he's gone ahead and taken himself a couple. So that should be the round wrapped up, no problem. And that's going to be 10-10.
Yeah, how explosive at the point of attack is this team. Belshanox, he's had a stressful 3 rounds.
Yes, he
really
has.
Frustrating stretch of rounds.
I mean, there's just been multiple rounds here where PARIVISION get into a better spot early in the round, but there's some sort of playmaker or a kill that happens that somehow opens up the competition again. You know, if you think about a couple of rounds ago, they didn't win the round, but Symmetry's kill on that jump spotter at window opens up the opportunity to hit that B-bomb site and go for a round victory. And then the last round, Demon stepping through the smoke, getting a double kill. There's a lot of playmakers on the squad.
Absolutely. I would give a lot of that credit over to the FUT side of things, because that's just what they've been doing for the past few months. They got individuals who are just very good at finding impact. Lovely shot, nice and easy. James goes down last, and we're tied at 10. These teams going blow for blow. I mean, this map has really never been blown open by either one. It's been pretty close the whole way through. Very impressive, and PARIVISION now back to the bye. With a single heroic M4 in the previous round does nothing for them. So James does have his op, FAMAS, 2 M4s, and unfortunately Jello going to be stuck on the Deagle. Good way to get Demon out long fast. So you could tell PARIVISION wanted nothing to do with the fight. Once the utility was there, they don't have the weaponry, don't have the counter nades for it, so just giving it up. And early timings to be throwing the cross smoke over at long. They want to force the utility out right now so that in the later stages of the round, they don't have to be concerned about getting stalled out. It's tense, though. I mean, like, if you're PARIVISION, you know they took long. They threw the cross smoke. You just have no idea if they're still there, really. Like, they could have fallen away. They could be rotating all the way back to the B bomb site. So still there's no indication. A follow-up smoke, that too could still just be a fake. A nice block, though. That's a huge gap. Yeah, we'll get re-smoked before anyone crosses, so it's all good.
There's Jay.
That's the Opper.
Yeah, and that Symmetry knocked off his perch, so really important kill found. And then Sway also stepping out with a FAMAS. It's all crumbling here for FUT. Longs is gone, and such a crucial point of this game, a golden opportunity, and FUT are letting it slip away.
I don't think they gave enough potential. I don't think they made enough of noise to make PARIVISION feel like there was ever going to be another option but that long hit. This was the only thing they signaled throughout the entire round of gaining long control, right? Re-smoking cross a couple of times, never any pressure in mid, no one ever taking catwalk or throwing utility, no presence in B. And PARIVISION was just set up for this the entire round, prepared for it the entire round. And I think the extra benefit is James takes a shot just as a smoke pops at long. I don't even know if he like saw the target or just took a quick shot to stay alive, but he hit the Opper. Of all the people to hit, it's the guy who could have contained him from re-peeking.
Another piece of impact from James, and it pushes PARIVISION up to 11 rounds. They reclaim the lead of the game here on Dust 2. It's going to be a hard-fought victory for whoever.
See, look at the shot.
Comes out on top.
He sees the jump, so he went for it. That's fair play.
Shot from James. And then Zwei, obviously. Great round from him overall. That FAMAS doing some special work, picking up a 4K. I guess you can have that one, Jason. Did pretty well there.
Every once in a while, you know? Every once in a while it sings. On the back foot, 11-10.
Is that intentional?
Yeah, that one was.
Oh, Longs just coming up through the lower tunnels. Is going to Molotov up towards short. Krebeni starting to clear it. James has got a good angle here. Going to be mollied away.
Ooh, he almost...
Oh, yeah.
His own Molotov might have obscured his vision, but he was tunnel visioned on a James at the very least. Almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw CT in the open blind.
Balchanok now in a risky spot, but smokes up, and he's just going to start spamming down. He goes flying to the sky. Yep, piece of D, the demon has arrived. Shello inside of the site. Symmetry with a really important kill there, and they're in the bomb site. It's now 54 seconds left. The issue is for FUT, they've taken significant damage on Symmetry. Chug's also hit.
Ooh, here's the thing. This is a deep lurk smoke at the double doors. It's going to make them very nervous that someone's stepping through it, so nobody's actually gotten in a great position to watch for tunnels, which is where 2 players are coming in for this retake.
Definitely favoring PARIVISION there. Some utility left. 2 flashes, 1 molly. Where are they going to put it? Molotov to clear out Lonks, actually. It hasn't spread to him, though. Oh, that is massive, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that gap he's got. That sanctuary in the corner. Not forced to change up his position. Symmetry also nailing the shot, and James out of there. Get out of there. Go for the save. Carry the AWP over it. FUT Esports going to tie things up again. 11-11.
Yeah, beautiful. The Lonks is going to get down with a bomb. It's all good. He's happy about the win. Might be a little bit light on utility, could get a drop from a teammate. That's a lovely work from Symmetry. In the open, off angle, first kill, and as soon as that first kill comes out on the tunnels player, James dips. He knows how critical that AWP is and how unlikely that retake becomes, but issue for PARIVISION is just money. You've got the AWP, that's great. And we can see the buy, another from us, an MP7. This final stretch of this half has been PARIVISION just scraping together and battling back with what they can. Economically, they've been at a disadvantage for a number of rounds. And a knockout blow here from FUT, like, not going to say you get the default win, but you're at 12-11 and you got 1 chance with a huge advantage. $23 kills now for James. 18 for Zwei. 18 as well for Demon on the other side. And round 23 begins. This round is a huge swing round. There's only 2 rounds remaining, but whoever wins this one has such an economic advantage over the other team in the final round. It's going to be 1 team with pistols and 1 team with rifles, so let's see who gets it. Very important one. And it could dictate who takes the first map win.
Mid smoke thrown out. This one lands. FUT know it. Well, there's the break. And no one being detected from the nade break, so James is going to retreat back into spawn.
Oh, that Molotov misses its mark. Not exactly where he wanted it to land, but still swing behind it with a flashbang. So short control, at least to the boxes. Huge risk for PARIVISION with a 4-1 lead. James alone at the B bomb site looking mid. Back to the B entrance.
Oh, when there's a risk required, you can rely upon James time and time again to deliver. He's got 1 on Lonks, needs another. James getting pushed in the tunnels now, getting back, has a little bit of cover. Can James get another one? His teammates trying to race into position. Demon has taken 2 of them down though. A shot from James, finally overwhelmed by Krabeni, who runs on his blind side. And that plant is in. FUT fighting for the opening map point. It's Zwei who retreats and looking for a better weapon. The AWP is picked up off the battlefield, and they are going to fall away. There is no shot at winning this one. FUT are going to head to map point on Dust 2.
I was going to say, the only play they have is to grab the weapons off the ground and hope that it can do something for you in the next round, because this one's cooked. You're not retaking the B bomb site 2 on 3. Great work from Demon. Those 2 kills from CT spawn. Because you know what? Credit to James. He does exactly what's needed. Alone at the B bomb site. No one else even close by. Closest teammates are way over at A. Gets a kill in middle. Gets 1 more as they enter into the B bomb site. That's really all you could ask for. When the support is the first kills being taken out for PARIVISION, it's devastating. There's no one to assist James. So credit to Demon. Coming up middle, and when they feel stalled out by the AWP peeking window, he's just watching for the run through of the smoke. Or he's just spamming. Okay, over the top he spots him. Great shooting. He's been playing some deathmatch.
Definitely has. Definitely been playing a lot of deathmatch.
Okay, here's the advantage we talked about. Thankfully, with PARIVISION saving an AWP and an M4, it looks a lot better, because if it wasn't there, you'd be seeing a lot more SMGs. Tagged on the cross. What a shot from Symmetry.
Tell you something though, Jason. PARIVISION known for an overtime or 2.
That's a very good point. That's where they eat.
Good nade on Lonks. Chain to respond some of that initial damage. Oh, he is not having a good time here. Lonks peppered and shrapnel, but Cemetery has taken first blood here in round 24.
Huge luxury to have as well. I think if you're Lonks and now in a 5-on-4, you just kind of give things up and say, I'll be the flank watcher. I don't need to be. I'm not going to be the entry man. I'm not going to be a playmaker. I take kind of the crappy roles of just making sure you guys can't wrapped upon or flanked. This is going to be towards the B bomb site, and once again, PARIVISION out of position.
Yeah, Belchenok, he's going to walk through the smoke right into Lonks. Despite being low HP, he just takes Belchenok down, and it's all on Cello. Look how low he is. 8 HP, absolutely no shot at this. FUT Esports will be taking map number 1. Dust 2 will fall in their favor. PARIVISION's map pick going against them here. And FUT have got to be loving life. Mirage is up next. It's their home ground, the battlefield where they do their best work. And they could be looking at a 3-0 record in the group stages here at PGL Bucharest.
This young team, these up-and-comers, coming into Dust 2, beating PARIVISION, without a doubt one of the favorites for this competition on their map pick. What a boost of confidence that is for them. I know the series isn't done, they still have to close this out, but it puts them in a great position as they move to Mirage.
Absolutely. I mean, this is great. You know, the script kind of flipped this time. You know, last time around it was PARIVISION winning Dust 2 and double overtime. And the funny thing was it was 6-6 halves in that game, just like we saw in the first half of this game. The difference being is that PARIVISION started hot in both halves, rather, and FUT had to kind of play from behind, whereas it was a little bit more of an equal contest last time around throughout the course of each half. So got to give props to FUT for the resilience to come from behind on PARIVISION's home map. I mean, they're one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world. So to be able to take this one away from them, that's huge.
Yeah, watching throughout this game, it felt like the scoreline was a bit deceiving, considering, as you said, PARIVISION won both pistols, started hot on both sides, but didn't really get control of the first half, as you would expect from a James side after, you know, you go up 4-1, that you will just be like out-calling, out-maneuvering and all of this. And the same thing on the CT side. I really think FUT did a great job in like countering in these key moments, faking. We saw on the CT side as well, like all of these gamble stacks from James actually failed. 2 times they tried to stack towards B, they expected a mid to B. FUT went A, then at the end James is soloing B, they go B, trade on him easily and get the round, and now finally they close out in 13-11. And that's also a part where I'm kind of impressed, because one thing about FUT, I do feel like they have a bit of a choking issue in terms of young team when it's a big opponent, it's a stage match or it's a match to get to the playoffs. That's where they have stumbled, even when they were in good situations and big advantages. But this has been a really good map throughout.
They do sometimes stumble at the end there. So you'll see the scoreline, they're in a good position, but they'll allow the opposition to sneak in. They've allowed PARIVISION in the past to sneak in, but they didn't do that today. What was it about their playstyle that was just working in their favor, Dust?
It was the fact that once they got their economy in order after the hot starts from PARIVISION, they just played really good dynamic Counter-Strike. You know, it starts in the first half where we were looking at Demon, your standout player, normally known as an A anchor. He had a couple of big holes in that side of the map, but they also were able to throw him into the mix with Kerbini, you know, playing aggressively off catwalk, taking duels, you know, getting in PARIVISION's face and not let them set up. Because look, when you let PARIVISION play out a round and let them dictate every part of it, where they kind of just stage the round the way that they want to and they choose their pacing, they're very comfortable doing that, and they're very good at executing it because of the discipline of these players and how they understand all the protocols. And, you know, FUT didn't let them do that. You know, they had good anchoring and they had good aggressive plays.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the difference is from this maybe previous maps, I didn't really see many pop-off moments from the PARIVISION guys. I feel like Zway was kind of cagey, didn't really show up. I think on the CT side, they didn't really have a lot of freedom. It was more about like the James positioning, stacking, then let's just have an outright duel. And on the other side, I think in the key moments, we had the Krabeni 3K when he was on short, just holding that, right? Then we had one round when Lonks makes the flank on Long, and it seems like a round they don't have time to retake, but he gets a double kill there. And, you know, I think a bit of the PARIVISION guys, the baseline, the trading, some of the communication wasn't fully there, and the FUT guys just exploited that. We saw the highlight from Demon there in a 2v3 at 10-8 down, where he sneaks up Long through the smoke, gets a rotator, gets a guy on the site, and then James has to like come in on a a very hard retake, right? So I think the opportunity was there for the young European squad, and they just took it. You know, the individuals showed up and kind of played this fearless Counter-Strike that we really love to see from them.
That's also like very dynamic from FUT, changing stuff up in the middle of rounds to kind of counter whatever PARIVISION was throwing at them.
Yeah, they did a great job of making things look the same, but then playing them out very differently. So the first round you're going to see is it's kind of just a typical smoke wall that you're going to see on the catwalk time and time again to threaten some type of cat cross or potentially fake this and go into a mid-B split. This time around, they laid out their grenades to explode the smoke, so they never really showed too much to PARIVISION as far as how many numbers they actually had coming up the catwalk. And while they do run into a defense that's in place and prepared for multiple members to come their direction, they're able to win out the trades, get full control of the site, and ultimately they're going to come up with the round as you're going to see here. Now, what they do is the very next round is they do the exact same opener. They send 3 players through B tunnels. They eventually are going to start staging up over here at middle after throwing a little bit of utility at B to kind of keep people guessing. And you notice it keeps those players locked in on the B bomb side. They don't move. They feel like there's a chance that a mid-B split is still very much in the cards. And then you're going to see them set up yet again with the same smoke wall that they had just done the previous round, but they're going to do something a little bit different. They're actually going to drop down, and so that means James is totally overwhelmed because he's looking at the cat cross, not at people jumping down directly in his line of sight, and they're able to overwhelm him. And not only does it win them 2 rounds, the other big things you have to think about is A, it ruins the PARIVISION economy, which was a huge problem for the rest of the game, and 2, they were gamble stacking A after those 2 rounds happened, and then they caught, 2 rounds where there was only one guy on the B side of the map to finish off the game. So that was just masterful calling, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit the A bomb site when there's 2 guys there, no one's holding long, so they're not really comfortable on the bomb site, right? The next round, it's practically just James and 1 guy on CT spawn, so it's 1 guy on A. And then the 3rd round, you go on B, where there's only 1 guy there, so that's as good as it can get.
Before we get into Mirage, I have to do this for Dinko. Prof, do you have a FUT fun fact? Also keep it clean, right?
Okay.
Only FUT's not allowed.
I was looking, I didn't really have anything prepared for FUT specifically, so I had to go in and look.
Make you
this is not maybe the best one, but it's interesting about their coach Coolio.
There's a Freudian slip in there.
Yeah, not super well known, but he is Hungarian and he played on a team. Do you want to guess maybe the team that I'm referencing here?
Budapest 5.
Budapest 5, and who did he play with on that team?
No clue, bro.
Torzi.
Okay, all right, that's fun. That's fun.
They played together, and they actually played against Navi Academy one time, and they got smoked by m0NESY in 2021. That's a fun fact right there.
That was fun.
Fun fact. Thank you for that. Okay, let's talk about Mirage now. We're moving to FUT's map pick. Well, what is the conversation that Dustin's having with his boys right now with PARIVISION coming into this?
I have no clue because their Mirage just looked pretty pitiful, if I'm honest with you. It's been one of the really big weaknesses in their map pool. They've lost their last 9 out of 10 games, and most of them haven't even been close. Meanwhile, FUT's won 10 of their last 12, and they are just so dynamic on this map. I mean, the amount of opening formations that they have to their T side just makes them so hard to read. We kind of highlighted those 2 rounds where they make things look the same, but then they kind of just vary the numbers a bit. They're very good at doing that on Mirage too, where they kind of give you that persistent pressure at middle, but you never really know how many people are actually there and how many people are actually like on an extremity getting ready to split you. And so they're just super deep on this map. They're very confident in how they play. They're very pacey, and they're just very good at manipulating the numbers. And I think that they are in a really prime position to 2-0 this series now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be on Jello and Nota, I think, a lot. I think after map 1, didn't really see too much from Zway, and I think on B, anchoring B on Mirage, you're not going to be able to do too much, maybe on the T side when there's a bit more for him to do in terms of openings and stuff like that. Here it's going to be on the 2 of them, also on Jane. But yeah, we really saw them get uncomfortable on the A side defense and all of these splits in previous games. So I don't know how they're going to deal with, a team that's really comfortable on this map. Last time they played, they were up, I think, 10-0 at some point. But then, the issue we talked about, closing it out, not always super comfortable for FUT. So let's see if they can do it now without any, how would I say, laziness.
Yeah. My other concern with PARIVISION, I feel like they're really one note on this map. They don't have the same depth that FUT has as far as how they'll open up rounds. They're very A heavy. They're very reliant on like pacey plays and set pieces, and they're very readable, I feel like, as well. And so these are some of the challenges they're going to face in this match also.
Let's see how this goes. FUT is 1 map away from securing themselves a spot in the playoffs. Can PARIVISION bring it back? All of these questions will be answered after this.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role with 1xBet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
What is going on, everybody? Down on the floor with Launx of FUT. Salut, frate, cum merge.
Bine.
Is that okay?
Bine. Yeah, I mean, it's good. You can understand it as Romanian for sure. And it's like, everyone will appreciate it for sure.
Awesome. What are your initial feelings coming into this tournament?
I mean, I'm excited to play. Now it's like a bit of a chill environment. I feel a bit more calm, more relaxed. I don't feel anything at all. It's just like I'm playing with my guys, a pug, and that's it.
Generally speaking, huge rankings climb over the last few months. Talk to us about how that experience has been overall.
I mean, to be honest, it's good. It's very good, right? But in the same time, for me, as an individual, like, I want to get the best out of me, right? So for me, at this point, because we kind of reached this level and we can maintain it, like, for me now, it's not enough to just, like, sit in this ranking, right? Like, I want to go even further. I want to see how much we can actually push, because I feel it. We have it. We have what it takes, but we need to polish it like a diamond, very smooth and very sharp, and it takes time. It's a pain in the ass, but we have to do it.
I like that. That's a strong metaphor. Launx, I imagine for you there's a lot of extra motivation, another chance to compete in Romania. What can you tell us about that?
I mean, because we hit, for me, even maybe it's not the best to go with a lot of high expectations in the tournament. But for me, as I know myself, I'm a stubborn guy. I have a big ego, right? So I'm gonna say, like, I do believe, I think we'll reach the semifinals. I mean, for me, there is no other way I can see this road ending. Either I lose in semifinals, finals, and then I'm happy, or like, it's not possible.
You speak really confidently about yourself and the team's mental. How important is that side of the game for you and the team?
I think it's important for everyone, not only for us. But the thing with us is because we're all extremely young, it hits harder. I mean, in a way, like, for example, when you have bad mental moments, you can see it very quickly. But also when we have insane mental moments, when we come back, when we scream, when we hype each other, like, you don't see this at the other teams. And that's, again, because we're a team of 5, I mean, kind of 2 teenagers and 3 children, kind of still, if I can call it like this, right? So, you know, we're still a bit crazy in the head. I always said it, so it's, yeah, like, up and down, up and down.
Sort of finish the points with regards to practice. So similar to results, like practice has been a bit up and down. It's multifaceted, but overall, are you as prepared as can be, and are you happy with the preparation that you and the team have had?
I mean, the preparation, it was insane. Like, we fixed the maps we wanted to fix, but that's the thing. I feel like we kind of worked so much on some aspects that I think it's impossible to not get a burnt out feeling at one point, right?
Okay.
And I think it kind of happened to us, but I'm happy the management and the coaching staff kind of realized it ASAP, and they gave us the 3 days before the tournament, because like now I don't know what's going to happen. But I do have a good feeling actually that we're going to do good because of those breaks, because people can reset, people can enjoy their free time with the loved ones. It's different.
Yeah. All right, final couple of questions then. Just talk to me about the field of teams here at PGL Bucharest. What do you think about the teams? Any teams that you think are at the front of the pack that you're looking forward to playing? Anything like that?
PARIVISION.
Okay, of course.
That's it. Like PARIVISION, I want to face them and I want to beat them. I want to take revenge for Cluj-Napoca, but of course it's going to be a tough game, but a good game. I know for sure. So yeah, and against the other teams, I think we reached a point where we should not be scared or even think about the other teams. At least that's how I see it. We should just play our game confidently and just do what we do best.
Amazing, Laux. Pleasure to chat to you. Wishing you the best of luck, especially to you here in Bucharest, in Romania. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home before I let you go?
I mean, you know, I said every time that thank you for the support and stuff, so I'm not gonna repeat that again, right? But yeah, I think I just wanted to say that I would just like people to chill down a bit, not only to my team, maybe to everyone in the community, because I feel people kind of got disconnected from the touch of reality. Like, players are not robots, for Christ's sake. Like, we will fail, we will do shit things. It's like, yeah, just look at a normal sports career to some football guy, and it will be even crazier if you compare the statistics. That's it.
Laux, wise beyond your years. Really such a pleasure to chat, and once again, best of luck.
Thank you, Paolo. Thank you.
Well, we heard from the man himself looking for revenge today from the Cluj-Napoca loss. He said he wanted to face PARIVISION, he wanted to beat PARIVISION, and it was going to be a good game. And by God, all three of those things were true on map 1.
Yes, they were. It was a great game, and it goes down to the wire. It goes down to the last round, and I think with the way FUT were playing was just really fun as usual.
Yeah, as usual.
Yeah, they just
we lost the most entertaining team in Counter-Strike and FaZe, but FUT might be filling that gap a little bit right now.
We got a new one on the rise, you know, and I'm excited to see these players continue to grow. I think there's just so much playmaking ability inside of this squad, and we're going to their home ground, right? The turf where they really made a name for themselves. Going to Mirage. Dust was highlighting now how PARIVISION have been woeful, I think was the word he used, and I'm not, sorry about that, Dust.
When you use the word woeful, it's you're not joking around.
Yeah, it has not been great. So excited to see if FUT can get this series done in a 2-0 fashion. It would be a really impressive result for them to head into the playoffs.
Well, it's going to be funny. I mean, you know, we know they like to be pacey. We know they like to be aggressive. We know they like to be explosive and hit you in the face really hard. A map like this, they can do all of those things, and they do all of those things. However, they've taken the first loss here. That's Demon to fall down. Deep smoke to prevent the retake through CT, so Belshanock's got to move his position and leaves way to lurk.
Oh, Lonks is just waiting for you to come through that smoke. He'll punish that when it eventually arrives. Now we got 4 players about to march their way into the bomb site. Jukes to peek on out. And he's just going to keep himself tucked away. Now they're moving in. Jake with a good shot. Oh my, that literally went to the moon as well. Artemis 2, look out for that. We have got Laux just waiting all the way back at CT, and he is taken down by Nota. Diffusal being stuck all the way.
For how confident we've seen FUT be over the past months, and even in the first map, and in terms of taking fights and how assertive they've been, this one was all hesitation. This one was all them. They blocked CT spawn, but never had the information of how many bodies were retaking from TopCon, and none of them really ever committed to any kind of a fight, because again, it's actually like their own smoke worked against them. It's like their own smoke denied them information that no one was coming from CT spawn, and they just could never find a clean way to peek into this. And you got to give credit to PARIVISION. Some really clean shots on a couple players break up some of the crossfires to help lose that confidence. But man, around where FUT feels probably like that's around pistol round that they should have at least been contesting for more. It's been more of a challenge.
Yeah, well, not the best scenario here. A tech issue to kick off the map, but
had one in the first map as well, but it was fixed up pretty quick.
Yep. And this one's quick as well. It's like pit stops. We're flying through them.
Shout out to the admin crews here in PGL.
Shout out indeed. This is a recap of our pistol round here.
Yeah, that's a lovely first kill to get on rounds like these, especially when you're playing retake. I mention it all the time. It's just so critical to grab that one kill. If you're going to play retake on the bomb site, just trimming off one player, making it a 5-on-4 does so much work. A lot of players towards B, but 3 of them heading into the underpass. So Symmetry's going to lead the way with the Galil. Demon following up behind him with the MAC-10. Lounks third in line with the Galil as well. Kerbeni at top mid right now to help activate and protect them with smoke in towards the window.
Whoa, can you believe that timing? To dodge the grenade, Symmetry jumping up just out of that. He is so close to death, that.
That's a decent amount of damage in return to Jello. However, this position from Lounks, they might expect it, but they don't realize it quite yet. What's his timing going to look like? Good first kill. Noda's still here. And Lounks going to fake the drop and reposition. Another great kill. Lounks is doing everything at the moment.
Yeah, he is. Another incredible multi-kill, and he gets out of there to tell the tale as well. So you're sitting in a 5v3.
The fake drop is so nasty.
Yeah. Great ability there, Lonks, to pull that one off. And now here comes the final attack, 30 seconds. Jello, he will be taken out by the MAC-10. So waits a ride for Mass. Was able to get a 4K with this over on Dust 2. Looking to do the same here, but overrun by the MAC-10 eventually, leaving Jame on his lonesome. So they break through. That's going to be a 1-1, and FUT Esports will tie things up.
That round is all Lonks. You know,
Yes,
those 2 kills in middle, you take away a lot of the pressure of the stack. Players shift back to deal with Lonks' position. He's even got Jame right at the end of the day. Triple kill, including the 2 openers. In a perfectly played situation. Finds a great timing as the smoke fades. Fakes the drop, pulls a second player back for a second kill, and even hunts down the final. Brilliant from start to finish. Oh, that's so perfect. Noda not even realizing what happened to him. And then obviously that alleviates a lot of pressure to make this attack work. The MAC-10 sing out. And FUT respond with a second round victory after losing the pistol. So Scout in the hands of Jame. He does get a tag on Symmetry, but takes tons of damage in return. Jug's playing way back at Palace. 3 players rotating back through T-spawn. They want to come back to this A bomb site and attack into it. Taking some time though, so Jame is starting to get the idea. They sense no pressure in middle. They sense no pressure up short or towards the B bomb site. So PARIVISION at least aligning what little resources they have in the right place. It's going to be a battle for FUT as they step in.
Okay, Zway's D-goal rings out first, cracks the skull of Demon, and another one from Zway. Is there one more? No. Jugs and Lonks at least getting those kills right back. Lonks again, impact in back-to-back rounds for a squad here. It's not out of the woods just yet. Deep smoke towards James, gonna hold him back inside of the smoke, and he'll move up, and it's Symmetry to remove Jame. Belchernok now 1v3, 5-7, knocked off its perch at the top of the stairway.
Yeah, great round, good recovery. A little bit scary when Kerbeni and Demon go down to the Deagle first, but no one really too scared of that situation. Lonks just kind of steps up and makes sure he finds the equalizers. Great Deagle from Zway. There's the first one. Demon goes down, dodge the flashbang. Kerbeni's next, but then becomes the response. Good kill from Lonks. Jugs adds one in there. Oh, that's a nice tap we didn't see live. Beautiful stuff from Lonks. And 2-1. So USP's only for PARIVISION, and FUT a chance to build up some T rounds early.
There should be no issue right here, right now.
But this is scary, and I think this is where you get to the point where it's like, okay, if FUT's going to win the next gun round and you start having them build some momentum, if they get to play and dig into their playbook and control tactically this map, and the pace changes are going to be in their favor, like this team can play it slow. They're going to be playing it fast from time to time, following Kerbeni on a timing up towards Khan. They're just going to blow up on this map. So if they get on too much of a run and too much momentum, I think PARIVISION's really going to struggle to contain them moving forward. Next gun round is pretty critical, in my opinion, that PARIVISION steals a round away.
I'll see if they can do it. I mean, a big part of their performance on Dust 2 was Jane. He had a really good game, even in a losing effort. He's fragging out, delivering a lot of impact on both halves with that AWP, so we'll be keen to see how he can affect Mirage here.
Yeah, 26 kills, James, on Dust 2. So he was a beast with the AWP. Might be a little bit more difficult for him on this map to rack up that number of frags, but let's find out together. 3-1, round 5 coming in. James is not going to have, is he going to? No AWP on the board. M4s across the entirety of PARIVISION. One kit is on Noda.
Yeah, the lack of AWP could really cost PARIVISION here. We'll see, because Symmetry has his out on the server, and he's going for an opener towards ramp. It's going to be mollied.
He's going to cover their progression. They're just going to hit this.
Okay.
This is one of those faster timings that FUT's going to be playing with throughout this half.
Yeah, and they've thrown those mid smokes out too to sell that there's a little bit more presence there than there really is.
Look at the shift. Belshanox rotated away. Nota's the only defender. James is sliding over to the B bomb site. Yeah, PARIVISION is a little bit lost here in round 5.
Well,
not boding well.
Those smokes are fading away, but the pressure is still being put on by Krabeni, who's like throwing utility out towards the window, keeping eyes on it, keeping them pinned, denying the information as to the numbers in middle. So PARIVISION feeling very uncomfortable. In fact, they're even falling further back away from the A bomb site.
If Krabeni gets one kill, this is sold, and PARIVISION's basically dead in the water.
It's a tough fight there. He's got to worry about multiple angles, but now comes the attack. And remember, the A site is still completely wide open.
Yeah, but at least you have a 5-on-4, so you're not like in any kind of crazy panic right now. If you're a PARIVISION, you're going to trust this retake. But the X factor, remember, is only the one kit on Noda. A second kill, excuse me, makes it a little bit better. Lack of utility in the retake as well.
Lonks again, impact kill, but this time FUT have taken damage. Look how much damage there is done on towards Demon and Lonks. Symmetry has to make a move. The AWPer on the rifle. He switches out to the AK through the AWP over towards Demon. Lonks is looking to fight, looking to biff, and it's worked out very well. A clean one tap from Lonks. Symmetry goes too far, and James' patience once again a virtue. Lonks is fragging though. Another round where he's had an incredible multi-kill for his squad. Only James is good enough to deal with him, and he finally will. Getting into the retake, and PARIVISION
does he have it?
Make it work. I mean, they're going to. Yeah, he's got the kit picked up, so he'll have that defuse.
Yeah, he had to get off it to go pick up the kit. So yeah, I came back and yeah, closer than I expected. 3-2. Yeah, very tough. Lonks is having himself a heater to open this map up.
Yeah, exactly. Look, that round it goes the way of PARIVISION easily if Lonks isn't there to get that kill on Belchanock through the smoke, and then also standing and fighting on low HP.
I wonder by the logic. We were kind of highlighting it the whole way through. The amount that Krabeni was doing over in middle, I would question the logic of having him be the point man to make the first play, to just kind of walk up cat and try and find a kill on his own. Why not keep him as a kind of lurk, as a nuisance? You know they're going to be shifting in middle when you hit the bomb site with 4. We'll see how FUT change things up moving forward. Once again, 3 players coming in through the underpass. Krabeni at top mid all on his own. Jug's looking for a B push in the halls for FUT's attack. For PARIVISION, way more shored up on the A bomb site this time, despite the fact they've been able to rotate back and recover the rounds. They don't want to have to deal with that level of hard work each and every time. So smoke window room, Molotov towards short. Help cover the progression. The boost up in towards window if they want it. Four players to defend here at A.
Lonks, good frag. That's going to be Noda going down towards jungle. And opening again. And you guessed it, Lonks sitting at 12-2.
And now they're attacking again the weak bomb site. One defender. It's Sway with the FAMAS.
He just fell back as well. Oh my god. Okay, you can't do anything.
It feels like FUT's doing to PARIVISION right now what PARIVISION at times does to teams.
Yeah, just make it unpredictable about when you're going to take the next
just
contact.
Like finding a kill in the middle of the map and then your entire round is frozen because you don't entirely know how to deal with this one player sitting in a very powerful position.
I mean, it's fantastic to see FUT playing at this level. I mean, when do they... Now, the question was, when do they take the next step? You know, we're getting into positions to qualify into the playoffs multiple times to start this year. I mean, in Krakow, they got to that spot really quickly. They lost to G2 in a heartbreaking way, and they went on to lose the follow-up game and get knocked out in the group stages. And obviously, we've highlighted in this game in particular the Cluj to Poker run, where they get to the final matchup and then lose, unfortunately, to PARIVISION. But then at Pro League, they make it to the playoffs. They make it online. They qualify through the online group stage. They play online. They get to the semifinals in the playoffs. But now here at PGL Bucharest is an event that they are about to go 3-0 through the group stages. And even if they were to concede this somehow, because you never really count PARIVISION out, they will go into a 2-1 bracket where it's like a MongolZ, Wildcard, MIBR, 3 max eyeballers, right? Yeah. So FUT should absolutely qualify via that.
Well, we'll find out. With the way they're playing at the moment, they might have to be concerned about dropping down to that level of play. See if they continue it here. It's fun in a way. They're on a similar trajectory to PARIVISION. We can touch on that in an eco round because this one's going to be a spicy round. AWP is out in the hands of Jame for the first time on the map. He's got that in towards Khan for the moment. But both teams kind of establishing themselves and kind of making a name for themselves briefly towards the end of last year. A little bit of a rise up at the Tier 2 level, and at the end of the year having impact at Tier 1. And openings this year has been, will these guys continue? It feels like these teams are on a similar trajectory.
Note up. He will fall too long. So it comes out of Khan. He just can't lose a fight.
He's having a game right now. And if this continues, especially on the T side where he's being an entry man, he's being a playmaker, what a benefit for FUT. I don't know if Kerbeni can hear this flank, but Demon is ready.
Oh, he's got this kill. They're turning back to, he definitely heard that. Yeah, they're like looking at it like, come on, peek.
Yep.
And it was coming. So 5-2, it just feels a bit too easy right now for FUT Esports, to be honest. I mean, obviously, when you got Longs doing this.
I remember, too, I mean, coming into this second map of this series, we did kind of know this was going to be a map that FUT, we know it's a map FUT love to play, are very strong on it, challenged a lot of teams on it. And it's towards the bottom of the map pool for PARIVISION as well. So a little bit of a mismatch here. That was kind of the benefit that PARIVISION was supposed to have on Dust 2, but didn't really work out that way. So still in that first map, there's a reason why all of a sudden it kind of felt like FUT have a great shot at the 2-0. Much like the previous series with Astralis and MongolZ map pick away to open up the series. 3-round lead and we get the first time out of PARIVISION because, yeah, looking lost, looking like they don't really have answers. Not too often, I think, you see Jame and PARIVISION get out-called to this degree. I feel like even in some of the rounds that PARIVISION have won, FUT's had the right call and the right read and maybe dropped the ball, but a number of times they've been able to find the weaker bomb site with one defender. And there's the timeout coming to a close. So coaches stop talk and freeze time descends as round 8 is set to begin. Op in the hands of Symmetry still. Jame with his on the other side and still waiting to see PARIVISION have a defense that makes us feel like they settle into the game.
Well, it's very quick this time, changing pace for FUT to get Longs straight away up Cat. Look at this, sprinting all the way up through Catwalk, looking to try and take the ladder room, and he's already got it. Jello now realizes, oh no, they're right here, and he's going to deal with it. So FUT Esports actually get crushed on their attempt to speed things up towards the B bomb site for a split. Jukes has got a couple, but they're pretty low. They are pretty low. The issue is the bomb is dropped all the way towards short.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I don't think Jugs is thinking about the win right now. He's thinking about kills. That's got to be the goal at this point, is take some of that money away. Make them rebuy some weapons. 1v3, you can't feel like it's too possible, but let's see if you can create the opportunity. So using all the time on the clock and taking a route that he's hoping they won't expect whatsoever. He's saying, you guys will probably think I'll come directly for the bomb. I'm going to try and wrap around, but Jello, too smart. Even, oh, he was wiping his nose. He was wiping his nose.
Oh my God, you don't lose a round because you got to wipe your nose.
It was an itchy nose.
An itchy nose might cost him the round.
What if that had been itchy for the whole round up to that point, and that's when he finally gave in?
He's like, all right, I have to. I mean, we've all been there. Scratch your nose to spite your face.
Itching his nose doesn't really make sense, does it?
People do say that interchangeably. I do believe the correct term is to scratch, you know?
Well, yeah. It is what you're
Scratch
doing.
and itch.
Wait, he has a smoke. He's not going to drop it. And actually, Noda has checkmated him regardless, even if James doesn't get this kill with the AWP.
Well, I mean, he's getting kills, and that's what he's looking for. So $10,000. Oh, he's out of time for winning the round, though.
Yeah, it's done. Don't step back into James. This is risky. Okay, we're all good.
He's actually just going to get to chill. So you get 3 kills, you get to save the AK, you got $10,000 in the bank.
I thought he was going to bum rush the player at the B bomb site when he saw him drop out.
Yeah, that would have been really fun.
I don't know if he could have. That would have been a huge mistake if you give him that kill with time to plant. But that would have been the only option to actually try and win the round.
Well, it was like 10 seconds he's back.
I think it was 12 when he spotted it. So like you can push up, but as long as he like just hides Van,
yeah, you just
there's
hide
no win,
Van
right?
or anywhere really. Do a ring around the Rosie in the site. Do anything you can, basically not die immediately. All right, well, a round for PARIVISION. Not a lot of money being built up though in reserve, so gotta make sure that they keep players alive here.
Yeah, still yet as well to win 2 in a row, which has just made this tough to string rounds together. It's a weird sentence, yeah. We'll take it.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm gonna leave it be.
Throw out mid, Krabetti already. Oh, no. Nota's gonna be sad about that.
Oh, yeah, where did he get caught from? Where caused him to get jumped up in the air? A little bit scared, not in a great place. So Laux now has control of middle, and he's been a beast from this position.
Look at this.
Ooh, Demon's already out. That's so quick. Laux gets one at the same time as well.
Dude, there's just pressure all over the map. Like, at all the choke points all at once. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah, and we haven't seen PARIVISION yet. At some point, they might want to get aggressive in middle, set up like a delayed trap, push up. Like, again, it's the same concept we talk about with other teams. If you keep letting them have that much space to work with. Yeah. And like, yeah, you were in mid this round. I don't know what he got caught off by, jumping kind of down, trying to get into some cover in the underpass. But yeah, nothing's clean at the moment for PARIVISION.
I opened up HLTV. I looked to the right and I see a thread saying Laux pisses me off, and I think James is writing that right now because
I hope not.
This is insane. The performance he's got right now, 15-3.
Yeah, this is gross. He's just got them started in such a great place, and he's got PARIVISION started in such a deep hole. Not only in terms of rounds, but just the way he's punished the defense a number of times. They haven't been able to keep track of him or contain him whatsoever.
It's always nice when you have a life game like, well, not a life game, when you have a great map like this. He's had a lot of these. It's just is his life, I suppose.
Honestly, it's cool too that it's Laux. Part of the thing with this FUT team is like, not only are they cool to watch playing Counter-Strike, but Laux gives them a personality that makes them like easy to get excited for. Like puts a little bit of humanity onto the team. So whenever he's having a good game, it is kind of like cool. I always like listening to a Laux interview these days.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it's going to be 70 rounds. Coming right up here for FUT. I remember I was sitting in this very chair months ago, last year, when I was first casting the FUT Rise, and they knocked FaZe Clan out.
Sure, at the CAC towards the end, right?
CAC in Shanghai. We were casting the event remote from here, and that was really impressive. But you wondered, is it just FaZe, or is it FUT being good? And I think it was a little bit of both, but with the way they were playing, it was so impressive, and then they obviously continued that.
Well, at the time, we probably said it was mostly FaZe.
Yeah, we did.
And now in hindsight, it's like, okay, well, they were just better than we kind of realized at that point.
Yeah.
And FaZe.
It's definitely a little bit of both.
All right, well, you're throwing utility and showing presence towards short. You've put Jello on notice with this Zeus, hoping somebody's going to turn in. That's not going to happen. A bomb site's wide open for the taking. So this round of USP is no big deal. I think PARIVISION, whatever. Eventually going to come get killed over towards short. Laux might be able to have a field day. Start stat pattern.
.25 seconds, bomb finally going down, and here come the pistols charging through connector. Laux, of course, getting 2 extra out of that scenario, and then being traded out by James.
He also called at least 1 in the window room as well, so there's really no issues here.
And the AK that was picked up by the CTs has now been removed.
7-3 is going to be the scoreline, and no signs of slowing down for FUT.
Shallow's just waiting. Someone, please, come to my Zeus, please.
Give it to him.
Someone. And then Krabetti comes to the window with an AK.
All right, well, 4-round lead and 2 rounds remaining in this opening half. It's one of those halves where it seems so dominant. It seems like PARIVISION is just getting crushed, but man, just like one more round and it's like, all right, we're actually kind of fine now. That hits the line where it's like, okay, we can make this happen. Just the stylistically how it's occurring has felt so dominant in the favor of FUT. Round 11 and 4 players swinging wide over in middle. They were looking for a fight in window room.
Well, they're going to be stacking players over towards A for what is going to be an A finish for FUT. You've got Krebeni in middle. Now, we've seen this play a couple of times in the half where Krebeni will try and sell more presence in mid than there really is, just himself. And then the rest of his teammates get ready for the A finish once a couple of those defenders have been removed. But they're not moving right now on PARIVISION side. They're keeping 3 players on the site.
Yeah, not a very pretty con smoke either. Well, now they know they're in the right place. Look at all the presence. Look at all the utility, all the noise coming in. Jello caught out in the open, still wins this fight.
Yeah, important to pick that up. He's still a threat under the wood. Lonks goes in and for once loses the engagement. So much stronger hold. I think not a great execution from FUT, obviously. So they tried to improvise based on that and it didn't go very well. And it helps when you got 3 players over towards A. Now, if you lose this round, oh my God, you can't lose this. Surely not. Come on, PARIVISION.
You certainly can. Let's see what Symmetry's got.
He jumps over. There's the no-scope. Now down to just James, and he will always save you. So there we go. At least James reliable, getting the job done, but that was ridiculous.
Yeah, look how difficult this game is right now for PARIVISION. What is that, a 2-on-5 or 2-on-4 recovery? Whichever way you want to put it. They were stuck. They had nowhere to go. That's a nasty shot from Demon as well to kind of bring that back. Thank God James arrives when he does. Timeout for FUT for this last round of the half. They want to get up to 8. I'm with them. I mean, you always want to, obviously, you want to get the most rounds possible, but I think if you're FUT with the way this half has gone, the way you guys have played, I think you wouldn't be disappointed in the moment, but it feels like they deserve more than 7 rounds.
Yeah. We'll have a discussion, just trying to piece together what they would like to do for this final round of play. FUT looking for 8. Certainly, like you said, Jason, feel like they deserve it, the way they've been playing, and likely to get it just with how strong they have been. Nota with a USP in hand. Now he's got an M4, okay. It's like...
I know, it's like someone could have afforded a P250.
Please, someone...
At the very least. Give the man a P250.
You can always afford a P250.
Well, Bomb's here again. It almost looks like FUT want to do something similar in this round, although there might be a certain mid element to it. Symmetry's over in the B halls. Krebeni rotating back through T-spawn now, so just wanted to make sure there wasn't going to be a push on the other side of the map that's going to give PARIVISION a ton of information. Fortunately for FUT, PARIVISION has put James with the AWP up in B tunnels, which gives Zwei the mobility to shift back towards middle. So staunch defense and reinforcements are going to be here very fast, which means Lounx has to deliver a couple more of those knockout blows very, very fast.
All the nades into the site. Jello has had enough of sitting back and letting them run at him, so he gets aggressive, goes into the palace, and it's a strong spot to have, but his teammates are going down, so no longer does that palace spot feel all that strong. He's going to be taken down by Krebeni, and then you have James and Zwei in a 2v3 here, trying to prevent an 8th round falling in favor of the T's. And the plant is through, puts the pressure on PARIVISION now to retake. They've got some utility, and obviously James still alive, but he's the only player alive now. A 1v3 solo retake with a AWP. He's got some utility here, but he's smoked out deep at CT spawn, and this is eating time off that clock.
Yeah, and I think you could see the Symmetry just backing up. He's like, okay, well, if you haven't been shown elsewhere, I'm surprised he didn't back up even further. A chance for James. That's going to flush a player out of the boxes. On top of it, likely, there's the peek from Palace. James waiting, and he's got it.
Oh, he's actually played this perfectly. Then goes out to the open with a smoke. The time really pressured him into making that decision. If he had a few extra seconds, he could have remained composed, but Jame was taking all the right steps to clutch that one up, but FUT will squeeze an extra round out of this half. 8-4 lead on the second map of play, looking like FUT are going to be the squad that go 3-0.
And just dotted, scattered round wins for PARIVISION in the 4 that they have. Never 2 in a row, winning pistol, losing the second, winning the 5th, losing the 6th. They could just never, ever get any sense of control over what FUT was bringing to the table. Very good half called by Krabeni. Very good half individually from Laux, who just has incredible impact at 18 kills. And now we switch side. Defense for FUT, and Jame gets to captain his team on offense. A recovery mission to try and keep this series alive. 2-0 game in the Swiss system, so nobody's going home. It's just qualifying for the playoffs. FUT is just 5 rounds away. Pistol round for PARIVISION isn't necessary, but it closes the gap quick and takes a lot of pressure off you. A loss in the pistol, you can still come back and win, but you just have so much less mistakes that you're able to give up throughout the half. And here we go. It begins. Laux, Demon, and Krabeni going over to the B bomb site. Symmetry and Window, and Jugs playing retake from Ticket at the A bomb site. Both teams at the moment looking for the first play, the first piece of aggression. And FUT is showing no signs of pushing into whatever setup PARIVISION is playing. Bomb this whole time has been brought over deep behind the A ramp for the moment towards T spawn. So it feels like the end is always going to be towards A, which you'd imagine would be 3 players coming through underpass. Make it 2 players through underpass.
Well, Noda, James slipping into connector. A player down and walking into what is going to be a 3-man setup. Symmetry here, and oh, James got a 6th sense. And he felt Symmetry right beside him inside of that smoke. Jame will take him down. And now a 4v4 as the plant is through. PARIVISION looking to win this pistol round. A lot of targets in the start of the side. Jukes is connected onto one of them. Laux is now arriving. The deadly weapon of FUT Esports goes away without a single kill. And now Zwei standing and fighting, but taking damage to his chest. 7 HP. Jukes still not giving up his life easily. In fact, he finds his kill, and Krabeni will follow up. And celebrations from FUT in particular, Laux, because FUT have moved up to 9 rounds and increased their chances of closing out this series.
Huge kill from Jame to get that to alleviate some of the pressure, taking that A bomb site onto Symmetry. But the real issue is after the bomb gets planted, all 3 members of PARIVISION are stuck inside the bomb site. There's no spread defense to prevent that retake from happening. No real contact. Laux is able to scale all the way to this bomb site before he gets into a fight. So a rough time. You can see on the minimap there, it's like, where do you go? Look at how little cover you have from all these angles being peaked. Zwei does a fantastic job holding on as long as he possibly can, but there's just no hope. 9-4, a 2nd round bye with the plant. PARIVISION need this. Hero AK on Jello.
Krabeni blinded. Still committed though. Goes forward, catches. Oh, Shello with nade in his hand, sends a nade after him, and he's got the kill.
Oh, it followed him.
Yeah, he hunted him down perfectly, like a homing missile to his butt. And now Jame is going to run all the way back through T-spawn to join them on the A site, because the execution's coming in.
Yeah, there's space to work with at this A bomb site. Gonna have to step through the smoke as Laux. He's actually gonna make it all the way over to the box. It's a risky route to run, but he's found the advantage of it.
Laux swinging outside of the smoke, and he's just cleaning up. He's getting pushed him all over the place. Finally, too much to handle for him, but he's got plenty of teammates. And the support network pulled through for FUT. That was a purchase for PARIVISION. They don't have enough money to get a real good buyout in this one.
No, not even enough kills to even like make the argument that you could go for it. No bomb plant for the bonus money whatsoever. So looking like the sun is setting on PARIVISION here on map 2. They got maybe one more chance, one more buy coming up next. But for here, it's like you just got to sit back on Glocks, which is just so painful considering the scoreline. 20 kills now on Lounx, 13 on Krabeni, 11 on Jugs and Symmetry apiece. Demon's just been chilling this game.
Krabeni gonna get tapped. Oh my god, how has he not died? Lounx is just on an absolute heater today. 23 kills, 8 deaths. That's a 3K in middle, and Cello now left, running away.
Yeah, I mean, you could see like when that flashbang comes in, like everyone from FUT is like swinging to protect their blind teammate. Everyone is prepared for the fight. Catwalk player comes over, Lounx comes over. They make sure he's not fighting alone. Just handling business right now. FUT's got to be very, very happy. Cruise into this victory, a 7-round lead, 11-4 over PARIVISION. We mentioned, I mean, you asked like where we might kind of expect FUT to kind of end up in the conversation around like teams that could win this event, because PARIVISION's the one you'd put in that slot of saying they are the favorites to win the event right now. And FUT is just trouncing them at the moment.
It's a great sign to see here for FUT for taking the next step and throwing their name in the hat as a team that could win this trophy. Here comes the utility flying up through the sky. Juke's going to play the ticket box. Demon taking damage. He hasn't had a great map individually, and it will continue to be an issue for him. And Cello gets rid of Demon. It's going to be a 5v4. PARIVISION into the site comfortably so. Krabeni throwing up a flash to the sky. Continue to spam down these smokes, trying to stop that bomb plant, but not able to do it. So going to be a tough retake ahead of FUT Esports here.
Oh, maybe not double kill there. No way!
How has he got away with another one? Daylight robbery from Lounx again. Stellar performance. Jame again needing to clutch, and he's got it in him. Another one from Jame, at least the lifeline right now for PARIVISION, but it's just not enough to get you excited even with a clutch like that.
Dude, I can't even believe Lounx is able to continue doing this, continue changing rounds to this degree. This is a 4 versus 5. No one watching for this on the PARIVISION side of things. Jugs making the retake at the same time, so the third kill Lounx get is distracted. But yet again for PARIVISION, James steps up in a desperate 1v1.
You know, you're needing James to clutch up in these rounds that should be a lot easier than that. And it just feels like eventually they're knocking out the door. The only thing that can weaken Lounx is giving him an MP5. Why has he got that? Please, Demon, give him your rifle.
The Demon needs the help, dog. And he's the solo B defender.
Lounx will give him the help.
Generally, I'm with you on the concept. Not Demon, though. He's on the other side of the map. You got to have your B anchor.
Someone, give him a rifle.
B anchor with a rifle.
Symmetry, give him your op. MP5 though. this is the true test of his powers today.
Yeah, if he can't make the MP5 work right now with the game he's playing, there's no hope for the weapon.
Under a minute on the clock. PARIVISION looking to slow things down.
Yeah, but they're lining up towards A again. So good position.
Whoop. Symmetry stepping up on top of Ticket, exposed to the connector, and James takes a free kill. Now this MP5 really sucks, because it's fine if you're dealing with a player close palace, but when you've got to deal with players coming up jungle and stairs, it's a whole different story. Krabeni winning the fight, but this is perfect. Lounx drops the smoke, so he doesn't expose himself to any other angle, so he can focus on the palace player. He does get a kill with it.
I don't think they realize Jugs is here quite yet. He
now
still has
Demon.
a role to play.
Oh, Cello falls, so Demon important kill gets traded by Jame. Once again, a clutch required from Jame. looking in the right direction. Jugs up on top of Tetris and a headshot right between the eyes. James is knocked over, and it's 12-5. Series point for FUT Esports as they look for a 3-0 progression into the playoffs.
Damn, that was such a fast shot, watching it from James' POV as well, because it felt like he had him. It felt like he had the sense of where he was. He was getting wide with the AWP already scoped in. That shot came out so fast from Jugs. 12-5, 7 chances. And once again, as you can see on the round history, not a single sequence of rounds strung together by PARIVISION throughout this whole map. Just individual rounds picked up, but never anything that gave them consistency or confidence. And just never knowing that whole time where Jugs was until he pounced towards the end. 12-5. And PARIVISION really out of things to fight with. Only one single rifle into this round, the AK-47 on Jello.
That's a good kill.
Well, it's had its impact.
Yeah. Running out middle, getting the advantage, and then falling away. PARIVISION once again going to be knocking on this A-bomb site. Smokes are up, and they're held back for now. They're actually...
They don't have anyone in middle, right? The mid player, Demon, is playing outside of window rooms, so they know Con is kind of an issue.
Right.
Like, anyone could be moving up Con, peeking from Con at any point.
But by the time they move in, they've only got one smoke left, so you can't exactly re-smoke the same position, so you've got to rely on flashes, and, well, that, I suppose. Sway sends one deep towards CT, another one on Jugs, and they're into the site.
Okay, just banging them out. That makes it easier. Demon's going to come over. He's going to get things started 2-on-3. And remember, they have a couple pistols still in play, so this is doable. Demon, one more kill would be excellent if he can get it before his teammate arrives.
And get rid of that wall. Oh, it bounced back? Oh.
I mean, it's the right idea. Just kind of weird to sacrifice the retake to do it in that moment.
Yeah, you're just like, I don't believe in myself right now.
Yeah.
Lonks has an MP5 coming through Palace, so...
I guess he thought he might have just been safe, so he could chuck it away and then actually step into the bomb site for the retake, but... Anyways. If anyone's going to win this round, it is Lonks, to be fair. Again with the MP5. And he's going to give it up. So 6th for PARIVISION. And now the money is pretty gone, is pretty busted for the FUT side. This might be, this is the chance to get 2 in a row if you're PARIVISION. That's what you got to be selling to your teammates right now. We have a long comeback, but let's start it with that first step, which is just getting 2 rounds straight, because we need 6 in a row. Just some great shots. Tello in mid, and then obviously the entrance here from Zwei onto the Alper of Symmetry, who just got taken off the angle via flashbang. So reinvestment from FUT without any kind of critical losing bonus. Miss window smoke, but shouldn't be too punishing, at least in this round. Oh, James talking quite a lot.
Lonks. MP5 again. Okay, spraying away. He's got one. He's making something happen with that. They're coming into a stack. They're coming into the exact round that FUT want them to play.
Couple tags as well from that scout so far, so softened up for the pistols.
Oh, here we go. Is this how it ends for esports with weakened weapons? In a position to close out the series and move into the playoffs. There's Jugs, 5-7 connects.
Yeah, they're trapped now.
Yep, and it's all crumbling here for PARIVISION. PARIVISION, the favorites of the competition, but FUT handling business against them easily. They will take a 3-0 run. The team that always had a heartbreak trying to progress into the playoffs have done it flawlessly.
Absolutely beautifully done from this team. I don't have anything else to say. It was fantastic.
Yeah, FUT gave him a nice ass kicking, that's for sure. I mean, I don't really know how else you can put that. Lonks was on a mission. The dude was on an absolute heater. I thought he was about to drop a 30 bomb in regulation, which is almost unheard of nowadays. I mean, the dude just could not be stopped on his home soil. That's worth noting. Quick little storyline. Lonks obviously was a Romanian alongside EMA, trying to get to the playoffs at Cluj. Wasn't able to do so, just missed it in the last game. Now he is going to be in the playoffs in Romanian soil, so that's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he played very well in that game, but this map particularly, Dust 2, I think he started quite cold and then kind of warmed up a bit, but here he was insane just from the start, and You could see the frustration on the PARIVISION side. I think I counted 2 desk slams at least, one from Zielo, one from Nota. They win the pistol, and then literally second round, boost Longs into window, he gets some openings, and from that point onward, there's just kind of the same feeling over and over again of Longs just finding so many frags in middle that couldn't be traded. And put FUT in such a great position to win this map.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because last time they played against each other on Mirage, it was FUT started on the CT side, dominated, struggled to close on the T side.
Yeah.
This time they start on T side, dominate, no trouble dotting the I's and crossing the T's on this one. And it kind of goes back to what you were discussing, like, you know, FUT just is so relentless in how they pressure middle, and they're so good at varying the numbers, and Longs just so good at solo pressuring window. I think he had in the window probably like 3 or 4 rounds that game, it seemed like. And was always making the right moves and just doing the right things, and really made sure that this was not going to go any other way but FUT's.
Did you think, I mean, for me, I was a little bit worried at halftime because I felt like the scoreline didn't really reflect how strong FUT looked. And from when you see the 8-4 with PARIVISION, you're like, oof, James could bring this
always
back.
possible, yeah, I mean, for sure, but thankfully, you know, the pistol went this direction. I mean, the fact that both of these matches that we just watched, also Astralis, MongolZ, and this one both went 2-0, definitely not something I expected, especially for the underdogs to win in such like handed fashion on both
Look at that timeline.
2.25. What did I call the rating? I said 2.25, no?
Bro, he only had 4 rounds where he didn't get a kill.
Yeah.
Look at this heat map. He's just all over the place. He's just ripping them a new one everywhere.
I mean, we talked about in the pre-show just the mid to A splits for PARIVISION. They're struggling to close it down. They're not really on the same page. They're allowing too much space for the T's to come in and trying to stop them maybe a bit too late. And yeah, this is the highlight reel that everyone's looking for.
I mean, this is the most dominant performance of a player so far this tournament, is what Longs just did this game.
Is it concerning when you think about PARIVISION and what we expect from them to see them go down in this fashion?
I mean, especially considering they have a Mirage that looks so weak, and it's a map that most teams will be okay with playing, not many like permaban Mirage, so it's just a weakness that they need to be better at if they want to be winning tournaments. They can't have a map that almost everyone plays that's looking like a free pick for the average team, the average top 10 team, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that they're great on Ancient, we know that they're great on Dust 2, but yeah, you're right. The issue is that Mirage is a key vulnerability that they play a lot. They also don't really play overpass very well, and they permaban nuke, so that is going to become a real issue, especially because a lot of this, I think, is PARIVISION preparing for the major, obviously. And look, if you make it to that best-of-5 grand final, that's going to be some problems that you're going to have to face against a really elite team, potentially in the Vitality or whomever they face. So that is something they're going to have to address for sure.
Longest highlight reel of all time because of all the frags. And we actually have him with us now. Longs is here in studio. I'm going to call him to the couch. He's going to plonk himself down between our 2 analysts. Hello,
welcome.
Join us over there. They're keeping your seat warm. Oh, we're getting a handshake even.
Yeah,
impressive.
there you go.
Finally, nice to meet you.
I'm surprised I didn't feel some steam coming off that hand after the heater you just laid down over there at that mouse hand.
No, I'm all good.
You're all
I don't sweat in general with my hands, so it's fine.
But you were on fire, though, in the server.
Yeah, I can call it like that, yes.
You should call it like that. You played so well. So I do have a question for you. How much preparation did the team do coming into this matchup against PARIVISION?
I mean, I feel like we didn't do as much preparation as we did last time when we faced them, and I think that was one of the strongholds, right? Like, we wanted to play our game. We knew what's our strongest points, what are their weakest points, and we just abuse them. My voice is cracking down a bit from the screaming. I'm sorry.
I can imagine. You're pretty loud after those rounds. And I mean, again, congratulations. You also said before the tournament that you want revenge. It's the classic question that interviewers ask: is there anyone you want to face? 99% of the time is just like, whatever, I don't care. And you're like, no, I wanna beat PARIVISION. So tell me how it feels.
I mean, it feels great, especially because last time they eliminated me from Cluj-Napoca, and it was my home country playing in front of my people, and it hit me in the feelings. I can tell you that it was a big pain, and it kind of teach me a lot. But I'm happy. We took the revenge. Now we went into the playoffs. We have more time to prepare, to relax, to do things good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
What do you think was like the big difference maker on Dust 2 this time around? Because obviously last time it was a pretty close game, went to multiple overtimes, but PARIVISION were able to kind of edge you out. This time, it seemed like you were much more in control. Like, yeah, they won both pistols, they had hot starts, but you guys recovered very quickly and were able to dominate a lot of the gun rounds. What do you think was the difference there?
I feel like I mean, as I said in previous interviews, I think from tournament to tournament, right, I feel we evolve in so many ways. And I think in this tournament, the biggest difference, and I feel that's why we won also on Dust 2, is that we are much, much more calmer, right? Like, we don't scream as much, we don't do as much chaos on TeamSpeaks, the comms are much better. And I really feel they kind of overthink the situation, right? I didn't feel they played as they played last time. I think we actually got into their head, which is good. So, yeah, I mean, props to Krabeni and Kulu because they did a hell of a good job. They did good calls. They knew what to hit, what are their weakest points. And I don't know, like, I felt like I was playing with a wall hacker with Krabeni calling most of the time, to be honest.
No, we're talking about it as well. I think 3 T-side rounds, you just walked into a bomb site that had like 1 or 2 players, right? So it was great calling there on the T-side to make the comeback after losing both pistols and everything. So really impressive, impressive Dust 2 from you guys.
I have a question for you about the mental game. So at the start of the year, just before Cluj, everyone knew that you're an up-and-coming team. We speak a lot about you, but I don't think there was a lot of expectation on you. Now, I think that's changed, and a lot of the bigger teams are much more aware of you, are seeing you as a bit of a threat. Have you felt that pressure shift in the team? Is it something that you as a group have noticed?
I mean, we have noticed that for sure that teams are preparing more against us. They're looking into us more, which is normal, but I don't feel we got any pressure on the individuals. If anything, I think we kind of got rid of the pressure because, like, I think everyone realized how good we are, how much damage we can do together, and I think now it's just like a, how should I say, like a good story. We just keep writing books and pages, and we see where it will land.
Are you worried about teams after the major coming
No.
and trying to grab all of
No.
you?
I mean, they can come, but I don't think they can, to be honest.
Nice. I just want to say also on the topic of the major, you know, you're not playing our Mars anymore, so it kind of went under the radar that you guys are going to the major, right? It didn't go to the Budapest one. You just kind of had a nice start to the year. You won a Draclan last year. You had some nice results at CAC, and you were like chilling, avoiding all of this drama. We saw what happened with FaZe and Big and all of these other teams. So how does that feel? Was it for you guys like, oh yeah, we're going to the major, or is it just, you know, just another tournament?
I mean, of course, I think it's big for everyone because we qualified to the major. It's their first major for everyone in the team. I mean, not for me, but still I didn't play since the Rio major. So it's a long time. So I will count it as my first major in CS2. But yeah, I mean, we kind of knew we will be in the major with the Pro League situation.
Yeah.
But we didn't know where exactly we are going to land. But we kind of realized like there is no way to play more tournaments because it wouldn't change the outcome.
Yeah.
Like we wanted to go for stage 3, but that like we needed to win Pro League. If we would have won Pro League, we wanted to go to Dracula to take that stage 3 for sure.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter in the end because we lost. So
Just one quick question. MP5.
the best gun in the game.
What did you do in practice that convinced you that this is the weapon?
Like, to be honest, first I just started trolling on Premier with my friends with MP5, and then I just realized like, okay, on Premier there are like bad players and I can just spam them with MP5, but it's a very good gun. Like, it has so much accuracy, it has a big fire rate, a lot of bullets, and then I started playing it in practice. My teammates were laughing. They were like, what's happening with this guy? Like, this is not normal. And then I said, okay, you'll see, I'll do it in games too. And yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, you know, the majority of this team, aside from yourself, came from the obvious academy system, moving over into FUT, and you're a player who has a bit more experience than the rest of the team. You know, you've played around a couple different teams and played more LANs than a lot of these guys have. What has it been like kind of embedding yourself into this, you know, core of 4 players that have been through a lot, you know, rising up and being able to kind of build something together where now both of you, you know, you and your teammates are going further than any of you ever have before?
I mean, for me, it's a good feeling, but maybe it sounds weird or a bit of a big ego, but when I got the offer, I remember I told my agent, like, this is it. Like, I know this is it. Like, I felt like I never truly had the chance to play with people that are kind of on the same page and on the same line as me, and that kind of made me do some bad things in my career, right? Which I can say I regret. I'm happy how my things turned on because I think I gained a lot of maturity and a lot of experience on real life. So now I don't know, I'm happy how I got integrated into the team, right? I feel I have a very good connection with them. I can say it's one of the best connections I had in the game. So yeah, I can't but just wait to see what we are going to do in the future.
So you mentioned it early on in the interview, so I'm going to bring it back up again. Obviously, Cluj was a little bit tough, right? Because you were so close to getting to play in front of the home crowd in Cluj-Napoca. Obviously, Ema got to experience that with Navi. While we obviously don't have the big crowd here, you know, we are still on Romanian soil, and we're in a tournament where not only did you make the playoffs already, but you're one of the teams that can win this trophy. Like, it's very possible to do. What does that feel like to be able to have that opportunity here?
I mean, for me, I'm grateful for the opportunity, right? Because I think we do have chances, right? But I think it's still a long road. We need to just maintain our composure and go game by game. I don't want to say anything because you might jinx it, so I don't want to do it. But yeah, I think it's great for me. If I win this tournament on Romanian soil, it will mean a lot, and I think it will mean also a lot to the Romanian people. And for me, it will be a dream actually to win my first STAR tournament, if anything, on Romanian soil. So.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you so much for taking some time to chat. I'm sure you want to go celebrate with your team because you are in the playoffs. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was awesome to speak to you. And we'll get to chat about you a little bit later on in the tournament. We're going to say goodbye to him now, and then we're going to wrap up today. This has been really fun. And it looks like you're going to stay here for a little bit longer. Do you want to be an analyst now?
I don't know.
Let's go. Let's have a little bit of fun here. What did you think about FaZe not qualifying for the major? Because that's the big talking point.
I mean, I don't want to be rude, but it was kind of expected with their current form. I think everyone playing Pro CS kind of realized they're not in a good shape, right? So it's very bad. Honestly, I think it's very bad for such an org to fail the major, but in the same time, I think it should be a wake-up call. Because, and not only for them, I'm saying overall, I think with the new CS2 and the new kids coming up, like a lot of changes will be made in, if not in 6 months, I think in 1.5 years, a lot of changes will be made in a lot of organizations because it's the future. You can't do anything about it.
What do you think about the VRS system as
I love it. I mean, I qualified to the Rio Major through the RMR, so I kind of experienced both. But I think VRS is much better. Even if it has its flaws, I feel in the end it's kind of rewarding the guys who play the best, like right before the major, right? If you want to make it to the major, you need to play kind of good all the season. But when it matters the most, it's right before the invite. And who's doing it? Congrats to them. I can't say anything. I'm happy it's like this. Everyone is full competing in the last weeks, last months. It's the best, yes, you can watch. Everyone is trying so hard to make it. So I think it's good for the community, yes.
It's also pretty exciting because we start watching those smaller LAN tournaments as well. So we get a chance to see these like up and coming teams. That's something that I've really enjoyed through this process.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that, you know, a team like FaZe or G2 or whatever needs to go to like an open LAN or a smaller tournament and really be tested by teams they usually don't play. Like if you go back 2 years, an EG wouldn't play anyone else. Big wouldn't play anyone else, right? Even the lowest teams of the partner league, they would just be playing the same teams over and over again. And even someone like a top 5 team, you know, you don't really know what to expect, and another team that's trying to qualify for the major needs to go against all of these tier 3, tier 4 teams, tier 2 teams, and also the tier 1 teams when they qualify for a big event. They need to be challenged so much. I think it's just more fair, right? You lose a few tournaments, you go out and last. Yeah, now you need to go to Draculan and try yourself there against tier, you know, the up-and-comers.
Before this turns into a podcast, let's pull up the results from today so you can see what's up. Longs, I've also just been told your team is waiting for you, so I'm
gonna go so I don't get killed.
Yeah. I hope they don't kill you. They need you in the playoffs, my friend. Let's take a look at these results. Obviously, like I would say the disappointments, specifically the FaZe dropouts, which I think Scrawny, I'm going to paraphrase now, but he said something incredible on the cast, which is the most entertaining team to watch in Counter-Strike is no longer
fun to watch anymore.
Yeah.
No, it was pretty sad for a while, so not much to say there. That's kind of done and dusted story, and now it remains to be seen what's going to happen. BC.Game was simple and electronic, kind of not in a great position. Even just losing one map to Voca, I feel like is already an indictment. But maybe they can bounce back and kind of make something out of it. I think from today, my biggest disappointment was FOKUS. Obviously, kind of biased there with the Croatian player, but they played some really good Counter-Strike and then some really atrocious rounds that costed them this game. And also got to give a shout out to Nemanja, who pulled out some crazy stuff, and Hexed as well individually. Really made that game a firecracker towards the end on Mirage. So that's kind of from my side. Well, MIBR beat Legacy. I missed that.
Yeah.
Dust, I have to ask, the two
Do you?
games we've just seen, I always have to ask you the tough questions. Astralis, MongolZ, PARIVISION, FUT. Is it fair to say that in both of these games, the team not expected to win was the one that took the victory, and both teams taking it in convincing style?
I'll disagree on that one. I think that in this game, I think you're right. I think a lot of people obviously would have chosen PARIVISION over FUT. They beat them before. They're a higher ranked team. They've done more. They have more experienced players, so on and so forth, right? But I think the Astralis-MongolZ game was a toss-up. Like, I don't think we really knew what to expect just because, you know, MongolZ aren't the same team they used to be. Astralis has been on the come-up, and they actually just had a big finish at EPL. They've shown that they have some guys who can really shoot, and they're on the same page right now and playing good Counter-Strike. So that one, to me, was kind of a wide-open game, actually.
I don't feel like that's the energy you brought to the pregame. I don't know. I feel like in the pre-show you're very MongolZ biased.
I said the exact same thing.
I'm not sure about that one, but we'll see. We'll check that in the VODs.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
VOD police.
Those are our results, but there is still a game underway. If you want to go see Simple and Electronic either save their skin and live to play another day, or crash out in spectacular style, you need to go do that over on the B stream right now, and we will be back here tomorrow with more PGL Bucharest action. Go quick, go watch. We're going to go watch too.